In the autumn of the year 9999 of the Divine Land, in the city of Qingzhou, by the Eastern Sea. The Qingzhou Academy, a sacred place within the city, has seen more than half of its formidable figures emerge from its halls, including the aristocrats and clan families of Qingzhou. Thus, the residents take immense pride in the opportunity to study within the academy, diligently pursuing their education at every chance. However, it appears not everyone shares this fervor. Within one of the academy's study rooms, a young boy is sprawled across a desk, lost in slumber. In the lecture hall, a young lady clad in a flowing blue gown has noticed this scene, and an expression of anger flits across her delicate face as she strides toward the sleeping youth. Qingdi, 17 years of age, is a formal disciple of Qingzhou Academy and a lecturer for the outer disciples. Possessing beauty that captivates and a figure that turns heads, she commands attention even in her displeasure. A multitude of eyes follow Qingdi's graceful movements, and despite her ire, her steps remain elegant. This fellow dares to sleep during Sister Qing's lecture again. Some nearby youths murmur, clearly dismayed, as this is not the first occurrence. With Sister Qing's beauty and figure, merely gazing upon her is a delight. What on earth is wrong with that boy? Among the instructors, Qingdi undoubtedly holds the highest popularity. The reasons are evident to any who behold her. Countless individuals worship her as a goddess, and her lectures are perpetually packed. To slumber in Qingdi's lecture hall? Such an act is nothing short of sacrilege against the divine. With light footsteps, she approaches the boy, making no sound as she stands before him, gazing down at his peaceful visage, her own beautiful features now veiled in frost. Ye Futian. A gentle voice calls out, though it is not Qingdi's, but rather from behind the slumbering youth. As if stirred by the call, Ye Futian shifts slightly, propping his head on his hands, and slowly opens his eyes. Through the haze, a striking figure comes into view. Wife, Ye Futian murmurs softly, almost as if to himself. Yet in the stillness of the room, his words resonate sharply, and in an instant, many pairs of eyes freeze in disbelief, quickly transforming into ire. He dares to openly flirt with Sister Qing. What a shameless scoundrel. Their furious gazes pierce through Ye Futian, sending a chill down his spine. Realizing the dire situation, he raises his gaze only to be met with a face, exquisite as jade, yet burning with rage. Ye Futian's expression turns dark as he realizes it is Qingdi. Wasn't it Qingzhou who called him? A glance over his shoulder reveals a pure 15-year-old girl glaring at him, her anger palpable. Ye Futian takes in her features and silently curses himself for his misfortune. Sister Qing, he begins, seeking to explain. Ye Futian, Qingdi interrupts coldly. On what basis was the Qingzhou Academy founded? What professions exist within cultivation? She inquires further. You seem to have overlooked one profession. Qingdi's expression becomes solemn as she questions him earnestly. Surely not, the boy replies, a sacred glow illuminating his face. The profession recognized as the strongest in the Divine Land is the Fate Mage, blessed by heaven, possessing talents bestowed by the divine. Rare talents such as summoners, beast tamers, and star mages predominantly arise from Fate Mages, who, regardless of their martial practice, possess superior aptitudes. Surrounding students are captivated by his words. The Fate Mage is a legendary vocation, favored by the heavens. Moreover, even the most ordinary Fate Mage is inherently suited for both martial and mystical arts. Qingdi's eyes shine with longing as she regards the youth before her, a hint of anger resurfacing. I did not expect you to be so knowledgeable. Of course, Ye Futian responds earnestly, meeting her gaze. I am indeed a Fate Mage. A nearby youth drinking water suddenly chokes, coughing violently as the gathered eyes turn toward Ye Futian, regarding him as a fool. How could one possess such shamelessness? Truly, he is a legendary figure of Qingzhou Academy, brazenly teasing Sister Qing and now falsely claiming to be a Fate Mage, all to garner her attention. Yet who is he? After 3 years of studying at the academy, he remains stagnant at the first stage of Qi gathering, his frail body evidently having completed no physical cultivation. Such mediocrity, even bordering on uselessness, declaring himself a Fate Mage? What audacity! Qingdi's breath quickens once more as she fixes an angry gaze upon Ye Futian. Since you claim to be a Fate Mage, naturally your life palace possesses a soul. Release the soul of your life palace for me to see. Ye Futian. Qingdi suddenly raises her voice, her beautiful eyes locking onto the boy before her. 3 years ago, at the age of 12, you entered the academy, and I was still an outer disciple, observing your talent assessment. Your perception of spiritual energy was rated as heavenly, shocking the academy and attracting attention from many mentors. Yet, in the 3 years since, you have made no progress, remaining at the first stage of Qi gathering, idling away your days, lethargic and inattentive in class. Have you truly been cultivating? Now, you dare to falsely claim you are a fate mage, using your slumber as an excuse. In the past 3 years, you have forfeited every major examination, both in spring and autumn, ranking at the bottom of the academy. Ye Futian, do you possess no sense of shame? As Qingzhou's furious outburst reverberates through the study room, an eerie silence envelopes the space, the sound of a falling pin audible. All eyes are fixed upon Qingzhou's agitated countenance, as if witnessing her in such a state for the first time. Ye Futian seems momentarily stunned, his dark eyes gazing at the exquisite face before him, now flushed with anger. 3 years, has it truly been? Ye Futian muses inwardly, surprised at how swiftly time has passed. Moreover, the entity within his life palace remains unchanged. He is somewhat taken aback to realize that the usually indifferent, icy goddess Qin has been watching him ever since he stepped into the academy and demonstrated his heavenly perception. The atmosphere hangs heavy with silence as Qin scrutinizes the youth before her. His handsome features are clearly defined, his deep, star-like eyes shining brightly. At 15, save for a slightly slender build, he shows no other faults. In a few years, he will undoubtedly become a striking young man. Perhaps I was too harsh? Qin muses to herself, noticing a hint of melancholy in Ye Futian's expression, her anger dissipating slightly. There is but a month until the autumn examination. Should you forfeit or fail again, no amount of pleading on your behalf will suffice. The academy shall no longer allow you to remain. Do you understand? Qin continues, the gazes of those in the study room intensifying as it becomes clear that the academy's patience is wearing thin. Is he truly to be expelled from Qingzhou Academy? If so, it would surely be a historic event, for being expelled from such an institution is exceedingly rare. If he leaves, then I shall too. A detached voice emerges from the back, drawing the attention of many toward a boy sitting in the corner, his expression complex, a mix of envy, jealousy, admiration, and fear. The academy has made its decision. You need not participate in next spring's examination and may choose any palace for cultivation but the War Tower, the Knight's Order, or the Sorcery Palace. Your future need not be tainted by him. Qin sighs as she looks at Ye Futian, acknowledging the divergent paths that await both him and the other boy. Tainted? Ye Futian's lips curl into a faint smile, a hint of irreverence in his demeanor. Be silent. The boy named Yuxing rises, his eyes gleaming with a sharp brilliance as they pierce through Qin. Yet I have made my decision. Ye Futian's face displayed a hint of audacious mirth as he gazed at Qin and proclaimed, I shall officially partake in this year's autumn imperial examination. In the following moment, a brilliant light flickered in Yushang's eyes. After 3 long years, was he finally ready to embrace seriousness? During his 3 years of cultivation at the Qingzhou Academy, the students were well aware of Yushang's extraordinary talent. His affinity for the golden attribute was unparalleled, and his martial prowess remarkable. Despite being an outer disciple, his cultivation level surpassed that of many instructors. Yet, who truly comprehended the slumbering youth? You are frail and remain at the first level of the awakening stage. How can you possibly succeed in the autumn examination? Qin regarded Ye Futian with a sigh, pondering that even if he were to strive now, it might still be too late. What if I do succeed? Ye Futian seemed oblivious to the gravity of his situation, his tone imbued with unwavering confidence. If you manage to pass, you may do as you wish in the lecture hall henceforth, Qin replied. Chapter 2. 3 years of gathering Qi. Qin glared fiercely at Ye Futian. Upon seeing the smile on his face, she couldn't help but recall 3 years ago when he was just 12, facing the prominent figures of various academies during his talent assessment. His innocent smile had been so natural and proud, a stark contrast to the nervousness of other youths. The results of that assessment revealed his innate sensitivity to the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, a heavenly grade, a born cultivator of martial arts. 3 years have passed, and while his perceptive talent remains intact, his cultivation level has shown no advancement, indolent, lazy, and seldom seen in the lecture hall. Yet his gaze mirrored that of 3 years ago. What if you fail? Qin inquired. What does Qin Shiji wish to do? Ye Futian replied. I hope you do not impede your future, Qin said, glancing at the resolute youth sitting behind her. Yuxing, possessing a golden attribute sensitivity of heavenly grade and an 8th awakening in the transformative realm, was undoubtedly stronger than her own 7th awakening in the profound realm. His future should not be hindered. Very well, Ye Futian nodded, though he questioned the possibility. The first stage of cultivation is awakening, also known as the ninth awakening, which consists of gathering qi, refining the body, opening the meridians, iron bones, divine might, unmatched, profound, transformative, unity. If one could undergo 7 awakenings before the age of 18 and enter the profound realm, performing adequately in the upcoming Imperial examination would allow them to officially become a disciple of the Qingzhou Academy. Do not worry, Shiji, Ling Xiao assured, while Feng Qingxue clenched her fist, feeling increasingly close to her goal. Dismissed, Qini softly commanded, then turned to walk outside the academy. Many youthful gazes followed her graceful figure until, at last, as Qini's silhouette vanished, numerous hostile glances turned toward Ye Futian. This scoundrel dared to be so presumptuous in the presence of their goddess. Ye Futian. A cold voice pierced through the murmurs, drawing the attention of many. The owner of the voice was Feng Qingxue, the girl who had previously warned Ye Futian while seated behind him. At 15, she had blossomed into a graceful beauty, her striking eyes and delicate features radiating an aura of youthful purity. How could you act this way? Feng Qingxue's gaze held a hint of anger as she glared at Ye Futian. Ye Futian, taken aback by her inexplicable ire, raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Are you jealous? Feng Qingxue's beautiful eyes faltered, and she looked at him in disbelief, then continued, How will you explain this to Uncle Ye? Explain to father? Ye Futian blinked. What are you thinking? We are still young. Marriage can wait, he said earnestly. Upon uttering these words, a profound silence fell upon the room, and many youths felt their anger boiling. This scoundrel, how could he be so shameless? Just recently, he had openly disrespected their goddess, Qin Shiji. And now he uttered such disgraceful words to the innocent Feng Qingxue. Feng Qingxue froze, her face turning crimson as she recalled an inappropriate joke Uncle Ye had made to her father. Was this shameless rogue deliberately misconstruing her words? What I meant was, if you are expelled from the academy after this autumn examination, how will you explain it to Uncle Ye? Feng Qingxue glared at him, perplexed by his foolishness. Clearly, she did not believe that Ye Futian, who had only achieved the first awakening, could pass the forthcoming autumn examination. Impossible, Ye Futian replied, shaking his head lightly at her expression. Ling Xiao, who followed the path of a wind mage, was an exceptional talent among the Qingzhou Academy's outer disciples at the age of 15. She would likely have the opportunity to officially enter the academy after the spring examination next year. As Ling Xiao spoke, she did not even glance at Ye Futian, her focus solely on Feng Qingxue as she continued. How can one so lowly speak lightly of a dazzling genius? Such audacity stems from ignorance and fearlessness. Ling Xiao voiced what many wished to say, but dared not articulate, casting scornful glances at Ye Futian. In terms of shamelessness, he was indeed unmatched. Yuxing approached Ye Futian's side, and his presence exuded a powerful aura, causing the mocking glances to diminish significantly. Brother Yuxing, Feng Qingxue called softly. Yuxing nodded casually, but his gaze was fixed on Ling Xiao, radiating immense pressure. Those who are ignorant are fearless? Ye Futian remained unfazed by Ling Xiao's mockery. Over the past 3 years, he had encountered numerous such individuals who enjoyed stepping on others to prove their superiority, especially in front of beautiful women. You think you know much? Ye Futian asked lightly. In terms of cultivation, what I know is certainly beyond your comprehension, Ling Xiao stated calmly. A first awakening cultivator who rarely appeared in the lecture hall could hardly be considered knowledgeable. A warrior, how can they defeat a dual attribute fire and gold mage? Ye Futian suddenly questioned. Ling Xiao was taken aback, then derisively replied, Are you showcasing your intelligence? A fire and gold mage, or even one of either element, would almost always remain undefeated as long as they are not foolish enough to let a warrior close in. It was undeniable that mages could employ their spells to outmatch warriors in direct combat, leading to a very low win rate for the latter. Fool. If the warrior's level is higher, they can certainly prevail, Ye Futian retorted, catching Ling Xiao off guard, her expression darkening as onlookers regarded Ye Futian, considering his question to be exceedingly brazen. Your query about different professions in battle naturally assumes equal levels, making your argument trivial, Ling Xiao mocked. Equal levels. Then what if this warrior is a body cultivator and practices movement techniques? Ye Futian pressed on. Many in the academy paused, contemplating. A body cultivator with explosive power and movement techniques would indeed be able to close the distance to a mage swiftly. What you describe as a fire and gold mage, enveloped in flames and bolstered by the formidable defenses and offensive capabilities of the gold attribute. Even in close quarters, they would not be inferior to a body cultivator. Ling Xiao scoffed. If this body cultivator were to practice techniques like the ninefold tier, combined with their explosive power, do you believe the gold attribute's defenses would suffice? Ye Futian displayed a hint of disdain. As for a mage's attack, you should understand its futility. Ling Xiao's expression grew serious. Indeed, a body cultivator well-versed in movement techniques could evade a mage's direct assaults, making Ye Futian's argument theoretically sound. Yet this remained mere conjecture, lacking practical significance. And Ling Xiao refused to concede. Indeed, how could a mage ever lose to a warrior? Someone chimed in, echoing the sentiment. Merely parroting others while taking pride in their own knowledge, Ling Xiao retorted. Then let me ask you a simple question. Is there a difference in practice among those at the first awakening of gathering qi? Martial cultivation involves perceiving the spiritual energies of heaven and earth to gather qi. Mages are more sensitive to single attribute spiritual energies, but they are also purer and more domineering. Hence, gathering qi through a single attribute differs. If both are martial cultivators, there is little difference. However, if a mage gathers qi, differences will inevitably arise due to their attributes, Ling Xiao elaborated, considering various factors. Fool, Ye Futian contemptuously glanced at Ling Xiao before turning to leave. What do you mean? Ling Xiao frowned, watching Ye Futian's retreating figure. Feigning victory when you have no words to counter? Ridiculous. This fellow truly knows how to put on a show. Someone derisively remarked. As they conversed, a sudden brilliance enveloped Ye Futian, who stood with his back to them. It was a swirling current of energy radiating around him, resembling a resplendent curtain of light. The mocking gazes behind him became abruptly frozen, their expressions transforming into something remarkably captivating. Ye Futian, having reached the qi-gathering realm, was demonstrating to all that his mastery of this realm was indeed unparalleled. Ling Xiao's eyes darkened slightly. The energy enveloping Ye Futian emitted a dazzling radiance. Was this truly the first awakening of the qi-gathering realm? Yu Sheng stepped forward, following Ye Futian as they exited, their silhouettes swiftly vanishing beyond the threshold. Once they had departed, the atmosphere within the academy became tumultuous. This so-called waste of the qi-gathering realm was indeed different from the rest. Yet what of it? Remaining stagnant in the qi-gathering realm for 3 years would naturally yield some disparities. If we too were akin to that miscreant, we could achieve the same. Indeed, 3 years of qi-gathering. One wonders from where he derives such audacity and what right he possesses to be so arrogant. How dare he speak such words to Sister Qin and Feng Qingxue? Despicable, this scoundrel. Ling Xiao, do not let it trouble you too much. Eloquence on paper is but a fleeting charm. Should you encounter him directly, you could easily crush him with a mere finger, someone shouted to Ling Xiao. Quickly echoed by many others. Ling Xiao, in contemplation, soon revealed a radiant smile. Indeed, why should one concern themselves with a being so insignificant? Qingxue, that fellow lacks self-respect. I know you share a history with him, but it would be wise to maintain a certain distance, advised Morong Qing, a close friend of Feng Qingxue, who had always disapproved of Ye Futian's demeanor, finding it utterly inappropriate for someone of such a low realm to exude such self-satisfaction. That fellow is indeed crossing the line. Feng Qingxue responded, her vexation palpable. Qingxue, Morong Qing noted Feng Qingxue's tone and grew earnest. Can you not see the reality? You are on the brink of becoming a formal disciple of the academy. It is imperative to contemplate your future. His actions could tarnish your reputation, yet you seem unfazed. What will others think? Is it worth your standing to associate with someone like him? Feng Qingxue's beautiful eyes narrowed, realizing she had not considered the implications deeply. Perhaps it is time to mature. It would be best to minimize interactions with him and establish a clear boundary. Morong Qing continued her counsel. Chapter 3. 3 Realms in 1 Day. The Qingzhou Academy, a revered sanctuary in Qingzhou City, sprawls across an expansive area, nestled against the majestic Tianyao Mountain. Within this esteemed institution, even the outer disciples are afforded their own independent courtyards. At this moment, Ye Futian paused, his voice barely above a whisper. I intend to give up. Even without awakening your destiny, you remain a prodigy, Yu Xing remarked, gazing at the youth ahead. Ye Futian, declaring himself a master of destiny, was dismissed as a jest by many, yet only Yu Xing understood the gravity of the situation. Ye Futian truly was a master of destiny. I am aware of this. Yet I cannot help but feel a twinge of regret, Ye Futian replied with a rueful smile. 3 years have passed, and if this continues, you will undoubtedly leave me behind. It seems I must strive harder. As the two arrived at the training grounds of their courtyard, Ye Futian settled into a meditative posture. With his eyes closed, a radiant flow of energy enveloped him, drawing the surrounding spiritual essence towards his being like a tempest. Ye Qingdi observed quietly from behind, witnessing Ye Futian transform into a formidable vortex, consuming all spiritual energy around him. Were others to behold this spectacle, they would surely be awestruck. The overwhelming currents of energy surged towards a particular part of Ye Futian's mind, known as his life palace. Within the life palace resides the soul, referred to as the destiny soul, identifying him as a practitioner of destiny. At that moment, a towering ancient tree flourished within his life palace, its lush green foliage contrasting starkly with the desolate surroundings. As the spiritual energy flooded in, the ancient tree greedily absorbed it, its leaves rustling as if stirred by an invisible wind. Beneath the ancient tree, a phantom figure coalesced, Ye Futian himself. He gazed at the tree, murmuring, "After 3 years of absorbing spiritual energy, it remains unchanged, only taking. Henceforth, I shall no longer pour energy into you." With that, his consciousness faded, and the influx of spiritual energy redirected to his limbs instead of the life palace. The powerful spiritual essence surged through his body, preparing to refine his physique. However, an unforeseen disruption occurred. An intense pulling force emerged, causing the energy to reverse course and rush back to the life palace. This abrupt shift made Ye Futian's body tremble, a wave of frustration washing over him. 3 years spent channeling energy to the life palace had yielded no results, and now it sought to forcibly reclaim what he had earned. Determined to resist, Ye Futian found himself powerless against the domineering force, which disregarded all, voraciously drawing in every bit of spiritual energy, even extracting the essence from within him. In mere moments, his complexion paled considerably. "Damn it," Ye Futian cursed, as the energy surged into the life palace, his mind rattling as if a cataclysm was unfolding within. His consciousness attempted to penetrate, only to be violently torn apart by the raging force. A low, guttural roar escaped his lips, causing Ye Qingdi to spring to his feet, fixated on the transformation occurring within Ye Futian. Not only was Ye Futian's body affected, but the surrounding spiritual energy was also spiraling towards him, while the floor around him withered at an alarming rate. A flash of realization crossed Ye Qingdi's eyes as he hurried to sit behind Ye Futian, placing his hands upon him. In an instant, an immense suction force began to consume the spiritual energy within Ye Qingdi as well. At last, is awakening upon us? When Ye Futian regained consciousness, he felt a profound weakness pervading his body. As he opened his eyes, the sunlight was blinding, indicating that a night had passed. Recalling the events of the previous day, he closed his eyes again, directing his consciousness into the life palace. Suddenly, his body jolted. The once desolate life palace was now illuminated by moonlight, revealing a vast expanse beneath a seemingly boundless sky, with the ancient tree standing tall amidst it all, its leaves shimmering with vitality as if infused with spiritual essence. The world tree. A phantom of Ye Futian emerged beneath the ancient tree. Could it be that his father had not deceived him? His father had once spoken of their ancestors, a master of destiny who defied the heavens, possessing a world tree that could seize the essence of all things. Yet, the family lineage had since been severed, leaving Ye Futian as the sole inheritor of this extraordinary gift. If that is the case, then the Great Freedom Visualization method must also be true. Excitement coursed through him as he recalled the method he had memorized since childhood. With newfound determination, he closed his eyes and uttered the intricate incantations. Swiftly entering a state of focused clarity, his thoughts soaring freely throughout the cosmos. In no time, the rich spiritual energy manifested before him, revealing a spectrum of colors, each hue representing a distinct elemental property. Fire. Ye Futian concentrated on the fiery essence, the flames of the world tree morphing into a radiant blaze, which surged into his body, coursing through his organs with an intense heat. Wood. He shifted his focus to the green energy, and instantly, the wood elemental essence flooded into him, rapidly replenishing his depleted vigor. Metal, earth, wind, water. Ye Futian continued to explore, and after some time, he finally paused, opening his eyes in wonder. Is this real? He marveled, staring at his hands in disbelief. Indeed, it is real. You are a master of all attributes. Behind him, Ye Qingdi clenched his fists in excitement, his veins bulging as he gazed intently at Ye Futian. Moreover, you are capable of mastering both martial and magical arts as a master of destiny. Does this mean my potential is? Ye Futian's eyes gleamed with ambition. Unprecedented, Ye Qingdi affirmed. There is no one else like you in Qingzhou City. A brilliant smile blossomed on Ye Futian's lips. Many had failed to inherit their ancestors' gifts, yet it had fallen upon him. Is this what destiny truly means? A master of destiny who ascends to the heavens. Let us go. Ye Futian suddenly declared, rising and striding towards the courtyard's exit. Where are you going? Yu Sheng inquired. To the back mountains, where the beasts roam. What business do we have there? Yu Sheng questioned again. Just at the edge, what is there to fear? Ye Futian responded, already stepping outside, leaving Yu Sheng to follow closely behind. The Tianyou mountain range is a perilous expanse, teeming with beasts, and few know its true depths. It is said that the Qingzhou Academy was established against the mountain to guard against the beasts that might emerge, serving as a training ground for its disciples. At noon, the two youths ascended to the summit of a peak at the mountain's edge, standing atop a massive stone and gazing down at the imposing academy below. Ye Futian exhaled a deep breath. 3 years have passed, and though I know I am a master of destiny, I cannot bear to limit myself to martial pursuits while my soul remains unchanged. Beneath my proud exterior lies a persistent melancholy. But now, that chapter has concluded. I shall pursue my dreams and become a formidable practitioner of destiny. Beneath the blazing sun, Ye Futian lifted his gaze to meet its brilliance, his squinted eyes radiating confidence. The essence of the great freedom visualization method lies in observation and imagination. At this moment, he sought to envision the sun. On the mountaintop, Ye Futian envisioned the blazing sun, and soon, its rays transformed into the fire of the sun, enveloping him before penetrating his being. A fierce, unparalleled heat coursed through him, reaching every organ and limb, saturating his entire body. Yu Sheng gazed ahead, witnessing Ye Futian transform into a being of fire, his resolute eyes reflecting a smile. The slumbering dragon within him was destined to awaken. The crackling sounds echoed around him, and Ye Futian's skin was scorched a brilliant red by the flames. Under the relentless forging of the sun's fire, his body was in a constant state of transformation. After a considerable time, his skin became radiant, as if illuminated by an inner fire, while within him, fiery dragons emerged, crashing against his meridians, producing a thunderous resonance that filled the air. Fortunately, the mountaintop was deserted, with only the remnants of life able to hear this tumultuous uproar. The commotion from the refining of his body and the opening of his meridians was nothing short of astonishing. Unbeknownst to him, dusk had approached, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, Ye Futian found himself enveloped in flames. A tempest raged within, his bones cracking audibly, until the sun vanished completely. It was only then that he ceased, slowly opening his eyes, from which a fierce light emanated. In just one day, he had traversed 3 realms. The remnants of life gasped in awe. After 3 years of suppression, a sudden eruption had occurred, harnessing the sun's power to forge his flesh. Breaking through the realms of body refinement and meridian opening, stepping into the awakened 4th level of existence, his bones as resilient as iron, his skin akin to copper. Such dominance was unparalleled. Ye Futian murmured to himself, recognizing that for an ordinary person to forge such resilience would typically require months of labor. Yet, as a destined mage, he envisioned the sun's fire through the great freedom visualization method, aided by his soul, achieving this transformation in just half a day. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of power. Rising to his feet, Ye Futian approached a colossal ancient tree at the mountain's summit. With a roaring fist, he struck the robust trunk, and in an instant, a cracking sound resonated as the trunk shattered, the mighty tree splintering into pieces before crashing down. The spot where his fist landed was charred black. His divine strength is not to be trifled with, remarked the remnants of life, observing the scene in astonishment. Having awakened to the 5th level of divine strength, he possessed boundless power. However, Ye Futian's punch undeniably surpassed the strength typical of martial cultivators at this level. Chapter 4. The Sun's Destiny. Ye Futian gazed at the power of his own punch, momentarily lost in thought. Then, as if a realization struck him, he closed his eyes and directed his consciousness into his life palace. His ethereal essence materialized beneath the ancient world tree, his gaze filled with awe. At that moment, the verdant ancient tree glimmered with a faint fiery sheen, seemingly infused with fire attribute spiritual energy. What truly astonished Ye Futian, however, was the emergence of a blazing sun in the sky, radiating fiery brilliance. Though it lacked the blinding luminosity of the actual sun, it was still profoundly striking. The great freedom visualization method teaches one to perceive mountains as mountains and waters as waters. He envisioned the blazing sun for his cultivation, and now, a sun appeared within his life palace. This technique harnessed the creation of all things under heaven. How formidable it was! Ye Futian marveled inwardly as he began to visualize the sun within his life palace. Instantly, he felt himself transform into the blazing sun. As fierce flames of spiritual energy surged into his body from the world around him, flowing into his life palace and into the ancient tree. The ancient tree within his life palace took on a fiery hue, and the sun hanging from its branches shone even more brilliantly. It was sweltering. Ye Futian felt as though he were enveloped in a furnace of the sun, his meridians and bones enduring the intense tempering of solar flames. The life palace possessed a soul, known as the soul of destiny. Ye Futian murmured, contemplating a possibility. With a flicker of thought, a halo of sunlight appeared behind his head, illuminating the surroundings and casting a divine glow upon his handsome visage. Is the soul of destiny the sun? Yu Xing inquired. Ye Futian abruptly opened his eyes, the sun halo vanishing from sight. He regarded Yu Sheng with a somewhat peculiar expression and whispered, I think I can create a soul of destiny. He realized that the sun within his life palace was indeed a form of soul of destiny, capable not only of aiding in his cultivation but also of manifesting. Yu Xing's eyes widened as he stared at Ye Futian, earnestly asking, Can you help me create one too? Ye Futian's expression darkened. This fellow's thoughts were far too fast. Shouldn't he be questioning or expressing shock? Instead, he was asking for assistance in creating one. Such a wild imagination. Ye Futian nodded seriously before turning to depart. Yu Xing scratched his head and asked, Where are you going? To cultivate and observe the birds and beasts, Ye Futian replied, his voice confident and spirited. He envisioned the sun and summoned its flames, breaking through realms continuously. However, from the iron bone to the divine power realm, he needed to rely on the coordination and application of his body. Only by being able to unleash power at will, harmonizing his essence, energy, and spirit, could he unleash astonishing strength with every strike. The Tianyo mountain was teeming with demon beasts, even the periphery was filled with such creatures. Not long after entering Tianyo mountain, Ye Futian and Yu Xing encountered a level 4 demon beast, the wind leopard. Yu Xing, you hold it off. Don't let it escape, Ye Futian shouted, his body dashing forward. The moment his voice fell, Yu Xing surged ahead, the ground trembling beneath him. The wind leopard sensed the threat and turned to flee like a bolt of lightning, with intention guiding his movements. Ye Futian recited the incantation of the Great Freedom Visualization Method, and as he ran, he visualized the wind leopard's frantic movements. It was as if every action of the wind leopard replayed in his mind, slowed down and rendered crystal clear. He began to mimic the wind leopard's motions, his right leg slightly bending as he prepared to land. At the moment of impact, all his strength seemed to converge in that leg, launching him forward like a bolt of lightning. However, his initial movements lacked fluidity, and he was swiftly outpaced by the wind leopard. Fortunately, Yu Xing had already dashed ahead to intercept the beast. Not only was he unleashing power, but he was also harnessing the wind. Ye Futian sensed the wind attribute energy surrounding the wind leopard. It felt as though a breeze accompanied him, the sound of rustling filling the air. His movements grew increasingly fluid, and after half an hour, he truly ran with the grace of the wind leopard. Yu Xing, I'm ready, Ye Futian halted, prompting Yu Sheng to release the wind leopard. Your imitation skills are remarkable, Yu Sheng remarked, having observed Ye Futian's form, which had become akin to that of the wind leopard over the past half hour. In the following days, Ye Futian continued his training in Tianyo Mountain, studying the agility of the demon monkeys, the strength of lions and tigers, and even chasing after flying birds, making daily progress. On the 10th day of entering Tianyao Mountain, he reached the 5th level of the awakening of divine power. On this day, Ye Futian and Yu Xing traversed the depths of the dense forest, the ground trembling subtly, and the surrounding trees swayed slightly. Occasionally, a violent roar echoed through the air. The two exchanged glances and approached the source of the sound, feeling the tremors intensify. At last, they beheld an immensely ferocious beast, towering at 5 meters tall, a level 9 demon beast, the violent ape. Yu Xing, this beast poses a threat to me, Yu Sheng observed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. To their astonishment, standing before the rampaging violent ape was a graceful young woman, clad in a gown as white as snow. Her long hair danced in the wind, and her garments fluttered, her beauty flawless and captivating, though she still bore a hint of youth, already possessing the allure of a femme fatale. It's her, Hua Jiyu. Ye Futian marveled at her beauty, recognizing the legendary young woman from the Qingzhou Academy. Should we lend a hand? Yu Xing asked. Wait, the violent ape is injured, Ye Futian interjected, noting the numerous wounds on the beast while the young woman remained unscathed. With a thunderous roar, the violent ape charged toward Hua Jiyu, its colossal form threatening to crush her. Yet, she leapt gracefully onto a nearby tree. The violent ape slammed into the trunk, uprooting it, and swiped at Hua Jiyu in midair, its strength terrifying. The young woman flickered in the air as leaves swirled around her like a vortex, each leaf whistling through the air, sharp as blades. The ground trembled, and countless stones were sent flying. Hua Jiu landed on another tree and closed her eyes. Instantly, the swirling debris hurtled toward the violent ape, each stone like a sharp dart. Though they couldn't completely breach the beast's defenses, they still left trails of blood on its tough hide. More alarmingly, in the void, the debris transformed into slender, razor-sharp spears aimed at the frenzied, violent ape. A spell. Ye Futian gasped, and the next moment, he witnessed the sharp spears pierce through the air, striking the violent ape's eye. Its agonized roar echoed as the beast turned and fled, uprooting trees in its wake. Hua Jiu did not pursue. Her figure floated down gracefully, resembling a celestial being. "Have you seen enough?" she said lightly. Ye Futian and Ye Qingdi stepped forward, gazing at this extraordinary young woman with astonishment. "Impressive. Are you a multi-attribute mage?" Ye Futian inquired. "Am I that well known?" Hua Jiu replied with a smile. "It is perhaps an honor to be recognized by the legendary beauty of Qingzhou Academy. 3 years ago, during the entrance examination at Qingzhou Academy, I heard what you said when we first met," she continued. Ye Futian's face flushed with embarrassment, but he quickly regained his composure. "What did I say?" Hua Jiu regarded him, then smiled sweetly, leaving Ye Futian momentarily entranced. "Do I resemble a fairy?" she asked with a gentle smile before slowly turning to walk deeper into the forest. "Indeed," Ye Futian responded, momentarily dazed, then nodded earnestly at her retreating figure. "You hit the nail on the head," Ye Qingdi remarked, watching Hua Jiu disappear from view. "It is said that she has awakened to the 9th realm, mastering both martial and magical arts. However, the recent attack spell she unleashed was beyond the capability of even those who have reached the 9th realm. There are rumors that she may be a fated cultivator, already favored by prominent figures within the academy, destined to be taken as a disciple. Her admirers are numerous, yet none can bear to behold her beauty and extraordinary talent." "You are intrigued?" Ye Qingdi inquired, gazing at Ye Futian. Shaking his head, Ye Qingdi replied earnestly, "I believe she could be your wife." "Ah." Ye Futian raised his hand and playfully tapped Ye Qingdi on the head. "What are you thinking?" With that, he turned and strode forward, a radiant smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "However, that does make a certain degree of sense. Consider it a possibility." Upon hearing this, Ye Qingdi stumbled slightly, casting a glare at the figure ahead. "Consider it? How shameless." Chapter 5. Feng Qingshue's decision. Ye Futian underwent significant changes. His eyes sparkled with vitality, and his physique had improved. Walking along the bluestone path of the academy, he felt as though he had awakened from a long dream. With only 8 days until the autumn examination, evasion seemed impossible. In the academy, whispers followed him wherever he went. The events from over 20 days ago in Qin Yi's lecture hall had spread like wildfire. The legendary figure who had not broken through the 1st realm in 3 years had openly disrespected senior sister Qin and bullied Feng Qingshue. Ye Futian's name now resonated throughout the Qingzhou Academy. "Is someone seeking trouble with me?" Ye Futian's senses had sharpened, allowing him to hear even the hushed conversations. "How do you feel about it?" Ye Qingdi cast a sympathetic glance his way. Both Qin Yi and Feng Qingshue were immensely popular figures within the academy, with numerous admirers. Especially Qin Yi, who was in the bloom of youth at 17. Those he had offended would undoubtedly seek retribution. "Not to worry. You are here," Ye Futian shrugged. "You can handle it yourself now, right?" Ye Qingdi replied, slightly exasperated. Ye Futian had reached the pinnacle of divine power, surpassing even the awakened 6th realm in strength. "Maintain a low profile," Ye Futian declared, striding confidently forward with his hands behind his back. Ye Qingdi watched his brash demeanor and shook his head in disbelief. Once, he had boasted of being a fated mage at the 1st awakening realm. Now, he truly was one, yet was urged to be discreet. Was there any more audacity left? 2 groups seemed to have fortuitously crossed paths, their sharp gazes colliding midair before they proceeded toward the private courtyard. One group belonged to the Knights of the Martial Arts Palace, while the other was from the Sorcery Palace. A throng of people surged toward them, each emanating a peculiar aura. These individuals were formal disciples of the Qingzhou Academy, coming from both the Knights and Sorcery Palace, and their intentions were far from mere rivalry. The Martial Arts Palace boasted battle towers, sword pavilions, and knightly orders, while the Sorcery Palace had 7 distinct halls. Among the newcomers, one donned silver robes, shining brightly, representing the knights, renowned for cultivating powerful warriors. The other faction wore golden robes, complementing the silver, hailing from the golden hall of the Sorcery Palace. Brother Imo Lanchan, a 3-star honorary knight. Brother Hanya, a 2-star honorary mage of the gold element. Someone recognized the leaders of both factions. feeling a tremor of apprehension as they grasped their purpose. What a grand show of prestige! The simultaneous arrival of both the martial arts palace and sorcery palace was not merely a visit to confront Ye Futian. In the private courtyard, Ye Futian stood aside, observing Yu Sheng, who stood before both factions with a faint smile. This steadfast companion of his would shine brightly, and his future would be even more radiant. Ye Futian held this belief firmly, just as Yu Sheng believed in him. Earlier, in the lecture hall, Senior Sister Qingzhou had remarked that Yu Sheng need not participate in next year's spring examination and could choose freely between the martial arts palace and sorcery palace. Ye Futian had wondered then if those in higher positions would extend invitations, and now they had indeed come. You may leave first, Mo Lanshan spoke indifferently. A statement directed at Ye Futian. He understood the implication, smiled slightly, and exited the courtyard. Outside, a considerable crowd had gathered, with thousands of outer disciples present. Each year, only a handful were selected as inner disciples, and envy abounded. Yu Sheng was poised to become a formal disciple, while Ye Futian faced expulsion, a bitter irony. As whispers filled the air, it was evident that many harbored resentment towards him within the academy. Relying on Yu Sheng's protection had allowed him 3 years of peace, otherwise he would have long since been cast out. I am rather curious to see how you will perform in this autumn examination, someone remarked with a smirk. Rather than worry about me, perhaps you should concentrate on your own preparations for the upcoming examination. If you perform poorly, it might be quite embarrassing. Ye Futian leaned against the wall, speaking casually. Such arrogance. The rumors hold true. Many gazes fixated on Ye Futian, bewildered that he showed no shame despite Yu Sheng's impending ascension to formal disciple. Ye Futian closed his eyes, dismissing their voices. Shortly after, individuals emerged from the courtyard, led by Mo Lanshan and the knights, passing by Ye Futian. Mo Lanshan paused momentarily. Indeed, Ye Futian nodded. The constraints of one's background can truly limit perspective. Yet with age, clarity often follows. No matter how proud you are now, you shall find yourself humbled in the future. Those who once crossed paths with you will soon be beyond your reach, Mo Lanshan remarked coldly, continuing his stride, his figure fading into the distance. He had not once regarded Ye Futian directly, as if he were beneath notice. Ye Futian regarded the retreating silhouette with confusion. He believed that Yu Sheng would not make decisions without consulting him first, so why would Mo Lanshan mock him knowing their relationship? It seemed they had never truly interacted. The Sorcery Palace's members also emerged. Hanye regarded the departing figures, then turned his gaze to Ye Futian, grinning, "You have guts." Ye Futian was at a loss for words. Had this matter already reached the formal disciples of the academy? Mo Lanshan belonged to the Knights of the Martial Arts Palace, while Qingzhou trained in the Sword Pavilion, yet was fundamentally part of the Martial Arts Palace. Hanye's parting remark sparked a realization in Ye Futian. No need to dwell on it. If they wish to compel you to make a choice, it would be unjust to your talents. If you choose not to decide, they will soon understand the extent of your genius after the autumn examination. Ye Futian remarked nonchalantly. Yu Sheng was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Ye Futian had already formed his own thoughts on the matter, and he nodded in agreement. He believed in him more than he believed in himself. As the autumn examination drew nearer, only 7 days remained. On a crisp morning, the bells rang throughout the Qingzhou Academy. Figures emerged from the courtyard, converging towards a common destination. At this time each year, the Academy summoned outer disciples to announce matters regarding the autumn examination, serving as a review ahead of its arrival. The outer martial arts arena of the Academy was vast, capable of accommodating tens of thousands, yet even with the disciples arriving, it still felt spacious. The outer instructors had arrived early. Today, Qingzhou donned a fitted attire, exuding grace and vigor. At that moment, a stir rippled through the crowd as many turned their gazes toward 2 approaching figures. I heard that yesterday, the Martial Arts Palace and Sorcery Palace sent seniors personally to recruit Yu Sheng. Such treatment is rare. What right does that fellow have to walk ahead of Yu Sheng? Many regarded the legendary figure with displeasure, foreseeing Yu Sheng's future as one of prominence, while Ye Futian seemed destined for the lowest echelons. Yet, Ye Futian appeared utterly unfazed. The nature of his relationship with Yu Sheng was beyond their comprehension. Senior Sister Qingzhou, Ye Futian approached Qingzhou directly, his eyes gleaming. Given her beauty, it was no wonder that Mo Lanshan, an illustrious knight, would belittle someone he deemed a commoner. Seeing Ye Futian's expression darken, Qingzhou inquired, "Where have you been these days?" "Naturally, I have been training," Ye Futian replied. Having promised Senior Sister Qingzhou, "I must strive to pass the autumn examination." As Qingzhou observed Ye Futian, she discerned that he was not lying. and her expression softened slightly. If he could indeed be motivated to diligently pursue his cultivation, perhaps. Provided his performance in the upcoming autumn examination was not too dismal, she could plead for the academy to grant him a bit more time. Have you entered the body refinement realm? Qingdi inquired. Senior sister, I have already stepped into the realm of divine power, Ye Futian replied earnestly, nodding his head. However, upon hearing his words, Qingdi's expression instantly turned icy as she glared at him with a fierce intensity. Realizing that she had foolishly believed his claims while initially intending to advocate for him, a chuckle escaped from someone nearby. Ling Xiao had unknowingly positioned himself a short distance away, gazing at Ye Futian. Senior sister Qingdi, why bother with such a person? Ye Futian. Time is of the essence. If you wish to remain in the academy, you must strive to enter the body refinement realm within the next 7 days. Qingdi expressed her disappointment, recalling the talent assessment from 3 years prior and lamenting the lost potential. Ye Futian seemed to sense Qingdi's emotions. Yet a radiant smile graced his face, for at least his senior sister genuinely wished for his success. Rest assured, senior sister, I shall not let you down. The corners of Ye Futian's mouth curled into a proud arc, the morning sunlight casting a warm glow upon his youthful and handsome visage. Qingdi felt a flicker of warmth in her heart, only to hear Ye Futian add, do not forget the promise you made to me, senior sister. You truly are. Qingdi exclaimed in exasperation, stamping her foot before turning away, ultimately, just a 17-year-old. Many onlookers were left somewhat captivated, their expressions turning increasingly agitated as they fixed their eyes on Ye Futian, tinged with envy, perhaps jealous of his audacity to jest so freely with senior sister Qingdi. Why waste time on such a person? A lecturer murmured as he approached Qingdi. She cast him a glance and replied, in truth, his talent is remarkable. To this day, I cannot comprehend why he has not broken through to the gathering Qi realm in 3 years. Perhaps, during this autumn examination, a miracle may indeed occur. I truly do not understand why you still harbor such hopes for him. The lecturer shook his head, his gaze towards Ye Futian revealing his displeasure. At that moment, Ye Futian felt somewhat disheartened and turned to Yushin beside him. Why is it that no one ever believes me when I speak the truth? Yushin shot him a look of incredulity. In just over 20 days, you've gone from gathering Qi to divine power. Who could possibly believe that? Next spring, both of us will officially enter the academy. Shall we assist the girl, Qingzhou? Ye Futian inquired. Yushin glanced at Feng Qingzhou and nodded. If he could cultivate alongside Ye Futian, there was a chance that Feng Qingzhou might reach the 7th level of the awakening realm before next spring's examination. Ye Futian made his way toward Feng Qingzhou's location, causing many to instinctively part ways, primarily due to Yushin's presence behind him. However, as he approached Feng Qingzhou, a figure stepped in front of him, her friend, Morong Qing. Is there something you need? Morong Qing asked coolly. I'm looking for Qingzhou, Ye Futian replied with a smile. I know. If you have something to say, you can do so here, Morong Qing reiterated. Ye Futian raised his gaze, disregarding Morong Qing as he focused on Feng Qingzhou. I have something to discuss with you. You can say it from there just the same, Feng Qingzhou replied, her eyes evading his, as if she feared meeting his gaze. What does that mean, Qingzhou? Ye Futian asked, puzzled. Do you not understand? It means that Qingzhou does not wish to grow too close to you. Be mindful of your boundaries. Morong Qing interjected coldly. Ye Futian's pupils constricted slightly, his expression sharpening, as if he had suddenly become exceptionally serious. Yet, Feng Qingzhou continued to avoid his gaze. Forget it, he sighed, his brow relaxing gradually. Futian wishes for you to cultivate together in the future. Yusheng suddenly spoke up, his eyes equally piercing. Ye Futian paused, taken aback by Yu Sheng's uncharacteristic outburst, sensing an unusual intensity in his demeanor. Feng Qingzhou finally lifted her gaze, meeting Yu Sheng's sharp eyes, and timidly called out, Brother Yu Sheng. A multitude of eyes turned towards them, incredulous that Ye Futian would invite Feng Qingzhou to cultivate together. It seemed absurd, a dreamer's fantasy, yet, given the words were spoken by Yu Sheng, no one dared to interject. I understand that Qingzhou holds you in high regard. But do you truly believe that she should cultivate with Ye Futian? Do you think he is worthy? Morong Qing questioned Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng ignored her entirely, maintaining his focus on Feng Qingzhou. I wish to know your thoughts. Feng Qingzhou clenched her fists, her body trembling slightly. She looked at Yu Sheng, then at Ye Futian, and earnestly shook her head. Brother Yu Sheng, we are both adults now. It is best to maintain a certain distance. As she uttered those words, she exhaled deeply, as if she had just made a significant decision, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. Yet she was aware that she would lose something in the process. Ye Futian had been awaiting her response, and upon hearing her decision, he could only smile wryly and shake his head. Indeed, she had grown up. Chapter 6. The Presence of Dragons. Although many were aware of the amicable relationship between the two, likely due to years of friendship, it did not imply permission to overstep boundaries. Feng Qingshua's statement, "We are of age now," clearly indicated her stance. The onlookers wore expressions of schadenfreude, as though they were witnessing a splendid performance. Moreover, she had left no room for herself to retreat. To pose such a question publicly was to deny her any choice. Ye Futian remarked softly. Her acceptance of Murong Qing's protection in front of you already signified certain sentiments. After years of friendship, her declaration to maintain distance, what did that amount to, if not a severance of ties? Yuxing's countenance was as fierce as an enraged lion. Youth is often susceptible to manipulation. After all, she was merely 15. What could she possibly understand? Ye Futian appeared unfazed by the affront. Instead, he seemed inclined to offer explanations on Feng Qingshua's behalf. Yet, he could not allow this. He must safeguard certain aspects for Ye Futian, such as pride and dignity. Fully aware that Feng Qingshua had just missed a significant opportunity, he would not forget his father's words to Ye Futian. During times of decline, one can gain clarity. Such matters are trivial. One day, when you shine brightly, the world will yield before you. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the training grounds, diverting the crowd's attention. Ye Futian and Yuxing turned their gazes to the source of the noise, where several figures soared through the air, remarkably adorned with wings, fluttering above the training grounds. They were senior brothers from the Sorcery Palace, wind mages, who had conjured wings of wind attributes, allowing them to glide through the skies. Many gazed upon them with envy. Awakening was a breakthrough of physical limits, harmonizing spirit and body perfectly. Only upon entering the realm of glory could one unleash various spells at will. In the continent of Qingzhou, mages held a status superior to martial practitioners. It was only the wind mages who could soar in the realm of glory. Tianya Mountain had cleared a designated area where no beast exceeding the awakening realm would appear. The next 7 days would serve as the autumn hunting period before the autumn examination, allowing you to hunt and evaluate your cultivation results over the year while honing your combat skills and ability to face danger. A floating wind mage spoke. You will inevitably leave the academy. Without experiencing trials of iron and blood, true growth remains unattainable. However, safety during the autumn hunt must remain paramount. Thus I hope you will travel in pairs and look out for one another. Everyone nodded in agreement. Every year before the autumn examination, the Qingzhou Academy ensured a safer environment, yet some daring individuals would still venture into Tianya Mountain for personal training. Furthermore, when the autumn examination arrived, the Qingzhou Academy would open its doors, drawing numerous spectators from Qingzhou City, including your elders. At that time, perform well and do not let them down, the senior brother from the Sorcery Palace continued. This was common knowledge. The spring and autumn examinations were the most significant events for both the Qingzhou Academy and Qingzhou City. Compared to the spring examination, the autumn one was grander, primarily focusing on selecting formal disciples, with only a few drawing attention. Now, go prepare, he waved his hand, and the group, with wings unfurled, departed towards the back mountain. The training grounds buzzed with excitement as many gathered to discuss the autumn hunt. This opportunity for trial during the autumn hunt must not be missed. Ye Futian, what are your thoughts? Qingyi called out to him from afar. What do you mean, senior sister? Ye Futian responded, looking towards her. The autumn hunt is an opportunity. You and Yusheng should be quite safe together. It's a chance to refine your skills and see if you can break through, Qingyi suggested. No, I don't plan to participate in this autumn hunt. Ye Futian shook his head. After just returning from the back mountain, there is no need for me to go again. Qingyi's beautiful eyes widened as she gazed at him. You are still young. Do not allow a setback to impact your mindset, leading to despair. Remembering Ye Futian's dejected demeanor after being rejected by Feng Qingshua, she worried he might be too affected. Ye Futian blinked, realizing Qingyi had misunderstood him. His gaze swept over her striking figure as he softly remarked, Senior sister, I am not so young anymore. Qingyi paused, her expression shifting from surprise to indignation as she turned away, exclaiming, You are hopeless. Seeing her anger, Ye Futian beamed even brighter, calling out, Thank you. Senior sister. Qingyi hesitated for a moment but then continued on her path. Very well, it is worth considering, Yuxing murmured. Ye Futian looked at him in confusion. Considering what? ISNT your candidate? Yusheng regarded him earnestly. Ye Futian rubbed his head, realizing the implications of closeness. The Qingzhou Academy bustled with activity as a grand procession made its way towards the back mountain. Many were spirited and enthusiastic. An annual scene that would soon transform into one of despair for many of these vibrant figures, while others would inevitably face shadows of doubt and potential injuries. During the hunting period, the Qingzhou Academy would ensure safety, yet formidable beasts of levels 7, 8, and even 9 loomed, becoming nightmares for some. The hunt was both a trial and a baptism. At the foot of Tianya Mountain, groups continued to arrive, embarking together on their journey up the mountain. Among them was Feng Qingqi, drawing many gazes as she donned a striking red garment, her beauty accentuated by its hue, enhancing her allure. Who was the person beside her? Observers noted that alongside her friend Murong Qing stood a young man of extraordinary bearing. It was Murong Qiu, Murong Qing's cousin, a direct descendant of the Murong Merchant Association. Possessing the 9th level of awakening, it made sense that he would accompany Feng Qingqi for the autumn hunt. Many recalled a certain unfortunate individual who had faced a harsh rejection and could not help but shake their heads, noting his lack of self-awareness. Of age and maintaining distance? What, then, did Murong Qiu represent? If that fellow were to find out, one could only imagine his feelings. Likely. This setback would lead him to forsake the upcoming autumn examination once more. The crowd murmured as they witnessed Murong Qiu and Feng Qingqi ascend the back mountain together. This news eventually reached Ye Futian, who found himself inexplicably cast as the tragic protagonist in this dramatic tale. Though he had never harbored intentions of pursuing Feng Qingqi, he still felt a twinge of displeasure, not concerning love, but rather pure annoyance. Naturally, he would not dwell on it. His focus would remain on cultivation, striving to advance his strength before the arrival of the autumn examination. Days later, in the courtyard, Ye Futian practiced in tranquility, surrounded by the blazing sunfire that refined his meridians and bones. With the sun's soul now within him, his cultivation naturally centered on fire attributes. Previously, he had sensed rich wood attributes while observing the trees and water attributes while watching waterfalls, yet none could compare to the experience of witnessing the sun. Which birthed the sun's soul? Was he simply too greedy? After all, such encounters were rare. Footsteps approached, and Ye Futian halted his training, looking up to see Yu Sheng. "What is the matter?" he inquired, knowing Yu Sheng would not disturb him without cause. Many have returned from the back mountain these past 2 days, and a certain rumor has been making waves in the academy. In the realm of Yu Sheng, a rumor surfaced. "What is this rumor?" Ye Futian inquired with curiosity. In the restricted area of the Qingzhou Academy, there were whispers of a dragon sighting. Yu Sheng's gaze sharpened at the mention of the dragon. Ye Futian's eyes sparkled with brilliance. The sealed ground was intended for a hunt, yet someone claimed to have seen a dragon? Not merely within the confines of the sealed area, but should a dragon appear in the entirety of Tianyao Mountain, it would undoubtedly create a sensation. If true, it would likely send shockwaves through Qingzhou City. The dragon, a symbol of fortune, a sanctified being among the demons, comparable to the emperors and sages among humans. "What do you think, true or false?" Ye Futian asked Yu Sheng. As the two ascended the back mountain, they noticed a multitude descending in groups, an unusual sight indeed. Exchanging glances, they overheard someone inquire about the commotion. "What has transpired? Why can't the masters directly slay these formidable beasts?" A voice, tinged with astonishment, responded, "It is said to be a thunder python, having cultivated for many years. Its demonic aura is formidable and has not yet been subdued." A myriad of discussions ensued, and Ye Futian and Yu Sheng exchanged another glance. Sensing an underlying tension, was it a serpent, or perhaps a dragon? Chapter 7. The engraver on the mountain path. Individuals continuously descended, some radiating vitality while others appeared listless. Many were engaged in discussions regarding the recent sightings of the serpent demon. The elders had reached a consensus. Yet even those who had witnessed the event firsthand questioned their perceptions, as the serpents that had achieved enlightenment bore some resemblance to dragons. Ye Futian spotted a familiar figure making her way down the mountain. Feng Qingqi's crimson attire was dusted with grime, yet her exquisite visage remained untainted. Glowing with a cheerful disposition as she engaged in light conversation with Murong Qiu. Upon seeing them descend, several individuals instinctively turned their gazes toward Ye Futian, causing him a sense of vexation. Feng Qingqi clearly noticed this scene and, upon catching sight of Ye Futian, swiftly averted her gaze, seemingly intent on avoiding eye contact, and ceased her chatter. Murong Qiu, sensing an undercurrent, directed his penetrating gaze down the mountain path toward Ye Futian. The 17-year-old's handsome face exuded an air of subtle arrogance, his smiling eyes reflecting a hint of disdain, He merely cast a glance before shifting his focus elsewhere. Ye Futian chose not to dwell on the unfolding drama and turned to his companion, Yu Sheng, inquiring if it truly is a dragon. Might the Academy choose to conceal such information? After a moment's contemplation, Yu Sheng nodded earnestly, affirming, indeed. While the area is still not entirely cleared, let us ascend. Ye Futian declared, setting off toward the mountain path. Many were taken aback by this sudden action, with Feng Qingzhou standing in a daze. Her eyes fixated on Ye Futian as he approached. Was he truly affected by the events? As Ye Futian drew near, Feng Qingzhou's beautiful eyes locked onto him, her lips parting as if to speak, only to witness Ye Futian swiftly pass by her, evidently not aiming to engage her. Yu Sheng cast a sharp glance at both Feng Qingzhou and Murong Qiu as they brushed past one another. What were they up to? It became clear to the onlookers that they had misunderstood, as Ye Futian and Yu Sheng were indeed heading uphill at this moment. Had they lost their minds? Previously, everyone had retreated. Now, with the serpent demon's presence, they were rushing uphill instead? Many were puzzled, and Ye Futian himself remained uncertain. Yet he harbored a profound desire to witness the legendary dragon. The Great Freedom Visualization method could allow one to observe birds and beasts for enlightenment. What might it offer if he were to observe a dragon? Yu Sheng shared this curiosity, eager to behold the dragon's form. The main path up the mountain had been sealed, guarded by senior disciples of the Qingzhou Academy, permitting only descent. Fortunately, Ye Futian and Yu Sheng had mentally prepared themselves, opting instead for a narrow path that wound upward. As they traversed, they encountered numerous checkpoints, which only intensified their curiosity and solidified their suspicions. Among the mountain's dense foliage, they stealthily advanced. Yu Sheng queried, with such a methodical search, how do we determine our direction? Let us head toward the area with the most restrictions, Ye Futian replied, his eyes gleaming with determination. Yu Sheng's eyes brightened, and they continued to stealthily navigate toward the most heavily guarded zone. Time passed gradually, the sun descending as night enveloped the landscape, facilitating their movements. It seemed fewer people remained. They might have reached the core area. Let us wait here and test our luck, Ye Futian suggested, leaning against a large tree to rest his eyes. As the night deepened, an eerie stillness settled over the region, suggesting no beasts roamed this vicinity. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning sliced across the night sky, illuminating the forest as if it were day. At that moment, the guardians of this area lifted their heads, expressions laden with gravity. Is it coming? A thunderous roar resonated, accompanied by a succession of lightning strikes, occurring with increasing frequency. Ye Futian felt a surge of excitement mingled with tension as he witnessed this strange phenomenon. A dragon, indeed. A dragon. Exclamations echoed, and Ye Futian sprang to his feet, his gaze directed at the sky where a colossal dragon, spanning thousands of meters, soared and twisted, vanishing in an instant only to reappear in another location. The sound of thunder grew ever louder, transforming the area into a realm of lightning. The dragon. Yu Sheng remained transfixed in the air, unable to articulate the profound shock that surged within him. Above them, formidable figures emerged, their bodies aglow with radiant light, exuding an aura of majesty akin to that of peerless warriors. In the void, a figure descended like a bolt of lightning. This middle-aged man, strikingly handsome, commanded respect as many powerful beings slightly inclined their bodies at his arrival, clearly acknowledging his esteemed status. This is no dragon, he proclaimed, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed on the heavens. His first utterance sent a shiver through the crowd. This is a dragon's form, a dragon's essence, deliberately manifested here. The middle-aged man's eyes glimmered with sharp intensity as he continued. To possess such dragon form and essence must indicate the presence of a true dragon, who, I wonder, has arrived at the heavenly demon mountain. No wonder only its form and essence are revealed without any destructive force. Had it been a genuine dragon, we would have been obliterated by now, a powerful figure remarked. Even if it is not a true dragon, the mere appearance of a dragon's form in Qingzhou City is both a blessing and a curse, the middle-aged man observed, his gaze sweeping the surroundings until it landed on several youths in various directions, murmuring, truly bold youngsters. Below, it was not only Ye Futian and Yu Sheng who had stealthily arrived. Others had also lingered, driven by an insatiable curiosity, particularly towards legendary beings. What audacity these little rascals possess, muttered a nearby strongman, his voice laced with irritation. Despite the area being sealed, they still managed to sneak in. In that moment, Ye Futian's focus remained singular, his eyes fixated solely on the dragon above. Whether it was the divine dragon sweeping its tail, or the flying dragon soaring through the heavens. The sights overwhelmed his heart with relentless impact. As the great freedom visualization method activated, it seemed as if boundless lightning manifested within his life palace, conjuring the image of a dragon. Terrifying lightning-infused spiritual energy coalesced around him, and bolts of electricity danced upon his form, his consciousness teetering on the brink of surrender. With only the dragon remaining in his gaze, the unfolding scenes felt as though they were being etched into his very soul. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning descended, piercing his brow, the ferocious dragon's image imprinting itself in his pupils. The terrifying force of thunder coursed through Ye Futian, subjecting his body to an overwhelming power that compelled a deep, primal roar to escape his lips. Yet, in that moment, he felt ensnared, unable to extricate himself from this state as the essence of the dragon became ingrained in his mind. The divine dragon approached, and he beheld its formidable majesty rushing toward him. In that instant, Ye Futian's body trembled slightly, yet he found himself utterly immobile. "Be careful." Yu Sheng sensed something amiss and shouted, but it was too late. The fearsome dragon image surged into Ye Futian's brow. A piercing scream erupted from Ye Futian, akin to that of a genuine dragon rapidly burrowing into his mind, accompanied by boundless thunder. With a resounding crash, his consciousness began to fade. "You have finally matured." A voice echoed within Ye Futian's mind as his body collapsed to the ground, simultaneously causing the extraordinary phenomena in the realm to dissipate. "This unfortunate lad seems to have been struck by the dragon's essence," someone remarked. "How incredibly reckless." "We must see if he is all right," came the response. "Very well." The others nodded in agreement, while Yu Xing turned to the middle-aged man, asking, "Senior, may I accompany you?" "Rest assured, he will be fine. I remain within the academy." The middle-aged man assured Yu Xing, his gaze imbued with an enigmatic allure that inspired trust. Yu Xing nodded in acknowledgement. "I appreciate your assistance, Senior." Ye Futian opened his eyes, astounded to find that he felt no pain whatsoever. He ventured into his life palace, and indeed, upon the ancient tree of the world. There existed a realm of lightning, a dragon coiling majestically amidst its grandeur. He had astonishingly entered his life palace. Ye Futian felt a tremor within his heart. After losing consciousness, he seemed to have heard a sound, yet could not recall what it was. As if sensing something, Ye Futian abruptly sat up, realizing that the garments adorning his body were not his own, and that he was clearly not in the familiar residence he called home. Rising to his feet, he pushed open the door and stepped outside, only to discover a tranquil and elegant courtyard before him. Ahead lay a pavilion, where a young maiden sat quietly, seemingly engaged in the act of painting. Beside her, a middle-aged gentleman was gracefully savoring his tea, creating a scene of extraordinary serenity. Approaching the pavilion softly, his gaze fell upon the peculiar paper the maiden was working on. To his astonishment, she was not painting but intricately etching some enchanting lines. A faint aura of spiritual energy emanating from her work. This was a talisman. Ye Futian was taken aback. The maiden before him was capable of inscribing talismans? This implied that she was indeed a talisman engraver, a talent that was exceedingly rare and remarkable. "Have you ever witnessed such a thing?" the handsome middle-aged man inquired, setting down his teacup and regarding Ye Futian intently. "No, but I have seen it in books," Ye Futian replied. The talisman paper currently bears the outline of a shield, inscribed with metallic spiritual energy, presumably a defensive spell. "You can see that?" The middle-aged man expressed surprise. "Indeed," Ye Futian nodded, his perception of spiritual energy honed by profound contemplation practices. "Would you like to learn?" the man asked with a smile. "Yes," Ye Futian affirmed, then bowed respectfully, stating, "Disciple pays homage to the master." The motion was executed with remarkable swiftness. Ye Futian understood well the significance of a talisman engraver, a profession even scarcer than that of a spellcaster, and held in the highest esteem. A talisman engraver was undoubtedly a gifted mage as well. "You are indeed as shameless as the rumors suggest," the maiden remarked, setting down her brush to regard Ye Futian. Ye Futian smiled nonchalantly, his gaze lingering on the maiden's stunning visage. "Fairy, it seems we meet again." Chapter 8. A gathering of attention before us stands the legendary maiden of Qingzhou Academy, Huarjiu. Her renown is not solely attributed to her unparalleled beauty, but also to her remarkable academic prowess. Having secured the top position in the imperial examinations every spring and autumn since her first year at the academy. Is she a fairy? A middle-aged man beside Ye Futian gazes at him with confusion, while Huarjiu casts a sharp glance in his direction. "Teacher, she is exceedingly beautiful, almost otherworldly." Ye Futian explains with a smile, aware that the middle-aged man and Huarjiu share a close bond. Hence he chooses his words carefully. Such eloquence, the middle-aged man replies, sipping his tea. Anyone who imparts knowledge may be called a teacher. Should you wish to learn anything in the future, feel free to seek me out. It would not be inappropriate to call me teacher. Huarjiu gazes intently at her father, surprised that he, who has not taken a disciple in many years, makes an exception for Ye Futian. Does he truly hold such high hopes for his talent? My disciple Ye Futian pays his respects. Ye Futian bows once more. Is today the autumn examination? Ye Futian exclaims in astonishment, realizing he has slept for so long. He lifts his gaze toward the horizon. Has it finally begun? Jiu, please see Futian off, the middle-aged man instructs. Hua Jiu glances at Ye Futian, noticing the pride etched on his face. Let us go. She turns to leave. I haven't changed my clothes yet, Ye Futian protests, noting that the long robe he wears likely belongs to his teacher. That won't do. Then I shall continue to call you fairy. Ye Futian shrugs nonchalantly. What is your current cultivation level? Huarjiu ignores him. None. She bites her lip, staring at Ye Futian. Neither do I. It seems we are bound by fate. Ye Futian beams at her, delighting in her vexation. You are truly shameless, Huarjiu retorts before turning to leave. Ye Futian watches her retreating figure, a brilliant smile gracing his lips. Today, Qingzhou Academy is abuzz with excitement. Outside the academy gates, crowds gather incessantly. Each year during the autumn examinations, numerous influential figures from Qingzhou City attend, along with the relatives of the students, all of whom have the privilege to enter the academy and observe. Those unable to enter wait outside, eager to discover which remarkable individuals will emerge from this year's examinations. Though only youthful boys participate in the autumn examinations, with the eldest barely 18. Many who excel in this competition will undoubtedly rise to prominence within Qingzhou City in the future. It is no exaggeration to say that the entire city is captivated by the event. Hua Jiu, the legendary maiden who has dominated the literary examinations for 3 consecutive years, showcases extraordinary talent. What astonishing performance will she deliver this time? Yang Xiu, who secured the 2nd position in the literary examinations, hopes to challenge Huarjiu's status. Meanwhile, Murong Qi, the son of the Murong Trading Consortium, has awakened to the 9th level of the unified realm and is poised to become an official disciple. Rumor has it that his delay in joining stems from his desire to secure an indisputable first place in the autumn examinations, making this his final attempt. Let us not forget the son of the steward from the Yi family, Yu Xing, who must not be underestimated. Had it not been for the debauchery of the Yi family's scion, he would have likely become an official disciple during the spring examinations, at merely 15 years of age. The onlookers chatter among themselves, displaying an intimate familiarity with the outer disciples of Qingzhou Academy, revealing the institution's profound influence in the city. Not only is it fine, but Ye Futian grins, and in an instant, his body radiates with crackling lightning, arcs of energy dancing around him at will. Awakened to the 6th level. The unparalleled realm, Yu Xing observes, astonished that Ye Futian has not only harnessed the power of thunder, but has also broken through to a new level. Could it be that the dragon's resonance has facilitated Ye Futian's advancement? You can now practice simple spells, Yu Xing remarks. There's no time. I must attend the autumn examination. Ye Futian replies. Yes, Uncle Yi mentioned he would come to witness your performance at the examinations. Father is coming? Ye Futian's eyes sparkle momentarily before he nods with a smile. Then I shall surprise him today. Ye Futian changes into a fresh outfit, and the two depart the courtyard, heading toward the arena. At this moment, the arena is a grand sight, with 3,000 tables arranged in neat rows. At the forefront, on the steps, many official disciples and mentors of Qingzhou Academy have gathered. The stands on either side are filled to capacity with distinguished guests and parents of students from Qingzhou City, who have arrived early to witness the proceedings. Ye Futian's arrival draws considerable attention, with many regarding him with curious expressions. Just days ago, Ye Futian's pursuit of Feng Qingxiu was met with rejection, only for her to pair up with Murong Qi for trials the very same day. The tale of Ye Futian's subsequent encounter with a monstrous serpent, resulting in injury, has spread like wildfire, further amplifying his legendary status. Remarkably, he emerged unscathed from the serpent's attack. After you were attacked, Qingzhou Academy announced it was a serpent's assault. Yu Sheng whispers to Ye Futian, who acknowledges with a nod while his gaze catches sight of a particular spot in the stands, a smile gracing his face. Let us go. With a flicker, Ye Futian strides toward the stands. In a certain section of the stands, a group is gathered, with Ye Baichuan engaged in lively conversation with a middle-aged man nearby. Upon seeing Ye Futian approach, he calls out boisterously, I heard you were participating in the autumn examination. I came personally to witness it. Should you bring me shame? Do not dare claim to be my son. Ye Futian's expression darkens as he glances at the rugged man. Could you please show me some respect in public? You actually care about face? Ye Baichuan stares incredulously at his son, well aware of his thick skin. Such misfortune befalls my family, Ye Futian sighs, rubbing his forehead in frustration. Do not play coy with me, boy. Have you offended my daughter-in-law? Ye Baichuan inquires, prompting Ye Futian to glance at the middle-aged man beside him, noticing Feng Qingzhou seated quietly nearby, avoiding their gaze. Ye Baichuan, when did I ever agree to that? Do not meddle in my affairs, Feng Rahai interjects, addressing Ye Baichuan. Uncle Feng, Ye Futian massages his temples, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Futian, how has your cultivation progressed lately? Have you made any advancements? Feng Rahai asks. Yes, indeed I have made some progress. Otherwise, I would not be participating in this autumn examination. Ye Futian nods lightly. Progress is good. Young people should strive diligently in their cultivation, unlike your father, who is always lost in thought, Feng Rahai chides, casting a disapproving glance at Ye Baichuan. I understand, Ye Futian responds with a smile. Yu Sheng, I look forward to your performance this time, Feng Rahai says, turning his attention to Yu Sheng, who responds somewhat coolly. All right, you all may go and prepare, Feng Rahai says casually. They all nod in agreement, and Ye Futian and Yu Sheng turn to leave, while Feng Qingzhou departs from another direction. The students of Qingzhou Academy gradually enter the arena, selecting their spots, creating a magnificent scene. Ye Futian and Yu Sheng also enter, choosing adjacent seats, and as they observe the influx of students, Ye Futian takes a deep breath. This marks his first participation in the autumn examination since entering the academy, stirring a ripple of emotion within him. At that moment, a young maiden strides into the arena, instantly capturing countless gazes. Dressed simply, she nonetheless radiates brilliance that no one can overshadow. How beautiful! The students of Qingzhou Academy exclaim in admiration. At just 15, her beauty is already captivating. In 3 years, she will surely wreak havoc upon the nation, someone in the stands marvels, while others whisper of her exceptional talent and the remarkable lineage she hails from. It is said that Murong Qiu has met with failure. From the stands, a prominent figure of the Murong Chamber of Commerce gazed at the stunning maiden and spoke softly, his tone tinged with disappointment. Indeed, she is a prodigy. Ye Futian also noticed Hua Jieyu, who captivated the crowd the moment she entered. Aside from her, it seemed no one else could achieve such attention. Hua Jieyu paused in place, seemingly searching for a spot. After a brief moment, she lifted her foot and moved in a certain direction. Many seated students felt a flutter of nervousness as she passed by, secretly hoping that she might choose to sit beside them, though it remained a mere wish. At last, Hua Jieyu's steps came to a halt, and the gazes of the crowd followed suit. In the next moment, the enchanting maiden who attracted countless eyes gracefully took her seat. Many turned to the person beside Hua Jieyu, silently cursing the fortunate individual. When the crowd caught sight of who sat next to her, time seemed to freeze, and the expressions on countless faces became rigid, their emotions swirling chaotically in the air. Chapter 9. The written examination. To his astonishment, sitting beside Hua Jieyu was none other than Ye Futian, a legendary figure who had abandoned the exam for 3 consecutive years and had been rejected in his pursuit of Feng Qingxue. Now on the verge of expulsion from the Qingzhou Academy, many in the crowd inwardly cursed their misfortune. How could this luckless fellow choose this moment to take part in the autumn examination, and even more so, sit next to Hua Jieyu? The fact that she occupied the adjacent seat meant that only one person could sit beside her, and such a privilege falling to Ye Futian was bound to stir resentment among the onlookers. Feeling the weight of numerous hostile gazes upon him, Ye Futian cast a glance at the maiden beside him. She sat quietly in her place, exuding elegance and composure, her gaze fixed straight ahead, seemingly oblivious to his presence. This enchantress was clearly doing this on purpose, he mused, feeling disgruntled. He had intended to remain inconspicuous, yet instead found himself the center of attention in an entirely different manner. As more and more individuals gravitated toward them, the surrounding positions quickly transformed into the most coveted seats. Those passing by shot fierce glances at Ye Futian. At that moment, a handsome young man approached him and asked, "May I change seats with you?" Ye Futian looked up to find a boy of similar age, his refined features tinged with a hint of arrogance. Speaking in an utterly casual tone, it was Yang Xiu. The crowd's gaze remained fixated on them. Yang Xiu had secured second place in the written examination for 3 years running and had long harbored feelings for Hua Jieyu. Moreover, Yang Xiu's prowess extended beyond mere academics. He had reached the 7th level of awakening, possessing a rare aptitude for fire element spiritual energy. making him a genuine prodigy and one of the most illustrious disciples of the outer sect, slightly overshadowed only by Hua Jieyu. Ye Futian regarded Yang Xiu, bemused by his audacity. "That's quite impolite," he remarked, causing those around to stare in disbelief at his lack of spine. "Not permissible," Yang Xiu retorted, his smile freezing as he sensed the mockery in Ye Futian's expression. "I enjoy it here," Ye Futian replied, still smiling. "In that case, I can only wish you well after the examination, and hope you don't embarrass yourself too much," Yang Xiu said with a faint smile. "Of course, you have little dignity left to lose." Following this exchange, Yang Xiu turned his attention to Hua Jieyu, taking his seat earnestly as if preparing for battle. What a tragic tale, Ye Futian thought with some sympathy as he observed Yang Xiu's silhouette. His refusal came as no surprise. Such was Ye Futian's character, a brash, legendary failure. After this autumn examination, his tale would inevitably conclude with his expulsion from the Qingzhou Academy. As students continued to enter, the formal disciples began to encircle the martial arts arena. With over 1,000 participants, many of whom were newly admitted disciples lacking confidence, it was common for them to forego the examination rather than risk a recorded failure. However, Ye Futian's 3-year streak of abandonment had become the stuff of legend, drawing the Academy's disapproval. At the forefront of the arena, many formal disciples were present. Qin Yi gazed intently in Ye Futian's direction. After 3 years, he finally appeared in the examination arena, having not forfeited this time. She held on to the hope for a miracle. Yang Xiu had already committed to joining the Sorcery Palace post-examination, where he would become a formal disciple, a mere gathering realm waste, she pondered. With no idea from where he derived such confidence to confront Yang Xiu, Imo Lanchan, standing beside Qin, smiled lightly. Qin frowned slightly. While Ye Futian was indeed lacking, the term waste still felt harsh. She looked at Imo Lanchan and asked, "Do you hold a grudge against him?" "Without a doubt," Imo Lanchan replied candidly. "How could he dare speak to you so insolently in the lecture hall? I fail to understand why you still harbor hope for someone like him. Wasting your time on him." Qin was at a loss for words. Perhaps it was due to the dazzling potential he had displayed 3 years prior, which should not have led to such a decline. "Time's up. Distribute the examination papers," an elder seated behind them announced, prompting many formal disciples to step forward to collect their papers, marking the official commencement of the autumn examination's written portion. The vast martial arts arena fell into a profound silence, with the attendees being prominent figures of Qingzhou City and family elders of the students, who naturally adhered to the decorum. As the students gradually received their papers, Fengqing Xue took a deep breath, hoping for a commendable ranking that would grant her access to the second floor of the Qingzhou Academy's library, allowing her an early encounter with magnificent and powerful spells. Ling Xiao glanced toward Ye Futian before beginning his answers. Upon seeing the legendary maiden beside him, jealousy overtook his expression. He had long harbored feelings for Fengqing Xue, while Hua Jieyu remained an unattainable dream. What right did Ye Futian have to sit beside her? After receiving her paper, Hua Jieyu remained composed, exuding confidence, while Yang Xiu's fists tightened momentarily before relaxing, taking the task seriously. Ye Futian, however, cast a cursory glance at his paper, a faint smile gracing his lips before he took up his pen. At long last, his first autumn examination had arrived, and he was aware that many awaited his failure, anticipating his expulsion from the academy. Unfortunately for them, disappointment was inevitable. The questions ranged from simple to complex, beginning with foundational queries about cultivation. Most students able to answer them. Ye Futian's pen moved swiftly, his pace remarkable. Intriguing. Ye Futian mused as he encountered a question involving a warrior and a mage in combat, contemplating how he would act if he were either. A scratching sound soon followed as he pinned down his response. As time passed, some students began to sweat under pressure. The latter questions grew more open-ended, yet increasingly challenging. Unbeknownst to him, Ye Futian's gaze fell upon the final question, which surprisingly seemed rather straightforward. Titled, "In a battle between equally matched martial and magical practitioners, who would prevail?" This final question felt like a gift. In a group battle, martial artists could have practitioners of various styles, while mages would similarly boast elemental diversity, their combined strength capable of obliterating opponents with ease. Ye Futian pondered briefly, then smiled as he pinned down his answer and set his pen aside. Beside him, Hua Jieyu simultaneously laid her pen down, appearing quite at ease. They instinctively turned to exchange glances. Ye Futian wore a hint of a provocative smile, while Hua Jieyu shot him a glare, yet her beauty remained captivating. Naturally, this small exchange went unnoticed by others. At the front of the arena, Someone remarked on Huarjieyu's performance, noting that, as usual, she was the first to finish. Even while quietly answering questions, Huarjieyu remains the center of attention. An elder from the academy observed, smiling. But the young man beside her finished just a moment earlier, though it seems he was preoccupied with other matters. An elder beside him chuckled, shaking his head. With Huarjieyu at his side, it must be difficult for him to concentrate. To finish so promptly, he seems intent on vying for her attention, while in the written examination, his thoughts wander elsewhere. Mo Lanshan remarked quietly to Qingyi, who cast a disappointed glance at Ye Futian. Gradually, an increasing number of individuals set aside their pens, some wore expressions of joy, while others appeared dejected. Ultimately, with the elder at the forefront rising from his seat, it signified the conclusion of the autumn examination's written test. Many formal disciples of the academy had already been waiting. And upon seeing the elder stand, they approached the students to collect the examination papers. Once the papers were gathered, the students did not disperse. For the Qingzhou Academy would promptly evaluate the tests on-site and announce the results, showcasing remarkable efficiency. A multitude of elders and external instructors from the academy simultaneously assessed the papers, thus one can only imagine the swiftness of the proceedings. As they scrutinized the examinations, many of the disciples below felt a twinge of anxiety, while those in the stands engaged in casual conversation, awaiting the results. As the instructors at the front began to categorize the papers and record their assessments, the atmosphere of tension spread like wildfire. After a considerable duration, one of the instructors approached, holding a list, casting his gaze upon the students. Everyone understood that the first names to be announced would belong to those who had passed the autumn written examination. Liu, Fengyun. Mo Hanjing. With each name the instructor pronounced, a student below exhibited visible relief. However, a few individuals were disappointed, yearning for even higher rankings. Beyond the initial list of successful candidates, subsequent announcements would follow, revealing the rankings of the top 3, second tier, and first tier. With 72 students in the top 3, 36 in the second tier, and only 3 in the first tier, Qingyi listened intently. As the rankings concluded, her disappointment deepened. Failing the written examination meant her expulsion from the academy was all but inevitable. Her gaze drifted towards Ye Futian amidst the crowd, and she let out a silent sigh. Yang Xiao, positioned in front of Ye Futian, coldly remarked, as expected, since expulsion from the academy is unavoidable, why not spare oneself further humiliation? Feng Qingxue also cast a glance towards Ye Futian, her beautiful eyes tinged with disappointment, though she soon regained her composure. Wasn't this the conclusion they had foreseen already? Ye Futian, do you recall your arrogance in the dormitory? Now, it appears you are finally to be expelled from the academy. How ironic. Ling Xiao even mocked him from a distance, drawing the attention of many towards Ye Futian, who secretly thought that the shameless individual was about to be dismissed from Qingzhou Academy. Chapter 10. A stunning revelation. Ye Futian lifted his gaze, observing Ling Xiao's face, which wore a mocking expression tinged with malice, yet his demeanor remained remarkably composed. This list merely reflects those who have qualified. What are you so excited about? Ye Futian spoke coolly, glancing around at the crowd reveling in their misfortune. Ling Xiao burst into laughter, fixing his gaze on Ye Futian. Could it be that you still harbor the delusion of entering the top tier? After dreaming for 3 years, you remain so arrogantly ignorant of your limitations. Clinging to hope even now, in your desperate struggle, you laugh so recklessly. If the outcome diverges from your expectations, your face will surely be a sight to behold. Ye Futian raised an eyebrow. He understood Ling Xiao's long-standing animosity towards him, yet the intensity of his reaction seemed unwarranted. It's a pity you won't shed tears until faced with the truth. Just wait and see. Ling Xiao coldly retorted, and Ye Futian shook his head. Feng Qingxue felt a surge of excitement. Her name was absent from the top 3 lists, but she was confident in her qualifications. Thus, her name was likely to appear on the second tier list. If she performed well after the written examination, her goal would be within reach. As the second tier list began to be announced, the first name called was Feng Qingxue. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with a hint of brilliance, and a smile graced her lips. Indeed, she had entered the second tier list. The lecturer continued to announce names, each one belonging to a notable disciple from the Qingzhou Academy. When the last name was called, the lecturer set down the list. Murong Qiu's expression drained of color, reflecting his evident displeasure. The second tier list comprised 36 names. While many considered it a significant honor for him, failing to make the top tier signified defeat. Previously, he had ranked 3rd in the top tier, and this time, he had aimed to challenge that proud young woman. Yet, he had once again failed, And this time, the defeat was even more crushing. On the stands, prominent figures from the Murong clan also wore grim expressions. Murong Qiu had only made it to the second tier without a specific ranking. Only those in the top tier receive explicit rankings, whispered the leader. While others speculated about who could have surpassed Murong Qiu to secure a spot in the second tier. Who could it be that has made such an astonishing impact? Scanning the crowd, everyone sought to identify the seemingly overlooked individual, yet they remained perplexed. However, this was of little concern to Ling Xiao, whose gaze scornfully swept over Ye Futian. Now that everything had settled, how could that individual still sit there with such composure? At the front, several elders from the Qingzhou Academy scrutinized the final 3 examination papers, seemingly engaged in a dispute as they deliberated the ultimate results. Yang Shou inhaled deeply, wondering if he could surpass Hua Jiyu this time. He had promised the Sorcery Palace that he would begin his training there next year. This was his final opportunity to participate in the autumn examination, and thus, his only chance to surpass Hua Jiyu. Eventually, the elders appeared to reach a decision. With someone nearby taking notes, one elder stepped forward, surveying the gathering of students. The atmosphere grew tense, silence enveloping the space as everyone awaited the final announcement. The third place in the top tier, Yang Xiu. Upon the utterance of that name, the previously silent space erupted into chaos. Yang Xiu, third place? The brilliant talent, who had always been second only to Hua Jiyu, had also been relegated. This was unfathomable. Yang Xiu, anxiously awaiting the results, seemed struck by a heavy blow, muttering, "This cannot be happening." Curiosity intensified among the onlookers, their gazes fixated on the elder announcing the top tier list. Second place in the top tier, Hua Jiyu. The elder's voice echoed like thunder, reverberating through the hearts of all present. Hua Jiyu, who had secured first place in the written examinations for 3 consecutive years, now held second place. Furthermore, the individual who had surpassed her was neither Yang Xiu nor Murong Qiu. At that moment, nobody could fathom the identity of this mysterious contender. Hua Jiyu herself appeared somewhat taken aback, her gaze subconsciously drifting towards Ye Futian, her eyes reflecting a hint of unusual emotion. Could it be? The curiosity of the crowd reached a fever pitch. Who could this individual be? All right. A deep, resonant voice broke through the tension as Yushin clenched his fists, his expression brimming with excitement. No one knew why he was so energized or what had stirred such fervor within him. Only he understood. For he believed in and recognized that person. The elder's gaze swept across the crowd once more, his eyes landing on a young man with a mix of surprise and astonishment. After 3 years of silence, was he truly about to astonish the world? Top-tier champion of the Qingzhou Academy autumn examination. The elder paused, then slowly articulated a name. Ye Futian, as the name resonated through the air. The previously raucous space fell into an eerie silence, as if frozen in time. The expressions on the faces of the students were a tapestry of disbelief. They had envisioned countless possibilities, yet Ye Futian had never crossed their minds. A student who had consecutively abstained from examinations for 3 years, who had remained stagnant at the Qi gathering stage, had secured first place in the autumn examination. Was this a jest? The elders of the Qingzhou Academy would never joke about such matters during the autumn examination. After the initial shock, an even greater uproar ensued. Ye Futian, top-tier champion? I must be dreaming. Some believed they had misheard. Ye Futian? Qin Yi, not far from the elder, echoed in a daze. His name had not appeared on the list of those who qualified. It turned out that he was not unqualified due to poor performance, but rather, he had achieved the top-tier ranking. Yet, this was undeniably theatrical. Having anticipated Ye Futian's expulsion from the Qingzhou Academy, Ling Xiao, who had been ready to revel in Ye Futian's humiliation, felt his smile freeze in place. He stood up, eyes fixed ahead. Ye Futian, top-tier champion? First in the written examination? Feng Qinxue gasped, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment as she looked towards the elder announcing the top-tier list. Her gaze then slowly shifted to the young man. At that moment, Ye Futian remained seated, his face adorned with the same tranquil smile as always, exuding an air of nonchalance, as if all of this held no significance worthy of excitement or astonishment, as though it were simply meant to be. What an extraordinary confidence he possessed. 3 years of silence, all for this moment of stunning revelation? Beside Ye Futian, Hua Jiyu regarded him thoughtfully. The record of 3 consecutive years of first place in the written examinations had been shattered, yet her eyes did not reflect much disappointment. Unlike Yang Xiu or Murong Qiu, who wore expressions of anguish, she seemed unconcerned. Her gaze filled instead with curiosity and surprise. Her father had told her that Ye Futian's talent was not inferior to hers. which had stirred some discontent within her. Today, during the autumn examination, she wished to discover what merit Ye Futian possessed that had led her father to regard him favorably and accept him as a disciple. In the written examination, Ye Futian had indeed surprised her. It must be a mistake. This is impossible. Suddenly, a loud shout broke the tension, and many turned to look at the figure in front of Ye Futian, Yang Xiu. He had just emerged from the disappointment of being pushed to third place on the top list, only to be met with an even harsher blow. The individual who had displaced him and claimed the top spot in the literary examination was none other than someone he had recently mocked with great derision. What, then, did his earlier words signify? Was he not merely slapping his own face? Yang Xiu, do you have any questions? Inquired the elder who announced the rankings, directing his gaze toward him. Indeed, he must have resorted to plagiarism. Ling Xiao chimed in, as if seizing upon a revelation, and many eyes gleamed with newfound hope, as if they had discovered a breakthrough. Do you believe that we, the examiners, are blind? The elder's cold words extinguished the fantasies of the crowd like a bucket of icy water. Indeed, their examination papers had not merely passed through a single pair of hands. Particularly the papers of the top three, which had been the result of extensive discussion and undergone multiple reviews. Could it be that if Ye Futian had plagiarized Huarjiu, it would go unnoticed? Ye Futian's fingers lightly tapped the table, exuding an air of effortless calm. All doubts would be shattered before the unyielding truth. I naturally trust the capability of the examiners. However, individuals invariably possess their own preferences. I still contest this outcome and wish to understand why my literary examination ranks third while Ye Futian occupies the top position. Yang Xiu seemed to have been profoundly affected, clinging to his conviction as if he were determined to dismantle Ye Futian's supremacy. The elder's gaze bore a hint of disappointment as he regarded Yang Xiu. Was failure so hard for him to accept? If he could not endure such a minor setback, no matter how remarkable his talent, his future potential would remain limited. Ye Futian observed the figure ahead, noting the stubbornness of Yang Xiu. However, the more Yang Xiu persisted, the more devastating his fall would ultimately be. Chapter 11. The Fairy's Deception. At this moment, all eyes were fixed upon Ye Futian and Yang Xiu. From the elder ranks of the Qingzhou Academy, another figure stepped forward to address Yang Xiu, inquiring if he intended to personally review the examination papers. The students were hesitant. Yang Xiu shook his head and replied, I simply wish to understand the flaws in my answers as pointed out by him. I seek your guidance, esteemed teacher. The elder from Qingzhou Academy pondered for a moment, then nodded. Very well, Yang Xiu. Since you question it, I shall oblige. The students and the audience fell silent. Their curiosity piqued as to what issues Yang Xiu had in his responses compared to Ye Futian's. One question on the paper read, during a battle between a warrior and a mage, the mage's internal magical energy is on the verge of depletion. If you were the warrior, what would you do? Conversely, if you were the mage, what would be your course of action? The elder directed the question to Yang Xiu. Yang Xiu's gaze flickered momentarily before he spoke with confidence. If I were the warrior, I would continue to exert pressure until the mage's energy is completely exhausted, delivering a fatal blow. If I were the mage, I would seek out the warrior's weaknesses, waiting for an opportune moment to strike with all my might when they let their guard down. Ye Futian, what is your answer? The elder turned to Ye Futian. Rising to his feet, Ye Futian glanced at Yang Xiu before responding. If I were the warrior, I would not afford my opponent any chance to recover. I would launch a relentless assault until they fell. If I were the mage, assuming I wielded wind magic, I would choose to escape. If I belonged to another element, I would feign depletion of my power, enduring one attack if necessary, and then unleash my remaining energy in a decisive strike. Why do you answer thus? The elder inquired. Ye Futian explained, in a confrontation, if the warrior can exhaust the mage's energy, it indicates they were already at an advantage. Under relentless assault, only the mage would err. In Yang Xiu's reasoning, if the mage can find an opponent's weakness to deliver a fatal blow, that implies they have already succeeded in the preceding battle. As revealing a flaw comes at a cost. Yang Xiu's complexion paled. Ye Futian's argument was irrefutable. The audience nodded in agreement, the disparity between the two responses starkly evident. The elder slightly nodded before turning to Yang Xiu once more, asking, for the final question, in a confrontation between martial artists and a group of mages, who would prevail? What is your response? Ye Futian, what is your answer? It is laughable. Even at the awakening stage, how could martial artists possibly triumph over mages? Above the awakening stage, mages will assuredly emerge victorious, Yang Xiu retorted coldly. You tell him, the elder instructed Ye Futian. Ye Futian regarded Yang Xiu and posed the question. between martial artists and mages, whose stamina, endurance, and speed are superior? This indeed highlights the mage's weakness. But martial artists would not have the opportunity to close the distance. Yang Shou glared at Ye Futian. At the awakening stage, mages lack the ability to cast spells from a distance. If martial artists encircle without engaging, how would you counter? That is trivial, naturally. I would take the initiative to attack. Even at the awakening stage, a mage's explosive attack power exceeds that of martial artists, Yang Shou asserted. You attack, I retreat. Ye Futian replied calmly. You retreat, I encircle. As Ye Futian's words resonated, many esteemed figures in the audience felt a chill. Struck by the cold and calculated tactical reasoning, it would not have been surprising if a seasoned warrior had articulated such insights. However, the fact that it came from a mere youth of Qingzhou Academy was rather unsettling. This indicated that he had analyzed the strengths and weaknesses of both martial artists and mages to a meticulous degree, incorporating it into his tactical approach. Ye Futian's strategy could be summarized in 3 words: exhaust you. Martial artists possess great stamina, endurance, and speed. If mages cannot attack from a distance at the awakening stage, I will wear you down. Yang Shou's expression grew increasingly grim as he glared at Ye Futian, stating, at the awakening stage, both parties refine their bodies, flesh, and bones. Mages cultivate their elemental energy, and their stamina, endurance, and speed are not necessarily inferior to those of martial artists. You have already acknowledged that earlier stages can be disregarded. Upon reaching the 6th level of the awakening stage, mages require greater mastery over elemental energy and its control over the world around them. Their energy for refining spells is limited, unlike martial artists, who do not share this constraint. Your ideal scenario suggests a path of dual cultivation in both martial and magical arts, Ye Futian replied coolly. Although the differences at the awakening stage were not excessively pronounced, some distinctions remained. Those who could cultivate both paths would naturally be stronger. That is sufficient, the elder remarked indifferently. As for why martial artists have the potential to triumph above the awakening stage, ponder this deeply. Remember, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall win 100 battles. Whether in martial or magical cultivation, strength begets strength. Yang Shou. If you and Ye Futian were to be placed in opposition under equal conditions, you would surely be defeated. Since the founding of Qingzhou Academy, both the spring and autumn examinations have included written assessments to emphasize the importance of foundational knowledge. These youths have yet to experience the ironclad refinement of real combat and battlefield experience. Thus it is imperative to ingrain certain lessons within their minds. Defeated? Yang Shou's countenance darkened, but he lifted his head to face the elder, admitting, I concede, I have lost the written examination. The elder regarded Yang Shou, aware that he remained unconvinced. Transforming a youthful spirit is no simple task. Today, as autumn written examination concludes here, the main examination will continue tomorrow, the elder announced. The students gradually rose, while several prominent figures in the audience approached the instructors of Qingzhou Academy, evidently familiar with them, to pay their respects. As the autumn written examination came to a close, the emotions of the students remained unsettled. Countless gazes fell upon Ye Futian, the once ridiculed prodigy who had astonishingly claimed first place in the autumn written examination. This was his first participation in the autumn examination. To seek validation after such humiliation. Do you wish to be further embarrassed? Do you believe I would hesitate to crush you now? Yu Xing stood up, towering over Yang Shou with an imposing presence, immediately casting Yang Shou's expression into a deeper shade of distress. He was acutely aware of Yu Shang's infamous reputation, a madman who had once sent a brother of the academy, who had insulted Ye Futian, flying with a single punch, leaving him toothless and subsequently thrown out of Qingzhou Academy. Since then, no one dared to belittle Ye Futian lightly. However, over the past 2 years, the memory of this incident had gradually faded for many. Yet, witnessing Yu Shang's wrath firsthand, even Yang Shou did not dare to confront him directly. Get lost, Yu Shang bellowed, and Yang Shou's expression darkened further. He glared at Ye Futian, stating, I shall see you tomorrow. With that, he turned to leave, casting one last glance at the enchanting Hua Jiyu beside Ye Futian. To endure such disgrace before Hua Jiyu today, it was evident how wretched he felt. Ye Futian smiled quietly, saying nothing, his gaze sweeping over Ling Xiao, who had mercilessly mocked him earlier. Their eyes met, and he could not help but display a hint of a sardonic smile. A mere smile, yet it seemed to harbor a wealth of scornful words. Ye Futian surveyed his surroundings, exuding an aura of authority, bolstered by his first-place victory in the written examination. Many who looked upon him found their previous bravado diminished, with some even reluctant to meet his gaze. Tomorrow, I anticipate your performance, Hua Jiyu beamed, her radiant smile capturing the attention of countless onlookers. As they fixated upon her expression, their hearts seemingly melting. Yet this smile was not intended for them, but rather, it was a gift for Ye Futian. Chapter 12. Brotherhood. Ye Futian was beset by feelings of frustration, while others around him were engulfed in flames of jealousy. It was inconceivable that this legendary underachiever could have the opportunity to know Hua Jiyu. Surely, it was only because he had excelled in the literary examination. Pushing Hua Jiyu aside, that she had developed even a hint of interest in him. Many thoughts swirled in their minds as they sought to comfort themselves. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Ye Futian and Yu Xing made their way toward the viewing platform, where Yu Baichuan had been waiting. Upon seeing Ye Futian approach, he let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Not bad. You haven't brought shame upon your father, just a moment ago, who was reveling in delight. Now, all it took was a single comment about not embarrassing him." Beside them, Feng Rahai chuckled, saying, "This lad, Futian, is truly astonishing. Haha, and Qingzhou has also performed admirably." Securing a place among the top ranks, Ye Baichuan remarked, "Come here, I have something to ask you." Ye Baichuan strode ahead, with Ye Futian trailing closely. He cast a sidelong glance at Ye Futian, smirking as he inquired, "Have you set your sights on a greater target, abandoning and bullying Qingzhou?" At this, Ye Futian grew earnest, regarding Ye Baichuan with a peculiar expression as he queried, "Is it true that our ancestor possessed formidable celestial talents and cultivated the great freedom visualization method?" "Of course. But have you awakened?" Ye Baichuan's gaze sharpened gradually. "Yes." Ye Futian nodded gently. "Do you have a father like this?" Ye Futian glared at his father, then probed, "If our ancestor is so remarkable, why was it only I who awakened his gifts?" "Because you have an impressive father," Ye Baichuan replied matter-of-factly. Ye Futian rubbed his temples, contemplating how shameless one could be. Relieved he did not inherit such traits. Meanwhile, as Ye Baichuan conversed with Ye Futian, Feng Rahai was pulling Feng Qingzhou aside, his expression serious. "When did Ye Futian become acquainted with Hua Jiyu? Did that lad bully you?" It was evident that both Feng Rahai and Ye Baichuan shared the same concern. Suspecting Ye Futian of fickleness, Feng Qingzhou glanced at her father, recognizing his misunderstanding, and shook her head in response. After a moment's hesitation, she recounted the entire situation. "Foolishness!" Feng Rahai exclaimed, his face clouding with anger. "How could you be so thoughtless? Your long-standing friendship, often filled with playful banter, could have been resolved through conversation. What do you mean by placing outsiders between you? This is not merely a rejection of pursuit, it is tantamount to severing ties. Moreover, Futian has always enjoyed jest. His desire to cultivate alongside you does not necessarily equate to romantic intentions. Yu Sheng was evidently angered to confront you publicly. You truly left no room for negotiation. And afterward, you went off with Murongqiu. The opinions of others can be merciless. How can you expect Futian to manage himself in the academy? I have nothing to do with Murongqiu. We only teamed up for the hunt due to Murongqing's superior abilities, Feng Qingzhou explained, her stubbornness evident in her demeanor. Furthermore, is it wrong for him to make such jokes now that we are adults? Murongqing advised me to maintain some distance to avoid misunderstandings. Even if you and Murongqiu are innocent, accompanying him right after rejecting Futian is a blatant affront to a man's dignity. Do you not comprehend this? Feng Rahai's tone grew more serious as he fixed his gaze on Feng Qingzhou. You two have been friends since childhood, and I am close with your Uncle Yi. Regardless of whether you end up together, we will respect your choices. But your actions are causing me immense embarrassment. Feng Qingzhou's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Her father rarely displayed such severity. Feeling unsettled, she met Feng Rahai's gaze and asserted, "My actions do not affect your relationship with Uncle Yi. And as I am now an adult, I am fully aware of my choices and will not regret them." Foolish girl, Feng Rahai shook his head. Do you not realize that all your reasoning is merely an excuse? The reason you act this way is that you doubt Futian is worthy of you, leading you to react so fiercely. You believe you have matured, yet the purest and most beautiful friendships are devoid of ulterior motives. If Futian remained as he was in the past, you would indeed have no regrets. However, if he shines as brightly as he has today in the literary examination, do you truly think you will not regret your decisions? Feng Qingzhou's heart trembled at the thought. Could he truly be as remarkable as he appeared today? She had watched Ye Futian grow, and while he seemed carefree, he harbored a fierce spirit. He has been dormant in the Qingzhou Academy for 3 years, enduring countless scorn. After 3 years of silence, he has astonished everyone. This is not something an ordinary youth can achieve. I hope, dear girl, that you will not come to regret your choices, Feng Ruhai concluded, shaking his head as he departed, leaving Feng Qingxue in a state of contemplation. Did he really possess such a fierce spirit? The young girl turned her beautiful gaze toward the distance, spotting a familiar figure before turning and heading toward the academy's annex. Her heart in turmoil. Ye Futian bid farewell to his father, casting a glance at the martial arts arena, sensing something amiss. His gaze fell upon Qingyi, whose beautiful eyes were fixed upon him. Ye Futian raised his index finger to the sky, a slight smile gracing his lips, radiating immense pride and confidence. As if to say, wait for me. Qingyi shot him a glare before turning away, her heart still tumultuous with unresolved waves. She had never expected that Ye Futian would secure the top position in the autumn literary examination. Could it be that tomorrow would indeed bring forth a miracle? With this thought, an inexplicable anticipation blossomed within her. The crowd continued to disperse, and the martial arts arena fell silent once more. Yet tomorrow, it would undoubtedly be even more lively. The autumn examination of Qingzhou Academy had always been one of the most anticipated events in Qingzhou City. Once the results of the literary examination were announced, the throngs outside the academy quickly learned the news. Ye Futian's name began to emerge in the eyes of many. Having triumphed over Hua Jieyu and Yang Xiu to claim the top honors in the literary examination, an extraordinary feat indeed. Sparking curiosity in those who had previously only heard of the notorious young master of the Ye family. The bustling noon in Qingzhou City found taverns filled to capacity. In a luxurious tavern near Qingzhou Academy, within an elegant chamber that exuded an ancient charm, sat Murong Qiu, a disciple of Qingzhou Academy. Beside him were elders of the Murong Merchant Association, led by Murong Qiu's father, Murong Yunshan, the current head of the association. The autumn examination today reminds me of events from decades past, my junior. We were once the figures of renown in the academy. Do you remember? Murong Yunshan gazed across at a middle-aged man seated opposite him, a nostalgic expression gracing his features. How could I forget? Back then, I was often overshadowed by my elder brother, consistently placing second, the middle-aged man replied with a smile. Haha, I didn't expect you to still recall those days. It has been decades since we last met, yet I still occasionally reminisce about our youthful glory. Alas, now we are burdened by mundane affairs, lacking the fervor of our youth. How unlike you, my junior, who seems to lead a carefree life, Murong Yunshan chuckled. My elder brother now commands the Murong Merchant Association, wielding great power. There is no need for such humility. I am merely a bystander, teaching the younger generation at Qingzhou Academy, passing the time. The middle-aged man shook his head. It was revealed that he was Yi Shizhong, the head of the Earth Palace within the Academy's sorcery division, renowned for his formidable prowess. My junior, you are too modest, Murong Yunshan smiled. To be candid, I invited you here today because I have something to discuss. Shizhong's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he sensed the shift in conversation, smiling as he replied, Please, my elder brother, speak freely. My junior brother is surely aware of the circumstances surrounding the Murong Merchant Association. The competition is fierce, and Murong Qiu has numerous peers. Although this lad is somewhat disappointing. As a father, I cannot turn a blind eye. His recent performance in the autumn examination was less than stellar, yet his innate talent and capabilities remain commendable. I trust that his performance tomorrow will not fall short. Murong Yunshan spoke slowly, at 17. Participating in the autumn examination with the 9th level of awakening in the Return to Unity realm, if he cannot secure the first place, he will likely face criticism within the family. Shizhong maintained his composure, fully aware that his senior brother was paving the way for Murong Qiu. Hua Jieyu is unlikely to engage in the debate. Should she choose to participate, the first position would undoubtedly be hers without contestation. If she refrains from competing, Murong Qiu will surely strive to perform well tomorrow. At that time, I shall rely on my junior brother. Murong Yunshan's eyes gleamed with determination as he stated. For your future cultivation needs, you may count on your elder brother. You are too kind, Shizhong replied, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Indeed, it is my duty. After Qiu enters the royal palace, I will rely on you to look after him. Now, let me toast to you, my junior brother. Murong Yunshan raised his cup and drank it all in one gulp, and the atmosphere at the table was harmonious. Chapter 13. A day of accomplishment. The Qingzhou Academy boasts the largest library in Qingzhou City, housing a myriad of volumes that encompass a vast array of knowledge. Currently, Ye Futian is permitted to access only the first level of the library, which contains fundamental martial arts techniques, combat skills, and simple spells, suitable for outer disciples at the awakening stage. Only formal disciples or outer disciples who achieve top-tier results in the spring and autumn examinations earn the privilege to ascend to the second level of the library. Feng Qingshui's goal for this autumn examination is to reach the second level, where she can encounter the powerful spells she has long yearned for, an aspiration shared by every aspiring mage. Ye Futian's presence in the library is not merely to ascend to the second level. He has genuinely embarked on his cultivation journey. However, apart from the Grand Freedom visualization technique, he has yet to practice any martial arts or spells. With the autumn examination looming, he may soon face combat situations. And relying solely on rudimentary fist techniques would be rather embarrassing, especially since he holds the top rank in the written examination, with countless eyes anticipating his blunders. Within the library, the martial arts training area and the mage training area are distinctly separated. Ye Futian strides toward the martial arts training section. The sixth stage of awakening, known as the Unrivaled Realm, serves as a watershed moment. Prior to this level, martial arts practices are largely similar, differing only in whether one refines their body with the essence of heaven and earth or through elemental energies. However, after reaching the Unrivaled Realm, distinctions begin to emerge. Martial artists cultivate martial techniques to form a realm of martial intent, breaking through into the profound, while mages must rely on their mental perception to communicate with the elemental energies hidden within the universe, progressing beyond mere energy absorption to achieve resonance and thus break through. Consequently, the criteria for becoming a formal disciple at Qingzhou Academy is to enter the seventh stage of awakening, the profound realm, before turning 18. Achieving this milestone signifies potential, allowing one to determine their future path, whether to pursue martial arts or magical studies, as some prodigies are adept in both, such as Yu Shang. Curiously, Ye Futian has come to select a martial technique, despite rumors suggesting he remains at the first stage of awakening. Observers exchanged glances, silently scrutinizing him. Ye Futian moved about, occasionally browsing scrolls, seemingly in search of an appropriate cultivation method. Eventually, he paused, cradling a scroll as he examined it intently. The Dragon Command Technique, a martial cultivation method, conceals combat skills that empower the practitioner with the formidable might of a dragon. Ye Futian mused, feeling quite satisfied with his choice. This will suffice. He closed the scroll and prepared to depart. Have you chosen the Dragon Command Technique for your training? A nearby individual regarded him with a peculiar expression. Is there a problem? Ye Futian responded with a smile. No problem at all. This technique will undoubtedly suit you well. The individual seemed to stifle a laugh as he spoke. Disregarding the comment, Ye Futian stepped away, only to hear a snicker behind him. Is he truly here to put on a show, daring to train in the Dragon Command Technique? What do you know? The Dragon Command Technique is incredibly imposing. Besides, let us not forget he is the top of the autumn examination's written test. Indeed, as the top scorer, he naturally stands apart. Sarcastic laughter echoed from behind. For the Dragon Command Technique is renowned among outer disciples as a notably domineering martial method. Yet it requires one to emulate the form of a dragon, a feat not easily accomplished. Those who had previously attempted to practice it had all failed miserably, lacking the grace of a dragon's form. How could Ye Futian's choice not invite ridicule? Unperturbed by the jeers, Ye Futian intended to explore the spell section further when he noticed two figures approaching, causing him to momentarily halt. Feng Qingxue, having been reprimanded by her father, felt rather dejected. Having recently reached the sixth stage of awakening through her autumn hunting experience, she sought solace in the library and was taken aback to encounter Ye Futian. Her beautiful eyes flickered slightly, but this time she did not evade him. Instead, she asked, "Are you here to select a technique?" "Yes," Ye Futian replied with a smile. Uncertain of what to say, the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. "Qingxue, aren't you here to look at spells?" murmured Morong Qing, pulling Feng Qingxue toward the spell section and casting a cold glance at Ye Futian. Ye Futian followed toward that area, and upon seeing him approach, Morong Qing frowned and whispered, "Qingxue, it seems he has not yet given up on you." Feng Qingxue paused, stealing a glance at Ye Futian, who was diligently examining the names of spells on a shelf. How hypocritical! Morong Qing scoffed upon noticing Ye Futian perusing spells. While Ye Futian had indeed excelled in the written examination, it was merely a written test. Did he truly grasp the nuances of cultivation? Even if he did, he should be focused on the martial arts section. Perhaps he simply wishes to understand the spells. Feng Qingxue's voice dropped low. Ye Futian's performance in the written examination had left a profound impression on her. Anyone capable of securing the top rank must possess substantial knowledge of both magical and martial disciplines. Fire Spark Technique. Qing observed the spell Ye Futian was studying, her sarcastic smile widening. If you're going to pretend, at least do it convincingly. Browsing the most basic fire spark technique is utterly ridiculous. The surrounding individuals turned their attention to Ye Futian, and soon laughter erupted. The fire spark technique was a spell of negligible utility, perhaps only relevant for amusing children. With a final remark, Ye Futian departed without casting another glance at Qing. Qing pointed at Ye Futian's retreating figure, her expression shifting to one of embarrassment. She then coldly remarked, "It appears that after securing the top rank, you have grown even more arrogant, daring to show your face in the library while pretending to study the most basic spell. Not to mention, you are a cultivation waste, even if you could cultivate. A martial practitioner is still unworthy of Qingzhou. Qingzhou is a mage, and so is Qing. Mages inherently possess a sense of superiority over martial practitioners, as, in a certain sense, mages can also practice martial arts, albeit utilizing elemental energies instead of the essence of heaven and earth. However, aside from true geniuses who can adeptly navigate both paths, few mages would squander their time on martial training." Having registered 2 scrolls, Ye Futian exited the library. Whispers filled the air, predominantly discussing the 2 scrolls he had taken, the Dragon Command Technique and the Fire Spark Technique. How amusing. Qingzhou remained silent, listening intently. Though Ye Futian still smiled at her, she felt an intangible distance between them, reminiscent of her earlier request of him. Yet, for reasons unknown, she found herself unsettled at this moment. Dragon Command Technique, Fire Spark Technique? Yusheng expressed surprise upon seeing the 2 scrolls. He turned to Ye Futian and asked, "Are you pursuing both martial and magical cultivation, starting with martial arts?" Indeed, a fated mage is termed as such because they possess elemental affinities, yet they are equally well suited for martial arts. And one must not overlook the gifts bestowed upon them by heaven. Ye Futian nodded. As for starting with martial arts, it is due to the fact that my current level renders spellcasting too weak. These spells are rather basic and do not allow me to unleash the full might of a mage. And the Fire Spark Technique? Yusheng inquired, intrigued. Better to be prepared, Ye Futian replied with a mysterious smile. After all, the Fire Spark Technique is exceedingly simple to practice and requires minimal time investment. Yusheng nodded. Refraining from further questions, Ye Futian added that Enchantress might once again be disinterested in the forthcoming autumn debate. If she chooses not to participate, you should strive to secure the top position this autumn. All right. With a nod, Yusheng resolved to follow Ye Futian's instructions. Having ranked among the top in the autumn examination, he believed that should he prevail in the impending contest, the title of champion was within his grasp. "I shall commence my training," Ye Futian declared before making his way to the training grounds. As he perused the Dragon Mastery Sutra, his gaze lingered upon the intricate characters and illustrations. Slowly, his eyes closed. Moments later, a cacophony of crackling sounds erupted, and bolts of lightning began to manifest around him, intensifying with each passing instant. The formidable force of thunder coursed through his being as Ye Futian envisioned the true dragon in his mind, the thunder dragon roaring and soaring, exuding an overwhelming presence. Within him, the spiritual energy of lightning coalesced, gradually transforming into a dragon-like form, vivid and lifelike, reminiscent of what resided in his life palace. While others struggled to embody the dragon's shape through the Dragon Mastery Sutra, for him, it posed no challenge at all. As he activated the technique, the thunder dragon rampaged within, traversing his meridians, organs, and limbs, navigating every part of his body. Yusheng observed as Ye Futian's complexion rapidly shifted from crimson to pale, as if he were enduring immense suffering, the occasional muffled groan escaping his lips. The Dragon Mastery Sutra was unparalleled, a potent technique for body refinement, designed to instill the essence of the dragon within one's physique. This arduous training persisted from daylight until the depths of night, culminating in the dawn of the following day. A figure danced in the courtyard, grand and sweeping, exuding an imposing aura, each strike infused with the essence of the dragon. A testament to Ye Futian's mastery of the Dragon Mastery Sutra. Gradually, a radiant curtain of thunder enveloped him, subtly taking on a dragon-like silhouette, akin to a true dragon. With a thunderous roar, Ye Futian unleashed a devastating punch, unleashing a powerful battle intent that shattered the air, a spectral dragon emerging from his form. A tremendous crash echoed as a distant wall crumbled under the force. In that moment, a figure rushed forth, eyes widening at the scene before him, before settling on Ye Futian. "The essence of martial arts, the profound mysteries of combat," Yusheng remarked, observing Ye Futian. "The battle intent has broken forth." The awakening of the 7th level of martial arts. Ye Futian smiled. It appears I must find someone to repair this. Let it be said that you are responsible for the destruction. Am I to bear the blame? Yu Xing exclaimed incredulously. Of course. Ye Futian chuckled before striding towards his room, drenched and in need of cleansing, preparing for the autumn examination that was set to commence. Chapter 14. The debate. The morning sun bathed the Qingzhou Academy in a golden glow, illuminating this venerable institution with a history spanning centuries. Outside the academy, a cacophony of voices rose in excitement. Compared to the previous day, a greater throng had gathered. The autumn examinations at Qingzhou Academy were held over 2 days, one day for written assessments and the other for debates. The written examinations tested knowledge, serving as a measure of the students' learning throughout the year. The debates, on the other hand, assessed innate talent and mastery, as well as providing an opportunity for skillful exchanges, thereby evaluating the students' progress in their cultivation. While knowledge held considerable importance, this was ultimately the realm of cultivators, where sheer strength proved to be more immediate and consequential. Thus, the weight of the debates overshadowed that of the written tests. Boom, boom. At that moment, the ground trembled as a group of knights approached the Qingzhou Academy. It was the Black Qilin Knights. Upon sighting these riders, the crowd erupted in a tumult of voices. The steeds beneath them, the mystical Black Qilin, were entirely black and exuded an aura of remarkable power. It was said that the ancestors of the Black Qilin possessed true Qilin blood. At the forefront rode General Qin, and upon seeing this middle-aged knight, the crowd instinctively parted to create a pathway, their respect evident and heartfelt. The Black Qilin Knights were the guardians of Qingzhou City, and the people of Qingzhou held a profound reverence for them, one that surpassed even their regard for the city lord. General Qin has come to visit the academy. Perhaps to see his daughter? Someone whispered, for it was no secret that General Qin's daughter trained at Qingzhou Academy. You are mistaken. General Qin has come to witness the autumn examinations, to observe the future pillars of Qingzhou City. Another replied earnestly, and those around nodded in agreement. Many of the youths at Qingzhou Academy were destined to become the city's mainstay, with some likely to join the Black Qilin Knights. Just as General Qin had once emerged from these very halls. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Black Qilin Knights entered the academy. Shortly thereafter, another entourage arrived in grand style. It is the city lord, the crowd murmured. Each year, the city lord personally attended the autumn examinations to demonstrate the significance placed upon Qingzhou Academy, and this year was no exception. It appeared that more than half of the prominent figures in Qingzhou City would be present today. After today, some will undoubtedly step into the sight of these illustrious individuals. Outside, discussions abounded, while within the academy's martial arena, the atmosphere was electric with anticipation. The stands were filled to capacity, with the majority of the academy's disciples present, though many could only watch from afar. Only those who had passed the written assessments were eligible to participate in the debates. A strict rule of Qingzhou Academy that underscored the importance of knowledge. In the stands, Ye Futian approached his father, Ye Baichuan, glancing around before asking, "Has my adoptive father not come?" Ye Baichuan shook his head. "Your adoptive father asked me to convey 2 messages. First, remain unperturbed by honor or disgrace. Second, unless faced with imminent peril, do not reveal all of your cards before others." Ye Baichuan advised. "I understand," Ye Futian replied earnestly, then turned to his companion, Yu Sheng. "Did my adoptive father have any messages for you?" "Yes," Yu Sheng nodded. Ye Futian comprehended, while a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Yu Sheng's face, though it quickly vanished. "Go forth. I look forward to your performance today." Ye Baichuan smiled as Ye Futian and Yu Sheng departed towards the martial arena, watching their retreating figures. A smile graced Ye Baichuan's face. They were finally growing up. Nearby, Feng Rahai was imparting words of encouragement to Feng Qinxue, saying, "You have secured a place among the top tier in the written assessments, with an impressive perception of flame attributes, and having reached the 6th stage of awakening. There is no need to feel overly anxious. Go forth." "Indeed," Feng Qinxue replied softly, casting a glance at Ye Futian's back as she stepped forward. A subtle feeling stirring within her, as if Ye Futian had changed somehow, and she sensed that something extraordinary might transpire today. In the direction of the Murong Merchants Association, Murong Yushan observed the figure presiding over the autumn debates and turned to his son, Murong Qiu, remarking, "Among the participants in this autumn debate, few have attained the 9th stage of awakening. If Warjiu has no intention of participating, then you must distinguish yourself and outshine everyone else." "Yes, father," Murong Qiu nodded, a measure of confidence illuminating his expression. The hosts of the autumn debates were the head of the Martial Arts Palace's Sword Pavilion, Lung Qingfeng, and the head of the Sorcery Palace's Earth Palace, Shizhong. They stepped forward and surveyed the vast arena before Shizhong announced. Those who passed yesterday's written assessments are now eligible to participate in today's debates. I trust the rules are well understood, as they remain unchanged. Now, step forward. As his words fell, students from Qingzhou Academy approached the martial arena from various directions. The appearance of Hua Jiyu instantly captivated the majority of gazes. Her beauty was extraordinary, and her talent was exceptional. The only lament was her consistent refusal to engage in combat during the autumn examinations, opting instead to demonstrate her talents and cultivation. For 3 consecutive years, she had claimed the top spot in the written assessments, but she had been dethroned just yesterday. Yet, would she still refrain from participating in the debates? For a legendary figure like her, it seemed no one was truly qualified to face her in direct competition. The honor of being first in the autumn assessments held little allure for her. Her pride was indeed excessive. Upon seeing Hua Jiyu, many turned their attention to Ye Futian, and some outer disciples displayed expressions of disdain, recognizing that he could no longer evade scrutiny. Ling Xiao, Yang Xiao, and others cast their cold, indifferent gazes upon Ye Futian, as if they were eagerly anticipating what would unfold. Feng Qingxue and Murong Qing stood together, and upon spotting Ye Futian, Murong Qing could not help but scoff. Yesterday, he basked in glory as the top scorer in the written assessments, only to reveal his true self moments later. I am curious to see his expression when he is expelled from the academy due to his insufficient cultivation, despite having claimed the top spot. Murong Qing's sentiments echoed those of the majority. In their eyes, even though Ye Futian had excelled in the written assessments, he remained stagnant in the first stage of cultivation for 3 years, rendering him ineffective in the world of practitioners, where he had no place. Feng Qingxue recalled her encounter with Ye Futian in the library yesterday, feeling a strange notion arise within her, though she dismissed it as unlikely. Ye Futian, I heard you visited the library yesterday and borrowed 2 scrolls, the martial arts dragon command and the sorcery firestar technique? Ling Xiao approached from across the arena, projecting his voice. The news of Ye Futian selecting techniques had spread like wildfire. Truly deserving of the top scorer, came the derisive laughter from the crowd. Practitioners of martial arts and sorcery alike displayed scornful expressions upon hearing the names of the 2 techniques. Indeed, how peculiar. I am quite eager to witness the efficacy of these 2 techniques today. I fear someone may once again choose to forfeit, Ling Xiao remarked coldly. The embarrassment Ye Futian had suffered from claiming the top spot in the written assessments would be eclipsed by the humiliation he faced today. Many found themselves eagerly anticipating the spectacle. Should the top scorer choose to forfeit, what scene would unfold? If Ye Futian did not forfeit, what could he possibly showcase given his current level of cultivation? Once unleashed, would he not simply face expulsion from Qingzhou Academy? In any case, the once luminous figure of the top scorer in the written assessments was fated to endure disgrace today. The more radiant his glory yesterday, the more profound his embarrassment would be today. Ye Futian, a chilling voice pierced the air, drawing everyone's gaze towards its source, Yang Xiao. Having suffered humiliation in the written assessments the previous day, Yang Xiao had harbored a simmering rage, now ready to unleash it. Today, we shall see if you are merely a paper warrior, Yang Xiao said coldly. Aside from Ling Xiao and Yang Xiao, numerous gazes were cast upon Ye Futian, each imbued with a chilling intent. This was the same Ye Futian who had triumphed in the literary examination yesterday, evidently having offended many. The spectators in the stands also directed their attention to the young man, revealing faint smiles. However, given the current atmosphere, his situation appeared dire, as he had become the target of collective disdain. Whispers rippled through the crowd, and in that moment, Ye Futian became the unequivocal focal point. The pressure was indeed substantial. In the center of the martial arena, a spiritual array had been inscribed, designed to assess the innate sensitivity of practitioners to spiritual energy. Although the disciples of Qingzhou Academy had undergone such evaluations upon entry, one's perceptive abilities were not immutable. They could enhance following diligent cultivation. At that moment, an elder stood before the array, his gaze surveying the approaching students as he spoke. The rules remain unchanged. Let the autumn examination commence. Who shall be the first to step forward? I will. A voice rang out, and the crowd beheld a young man striding confidently toward the center, none other than Ling Xiao. He approached the array, closed his eyes to attune himself to its energies, and soon, the array began to radiate a dazzling light, accompanied by the howling of winds. Simultaneously, An intangible force of wind swirled around Ling Xiao, his garments fluttering with an exhilarating sound, accentuating his remarkable presence. Wind attribute sensitivity. Level of cultivation. Awakening the 6th stage of unparalleled realm, the elder beside the array declared. Do you wish to participate in the examination? I challenge Ye Futian. Ling Xiao's gaze remained fixed ahead, his eyes locking onto Ye Futian, eager to witness the latter's downfall and transformation into a figure of ridicule. Chapter 15. Arrogance unleashed. All of this only deepened Ling Xiao's animosity towards Ye Futian. The mere sight of that handsome and confident face filled him with rage. Perhaps this was jealousy. He envied Ye Futian, a seemingly worthless individual who dared to do what he himself would not. The crowd's eyes were ablaze with anticipation as Ye Futian stepped towards the center of the martial arena, eager to witness the unfolding events. Being first in the literary examination? In the realm of cultivators, such a title held no significance. Qingdi looked at Ling Xiao, somewhat speechless, as he was the first to challenge Ye Futian. Was he trying to humiliate him without granting any chance? She felt a tinge of concern for Ye Futian. If he refused the challenge and chose to forfeit, his literary title would be meaningless. However, someone had taken the initiative, which was somewhat better. She was curious to see how he would maintain his composure. Yang Xiu remarked coldly. Qingzhou, watch closely. Soon you will see how correct your decision was. This disgraceful individual is unworthy to stand alongside you. Murongqing turned to Feng Qingzhou. While Murongqiu's gaze was fixed ahead, a trace of disdain crossing his features. He had never cared for such a person. Yet this individual had caused his own literary ranking to drop from the first tier to the second. The first battle drew everyone's attention, not due to the strength of the contenders, but because of Ye Futian's legendary status. As Ye Futian approached the center of the arena, he halted opposite Ling Xiao. Ye Futian, will you accept the challenge? An elder inquired, and all eyes turned towards Ye Futian, awaiting his response. A radiant smile illuminated Ye Futian's face, his youthful charm particularly striking under the sunlight. When I entered the sect, my innate perception was of the highest quality. Since I am participating in this battle, I presume I need not undergo the array's testing? Ye Futian addressed the elder. If he were to decline the challenge, he would need to be assessed to reveal his realm. However, should he engage, his capabilities would naturally be unveiled in combat. Very well, the elder nodded in agreement. Previously, during the literary examination, I posed a question. How will you conclude if the outcome differs from your expectations? Ye Futian looked at Ling Xiao and shook his head. If you regret your challenge now, perhaps you could avoid the impending humiliation. Otherwise, with your mindset, I fear you may not withstand it. The crowd was taken aback. At this moment, Ye Futian audaciously uttered such arrogant words. Was he truly insane? In a fit of rage, Ling Xiao unleashed his wind spirit energy, his feet striking the ground as he surged towards Ye Futian like a gust of wind. As a wind mage awakened to the 6th level of the unparalleled realm, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, rapidly closing in on Ye Futian. He was capable of unleashing basic spells with his innate energy. Yet he chose to rely on a single punch, believing it sufficient to annihilate his opponent. Be careful, Qingzhou cried out from a distance, her anxiety palpable. If Ye Futian were genuinely only at the Gathering Qi realm, he would be unable to withstand such a brutal blow. Ling Xiao's attack lacked any semblance of restraint. Though many harbored disdain for Ye Futian, witnessing him on the brink of severe injury evoked a flicker of sympathy. This punch could be devastating. Murongqing, and Yang Xiu, however, watched the unfolding drama with cold amusement, devoid of any compassion, seemingly eager for the spectacle to come. A dull thud resonated through the arena. Yet the anticipated scene did not materialize. Ling Xiao halted, his wind-wrapped form frozen in place, his punch grasped firmly by Ye Futian's hand. The crowd's pupils constricted, frozen in place. Ye Futian stood unwavering, and at the moment Ling Xiao's punch reached him, he simply raised his palm to block the formidable strike. A cultivation waste, awakened to the 1st level of Gathering Qi. Was that even possible? Qingzhou, Feng Qingzhou, Yang Xiu, and Murongqing. Countless gazes fixated on Ye Futian, their expressions a blend of shock and disbelief. To effortlessly withstand such a blow meant Ye Futian was at least on par with Ling Xiao. In other words, Ye Futian was at least an awakened 6th level unparalleled martial artist. How could this be? Ling Xiao stared ahead, feeling as though his fist had collided with an immovable force, unable to advance even an inch. I offered you a chance, Ye Futian remarked, a fierce battle intent bursting forth from him, enveloping his entire being. The essence of martial arts, awakened to the 7th level, the profound realm. The crowd trembled at the sight of Ye Futian's transformation. This so-called legendary waste of Qingzhou Academy was indeed an awakened 7th-level martial artist. Moreover, his martial perception was of the highest quality, and just yesterday, he had achieved first place in the literary examination. Undoubtedly, within Qingzhou Academy, he was truly deserving of the title genius. Yet, this very genius had been the subject of ridicule, mockery, and humiliation behind his back. This guy infuriates me. A glimmer of realization crossed Qin Yi's beautiful eyes. He had indeed stepped into the profound realm, and she felt deceived. Reflecting on their bet, her cheeks flushed slightly. This shameless individual might very well make unreasonable demands in her class. Would she truly acquiesce? Despite her annoyance, Qin felt a surge of joy. The prodigious youth with unparalleled perception had not fallen from grace. But how curious it was, when had he reached such heights in his cultivation? Feng Qingxue stared at the young man in the arena, suddenly feeling a sense of loss. A cultivation waste? She recalled her father's words from yesterday, about lying dormant in Qingzhou Academy for 3 years, and when he finally made his mark, how astonishing it would be. Ye Futian was no ordinary youth. Murong Qing's expression turned sour, as did Yang Xiu's. Each individual wore a captivating expression. Ye Futian regarded Ling Xiao with a faint smile and inquired, "What are your thoughts?" This echoed Ling Xiao's earlier question, now returned to him. Before Ling Xiao could ponder further, Ye Futian's right leg swept powerfully into his chest, sending him hurtling through the air, landing heavily on the ground with a groan, blood trickling from his mouth. He was clearly injured. Ling Xiao rose, his face ashen. His gaze filled with malice as he glared at Ye Futian. "This is what you sought to impose upon me. Do you now understand?" Ye Futian felt no sympathy. He bore no grudge against Ling Xiao, yet the latter acted as if he harbored a deep-seated vendetta, intent on humiliating him, as though his disgrace would yield some reward. Moreover, Ling Xiao's previous punch had shown no mercy. Thus, as Ye Futian had stated, what Ling Xiao now faced was precisely what he had wished to inflict. "I will return this to you," Ling Xiao replied coldly, rising to his feet. He turned towards the crowd, appearing somewhat despondent. The onlookers gazed at the handsome youth in the arena, realizing that Ye Futian's literary success was not merely a fleeting moment. Even if he were an awakened 7th-level martial artist, what merit was there in such pride? He had perhaps overestimated himself. A cold, indifferent voice emerged at that moment. The speaker was Yang Xiu, who fixed his gaze upon Ye Futian and proclaimed, "Moreover, since you are a practitioner of the martial arts at the profound realm, and I am a mage at the same level, it is the perfect opportunity to test the debate from yesterday's literary examination. I request a duel." During the previous day's examination, Ye Futian and Yang Xiu had argued about the strength of martial practitioners versus mages at the awakening realm. Ye Futian believed that martial practitioners had a greater chance of victory in group battles, a sentiment echoed by the elders of the Qingzhou Academy. Thus, as Yang Xiu asserted, it was indeed time to put this to the test. "Will you accept the challenge?" Yang Xiu inquired, his gaze unwavering. Ye Futian glanced at Yang Xiu and casually replied, "You lost the literary examination. You will fare even worse in a duel. Do you not think yesterday's humiliation was sufficient? Must you seek another round?" This fellow is exceedingly arrogant, the onlookers thought. A martial practitioner daring to belittle a mage in such a manner was utterly audacious. "Will you accept the challenge?" Yang Xiu shouted, his countenance darkening. "Why is it that you never believe what I say?" Ye Futian remarked, seemingly perturbed, as he shrugged. "If that is the case, I shall indulge you." Truly, this was beyond arrogance. The members of the Qingzhou Academy observed Ye Futian's nonchalant demeanor in silence, even if he were indeed a prodigy. Could he not show some respect toward a mage of the same realm? When had martial practitioners ever dared to display such hubris before mages? "This young man is truly asking for trouble," reflected the spectators in the stands, all of whom were at a loss for words. Chapter 16. Youthful impetuosity. Yang Xiu stepped steadily toward the center of the martial arts arena, where the magical formation gleamed with resplendent light, and the fierce flames surged wildly. His flame affinity was of the highest caliber, and he had awakened to the 7th level of the profound realm. The surrounding flames resonated with Yang Xiu, swirling around him in a mesmerizing dance, gradually coalescing into serpentine forms that lashed out toward Ye Futian. The onlookers gazed at Yang Xiu, recognizing that a master at the profound realm could resonate with the elemental energies of heaven and earth, channeling formidable spells for attack. Generally, the explosive power of such spells surpassed the martial techniques of practitioners. "You speak of martial practitioners surrounding and exhausting a mage? I am eager to see how you intend to overcome me," Yang Xiu declared, a powerful pride and confidence emanating from him. a pride inherent to mages. Ye Futian, observing Yang Xiu, wore a faint smile. What I stated yesterday was in general terms. Today, facing you, I see no need to squander time. With that, he advanced. A formidable battle intent radiating from him, gathering into a fierce momentum. Did he intend to confront Yang Xiu head-on? The crowd murmured in disbelief. A martial practitioner of the profound realm challenging the mighty spells of a mage seemed audacious. It appears he has become overly confident. Someone sneered. Yang Xiu laughed mockingly. Stepping forward toward Ye Futian, the fire serpents coiling around him morphing into a colossal fire python, exuding a terrifying aura. The space before him crackled with chaotic energy as the immense fire python threatened to consume all. Has he lost his mind? Qingdi observed the terrifying flames and anxiously glanced at Ye Futian, realizing the danger posed by such potent magic. Then today, I shall teach you a lesson. Yang Xiu's voice was icy as he lunged forward. Ye Futian, enveloped in a powerful battle intent, surged ahead, their figures resembling two bolts of lightning converging in the center of the arena. At that moment, Ye Futian's intent transformed into a vibrant purple, a potent purple barrier enveloping him, hinting at draconic resonance. A sound akin to dragon roars erupted from Ye Futian, and many spectators were left in astonishment. Just then, as they neared each other, both released their attacks simultaneously. With a furious shout, Yang Xiu commanded the fire python to devour all, charging toward Ye Futian. With a thunderous roar, Ye Futian seemed to transform into a true dragon, thrusting his arm forward, unleashing a purple dragon shadow that surged forth like an enraged dragon from the sea. When the purple lightning dragon collided with the fire python, the latter quickly dimmed under the onslaught, dissipating as the former barreled onward, striking Yang Xiu. The impact sent Yang Xiu and Ling Xiao flying further and harder than before. The dragon taming technique, a voice whispered, recognizing the battle skill, angry dragon emerges from the sea. The outer disciples watched in shock, recalling how Ye Futian had been ridiculed for borrowing the dragon taming technique the day prior. To them, it was mere folly, but now, his strike served as a resounding slap to the faces of those who had mocked him, proving them wrong. In just a day, had he truly mastered the dragon taming technique? The outer disciples trembled at the thought. It was almost unimaginable. The power of lightning. He was not merely a warrior, but one wielding the force of thunder. Numerous formal disciples and instructors from the Qingzhou Academy fixated on Ye Futian, a voice echoing in their minds, a harmonious blend of martial and magical prowess. Ye Futian, who cultivates the power of lightning, yet stands as a warrior of the profound realm, unleashing techniques of thunder. Why do you refuse to believe me? Ye Futian sighed, gazing at Yang Xiu's defeated figure. He stepped onto the energy formation and surveyed the vast arena, proclaiming, I forgot to mention, aside from the supreme perception of elemental energy, my lightning affinity is equally of the highest caliber. As his words faded, the formation erupted with dazzling lightning, enveloping him in a divine aura. In that moment, all eyes were drawn to the young figure exuding an air of invincibility, reminiscent of youthful arrogance. For 3 years, he had endured disdain and countless jibes, responding with laughter and ease, yet within his heart lay unvoiced frustrations. Standing at the center of the stage now, he seemed to dispel 3 years of pent-up resentment. I, Ye Futian, achieved first place in the literary examination. My perception of elemental energy is of the highest caliber, as is my lightning affinity. And I have awakened to the 7th level of the profound realm. Feng Qingxue gazed at the dazzling figure, her eyes dimming as realization dawned upon her. She understood now that when Ye Futian sought her company, it was not out of self-interest, but rather a genuine desire to help her. Yet, how had she treated him on that day? She had not intervened when Murongqing blocked him, even advising to maintain distance. At this moment, she recalled the boy's helpless shake of his head as he departed, a pang of sorrow washing over her. Had he truly matured? Would he not harbor regrets? Was everything merely an illusion? Perhaps everything was as her father had said. Her decision to distance herself from Ye Futian stemmed from a belief that he was unworthy of her. Murongqing stood nearby, her expression darkening as she fixed her gaze on the young figure in the arena, still unwilling to accept the reality before her. Suddenly, Feng Qingxue found Murongqing's words grating, recalling past conversations where Murongqing had spoken disparagingly to her. Why had she once placed such faith in her? Ye Futian remained atop the formation, his gaze shifting to a beautiful figure. When Hua Jiu caught sight of Ye Futian's gaze upon her, a sense of foreboding washed over her, sensing something amiss in his smile. Have I not lived up to your expectations, my enchanting fairy? Ye Futian beamed, his eyes filled with deep affection, plunging the arena into silence once more. Enchanting fairy? The term hung in the air, imbued with an ambiguous undertone. Ye Futian's words suggested a prior agreement with Hua Jiyu, sparking speculation among the crowd. As they pondered the implications of their relationship, Hua Jiyu's eyes widened in disbelief, realizing once more Ye Futian's audacity. After she had ridiculed him, he had now turned her words against her. Of course, Ye Futian was intentional. How could he let her schemes go unpunished? Numerous gazes fell upon Hua Jiyu, seemingly awaiting her denial of Ye Futian's words. Hua Jiyu's beautiful eyes flickered, and under the scrutiny of the crowd, she unveiled a radiant smile, akin to stars in the night sky. Indeed, I am quite satisfied. Her voice was gentle and enchanting. Witnessing the radiant smile blooming on the exquisite visage of the young maiden caused the hearts of all present to melt, evoking a sensation akin to being in love. Yet, concurrently, they felt their hearts shatter into fragments, for that smile was bestowed upon another youth. Hua Jiyu, the goddess of countless dreams, was admired from afar, never daring to approach or defile such beauty. No one had ever seen her converse or smile in such a manner with anyone else. Yang Xiu had never achieved such a feat, nor had Morong Xiu. However, today, someone had succeeded. As Feng Qingxue beheld this scene, her sense of despondency intensified. So this was it. At 15, she stood tall. Undoubtedly one of the most stunning beauties among the outer disciples of the Qingzhou Academy, yet in the presence of that enchanting girl, she felt utterly overshadowed. Ye Futian was equally captivated. The girl's smile was too perfect, a radiant beam that seemed capable of melting everything, yet it left him utterly bewildered. Ye Futian, I challenge you. My dream goddess, I too shall challenge you. The air was filled with angry voices echoing across the martial arena, sending a shiver down Ye Futian's spine. The few awakened individuals at the 8th and 9th realms who were participating in the autumn examination yearned to rush forth and deliver a severe thrashing to Ye Futian. You're quite formidable, Ye Futian cursed silently, casting a bemused glance at Hua Jiyu, who continued to regard him with her beautiful eyes. Her gaze as gentle as flowing water. The more she smiled, the more fervent the crowd became, and Ye Futian felt as though he might be slain by their stares. Such uproar during the autumn examination, what a disgrace! Ye Futian turned, his gaze sweeping over the crowd as he admonished them, and to his surprise, they truly fell silent, though their glares remained fixed upon him. Who among you wishes to challenge me? Ye Futian proclaimed dominantly. I and I. In an instant, several figures stepped forward, and Ye Futian noted each of them carefully. Just when the crowd assumed Ye Futian was prepared to engage, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back and spoke calmly. I have already fought 2 matches. I require some time to recuperate. With that, he simply turned and departed the martial arena. Shameless, the crowd rebuked as they observed Ye Futian's actions. Can you evade this? A cold voice from an awakened 8th realm expert questioned. In the days to come, you will deal with these individuals, Ye Futian called out, and instantly, the arena fell into silence once more. How can one be so utterly shameless? Chapter 17. I refused to accept it as Yu Sheng stepped into the center of the martial arts arena. The vast space fell into an eerie silence once more. Despite being merely 15 years of age, the powerful lines of his muscles often led others to overlook his youth. Upon reaching the magic array, he was instantly enveloped in a resplendent golden radiance, emanating an aura of battle intent, with spells swirling around him. Possessing an innate sensitivity to gold, he stood at the 8th level of awakening, excelling in both martial arts and sorcery, harmoniously balanced in both realms. Yu Sheng pointed a finger at the individual who had just been boasting loudly. That person trembled slightly, his face paling, yet he stubbornly advanced toward the arena. His innate talent was commendable, his perception of celestial energies at the earth level, and his cultivation at the 8th level of awakening. However, as he stood before Yu Sheng, any semblance of confidence evaporated, leaving him devoid of any imposing presence. Are you ready? Yu Sheng inquired. Yes, the man replied, his voice trembling slightly. The next moment, the arena quaked as Yu Sheng strode forward with immense strides. Fight! The man roared in anger, releasing his martial intent with gritted teeth. But as Yu Sheng descended like a war god, bathed in golden light, the man's previously gathered momentum seemed utterly fragile. With a resounding crash, the onlookers witnessed the man being sent flying by Yu Sheng's sheer force, who had not employed any combat techniques or spells, merely using his body to send a fellow martial artist of the same level hurtling away. You, step forward. Yu Sheng beckoned to the next challenger, another who had been clamoring to confront Ye Futian. The man shuddered and stammered, I concede. To concede, one must still step forward and reveal their innate talent and level. An elder beside the magic array cast a disapproving glance at the man, finding his lack of spine disheartening. Nevertheless, the war-godlike youth before them was undeniably extraordinary. The expressions of the others who had previously shouted challenges at Ye Futian were now grim. Would Yu Sheng truly challenge each of them one by one? If so, their chances in this debate would be utterly obliterated. Ye Futian observed this unfolding drama with a smile, his gaze fixed upon the figure in the arena. This time, Yu Sheng was the true protagonist of the autumn examination. As anticipated, those who had called out to challenge Ye Futian found themselves named by Yu Sheng for a debate. Several formidable warriors at the 8th and even 9th levels of martial arts, under Yu Sheng's merciless onslaught, were granted no opportunity to shine. They had long been poised to enter the Qingzhou Academy as formal disciples, delaying their entry to perform more spectacularly in the autumn and following spring examinations, which would benefit their future paths. Moreover, there were rumors that the most outstanding individuals in these examinations had a chance to catch the eye of palace-level figures and be accepted as disciples, prompting some to take a gamble. Unfortunately, this time, they had been reduced to mere support for Yu Sheng's brilliance. Simply monstrous, the spectators internally remarked. Even General Qin of the Black Qilin Legion regarded Yu Sheng with a different light. This boy possessed innate divine strength, with both martial and magical talents of the highest caliber. As a knight charging into battle, he would undoubtedly instill terror in his foes. Subsequently, others finally found opportunities to demonstrate their talents and levels in the arena, engaging in debates that, while captivating, failed to evoke the same overwhelming shock as Yu Sheng's earlier feats. Time flowed steadily until Murong Qiu took the stage, injecting a renewed vigor into the proceedings. He challenged high-level opponents consecutively, defeating all participants at the 9th level of awakening before effortlessly overpowering several at the 8th level, shining with unparalleled brilliance. His gaze briefly flicked toward Yu Sheng, but he seemed to lack confidence in overcoming him, ultimately refraining from issuing a challenge. Ye Futian noted Murong Qiu's glance. It was clear to him that Murong Qiu aspired to claim first place in this autumn examination, yet Yu Sheng stood as his obstacle. To secure the top position, he would need to defeat Yu Sheng. However, Murong Qiu hesitated, lacking the assurance to proceed. Though both were ranked among the top of the literary examination, Yu Sheng held the advantage in innate talent and age. Ye Futian contemplated patiently as the autumn examination approached its conclusion. As the sun dipped in the west, the crowd in the martial arts arena showed no signs of fatigue. Hundreds of disciples showcased their brilliance, and although War Jieyu refrained from participating in the debates, she stepped forward to reveal her own talents and level. Upon seeing her visage, many felt a pang of sorrow, hoping she would not truly fall for that shameless individual. Finally, the debates drew near their end, culminating in a grand finale. The gazes of the crowd shifted toward the elders of the Qingzhou Academy, awaiting the decisions of the Sword Pavilion Master, Lang Qifeng, and the Earth Palace Master, Shi Zhong, regarding the autumn examination results. It appeared that Lung Qingfeng and Shi Zhong were engaged in discussion, with someone recording their deliberations, clearly contemplating the final outcomes. An elder beside Shi Zhong stepped forward, holding the prepared list, and addressed the youth in the arena, saying, "This autumn examination, as always, will consider both the literary examination results and debate performances, culminating in the ranking of the Jia list. Ultimately, there would be only one list, the Jia list, wherein only the top 3 would receive specific rankings. The top 3 of the Jia list symbolized honor, and those on the list would earn the privilege of entering the 2nd level of the library." The crowd's eyes sparkled with anticipation, wondering who the most illustrious 3 of this Jia list would be. Ye Futian's gaze was fixed on the elder's figure ahead, his eyes glimmering. This autumn examination belonged to Yu Sheng. First on the Jia list, Murong Qiu. A voice rang out, and Ye Futian's expression shifted to one of astonishment and confusion. First on the Jia list, Murong Qiu. Others also expressed surprise, though their reactions were not overly dramatic. Recognizing Murong Qiu's 9th level awakening and his commendable performance, merely lamenting Yu Sheng's misfortune. Second on the Jia list, Yu Sheng, the elder continued to announce. Why? Just as the elder prepared to proceed, a voice interrupted him, and the crowd turned to the speaker, Ye Futian. The elder announcing the list and the seniors from the Qingzhou Academy frowned. Interrupting the declaration of results was evidently disrespectful. Why is Murong Qiu first and Yu Sheng second? Ye Futian questioned. Presumptuous. The elder retorted sharply. The rankings are established for a reason. I refuse to accept this, Ye Futian declared. Murongqiu, 17 years old. An earth element sorcerer with innate talent of the highest order and an awakening level of 9th. Yusheng, 15 years old, adept in both martial arts and sorcery. With both talents equally exceptional. In comparing their innate gifts, it is evident that Yusheng surpasses Murongqiu. As for the literary examination, both are similarly ranked among the top, and in terms of debate performance, both are undefeated. Moreover, Yusheng has swept aside opponents at the 9th level of awakening while being at the 8th level. His advantages are clear. Why then is Murongqiu placed first? Ye Futian stepped forward, bowing respectfully toward the elders of the Qingzhou Academy, saying, I hope the esteemed elders will consider this matter earnestly. This fellow. Qin Yimei cast a glance at Ye Futian. Although she too found the result unsatisfactory, now that the Qingzhou Academy had made its declaration. Was Ye Futian not questioning the authority of the Sword Pavilion Master and the Earth Palace Master? This individual was evidently quite astute. Why then was he acting so foolishly at this moment? The outer disciples in the training ground cast their gazes upon Ye Futian, whispering among themselves, while Murongqiu maintained an expression of icy indifference, fixating on Ye Futian. The spectators in the stands displayed expressions of astonishment and disbelief. Though they felt a twinge of regret for Yusheng, they had not anticipated a disciple would publicly voice such a challenge. Silence. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? An elder beside the formation scolded, his admiration for Ye Futian evident. Yet it was precisely this admiration that compelled him to intervene, for youthful exuberance must be tempered with discretion. Ye Futian was indeed aware of his actions. He recognized the potential futility of his stance, acknowledging it was not a rational decision. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to rise. If it were solely about himself, he would remain indifferent, yet this was a glory that rightfully belonged to Yusheng. Why should it be stripped away due to a singular misjudgment? The rankings in the autumn examination were a comprehensive assessment, as he had previously articulated. Just as he had stated, Yusheng had never been at a disadvantage. Why then? Did he succumb to Murongqiu? Although the distinction between the first and second places was minimal to Ye Futian, the honor of the top position rightfully belonged to Yusheng. On what grounds could it be rescinded? I understand, yet I refuse to accept it. The defiance in the youth's eyes was palpable. He had never been so earnest. Even in the face of humiliation, he could turn a blind eye. But he could not stand idly by as something that belonged to Yusheng was taken from him. Futian, Yusheng placed a hand on Ye Futian's shoulder, shaking his head in disapproval. Ye Futian, equally earnest, shook his head in response. Proceed with the announcement of the rankings and strike his name from the list. Shi Zhong coldly stated. While this list might invite some scrutiny, it was not a matter of great consequence, given Murongqiu's commendable performance. However, he had not anticipated Ye Futian would stand before the crowd to voice his objections. The announcer nodded, glancing at the name of the third-ranked individual on the list before bypassing it, declaring, third place, Huarjiu. Although Huarjiu had not participated in the debate, she had ranked second in the written examination, showcasing remarkable talent, and her cultivation at the unified realm placed her third in the autumn examination without question. Yet, a silent understanding lingered among the crowd that this position should have belonged to the tenacious youth. I still refuse to accept it. Ye Futian's voice remained steadfast. Yet the announcer continued to recite the next name. Thus, an unprecedented scene unfolded during this autumn examination. As an unwavering voice echoed throughout the training ground amidst the announcement of the rankings, Yusheng gazed at the somewhat slender silhouette, his fist clenched tightly. The determination in his eyes shimmered with a hint of redness. With a resounding thud, Yusheng stepped forward, declaring that no one could trample upon the dignity of that young man, not even the Qingzhou Academy. Chapter 18. General Qin. The ground of the martial arts arena reverberated once more, echoing with a tremor as Yusheng advanced step by step. What was his intention? All eyes turned towards him. Did these two dare to challenge the authority of the Qingzhou Academy? The results of the autumn examination had already been declared, and the decisions made by figures of such high rank could not possibly be overturned in public. Were they truly attempting to alter the outcome? Such thoughts could only belong to the deranged. The announcement of the rankings continued, yet Yusheng had already positioned himself at the center of the arena, interrupting the proceedings. The expression of many elders from the Qingzhou Academy darkened. Ye Futian's earlier antics had already caused some embarrassment for the academy, but considering his youth, they had chosen to overlook it. Now, however, Yusheng was boldly stepping into the limelight. Yusheng, step back, commanded the lord of the Sword Pavilion, Lung Qingfeng. In truth, He had intended to place Yu Sheng at the top of the rankings, but Shi Zhong insisted that Murong Qiu hold the first position. He would not compromise Shi Zhong's authority over such a trivial matter. Nevertheless, the tenacity of the two youths was unexpectedly formidable. "I challenge Murong Qiu," Yu Sheng declared, his gaze fixed coldly on Lung Qingfeng. "You are being reckless. The autumn examination has concluded. Do you think you can act wantonly? Do you have no sense of decorum? Withdraw at once." Shi Zhong rose, his voice sharp with reprimand. His adoptive father had advised him not to reveal the full extent of Yu Sheng's extraordinary talent in front of others. No. Yu Sheng's voice deepened. An aura of formidable energy swirling around him, a dark golden sheen radiating as though he were clad in divine armor. Many prominent figures suddenly fixated their keen gazes upon him. What was this? His father had once said, no one could trample upon the dignity of this young man. Regardless of who they were or when it was, he would stand resolutely before Ye Futian, regardless of the cost. At that moment, the onlookers from the Qingzhou Academy regarded the two with a peculiar gaze, sensing a complicated relationship. When their eyes fell upon the exquisite beauty of Hua Jieyu, a hint of concern flickered within them for her. The announcement of the rankings continued, and indeed, Ye Futian's name was absent. Many felt a twinge of regret. Previously, numerous individuals had anticipated witnessing Ye Futian's embarrassment, yet there was no animosity, only an annoyance stemming from the goddess Hua Jieyu. Regardless, Ye Futian's talent was undeniable, deserving of a place within the top ranks of the autumn examination. This, however, did not translate into goodwill towards him. The grievance of having the goddess snatched away was not one easily forgotten, and moreover, his audacity was astonishing. Ye Futian exhibited little reaction to his absence from the rankings, seemingly indifferent to his own reputation. Yet, he stepped forward to question the esteemed figures of the Qingzhou Academy regarding Yu Sheng's placement at the second position. Meanwhile, many prominent figures in Qingzhou City pondered the aura Yu Sheng had previously released. They instinctively felt that this remarkably courageous youth would soon make his name resonate throughout Qingzhou City, a singular presence that made their visit worthwhile. Thus concluded this year's autumn examination of the Qingzhou Academy. As Lung Qingfeng and Shi Zhong made their announcements, they approached the viewing platform, where the city lord and General Qin were present to witness the proceedings. The disciples of the Qingzhou Academy remained unsettled, and amidst the crowd, Murong Qiu's gaze was fixed on Ye Futian's direction. His expression was calm, yet his heart was cold. The rankings placed him at the top, and Ye Futian's questioning only served to undermine his standing, a significant blow to his pride. Moreover, Murong Qiu's anger was further fueled by Hua Jieyu. She had never spoken to him with such warmth, yet she smiled tenderly at Ye Futian. A cold light flashed in Murong Qiu's eyes as he strode towards the viewing platform. In another direction, Feng Qingshue's beautiful eyes were also fixed on Ye Futian. Her expression tinged with hesitation. This fellow truly does not know his place, daring to confront his superiors, remarked Murong Qing beside her. Feng Qingshue seemed oblivious to her words, her gaze unwavering towards Ye Futian. As if sensing her attention, he looked back, initially startled before a faint smile graced his face. He then averted his gaze. That smile bore no resentment, resembling the camaraderie among friends, calm and natural. Yet, Feng Qingshue felt a pang of discomfort. Ye Futian's previous smiles had always held a hint of mischief, but this time, they were absent. She understood. This was the feeling of distance. The friendship that had been lost would never be reclaimed. Turning away, Feng Qingshue felt her eyes redden slightly as she made her way toward the viewing platform where her father was seated. One by one, the crowd began to disperse. Hua Jieyu, who had drawn much attention, also departed alone towards another direction, without exchanging a word with Ye Futian. This scene reignited hope among the onlookers. Perhaps the relationship between Ye Futian and Hua Jieyu was not as romantic as they had imagined. Ye Futian, at that moment, a strikingly beautiful figure with a fiery presence appeared before him, glaring fiercely. How could you be so reckless? You should have secured third place in the autumn examination, which would have allowed you to become a formal disciple like Yu Sheng. Are you not ruining everything with your impulsiveness? Ye Futian regarded the irate beauty before him, a roguish smile curling at his lips. Even when angry, you remain stunning, senior sister. You. Qini stared at him, bewildered. How had the defiant youth who stood up to authority for Yu Sheng transformed into such a scoundrel in an instant? Was this truly the same person? When did you cultivate to your current level from the first stage of awakening? Qini inquired, perplexed by the sudden leap in his abilities. Since our last bet, my resolve surged, and I advanced from the first stage of awakening to my current level, Ye Futian replied, gazing at Qini. Senior sister, you haven't forgotten the promise you made to me, have you? Qingdi shot him a sidelong glance. In just a month, who would believe that? Such nonsense. As for the promise she made, Qingdi looked at Ye Futian. Did I ever promise you anything? I don't recall. Really? I seem to have no memory of that. Qingdi feigned confusion, then turned to a fellow student nearby who had been present during that lecture. Did I promise him anything? The student hesitated momentarily before replying earnestly, no, of course not. He then cast a mischievous glance at Ye Futian, relishing the opportunity to mock him. This shameless rascal still wished to take advantage of the goddess, dreaming. You were quite something. Ye Futian chuckled at the one who had spoken, calling out, Yu Sheng. As his words fell, the student bolted away with astonishing speed, clearly not wishing to be associated with such antics. Ye Futian turned an aggrieved gaze toward Qingdi. Senior sister, one should not behave this way. Qingdi wore a hint of smugness as she smiled. Isn't this how you taught me? Senior sister harbors a deep misunderstanding of me. Ye Futian gritted his teeth, observing the beautiful figure before him. It seemed his bold intentions had been dashed. What are you two discussing? A voice interrupted from a distance, prompting both to turn their gazes toward the approaching figure. Respect flickered in Ye Futian's eyes as he stood at attention, saying, General. Father, Qingdi chimed in playfully, her innocent beauty as a 17-year-old girl radiating charm, leaving Ye Futian momentarily dazed. It turned out the goddess had this delightful side to her. Bullying your junior again? General Qingdi ruffled Qingdi's hair before nodding at Ye Futian. You performed admirably today. Thank you, General Qingdi. Ye Futian naturally recognized General Qingdi in Qingzhou City. Who among the populace was unfamiliar with the esteemed figure before him? You are Yu Sheng. Qingdi's gaze shifted from Ye Futian to the young man beside him. Yu Sheng nodded affirmatively. Indeed, though you possess remarkable talent as a mage, you are inherently a warrior. Do not confine yourself solely to the path of magic. Qingdi spoke earnestly, harboring great admiration for the youth. He had never encountered a warrior with such potential. In the years to come, he would undoubtedly become the god of war in Qingzhou City. Yu Sheng nodded in understanding. This was a sentiment he certainly shared. Should you ever aspire to become a knight, the Black Qilin Knight Corps will always welcome you, Qingdi added with sincerity. Yu Sheng was momentarily taken aback, and even Ye Futian displayed a hint of astonishment. At merely 15 years of age, the general personally extended an invitation, a testament to his esteem for Yu Sheng. Very well, Yu Sheng responded with equal seriousness. Alas, sister, you have changed, Ye Futian sighed, feeling a sense of dejection. Wasn't he promised that we could pursue whatever we desired? With a determined stride, he approached the viewing platform where Ye Baichuan was gesturing to him, saying to those nearby, This is my son. He truly disappoints, failing to even make it onto the top rankings. I know, he is quite formidable already. Someone beside him remarked. He has reiterated countless times that this is his son. Ah, he falls short compared to me, Ye Baichuan sighed. Ye Futian felt an impulse to turn and leave, addressing his father with a wistful tone, after such a significant setback. Shouldn't you offer some words of consolation to mend my wounded spirit? Ye Baichuan regarded him oddly, replying, Is this trivial setback truly worthy of your concern? He then turned to depart, contemplating what else could be said about their family's misfortunes. After all, being born into this world was an art in itself. Chapter 19. Aftermath. The autumn examination concluded amidst a minor uproar, and as the crowd gradually dispersed, the martial arts arena returned to its usual tranquility. However, the hearts of the onlookers were far from settled. This year's autumn examination had seen Ye Futian shine too brightly, transforming from a legendary waste in their eyes to a prodigious talent excelling in both martial arts and mystic arts, with both talents being of exceptional quality. What further fueled their envy was the seemingly extraordinary bond between him and Huarjieyu. It could be said that had Ye Futian not stood up against his mentors regarding Yu Sheng's matter, the autumn examination would have been flawless for him. Of course, aside from Ye Futian, Yu Sheng had also made a significant impression, revealing the extent of his extraordinary abilities. In contrast, Morong Qiu, who topped the autumn examination, seemed rather unremarkable beside them. The crisp autumn air carried a hint of chill, as if heralding the approach of winter. Such treatment left countless outer disciples envious, as it was evident that those who performed brilliantly in the autumn examination would attract the attention of the Academy's prominent figures. Moreover, many students who ranked high in the autumn examination began to ascend to the second floor of the library to study formidable martial arts techniques and spells. Yet, Ye Futian, the legendary figure who had been unjustly cast out of the top ranks due to impulsive actions, appeared to be rather unfortunate. It was rumored that the academy's higher-ups were displeased with his disregard for authority and were preparing to impose punishment. In fact, during the autumn examination, Yu Xing had also stepped forward, but with several palace leaders vying for him, who dared to punish Yu Xing. Consequently, some of Yu Sheng's transgressions would naturally be attributed to Ye Futian, making it evident that he was indeed quite unfortunate. Both Ye Futian and Yu Sheng had been diligently cultivating over the past few days, mostly oblivious to the news circulating outside. Today, with a class from senior sister Qingyi, Ye Futian was determined to be an exemplary student and once again made his way to Qingyi's lecture hall. However, upon his arrival, he found the peculiar gazes of his peers fixed upon him. It seemed he had arrived just in time. The results of his punishment had just been announced. Seeing Ye Futian, Qingyi's beautiful eyes also bore a hint of discontent. "I know I am quite handsome, so you need not look at me like that," Ye Futian remarked, earning him a collective eye roll from the crowd, confirming that his shamelessness remained unwavering. Qingyi stepped closer to Ye Futian, a shadow of disappointment flickering in her gaze, and said, "Ye Futian, the Academy has just announced a temporary ban on your attendance in the lecture hall. But do not worry, I will appeal to the Academy. And I believe this decision will be reversed soon." Qingyi had been quite displeased upon learning this news. Everyone had witnessed Ye Futian's talent. Even if he had acted a bit recklessly during the autumn examination, was the examination truly fair? Why impose such a punishment on Ye Futian? In truth, there were additional words she had not voiced. The Academy not only prohibited Ye Futian from entering the lecture hall but had also decided to place him under observation, meaning he could still face expulsion due to the events of the autumn examination. This was also the reason behind the strange looks directed at him. Here was a young man who had just proven himself to be a genius rather than a waste, yet he still could not escape the fate of potential expulsion. This was merely the price of youthful impetuosity. However, others found it somewhat perplexing. Logically, it shouldn't be this way. After all, Ye Futian's displayed talents were undoubtedly among the finest in Qingzhou Academy. Ye Futian's expression shifted, revealing a sense of grievance. "Senior sister," he said, his voice subdued as he approached Qingyi, lowering his head. Seeing him like this, Qingyi felt a pang of sympathy and smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry. Nothing will happen." Ye Futian nodded and gently embraced Qingyi. "Thank you, senior sister," he whispered, appearing genuinely moved. Qingyi blinked in confusion. Wait. Hadn't she merely informed him about the class ban? Hadn't he barely attended any classes to react so strongly? Stepping back abruptly, her expression transformed from compassion to anger as she realized something. Glaring at Ye Futian, she enunciated each word. "Ye Futian, senior sister. I suddenly remember I have something to attend to. I must take my leave." Ye Futian swiftly turned and departed, his pace brisk, a stark contrast to his earlier dejection. "Do not let me see you again," Qingyi shouted at his retreating figure. Many male students in the lecture hall stood up, still in a state of disbelief. That scoundrel," someone yelled furiously. "This shameless wretch, the Academy's punishment is far too lenient. He should be expelled immediately." The crowd buzzed with indignation. As Ye Futian and Yu Sheng traversed the Academy grounds, Ye Futian exclaimed, "The Academy is punishing me?" The autumn examination concluded without resolution, and Yu Sheng's top position was inexplicably taken from him. Now they wish to punish me? This is truly infuriating. Yu Sheng frowned. Could it be that the Sword Pavilion Master or the Earth Palace Master felt their pride was wounded by you, prompting this action? Whatever the case, can they genuinely expel me from Qingzhou Academy? Ye Futian retorted. Who says they cannot expel you from Qingzhou Academy? A voice interjected from behind. Ye Futian halted and turned to face the speaker, raising an eyebrow. The speaker was Murongqiu, his eyes reflecting disdain as he remarked. You truly believe that possessing a bit of talent can determine everything? Then how did Yu Sheng lose the top spot? Upon hearing this, Ye Futian's gaze sharpened. The fact that Yu Sheng did not secure the first place in the autumn examination was not merely due to the personal preferences or misjudgments of the two palace leaders, but rather due to undisclosed factors. You are likely speculating correctly, and furthermore, this punishment from the Academy is also related to me, Murongqiu said, advancing towards Ye Futian, his voice low. Surprised? Yu Sheng clenched his fists, a surge of impulse coursing through him. Thinking of making a move? Fool, do you dare? Murongqiu shot Yu Sheng a scornful glance. While Ye Futian's eyes narrowed, a glacial light emanating from them. I hear Feng Qingxue is your childhood sweetheart, Murongqiu continued, provoking Yu Sheng to step forward. Yu Sheng. Ye Futian called, the icy glare in his eyes dissipating as he broke into a smile. Murongqiu's words grew increasingly abrasive, clearly designed to provoke him. If he and Yu Sheng were to confront Murongqiu, Ye Futian suspected that Murongqiu might not even retaliate, thus providing yet another pretext for punishment. Murongqiu, I will remember you, Ye Futian said with a smile before turning to Yu Sheng. Let us go. Yu Sheng shot Murongqiu a frosty glance before following Ye Futian as they departed. Murongqiu stared after their retreating figures, his expression growing more frigid. Wasn't he quite arrogant during the autumn examination? Why the sudden lack of courage now? Why didn't you let me make a move? Yu Sheng seethed with anger. Then will I take the blame? Ye Futian replied, feeling vexed. It seemed that the events of the autumn examination held more complexity than he had anticipated. And it appeared that Murongqiu had set his sights on him. Where to now? Yu Sheng inquired. To Huarju's residence. Ye Futian declared as he turned to leave. Yu Sheng paused, then muttered to himself, Are we going to meet the parents now? Huarju's home was situated in a prime location within Qingzhou Academy, boasting a large independent villa, which did not surprise Ye Futian. When the elder from Tianyao Mountain had appeared, the elders of Qingzhou Academy had shown him respect, indicating his high standing within the academy. Additionally, Huarju herself had always held a prominent and enigmatic position within Qingzhou Academy. Outside the courtyard, Ye Futian encountered a young man standing there. Upon seeing Ye Futian approach, the youth was momentarily taken aback and exclaimed, Ye Futian, senior brother. Ye Futian glanced at the young man, vaguely recalling him from the time of the autumn examination when he sat in a designated area with the elders of the Qingzhou Academy. He was likely a formal disciple. What brings you here? The young man inquired, his expression peculiar. How did you find this place? I am looking for my teacher, Ye Futian replied. Your teacher? The youth scrutinized Ye Futian and asked, Who is it? I'm not entirely sure, but they reside here. Ye Futian indicated towards the courtyard. Senior brother Hua? The young man asked timidly. Ye Futian felt a pang of embarrassment, realizing he did not even know his teacher's surname. However, recalling the relationship between his teacher and Huarju, he nodded in affirmation. The youth, recalling the exchanges between Ye Futian and Huarju during the autumn examination, suddenly understood. He clutched his chest, feeling an ache in his heart, and could not help but turn away, leaving in desolation. As he thought of how the Qingzhou Academy seemed to be punishing Ye Futian, with some even subtly suggesting his expulsion, he felt the world around him was in disarray. Who among them was so impatient with life? How could a disciple dare to be cast out from the Qingzhou Academy? The master of the earthly palace? It was a torment. Chapter 20. Reluctance to leave. As Ye Futian entered the secluded courtyard, the melodious sound of a zither greeted his ears, infused with a hint of tenderness, reminiscent of a woman playing. However, he soon discerned his master seated in the pavilion, gracefully playing the instrument. Observing that countenance, Ye Futian mused, no wonder such a prodigy as Huarju could emerge. Her beauty could rival his own. Ye Futian approached quietly, his footsteps light. Yet the zither's music gradually ceased without abruptness. The middle-aged man lifted his gaze towards Ye Futian, a smile gracing his lips. You've arrived. Master, Ye Futian bowed in greeting. Come, sit, the middle-aged man invited, and Ye Futian took a seat opposite him in the pavilion. How much do you know about talismans? The master inquired. Talismans are essentially spells inscribed upon talisman paper, thus only those with exceptional perception can create them. Such practitioners are known as talisman engravers. Ye Futian replied slowly. Since a mage's control over spiritual energy is limited, they must quickly release spells during combat, which inherently constrains the potency and realm of those spells. However, in non-combat situations, a mage can devote significant time to condensing spiritual energy, inscribing spells that cannot be unleashed in battle onto talisman paper. This is what talismans are. Precisely, the master affirmed. If you are an exceptional talisman engraver, the power of your inscriptions will surpass that of the spells you can cast during combat. Consequently, talisman engravers often possess unexpected capabilities to transcend their usual combat boundaries. Few would dare confront a talisman engraver. Moreover, he continued, talented talisman engravers are generally quite affluent. As the price of talismans is steep, you must be aware of the esteemed status an accomplished talisman engraver holds. Indeed, I understand, Ye Futian smiled. Of course. Becoming a talisman engraver requires innate talent. Ordinary mages scarcely have the opportunity. Yet you, by virtue of your birth, possess such a gift. The master regarded Ye Futian, then rose and beckoned, Follow me. Ye Futian accompanied the middle-aged man to a study within the courtyard, which boasted a collection of over 1,000 books. The master pointed to a section of the bookshelf and said, These volumes pertain to talismans. I want you to read through them thoroughly. Understood, Ye Futian nodded. not asking further questions. The master appeared pleased and then departed, leaving Ye Futian alone. Ye Futian perused the books on talismans, and after a preliminary glance, he picked one up to study intently. Even the most magnificent towers rise from the ground, and regardless of talent, one must start with the basics. Under the influence of his adoptive father, he had understood the importance of knowledge from a young age. Thus he approached his reading with utmost seriousness. As the sun began to set, Huarjiu approached from outside, calling out, "Father." The middle-aged man looked up with a smile. "How did you fare today?" "3 ninth-grade magical beasts," Huarjiu replied with a smile. "Well done," he nodded. "Prepare the talisman pin and talisman paper." "More practice?" Huarjiu asked. "Not for you, but for Futian," the master chuckled. Upon hearing Ye Futian's name, Huarjiu's beautiful eyes sparkled. "He's here? How very self-aware." When Ye Futian emerged, he beheld Huarjiu setting out the paper and pen, her noble and graceful demeanor captivating. He thought to himself, his master must be exceptionally beautiful as well, though he had yet to see her. Ye Futian approached quietly and, with a soft chuckle, remarked, "How virtuous of you." Huarjiu froze momentarily. "Virtuous? Futian, have you finished?" At that moment, the master walked over, holding a scroll of books. "Yes, I've completed them all," Ye Futian replied with a gentle nod. "Very well. What is your current level of mastery as a mage?" The master inquired. "I have awakened to the 6th level of the dual realm," Ye Futian answered. "Have you practiced any spells?" The master continued. "None," Ye Futian replied. "Spells such as the Fire Star technique can essentially be ruled out." "Excellent." The master seemed quite pleased. Ye Futian blinked in surprise. Not having practiced spells was actually advantageous? The engraving of talisman spells differs somewhat from spell casting. "Your lack of spell practice allows for a more direct understanding," the master explained, then placed a scroll before Ye Futian, saying, "Here are some basic methods for inscribing spells. We shall begin with the first spell." Ye Futian nodded, took the scroll, and studied it earnestly. The first spell was Thunderstorm, an awakening-level spell capable of summoning thunder and lightning to assault foes. "I've finished reading," Ye Futian declared, setting down the scroll. "Begin engraving," the master instructed. Ye Futian picked up the talisman pen, his expression serious. Suddenly, streaks of lightning flickered around him, flowing from his body to his arm and coalescing at the pen's tip. Concurrently, the power of thunder from the heavens seemed to converge toward the tip of the pen. Ye Futian commenced the engraving, moving deliberately and with great care. Just then, a flash of lightning erupted, and all the thunderous energy dissipated from the talisman paper. "Failure," Ye Futian sighed, disappointment washing over him. "Not to worry, try again," the master encouraged. Ye Futian nodded, swapping out the talisman paper, feeling a twinge of regret. The cost of talisman paper was indeed steep. Attempt after attempt. He failed again and again, yet each time he managed to sustain the effort a little longer. "Jiu, it's your turn," the master called out. And Huarjiu nodded gently, extending her delicate hand. Ye Futian was taken aback, then handed the pen to her. Huarjiu took a piece of paper, and as the lightning flashed, she began to engrave the talisman. She possesses an affinity for the lightning element. Ye Futian's eyes sparkled with realization. Last time it was gold. And during the battle at the Tianyao Mountain, she exhibited an affinity for wind. Could it be that this enchanting being shares his talents? While Huarjiu engraved the talisman with focus, she appeared effortlessly radiant, as if enveloped in a soft glow. In mere moments, she completed the talisman, lifting her gaze. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she smiled at Ye Futian. Ye Futian, feeling a pang of embarrassment, chuckled awkwardly. "What a shameful display. Take your time," the master smiled. Then he and Huarjiu departed the pavilion, leaving Ye Futian in solitude to focus on his engraving. Ye Futian nodded, his mind clear of distractions as he resumed his solitary practice. Though he faced continuous failures, each setback brought him a step closer to progress. As dusk settled, the middle-aged man sat in a chair, murmuring, "How long did it take you to successfully engrave your first talisman?" "One day," Huarjiu replied. "He will succeed soon. And he even require my guidance," the master remarked softly. "I have never seen anyone with such strong perception and control over spiritual energy at the awakening stage. Even you fall slightly short." Huarjiu's beautiful eyes were fixed on the silhouette of the young man ahead. At that moment, a brilliant flash of lightning erupted, a tempest of thunder striking outward. "Master, I did it!" Ye Futian exclaimed in delight, his excitement palpable as he felt that inscribing this spell equated to mastering it. "Very good, but you must continue to strive harder. You should be able to inscribe all the spells listed in that scroll." The master observed Ye Futian's exuberance. Regardless of his talent, He remained a mere 15-year-old boy. Such an age held its own charm. Indeed, Ye Futian nodded. As night fell, Huarjiu gazed at Ye Futian with a knowing smile, silently hinting at her unspoken thoughts. Time truly flies, Ye Futian remarked, lifting his gaze to the sky. It's dark now, and the roads can be perilous at night. Master, do you have a spare room? Perhaps I could stay here. Huarjiu's eyes narrowed slightly. Is that a valid reason? Yet Ye Futian, undeterred, continued to look expectantly at the middle-aged man. Fine, you may stay here. Jiu, please assist Futian in preparing a room, the master acquiesced. The middle-aged man smiled gently. Huarjiu blinked her beautiful eyes. Are you going to help Ye Futian tidy up the room? I will not. Huarjiu gazed at Ye Futian, pondering how she could refuse. The middle-aged man observed Huarjiu, who, feeling somewhat aggrieved, stood up and walked towards the room. Teacher, I will assist. Ye Futian followed suit. The middle-aged man nodded, as faint sounds of playful banter echoed behind them. As days turned into weeks, Ye Futian's ability to inscribe talismans grew increasingly proficient, even attaining the capability to inscribe the 7th-level spells. One day, while he was alone in a pavilion inscribing talismans, he suddenly felt a profound sensation arise within him. His thoughts stirred, and at that moment, the spiritual energy of the world seemed to resonate with his being, swirling around him in a frenzy. This was entirely different from mere gathering of energy. With the mastery of the 7th level of the mage realm, he felt a radiant smile illuminate his face. Indeed, he had sensed this progress. During his talisman inscribing, his perception and control of spiritual energy improved daily. For the very act of inscribing talismans was, in essence, a form of cultivation. Chapter 21. The Black Flame Academy. As the cold currents of winter swept in, the vegetation withered, and the Qingzhou Academy was imbued with an air of desolation. The ban imposed on Ye Futian by the Academy remained in effect. And while many students were eager to witness the unfolding drama, Ye Futian had vanished entirely, leading many to speculate whether he would even appear in the lecture hall. Despite the Academy's restrictions, there was, however, some possibility that he might attend Sister Qingyi's class. Silently and heavily, winter snow descended, blanketing the surroundings in a soft layer of white by morning. Stepping out of his room, Ye Futian gazed at the vast expanse of snow, rubbing his hands together and exhaling a puff of warm breath, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Ahead, a solitary pavilion stood amidst the snowy landscape, flanked by snow-covered surroundings. Yet, within this serene scene, a figure stood enveloped in the falling snow, her beautiful visage radiating an air of enchantment. Indeed, the snowfall was truly exquisite. Ye Futian took a step forward towards the figure, leaving a trail of footprints in the snow. Approaching the young girl, he cast a discreet glance her way. She appeared oblivious to his presence, her beautiful eyes gently closed as if savoring the tranquility. Ye Futian too closed his eyes, standing quietly beside her, both of them blanketed in a layer of pristine white snow. What are you doing? Huarjiu slowly opened her eyes, a smile illuminating her face as she looked at him, noticing Ye Futian mirroring her stance. He opened his eyes, met her gaze imbued with tenderness, and replied with a smile, I wish to accompany you until we grow old together. Huarjiu blinked, glancing at Ye Futian's snow-covered hair, a faint sorrow tugging at her heart. Life is fraught with traps, and even while appreciating the beauty of the snowflakes, she felt this shameless fellow could easily lead her astray. It has been 2 months. You wouldn't have made this place your home, would you? She asked, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Once a disciple, forever a son. A teacher's home is naturally akin to one's own, Ye Futian replied earnestly. Ye Futian's eyes flickered, sighing inwardly, recognizing the truth in the saying that no one knows a disciple better than their master. Dad, Huarjiu called out, somewhat aggrieved. Glaring at her father, am I truly your biological daughter? You always defend Ye Futian. Such is the way of a master, Ye Futian remarked with a sigh, recognizing that his teacher possessed a depth of understanding superior to his own. Through their time together, he had learned her teacher's name, Hua Fenglu. Upon realizing this, Ye Futian felt a sense of awe. Indeed, his master's stature was beyond his reach. Futian, your mastery of the talismans has reached a level where you may soon embark on your own path. As your realm advances, you will be able to inscribe even more powerful talismans. Hua Fenglu's gaze fell upon Ye Futian. Though he had only attained the 7th level of awakening, he was able to inscribe the highest grade awakening talismans. All thanks to your guidance, Master, Ye Futian bowed respectfully. Your innate talent is exceptional. Had you been under another's tutelage, the outcome would remain the same. But do not let pride take root in your heart. The world beyond is far more intricate than you imagine. The journey ahead has only just begun. Should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, feel free to seek me out at any time, Hua Fenglu advised. I shall remember your words. Ye Futian nodded earnestly. Very well, you may depart. Hua Fenglu nodded in return. Ye Futian acknowledged her, then knelt in the snow. Bowing 3 times towards Hua Fenglu, having entered the fold for several months, I have yet to perform the formal disciple's rite, though I enjoy jesting. My previous words were sincere, once a teacher, forever a father. I shall forever hold your teachings close to my heart. Having completed his respectful gesture, Ye Futian slowly stood and said, I take my leave, master. Turning to Hua Jiyu, he added with a smile, Fairy, do not miss me too much. This lad is rather disorienting, Hua Fenglu chuckled, shaking his head. Why do you favor him so? Hua Jiyu inquired, her beautiful eyes studying her father. She could sense her father's genuine fondness for Ye Futian. Could it merely be due to his talent? Initially, he had accepted him as a disciple based on his potential. But through their conversations and the events of the autumn examination, it became apparent that beneath Ye Futian's seemingly carefree exterior lay a heart of purity. Despite enduring ridicule and humiliation for 3 years, he bore no resentment, only radiating positivity. The fact that he stood up to the Qingzhou Academy for the sake of a mere ranking indicated his loyalty and integrity. And in these past 2 months, I have indeed grown increasingly fond of his character, Hua Fenglu smiled. So much so that you would consider selling your own daughter? Hua Jiyu retorted, rolling her eyes. Even if he possesses many admirable qualities, his lecherous nature cannot be overlooked. Do you not find it endearing? Hua Fenglu replied with a laugh. Hua Jiyu felt a sense of disarray. Her usually composed father now seemed smitten by someone. The snow continued to fall incessantly, blanketing the Qingzhou Academy in a layer of white, further enhancing the sacred beauty of this revered place. However, the disciples of the academy were too preoccupied to appreciate the picturesque scenery. That morning, a group of powerful individuals descended upon the academy, prompting the faculty to adopt a state of vigilance, summoning numerous strong practitioners, including leaders from both the martial arts and sorcery halls, creating a palpable tension in the atmosphere. Many outer disciples were oblivious to the unfolding situation, but the older, more seasoned disciples understood the gravity of the visitors' arrival and the potential threat to the sanctity of their academy. Chaos erupted within Qingzhou Academy as numerous disciples converged towards a single point. Ye Futian, observing the commotion, felt a sense of curiosity. He was unaware of the cause of the upheaval, but it seemed that something significant was afoot. Ye Futian, before he reached the guest courtyard, he heard someone calling his name. Turning, he spotted a youthful and radiant figure approaching, a smile blooming on his face. Where are you headed? Feng Qingxue inquired. The academy is summoning its disciples. Brother Yuxing should have already gone, she continued. Ye Futian's gaze flickered, as if lost in thought. Feng Qingxue fidgeted with the hem of her clothing, appearing somewhat anxious. She then suggested softly, shall we go see together? Ye Futian hesitated for a moment, observing the girl beside him, snowflakes gently falling upon her. She seemed a bit uneasy. Sure, he replied with a smile. Okay. The girl tightened her grip on her clothing, then moved closer to Ye Futian as they made their way toward the gathering crowd. Unlike before, Ye Futian refrained from teasing her, and Feng Qingxue understood that their past was irrevocably lost. Any desire to return to their former dynamic was merely a wistful dream. After the events of their last encounter, she had matured considerably, yet even with the knowledge that what was lost could not be reclaimed, she still wished to avoid becoming strangers. I'm sorry, Feng Qingxue suddenly spoke, causing Ye Futian to pause, looking at her. She mustered her courage to meet his gaze, and said with a smile, Futian, I apologize. Her beautiful eyes glistened with unshed tears. Recently, she had often recalled her father's words, realizing the implications of her actions on the young man beside her. It was a matter of his dignity. I've already forgotten, Ye Futian replied with a smile, fully aware of the reason behind her apology. It is all in the past, he continued, smiling. By the way, what is happening at the academy? Feng Qingxue, sensing Ye Futian's reluctance to broach the subject, felt a subtle pang of disappointment. She then spoke softly. I have heard that a formidable force from Haiyan City, led by the strong practitioners of Haiyan Academy, has arrived. Upon hearing Haiyan City, Ye Futian's expression grew more solemn. Haiyan City and Qizhou City are both cities on Donghai Island. Having perused historical texts since his youth, he possessed a fair understanding of certain historical events. 3 centuries prior, when Emperor Yi and Emperor Dongwang had yet to unify the realm, it was a tumultuous era marked by feudal strife, where practitioners frequently plundered resources. At that time, Heian City was under the dominion of Heian sect, a notoriously aggressive sect that repeatedly invaded other cities in Donghai to seize their resources. Following the unification of the realm, Emperor Yi and Emperor Dong Wang re-established order, bringing considerable peace to the land. However, their control over the island cities of Donghai remained tenuous. Heian sect transformed into Heian Academy, which continued to maintain a firm grip on Heian City, never ceasing its incursions into Qingzhou City over the years. In this context, Heian Academy and Qingzhou Academy naturally became arch-rivals. Every few years, Heian Academy would send its formidable practitioners to Qingzhou, both to demonstrate their power and to gauge the talents of the younger generation in Qingzhou City. It appears that the ambitions of Heian City are once again taking root. Ye Futian murmured, Qingzhou City may soon face unrest. However, these matters seem somewhat distant for me, as Qingzhou City is protected by its guardian, the Black Qilan Legion. Yet at present, it seems that Qingzhou Academy is facing some troubles. Chapter 22, The Proud Youth at the Qingzhou Academy, in the area designated for lectures. A group of individuals clad in black robes adorned with three flame patterns, resembling the character Yin, gathered. When Ye Futian and Feng Qingxue arrived, they found the area already bustling with people. Instructors from the Qingzhou Academy and numerous disciples had gathered, and even high-ranking officials, including figures of the palace master level, began to arrive. They directly blocked the entrance to the lecture hall. Observing this scene, Ye Futian mused that the people from the Black Flame Academy were indeed rather impolite. The arrival of Ye Futian and Feng Qingxue elicited expressions of surprise from many. Just 2 months prior, rumors circulated within the academy that Ye Futian had audaciously embraced the goddess Qingyi, and now he was seen with Feng Qingxue. Such shamelessness raised questions about why the academy had not expelled him. However, at this moment, their attention shifted away from Ye Futian, as an external threat loomed. The palace masters had arrived. At this point, a group parted the way, and prominent figures from the martial arts palace and the sorcery palace stepped into the crowd. Their expressions were sharp as they fixed their gazes on the incoming group. They had been aware of this group's arrival in Qingzhou City days prior, and now they had come to the Qingzhou Academy. Snowflakes danced down, and the onlookers felt a chill not only from the snow but also from the uninvited guests. This place is the lecture hall of our Qingzhou Academy. Since you have traveled from afar, might we suggest a different venue for discussion? One palace master suggested, addressing the strong men from Black Flame City. No need, we shall not require much time. This location suffices, replied a middle-aged man at the forefront of Black Flame City, his dark skin and hawkish features giving him an imposing presence. His cold tone offered no courtesy to the Qingzhou Academy, as they had come with intentions of provocation. Please enlighten us, Cold Qing Feng, the head of the sword pavilion of the Qingzhou Academy, responded icily, cutting straight to the point. It has been several years since our last visit to the Qingzhou Academy. During this time, the Black Flame Academy has nurtured a new generation of young talents eager to engage with the outside world, and today, I have brought them to broaden their horizons and witness the geniuses of Qingzhou City, the middle-aged man declared, glancing at the youths standing behind him. Now that you are here, who among you wishes to step forward? The youths, all under the age of 18, the youngest appearing merely 13 or 14, bore sharp gazes as they scrutinized the disciples of the Qingzhou Academy, their looks radiating a sense of disdain. How arrogant, the disciples of the Qingzhou Academy thought, their faces turning cold as they prepared to teach these unwelcome guests a lesson. A 16-year-old youth emerged from the ranks of the Black Flame Academy, tall and slender. He possessed a handsome countenance, resembling an ordinary scholar. I am Mu Jiang from the Black Flame Academy, awakened to the 9th layer of the Return to One Realm. Please enlighten me, he said courteously, yet some sensed an underlying arrogance in his calm demeanor, as if he held the disciples of the Qingzhou Academy in contempt. From among the crowd of the Qingzhou Academy, a figure stepped forward. I am Qiu Yan, awakened to the 9th layer of the Return to One Realm. The young man spoke with poise. Qiu Yan had performed excellently in the spring examination this year and became an official disciple of the Qingzhou Academy. Last year, he had been a prominent figure among the outer disciples, and many held high hopes for him. Please, Mu Jiang nodded slightly. And Qiu Yan's figure flickered as he moved swiftly, a powerful martial aura swirling around him, flames subtly illuminating his body, indicating his dual mastery of martial and magical arts. With a primary focus on sorcery, Mu Jiang stood firm as a mountain, quietly observing Qiu Yan's approach. The elders of the Qingzhou Academy wore grave expressions. Such composure suggested he was brimming with confidence. As Qiu Yan closed in on his opponent, the fiery aura surged violently around him, coalescing into a small lotus of flames. its fiery essence scorching the surrounding air with a hissing sound. Suddenly, the snowflakes swirling in the air wrapped around Mu Jiang, cloaking him in a layer of white, as if shrouded in frost. As Qiu Yan's attack descended, the flames resonated with the surrounding environment, and the fiery lotus erupted, engulfing Mu Jiang in a vast sea of flames. This spectacle excited the disciples of the Qingzhou Academy. Even awakened sorcerers wielded formidable spells, and Mu Jiang's audacity to withstand such an attack seemed reckless. Yet before they could revel in their triumph, a terrifying chill emanated from Mu Jiang, as if he were isolating himself from the flames. The crowd watched in shock as Qiu Yan's arm began to freeze, becoming rigid. This ice magic. The disciples of the Qingzhou Academy frowned, realizing their opponent was a water element sorcerer, whose element countered fire. Qiu Yan trembled from the cold as the ice spread, swiftly encasing half of his body in frost, while the biting snow lashed at the other half, threatening to turn him entirely into a statue of ice. Stop! An elder from the Qingzhou Academy admonished, just as Mu Jiang placed his hand atop Qiu Yan's head and swatted him aside as one might a mere insect, sending him crashing to the ground. The disciples of the Qingzhou Academy rushed forward to carry Qiu Yan away, fearing he would be frozen to death if left unattended. After Mu Jiang withdrew, another figure emerged. Though a youth, he bore an air of sharpness, his every feature exuding youthful vigor, and he carried a sword upon his back. Clearly a swordsman. Awakened to the 8th layer, the youth spoke coolly, showing little interest even in introducing himself, his demeanor colder and more imposing than Mu Jiang's. I shall take my turn, he declared. It is Li Qingshan from the Qingzhou Academy. Many among the crowd held expectations. He had ranked 3rd in the spring examination and had joined the sword pavilion for training. 3 swords should suffice, a young man from the Black Flame Academy scoffed, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Arrogant, the disciples of the Qingzhou Academy seethed, their anger palpable. Please, Li Qingshan responded coldly, drawing his sword, its aura swirling around him, emitting a piercing sound. The sword's intent was a form of martial essence, incredibly potent, akin to channeling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth through a sword. Matching the abilities of a sorcerer, the strikes of a swordsman were truly formidable. This time, Li Qingshan was more cautious than Qiu Yan had been, remaining as steady as a mountain. However, the opposing youth sneered, "You really are obedient." With that, he surged toward Li Qingshan like the wind, the snow swirling chaotically around him, a gust propelling his form forward. Beware of the wind element sorcerer. Many from the Qingzhou Academy exclaimed, their expressions shifting with concern. A wind element sorcerer who focused on swordsmanship would be formidable indeed. Li Qingshan's countenance hardened as he prepared to engage. As the opponent approached, he unleashed his sword. It moved like a dragon through the air, but in a flash of cold light, the opponent's blade carved a straight line through the air, the sword's wind intent striking like lightning. Li Qingshan's sword trembled, gathering immense sword intent as he pointed into the void. But the opponent vanished after leaving a single strike in the air, reappearing at Li Qingshan's side. Brother. Many watched the battlefield, captivated. Battles between swordsmen were perilous. Li Qingshan reacted, his left hand striking out as he channeled his energy into his sword to block the side attack. Yet the opponent again disappeared, this time materializing behind him, and with a flash of cold light, a cry of agony pierced the air. A line of blood traced across Li Qingshan's back, spilling forth without cessation. If the disciples of the Qingzhou Academy possessed such strength, there would be no need to waste time. At this moment, a young man emerged from the Black Flame Academy. His skin was pale and his face immaculate, yet his eyes radiated a profound sense of pride. Anyone who met his gaze could immediately sense his arrogance. Junior brother, do these inept fools still require your direct intervention? Someone behind him inquired. The youth shook his head, responding, since we are here, they must understand their position. I am at the 7th level of the Awakening Realm. Regardless of your level in the Awakening Realm, you may challenge me directly. A tumult arose among the disciples of the Qingzhou Academy at the proclamation of his 7th level awakening. Such audacity to disregard their realms and invite all disciples of the Qingzhou Academy to battle was astounding. I wish to experience this firsthand, Yang Shou declared as he stepped forward. After suffering humiliation during the previous autumn examination, he hoped to redeem himself this time. I shall fight. Several others followed suit. The youth cast a glance at them and said, "You may all come at once." As his words fell, he stepped onto the snow, causing the flakes to scatter, revealing a pattern on the ground. The disciples of the Qingzhou Academy unleashed their powers, yet the youth appeared oblivious to their presence, continuing to pace in place. Gradually, the design on the ground became increasingly intricate, with ancient characters faintly visible upon it. A formation. The countenance of the prominent figures from the Qingzhou Academy turned grave. The youthful pride on the boy's face still bore a hint of immaturity, likely not yet 15 years old. And yet he was capable of setting up such a formation at such a rapid pace. The terrifying spiritual energy from the heavens and earth surged violently towards the formation, with the boy standing at its center, exuding confidence. The expressions of the Qingzhou disciples finally shifted, yet they were compelled to act, glancing at one another before launching their simultaneous assaults. As they attacked, a sneer of disdain flickered in the boy's eyes. With a thought, a brilliant light enveloped him, and a diagram appeared behind him, resonating with the formation on the ground. "Go," he uttered coldly, and instantly, numerous flaming serpents emerged from the formation, charging towards all of them. The fire serpents conjured by Yang Xiu paled in comparison, akin to a mere small snake, and were swiftly consumed. The master of the water hall of the Qingzhou Academy stepped forward, and the temperature in the air seemed to plummet. A chilling aura that froze all descended abruptly, transforming into an icy tempest that extinguished the flaming serpents. Yang Xiu and his fellow disciples fell to the ground, utterly disheveled. Had it not been for the intervention of the water hall master, they would have been engulfed by the flames. The Fate Mage. The water hall master gazed intently at the youthful figure before him, a look of astonishment crossing his eyes. This boy, not yet 15, was indeed a Fate Mage. Chapter 23. This is Ye Futian, the Fated Mage. The disciples of the Qingzhou Academy exhibited expressions of astonishment. The formation diagram represented the fate of the soul, which elucidated his remarkable ability to inscribe the array swiftly. This youth, not yet 15, inscribed formations of such potency that they could indeed pose a threat to a powerful being at the 9th level of awakening. Realizing this, the students of the Qingzhou Academy felt a flush of embarrassment. While they had previously entertained the notion that there were disciples within their ranks whose talents were on par with those of the others, finding someone of equivalent aptitude to this boy proved exceedingly difficult. I have heard that the first place in the recent autumn examination of the Qingzhou Academy was taken by whom? The boy's gaze brimmed with pride as he disregarded the fallen crowd, directing his attention towards the esteemed figures of the academy. Murongqiu. The gathered individuals turned their eyes toward Murongqiu in the crowd, harboring little hope, although he had claimed the top position in the autumn examination. The disciples of the Qingzhou Academy believed that, whether it be Yushin or Huarjiu, they were likely superior. Even Murongqiu himself lacked confidence. Upon noticing the many gazes directed at him, he remained where he was, showing no intent to step forward. Xiao Yin, who had been bested in the first battle, was not inferior in strength to him. The influential figures of the Qingzhou Academy also regarded Murongqiu, but soon their disappointment became apparent as he seemed reluctant to engage in battle. Yuxing. A voice emerged, belonging to the master of the sword pavilion, Lung Qingfeng. It was known that Yuxing had recently ascended to the 9th level of awakening, and Lung Qingfeng had personally witnessed Yuxing's formidable prowess during the autumn examination. Thus, he felt assured of his performance in combat. However, it appeared that Yuxing was still quite displeased. He had no intention of participating in the fray. Observing Yuxing's demeanor, the crowd felt a chill. They did not perceive his reluctance to fight as akin to Murongqiu's fear, but rather as a refusal. In the past 2 months, Murongqiu had already been accepted as a formal disciple, and even Yang Xiu had become a member of the Technique Palace, yet Yuxing remained unaligned. Despite multiple invitations from both the Martial Arts Palace and the Golden Lineage Palace, Yuxing had steadfastly declined. The Qingzhou Academy understood the reason. The Academy's punitive measures against a certain individual had left Yuxing deeply aggrieved. Some speculated that as long as this punishment persisted, Yuxing might even choose to depart from the Academy altogether. Reportedly, there had been disputes among the higher echelons of the Qingzhou Academy regarding this matter. Yet some remained unwilling to compromise. Thus, even in the face of humiliation, Yuxing remained steadfast in his refusal to engage. To him, the Academy's punishment of Ye Futian was an affront to his dignity, and until the punishment was rescinded and an explanation provided, he was unwilling to undertake any actions for the Qingzhou Academy. Seeing Yuxing's expression, Lung Qingfeng's anger flared, not at Yuxing, but directed at Shi Zhong, casting a discontented glance at him. The Academy's unfairness was apparent, and he had no right to admonish a young man's obstinacy. Yuxing is still angry about your matter, Feng Qingxue remarked softly upon witnessing the scene, to which Ye Futian nodded, well aware of Yuxing's stubbornness. If the Qingzhou Academy treated Yuxing this way, it might not faze him, but the one being punished was Ye Futian. Given Yuxing's temperament, how could he possibly engage in combat? If the academy dared to impose such a punishment on Yuxing, he would respond in kind. Feng Qingshue's beautiful eyes reflected a hint of disappointment. If Yuxing refused to forgive the Qingzhou Academy, it would be difficult for her to gain his favor as well. Is Jiyu present? A prominent figure from the palace inquired, prompting the crowd to search. As they did, a section of the crowd parted, revealing the figure of Hua Jiyu. Aware of the significant events transpiring at the Qingzhou Academy, she had come forth. She is stunning. The disciples from the Black Flame Academy gazed at Hua Jiyu with admiration, captivated by her breathtaking beauty. Jiyu, it seems you must take action. The palace figure spoke softly, and the disciples of the Qingzhou Academy expressed anticipation. It had been 3 years since they last witnessed Hua Jiyu in action. Could she overcome the talented youths from the Black Flame Academy? How could one bear to strike such a woman? At that moment, the arrogant youth regarded Hua Jiyu with a smile, saying, since we are unfamiliar with Qingzhou City, why not accompany us on a tour? Today, I shall let the Qingzhou Academy off the hook. Impudent. The disciples of the Qingzhou Academy reacted with indignation. Hua Jiyu was the embodiment of perfection in their eyes, and now she faced such humiliating words from the individuals of the Black Flame Academy. Silence. A group of worthless fools. Anyone who is dissatisfied may step forward to speak. The youth's gaze swept over the crowd, exuding an air of overwhelming arrogance. The disciples of the Qingzhou Academy felt their honor deeply wounded, yet they were powerless against him. Hua Jiyu, however, maintained her composure. She did not step forward as the elders of the Qingzhou Academy had hoped. Her gaze slowly shifted to a specific direction, where Ye Futian stood. Hua Jiyu clearly noticed Feng Qingxue beside Ye Futian. A gentle smile blossomed on her calm visage as she directed her words to Ye Futian, softly stating, they are bullying me. As Hua Jiyu's gaze fell upon Ye Futian, many disciples of the Qingzhou Academy sensed an unusual shift when her words reached their ears. It was as if they heard the sound of their own hearts shattering. They are bullying me. Such a tender voice. How could their perfect goddess be so playful towards Ye Futian? Indeed, was that not the tone of playful teasing? Had that been directed at them, they would have fought with all their might to defend her honor. Alas, it was not. My heart aches. Many felt the sting of envy upon seeing Feng Qingxue beside Ye Futian. Why him? Feng Qingxue was momentarily stunned upon hearing Hua Jiyu's words. Feeling the multitude of gazes upon her, she lowered her head slightly, her fingers nervously clutching her garment. After all, it was Hua Jiyu. Feeling the weight of countless eyes upon him, Ye Futian rubbed his temples, realizing that it was impossible to maintain a low profile. The individuals from the Black Flame Academy also turned their attention to Ye Futian, pondering whether he possessed some extraordinary quality that made Hua Jiyu treat him differently. Ye Futian took a step forward, and the disciples of the Qingzhou Academy speculated that he seemed poised to charge forth in a fit of righteous indignation for the sake of a fair maiden. They could understand that sentiment, even if it might end in tragedy. The arrogant youth observed Ye Futian's advancing figure and smirked mockingly, saying, you better think carefully before deciding. A fit of rage? A Qingzhou plot, and the price is one you must be prepared to pay. Ye Futian appeared to disregard his words, smiling as he responded. You should slap yourself twice and apologize. Perhaps then I might allow you to leave the Qingzhou Academy unscathed. This. The disciples of the Qingzhou Academy widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend what they had just heard. Even in a fit of rage, could one not be slightly less arrogant? Would they not suffer humiliation later at the hands of their opponents? Their hearts ached further. How could such a person, of all people, capture Hua Jiyu's favor? What in the world was happening? Even the influential figures of the Qingzhou Academy found it hard to bear. This youth was clearly overstepping. Though he possessed notable talent, the youth opposing him was a fated mage. What if I refuse? The arrogant youth regarded Ye Futian with an expression of disdain, as though he were looking at a fool. Then, Ye Futian stepped forward again, and countless gazes fell upon him. Just as everyone assumed he was about to fight for the sake of a maiden, Ye Futian called out loudly, Yuxing. Cough. The crowd gaped at Ye Futian, a cacophony of thoughts racing through their minds. Indeed, this was quintessentially Ye Futian. Even Hua Jiyu widened her eyes at him, feeling a sense of embarrassment. Thud. The snow-covered ground trembled, and snowflakes danced wildly in the air. Yuxing, with his imposing stature, strode confidently into the center of the crowd. His mere presence exuded an undeniable aura of intimidation, compelling both his admirers and detractors to acknowledge that he was indeed a born warrior. As he made his entrance, some individuals from the Black Flame Academy wore expressions of solemnity, feeling the palpable pressure emanating from Yuxing, a force unmatched by the previous disciples of the Qingzhou Academy, possibly existing on an entirely different echelon. The prominent figures of the Qingzhou Academy felt a twinge of embarrassment, unable to summon Ye Qingdi at will. While Ye Futian needed only to utter 2 words for the same effect. It was, indeed, a rather stinging rebuke for them. Nevertheless, a sense of relief washed over them. Knowing that as long as Ye Qingdi was willing to engage in battle, that sufficed. Ye Qingdi cast a glance at Hua Jiayu and spoke, "Sister-in-law, leave it to me." The onlookers were momentarily stunned. Sister-in-law? Hua Jiayu blinked, feeling a pang of regret. Very perceptive, Ye Futian thought, acknowledging Yu Sheng's transformation into a more considerate individual. Such dominance. The people of the Qingzhou Academy praised him, recognizing that this was the essence of audacity. Not long ago, someone else exhibited a similar bravado, leaving them feeling quite humiliated. However, Ye Qingdi was entirely different, a stark contrast to the shameless Ye Futian. Chapter 24. Arrogance. At this moment, Yun Tianhao was quite displeased. As a fated mage, he believed himself to be exceptionally proud, yet he was taken aback to discover that there were others even more arrogant than he. The 2 individuals who emerged were increasingly audacious, exuding an unmistakable air of foolishness. With an icy demeanor, Yun Tianhao spoke, his aura swirling around him. When Mujiang stepped forward and said, "Junior brother, allow me to take the lead." Without hesitation, he advanced, feeling a considerable pressure from Ye Qingdi. It was prudent for him to gauge Ye Sheng's strength first, to prevent his junior from suffering any losses. Within the Black Flame Academy, Yun Tianhao was regarded as a paragon, surrounded by adoration. "All right, brother, please teach this fool a lesson for me." Yun Tianhao acquiesced, yielding his position to Mujiang. A powerful aura of frost enveloped Mujiang, resonating with the water element in the air. "Ye Qingdi, let him leave horizontally," he commanded. Hearing Yun Tianhao refer to Ye Qingdi as a fool, Ye Futian could not contain his displeasure and coldly replied, "Very well." Ye Qingdi nodded and stepped forward. The ground trembled beneath him as if shaken by an earthquake. Mujiang's expression turned grave as he stared at the imposing figure before him. A menacing aura of frost swirling ominously, hinting at the birth of a frigid tempest. With a thud, Yu Sheng's foot struck the ground. Mujiang's eyes gleamed with coldness as the icy storm surged forth, covering Yu Sheng in a layer of frost before he even approached, aiming to encase him in ice. Frost sealing technique. Such power. The onlookers were astounded to witness Yu Sheng enveloped in frost, realizing that a mere awakened warrior could freeze another from a distance. The mastery of energy displayed by Mujiang approached that of a glorious mage. However, Yu Sheng radiated a golden light, shattering the frost as if it were delicate glass. Bathed in golden brilliance, Yu Sheng resembled a war deity, directly advancing towards Mujiang, raising his hand to grasp him. "Frost sealing," Mujiang shouted, unleashing a terrifying storm of ice that surged forth. The crowd watched in shock as Yu Sheng's form was engulfed by the icy aura, reminiscent of how Qiao Yin had been easily frozen and defeated. Yet, Yu Sheng's outstretched arm remained unaffected, merely trembling as he shook off the icy energy. Golden light danced upon his arm. Mujiang attempted to retreat, but a mage cannot escape the approach of a warrior. If his magic did not incapacitate his opponent, retreat was his only option. Yet his movements were no match for Yu Sheng's arm. In an instant, Yu Sheng seized him by the neck, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. "Release him," Yun Tianhao barked, but Yu Sheng swung his arm down with great force, resulting in a thunderous crash, followed by Mujiang's anguished cries and the sound of shattering bones. Futian had declared he would leave him in a horizontal position, and thus, he could not allow him to walk away. Silence enveloped the space as all eyes were fixed upon the formidable youth resembling a war god. Truly, he is powerful. The students from Qingzhou Academy felt their blood surge with excitement. "Handsome," a female student exclaimed in awe. The once arrogant Mu Jiang of the Black Flame Academy had swiftly defeated Qiao Yin, leaving the top student Murong Qiao hesitant to step forward. Yet now, Yu Sheng effortlessly lifted him and slammed him to the ground, exhibiting overwhelming dominance. Once this matter concluded, who would dare to compete with me for recruits? The master of the battle tower scanned the prominent figures around him, utterly enamored with Yu Sheng, who seemed born for battle. "Humph, and what if we oppose you?" The master of the Golden Lineage Palace shot him a disdainful glance. "Not compete? Is that even possible? Yu Sheng will surely be ours." Only Ye Futian remained unfazed. It was an affront to challenge Yu Sheng with mere novices. Such an act was purely humiliating. "Is there anyone else?" Yu Sheng queried, his domineering gaze sweeping over the Black Flame Academy as they carried Mujiang away. Yun Tianhao took a step forward, but a hand on his shoulder halted him. The middle-aged leader of the Black Flame Academy, with keen eyes, sensed Yu Sheng's formidable presence. He had previously directed Mujiang to test Yu Sheng's strength. but witnessing it firsthand, he could not permit Yun Tianhao to take any risks. Although Yun Tianhao was a fated mage, confronting a monster like Yu Sheng posed a significant threat given his current level. This battle, we concede, the middle-aged man declared. Yun Tianhao felt a twinge of dissatisfaction but said nothing. Since you concede, then be gone, a figure from Qingzhou Academy interjected. Just one defeat? You have already fallen in 3 battles. Do you truly believe that among the myriad disciples of Qingzhou Academy, only one can stand out? The middle-aged leader of Black Flame Academy mocked. One is sufficient to sweep you away, Yu Sheng retorted imperiously. Arrogant. Yun Tianhao fumed. If I were to awaken to the 9th level, you would be no more than an ant before me. Was it not he who had boasted of challenging any awakened realm? Now, how had his tune changed? Ye Futian mocked with a smile. Yun Tianhao glared at Ye Futian. If you wish to fight, step forward. If you cower in the shadows, then silence yourself and spare us your embarrassment. Countless gazes fell upon Ye Futian, who had unwittingly invited ridicule upon himself. Did he truly believe himself comparable to Yu Sheng? Ye Futian's brow arched at Yun Tianhao's words, followed by a self-deprecating smile. Cower in the shadows? I cannot abide that. Yu Sheng. Ye Futian called out loudly. I shall go, he declared, stepping forward. In an instant, a sincere smile graced Yu Sheng's face as he pointed at Yun Tianhao. I deliberately left this for you. He had refrained from directly attacking Yun Tianhao earlier. A calculated decision. Yet why did Yu Sheng place such trust in Ye Futian? Did he truly dare to take the stage himself? They had all witnessed Yun Tianhao's strength. A fated mage adept in formations, capable of defeating all with a single strike. Ye Futian advanced, once more standing in the center of attention. Feng Qitian gazed at his back, feeling an uncanny familiarity, reminiscent of the time during the autumn examination when he had been underestimated. Yet the outcomes for Ling Xiao and Yang Xiu were well known to all. However, standing before him now was the fated mage of the Black Flame Academy. Its pride and joy. Awakened to the 7th level, the profound realm, Ye Futian stated calmly, revealing his level. The 7th level of awakening? Yun Tianhao regarded Ye Futian with surprise, then coldly replied, You lack the qualifications to be my opponent. As a fated mage, endowed with celestial favor, and having awakened his fate soul, he had never known defeat at the same level, which fueled his confidence. I too believe you unworthy, Ye Futian replied. Standing with hands clasped behind his back, his tone equally calm. Regardless of whether you engage, it matters not. In the awakened realm, feel free to send anyone. Or even all at once. The students of Qingzhou Academy were left speechless, their faces darkened with disbelief. This was simply too audacious. Ye Futian had returned their previous taunts in full measure. However, the thought of potential defeat loomed ominously in their minds. This was hardly entertaining. Yun Tianhao assumed Ye Futian imitated him solely to mock him. Seeing Ye Futian's provocation, Yun Tianhao's face hardened. He had never encountered anyone so audacious before him. Especially not someone at the 7th level of awakening daring to challenge him, a fated mage. Junior brother, allow me, said the swordmaster who had previously defeated Li Qingshan with 3 strikes. Yun Tianhao nodded, stepping back. Grant him a memory he shall never forget. Hand it over to me. The youthful swordsman unsheathed his sword, pointing it toward Ye Futian, declaring, just 3 strikes. It mirrored his earlier words to Li Qingshan. 3 strikes sufficed. 3 strikes were excessive. A single blow was sufficient. Ye Futian spoke with indifference, as if the scholars of Qingzhou Academy had grown desensitized. Yet, one couldn't help but wonder how this arrogance would culminate. The young swordsman chuckled, the wind howling around him. Mastering both martial arts and the mystical, he had awakened the 8th stage of the transformative realm, leaving no doubt about his superiority over Ye Futian, who was only at the 7th stage. As the young swordsman transformed into an afterimage, snowflakes swirled around him, while Ye Futian closed his eyes. The scholars of Qingzhou Academy were left in utter disbelief. Had he truly lost his mind to close his eyes at such a critical moment? Despite their disdain for Ye Futian, a flicker of hope remained. Yet, it appeared he was courting disaster. Lightning crackled, a thunderous roar erupting from within Ye Futian, reminiscent of a dragon's roar. His hands hung limply, enveloped by the radiance of thunder, brimming with fighting spirit. Suddenly, a blade of wind sliced through the air, aiming for Ye Futian's neck, yet he remained motionless, eyes shut as if oblivious to the impending strike. The sword passed mere inches before him, inflicting no harm. It was a feigned attack, intended to provoke a response from Ye Futian, but he remained unyielding. At that moment, however, Ye Futian's body shifted. He leaned slightly to the left, allowing the blade to pierce past him, almost grazing his face. Spectators gasped in shock. Was it sheer luck or an extraordinary reflex? The young swordsman furrowed his brow, realizing his swordplay had to adapt on the fly, leaving him unable to change his attack further. Yet, as Ye Futian sidestepped, his hand shot toward the opponent's face. The roar of the dragon swept away the snowflakes, and a formidable, thunderous dragon manifested before Ye Futian's palm, coiling around the opponent's head and lifting him. The onlookers were astounded by the spectacle. Ye Futian's hand never made contact, as a dragon's shadow ensnared the opponent's neck and head, all under Ye Futian's dominion. Chapter 25. Unparalleled elegance. The dragon seizing technique of the dragon taming secret art manifests the essence of martial prowess. The esteemed figures of the Qingzhou Academy felt a tremor within their hearts. The manifestation of martial intent is akin to a spell unleashed, and only upon awakening to the ninth realm of unity can one glimpse its profundity. Ye Futian, having only awakened to the seventh level of the mysterious realm, astonishingly managed to achieve this. Even more alarming was the fact that this was the dragon seizing technique from the dragon taming secret art. In this moment, many recalled the autumn examination where Ye Futian outperformed Ling Xiao and Yang Xiu, revealing that he had not even utilized his full strength. His withdrawal from the battlefield to allow Yu Sheng to participate was not an act of cowardice, but rather an intention to shine the light on Yu Sheng. Hence, when Yu Sheng was claimed the first position by Murong Qiu, the voices of dissent echoed throughout the martial arena. Everyone seemed to have underestimated the youth before them. Ye Futian gazed at the captured young swordsman and remarked coolly, "The Black Flame Academy has journeyed thousands of miles to provoke us. Yet this is the level of your prowess?" The disciples of the Qingzhou Academy looked at Ye Futian. Although he maintained his pretense, it was oddly satisfying. The young swordsman fixated his gaze on Ye Futian, still bewildered as to how he accomplished such feats, even with his eyes closed, exhibiting such formidable reflexes. The faces of the Black Flame Academy members were darkened. They had initially sent 3 representatives, achieving 3 consecutive victories, yet now, 2 of them had been vanquished effortlessly, proving utterly inadequate. Such an outcome, after traveling such a distance, was indeed humiliating. Yun Tianhao stepped forward, his demeanor more serious than before. "You have earned the right for me to take action against you," he declared. Merely having the right to engage him? Ye Futian regarded the audacious youth before him, noting his arrogance surpassed even his own. "Go ahead," Yun Tianhao insisted. "You first. If I strike, you won't have a chance," Ye Futian advised. Yun Tianhao, maintaining his composure, unleashed his soul, and the formation glowed brilliantly. As he stepped onto the ground, a fiery formation rapidly coalesced, a flame array that devoured the elemental energy of fire in the surrounding environment. Terrifying fire serpents encircled the formation, with Yun Tianhao standing in the center, exuding an air of invincibility. "In the presence of a destiny mage, how dare you be so arrogant?" Yun Tianhao glared at Ye Futian, icy words escaping his lips. At that moment, a fire serpent surged forth from the formation, lunging towards Ye Futian with ferocity. The expressions of many from the Qingzhou Academy shifted dramatically. Having awakened to their realm, they were about to unleash a spell propelled by the formation. And the power of the spell was undoubtedly among the most formidable of the awakened realm. Yet, they witnessed Ye Futian stride towards the fire serpent, their eyes wide in disbelief. Even knowing Ye Futian was strong, this blatant disregard for the fire serpent was excessively confident. The fire serpent descended, aiming to engulf Ye Futian. Yet at that instant, it appeared as though Ye Futian grasped something. In the next moment, a terrifying storm of thunder erupted around him, transforming into a realm of lightning. The fierce storm collided with the fire serpent, both forces annihilating one another in the air. Talismans. How despicable. Resorting to talismans in battle. Members of the Black Flame Academy shouted in outrage. Yun Tianhao continued to channel the formation, sending fire serpents spiraling towards Ye Futian. He sprinted forward, several talismans appearing in his hands, coldly tossing them into the void. The greater fire serpents clashed with the thunderstorm, still evenly matched. Yun Tianhao bellowed in fury, desperately urging the formation to coalesce more fire serpents. Yet, at that moment, Ye Futian's hands were filled with talismans. Upon witnessing this, both the Qingzhou and Black Flame Academy members were left dumbfounded. How is this possible? Stop. Yun Tianhao's expression turned grim. Ye Futian halted, looking towards Yun Tianhao in the formation and asked, "Do you recognize the gap in our abilities? Are you ready to concede?" Upon hearing Ye Futian's words, Yun Tianhao's expression darkened, his gaze fixated on Ye Futian's hands brimming with talismans, an impulse to curse rising within him. Was this still a battle? Did he have no shame? With both hands filled with top-tier talismans, how could they continue this fight? Using talismans in battle. Are the disciples of the Qingzhou Academy so shameless? A middle-aged member with eagle-like eyes from the Black Flame Academy remarked coldly. The disciples of the Qingzhou Academy felt a twinge of embarrassment, having recently changed their perceptions of Ye Futian, only to realize he remained the same shameless Ye Futian. However, Ye Futian appeared unfazed. He addressed the eagle-eyed middle-aged man defiantly. He can utilize the formation in battle. Why can't I use talismans? If you can't accept it, then leave. Why do you have to act so brazenly here? The formation was crafted by him, a manifestation of his abilities, and thus he was entitled to employ it in battle. Talismans are also my creation, a reflection of my capabilities. If he can use them, why can't I? Ye Futian retorted, leaving the eagle-eyed middle-aged man speechless, his expression growing increasingly grim. This is sheer shamelessness. The disciples of the Qingzhou Academy were equally astonished. You created these talismans? You, at the 7th level of awakening, carved so many top-tier talismans? Was there anyone more boastful than this fellow? While Ye Tianhao could carve top-tier formations, he was a destiny mage, and his soul was the formation. Even if these talismans were your creation. My battle uses formations while yours are pre-prepared talismans. How can they be compared? Ye Tianhao replied coldly. Ye Futian, you speak absolute nonsense. Since you refuse to concede, I shall force you to, Ye Futian replied indifferently, then turned to the elders of the Qingzhou Academy and asked, could you provide me with a carving pen and some talisman paper? The expressions of the prominent figures of the Qingzhou Academy shifted. Realizing Ye Futian intended to carve talismans on the spot. I will fetch it for you, an elder responded, swiftly departing. Conversations buzzed among the crowd. All eyes fixated on Ye Futian. Could he truly be a talisman carver? Were the talismans he used earlier indeed his own creations? If so, Ye Futian would be nothing short of extraordinary. Shortly after, the elder returned with a carving pen and a stack of talisman paper, presenting them to Ye Futian. Thank you, Ye Futian said, spreading the talisman paper before him. What was he planning? Many felt a chill. Carving talismans, much like formations, required time. As a destiny mage, Ye Tianhao could quickly inscribe formations and directly utilize them in battle. Even if Ye Futian were a talisman carver, could he truly replicate such feats? While he carved talismans, the opponent's formation would undoubtedly attack. How could he possibly contend? It seemed akin to seeking death. Yet, Ye Futian appeared determined to challenge the impossible. Many began to take him seriously. Although Ye Futian was shameless, his strength was no longer something anyone dared to question lightly. Are you insulting me? Ye Tianhao seethed, witnessing Ye Futian's actions. For a talisman carver to attempt to inscribe talismans amidst battle against him, a master of formations, was indeed a form of contempt and humiliation. You may begin, Ye Futian calmly replied, gripping the carving pen. As he raised his head to Ye Tianhao, a serene determination emanated from him, instilling an unshakable confidence in those around him, an intangible aura almost innate. Ye Tianhao stepped forward, unleashing his soul's formation. This time, it was not a flame formation, but an ice formation. The elemental water energy in the surroundings surged towards the formation, coalescing into a chilling intent. A fearsome ice storm erupted from the ground where Ye Tianhao stood, creating an independent realm of ice, the frigid air palpable even from a distance. His battle formation bestowed upon him the gift of all attributes. The array could absorb spiritual energy of any kind, marking him as an extraordinary being, even among adversaries. The prominent figures of the Qingzhou Academy could not help but feel a twinge of envy towards Ye Tianhao's extraordinary talent, a true prodigy. It is no wonder that the Heian Academy brought him to display his prowess. Yet, even amid this, the young man from Qingzhou Academy, who had been issued a prohibition, faced the situation with poised composure. Ye Futian sat upon the snowy ground, quietly inscribing talismans. Each stroke was as swift as lightning, and the talisman pen danced like a dragon or snake as the surrounding thunderous spiritual energy surged into him. A flash of lightning illuminated the talisman pen at that moment when Ye Tianhao made his move. A spear of ice descended from the formation. Be cautious. An involuntary concern welled up in the hearts of some for Ye Futian, yet the young man continued to focus on his inscriptions. With a graceful flick of his pen, he summoned the brilliance of thunder, and in an instant, a network of lightning appeared before him, ensnaring the incoming icy spear and gradually tearing it apart. Defensive spell, Thunder Shield. It seemed the onlookers understood what spell Ye Futian was inscribing. It was the lightning net prior to the formation of the Thunder Shield, directly invoked to counter the opponent's attack. With a thunderous roar, the frost upon the ground erupted. as an overwhelming intent of cold surged towards the formation inscribed by Yun Tianhao. The formation had already taken shape as he raised his hands to command this icy realm. Go. A cold command echoed, and within the formation, countless icy spears, imbued with terrifying might, descended through the air with utmost ferocity. Complete. Ye Futian traced a curve with his pen, causing the talisman paper to soar into the air. In the next moment, a colossal shield of thunder appeared before him, shattering the incoming assaults into fragments. Ye Futian remained undistracted, focusing on inscribing another talisman. His arm moved with an effortless grace, his demeanor nonchalant, and coupled with his earnest, handsome visage, he captivated the gazes of several young maidens. So it turns out he is so powerful. Feng Qingshuang gazed intently at the young man in the snow, feeling an inexplicable sorrow within her heart. The young man's rage was for a beloved, his brilliance beginning to shine forth, revealing his unparalleled talent. Chapter 26. The stubborn youth. The prominent figures of the Qingzhou Academy fixed their gazes intently upon Ye Futian, recognizing him as yet another prodigious talent. The rapidity with which he inscribed the talismans suggested an extraordinary mastery of spiritual energy control and an unparalleled perceptual acuity. Even without inscribing talismans, he could conjure spells that surpassed his own realm in a relatively brief span of time. It was perplexing that such a gifted disciple of the Qingzhou Academy did not make it to the top ranks in the autumn examination and was even subject to restrictions. The master of the Thunder Palace was visibly displeased, casting a cold glance at Shi Zhong, whose expression was equally grim, while Yu Sheng displayed formidable combat prowess. Murong Qiu hesitated to engage, resulting in considerable embarrassment for them. Now, another prodigy, Ye Futian, had emerged. Seated in the snow, Ye Futian remained engrossed in his talisman inscribing, his demeanor earnest. Yun Tianhao, his face ashen, found himself at a disadvantage. Despite being a destined mage summoning arrays, he could not match Ye Futian's speed in inscribing. This was nothing short of a humiliation. As Yun Tianhao unleashed a barrage of spells, he abandoned the confines of top-tier awakening spells, relentlessly assaulting Ye Futian. Yet, the latter remained unfazed, effortlessly countering the mundane spells with a flick of his brush, obliterating them while his own talisman crafting remained uninterrupted. Soon, a complete talisman began to take shape. A smile blossomed on Ye Futian's face as he completed his inscription, and in an instant, a terrifying storm of thunder surged forth towards Yun Tianhao. The Ice Guardian spell enveloped Yun Tianhao, encasing him like a statue, a top-tier defensive spell of the water element. The thunderstorm crashed down, shattering the Ice Guardian and wreaking havoc upon the array, its intricate patterns distorted by the flickering lightning. His target is the array, be cautious. A voice from the Black Flame Academy warned Yun Tianhao. Just as the warning echoed, Ye Futian sprang from the snow, moving with the swiftness of the wind towards Yun Tianhao, whose array could not be reconstituted in time for defense. The array encircled him as Yun Tianhao stood rigid, the icy energy swirling around, voraciously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, making him seem like a self-contained formation. The coldness spread forward, the air thickening into frost. Yun Tianhao's hair turned snow-white, yet his gaze remained sharp, fixed on the approaching Ye Futian, who was now surrounded by numerous icy spears. Kill! Yun Tianhao roared, unleashing the icy spears towards Ye Futian. However, as he did so, flames suddenly erupted in the air before him, and countless sparks danced towards him. Sparking technique? The onlookers from Qingzhou Academy were taken aback. The sparking technique possessed no offensive power, being a rudimentary spell. But where had this flame come from? Ye Futian had manipulated the fire attribute spiritual energy in front of Yun Tianhao to cast a spell. At the awakening stage, this required an extraordinary level of fire attribute perception. His martial talent is exceptional, and his perception of lightning spiritual energy is unparalleled. Many recalled Ye Futian's innate abilities, momentarily bewildered, realizing he might also possess a fire attribute talent, likely of the same caliber. The sparking technique was not intended for attack. Yun Tianhao waved his hand, merging the sparks with the ice. Yet, the air was still filled with an overwhelming number of sparks, obscuring his vision. He understood that Ye Futian was using this non-offensive spell to close the distance. But would it be effective? He was prepared. A figure descended with the wind. It was Ye Futian. At the moment of his appearance, Yun Tianhao shouted furiously, commanding the icy energy before him to envelop the icy spears, launching them toward Ye Futian without a moment's hesitation. As he attacked, Yun Tianhao noticed that Ye Futian was bathed in an incredibly intense flame, radiating like the sun. The icy spears, upon nearing Ye Futian, melted upon contact, instantly evaporating. Ye Futian's body seemed to transform into a furnace, vaporizing all ice. Water extinguishes fire. However, when the temperature of the flames is sufficiently high, they can also counteract. Not good. Retreat. Yun Tianhao cried out, but Ye Futian's speed was too great. Disregarding the incoming icy spears, he leapt into the air, his form curving like a bow, launching himself towards Yun Tianhao, his body resembling a dragon. A dragon's roar echoing forth as a fiery dragon seemed to manifest alongside him, striking at Yun Tianhao. Wherever Ye Futian passed, the icy energy was obliterated. Yun Tianhao realized he had no retreat left, the ice guardian enveloping him, the array desperately absorbing all spiritual energy, covering his form. A thunderous dragon's roar resonated through the space, shattering the ice guardian. Yun Tianhao was sent hurtling backward, a searing flame surging into his body, scorching him. The wind howled as a powerful figure from the Black Flame Academy caught Yun Tianhao, while others quickly surrounded him, their expressions tense, coughing up blood. Yun Tianhao felt somewhat relieved and muttered, "I won't die." Raising his head, his once proud gaze now coldly fixated on Ye Futian. He had been defeated by a youth of the same realm. At that moment, Ye Futian also regarded him, speaking calmly. Is the destined mage truly formidable? Coughing up another mouthful of blood, Yun Tianhao, who had been regarded as the chosen one since childhood, had never endured such humiliation. Yet, he had been vanquished, leaving him speechless. "Who are you?" Yun Tianhao inquired, his gaze locked onto Ye Futian, determined to remember this young man. Casting a glance at the youth, Ye Futian replied. Ye Futian. The eagle-eyed middle-aged man beside them furrowed his brow and remarked, "Before coming here, I inquired about the top 3 from recent spring and autumn examinations. Why have I not heard your name? With your strength and talent, you should not be unknown in Qingzhou Academy." The members of Qingzhou Academy felt a twinge of embarrassment at the eagle-eyed man's words. Ye Futian had indeed been expected to gain recognition in the autumn examination 2 months prior. However, due to certain circumstances, his name had been removed from the top ranks, rendering the inquiry somewhat awkward. Ye Futian appeared to self-deprecate with a smile, saying, "I was merely a discarded individual from Qingzhou Academy, awaiting their observation." "Humph, having one. Why must you humiliate me so? What purpose does it serve?" Yun Tianhao glared at Ye Futian, believing him to be intentionally belittling him. "He speaks the truth." Yu Xing interjected, still appearing somewhat displeased. The members of the Black Flame Academy were taken aback, then the eagle-eyed middle-aged man burst into laughter. Directing his gaze at the prominent figures of Qingzhou Academy, a genius like this, yet deemed discarded by Qingzhou Academy? If you wish to join my Black Flame Academy, we will spare no effort in nurturing you. What say you? The Qingzhou Academy members felt their faces burn with humiliation, particularly the prominent figures, as the Black Flame Academy. Their adversary extended such an offer. In contrast, they appeared even more ridiculed. "Very well, should we meet again, it shall be on the battlefield," the eagle-eyed man said, locking eyes with Ye Futian, as if issuing a warning. With that, he turned and departed. The formidable figures of the Black Flame Academy cast cold glances at the members of Qingzhou Academy before turning to leave, their spirits unbroken despite their defeat. Conversely, the Qingzhou Academy members did not feel a sense of triumph. After suffering 3 consecutive defeats, had it not been for Yu Sheng and Ye Futian's intervention, they would have faced utter humiliation. Yet, it is somewhat ironic that Ye Futian, at this moment, bears the weight of the Academy's punitive decree, while Yu Sheng has inexplicably been discredited as the top contender in the autumn examination. Curiously, it is these 2 individuals who have salvaged the dignity of the Qingzhou Academy today. Presently, Yu Sheng stands not far from Ye Futian. Countless gazes fixed upon the 2 youths. Just moments ago, they had come to a renewed understanding of these young men, particularly Ye Futian. Arrogance and hubris? Those are merely facades. Considering the prodigious talent he has displayed today, his prior demeanor was astonishingly modest. Ye Futian, the Academy had previously misjudged you, but fortunately, no grave error was committed. Since you possess both thunder and fire attributes as a mage, coupled with your prowess in martial arts, which academy do you wish to join for your cultivation? Cold Shifeng, the master of the Sword Pavilion, inquired. With an extraordinary martial talent, dual elemental mage abilities, and the aptitude of an inscription master that he had exhibited, Ye Futian is indeed a genuine prodigy. The Martial Arts Academy and the Magic Academy shall be at your disposal, should you desire, he continued. And you, Yu Xing, are warmly welcome to the Battle Tower. I shall personally instruct you. The master of the Battle Tower began to entice recruits. Our Golden Academy feels the same way. Mages are the rightful path. Yu Sheng, You should pursue magic, the master of the Golden Academy chimed in, vying for attention. Yu Xing remained silent, casting his gaze towards Ye Futian. For the decision was ultimately his to make. Observing Yu Sheng's focus, others seemed to comprehend that the true authority lay with Ye Futian. All eyes converged upon him. A singular figure amidst the throng. Ye Futian, under the expectant gaze of the prominent figures of the Qingzhou Academy, slowly spoke. Will the matter of the autumn examination simply be dismissed? As his words echoed, many faces transformed, intrigue flickering as they regarded the striking youth, their hearts marveling at his tenacity. This fellow, Qin Yi murmured, her heart swelling with pride for Ye Futian's strength. Now, before him, in Yu Sheng lay a path of brilliance, yet he stubbornly clung to the past, bringing it up once more. Cold Qi Feng regarded Ye Futian, his dissatisfaction with Shi Zhong intensifying, and remarked, Ye Futian, while there may have been misjudgments in the autumn examination, since Yu Xing has proven his excellence, why must you still concern yourself with it? Merely a misjudgment? Ye Futian's lips curled into a sardonic smile. He had become aware of the hidden undercurrents surrounding the autumn examination. Thus, Cold Qingfeng's response was evidently unsatisfactory to him. What do you intend? Cold Qingfeng asked. Ye Futian inclined his head slightly, replying, I am but an outer disciple of the academy. How could I presume to demand anything? However, if the master believes it was merely a misjudgment, then I have no further words. The battle just fought has repaid the academy's 3 years of guidance. And as for becoming a formal disciple, that is unnecessary. As Ye Futian's words lingered in the air, an eerie silence enveloped the space, snowflakes dancing in the wind, landing softly upon the young man's visage. In that moment, they truly began to understand the resolute spirit of that stubborn youth. Chapter 27. Side by side to everyone's astonishment. The proposal was rejected. Just as many had predicted, several figures of the palace master level extended invitations to the two, and it seemed as though this farce would draw to a close. However, while they anticipated the beginning, they failed to foresee the conclusion. They had grossly underestimated Ye Futian's tenacity and pride. Had Ye Futian remained the same person he once was, no one would have cared about him. Yet, having triumphed over destiny's practitioners of his own realm, and effortlessly inscribing the supreme talismans of awakening, he undeniably had every right to be proud. Consequently, even the prominent figures of the Qingzhou Academy found themselves enveloped in silence. The disciples of the outer sect of Qingzhou Academy, aside from the instructors imparting cultivation knowledge, primarily focused on their own training. Even the library was accessible only to the first level, restricting their access to the academy's abundant resources. The recent battle was tied to the honor of Qingzhou Academy. Thus, when Ye Futian claimed that he had repaid the academy for 3 years of cultivation, there was no room for criticism. It appeared that his alliance with Yu Sheng in battle was not merely a result of Hua Jiyu's words, but rather a decision he had contemplated long before. Upon this realization, the senior figures of Qingzhou Academy fell into a deeper silence. The youth had trained for 3 years within the academy, yet no one had truly comprehended the extent of his brilliance. In the previous autumn examination, Yu Xing had rightfully claimed first place, while Ye Futian too should have been ranked third, which would be recorded in the annals of the academy's history. Lang Qifeng gazed at the resolute figure ahead and spoke, while among the crowd, Murong Chio's expression darkened ominously, feeling utterly humiliated. 2 months prior, during the autumn examination, he had been announced as the first, and now the academy had altered the results, casting him aside, which would undoubtedly stir controversy. If word spread, what would become of Murong Chio? He would be the subject of ridicule. The disciples of Qingzhou Academy exchanged glances, their gazes inadvertently falling upon Murong Chio. Indeed, he had no rightful claim to be the first in the autumn examination. The formidable Haiyan Academy had emerged, and he lacked the courage to compete. Yu Xing, however, had overwhelmingly bested his opponents. I object, came a cold voice, unmistakably from Shi Zhong. His face was ashen as he fixed his gaze upon Ye Futian, stating, the results of the autumn examination have been announced. How can they simply be amended? Although Ye Futian performed remarkably today, he has shown a lack of respect for his elders and disregard for rules. Considering his contributions to Qingzhou Academy today, his punishment might be reconsidered. However, if he intends to threaten the academy under the guise of this battle, then even a disciple of exceptional talent is of no consequence. Threaten the academy? Ye Futian's eyes bore into Shi Zhong's. Realizing that the one who had placed Murong Chio at the top and imposed restrictions upon him was indeed the master of the Earth Palace, Shi Zhong. As for the master of the Sword Pavilion, Lang Qifeng, his demeanor had always been amicable, suggesting he had no hand in this matter. Looking at Qingzhou, Ye Futian suddenly smiled. I am but an outer sect disciple. What power do I possess to threaten Qingzhou Academy? However, I would like to inquire. Where have I offended Master Shi? What do you mean by that? Qingzhou inquired frostily. In the autumn examination, Yu Sheng had clearly demonstrated superior talent and strength compared to Murong Qiu, and today's battle served as the best validation. It was entirely reasonable for Ye Futian to contest Qingzhou's decision to place Murong Qiu first, even if Qingzhou believed that Ye Futian had overstepped his bounds. Resulting in his removal from the top ranks and subsequent restrictions, this had already constituted a punishment. Today, as he and Yu Sheng fought for Qingzhou Academy, the master only suggested that his punishment could be reconsidered. Did the honor of Qingzhou Academy mean so little in Qingzhou's eyes? Ye Futian regarded Qingzhou as he continued, or perhaps, I should ask what I have done to incur your displeasure, that you would hold such disdain for me. While Murong Qiu is deemed so exceptional that he warrants being placed first, leading to my punishment. Impudent, Qingzhou bellowed, his gaze icy as it swept over Ye Futian. Such disrespectful words reflect your attitude towards your elders. A rebellious disciple, even if nurtured into a formidable warrior, will ultimately become a scourge. Rebellious. The disciples of Qingzhou Academy felt a chill, as it became apparent to the discerning that the matter of ranking in the autumn examination was far from straightforward. Qingzhou's words struck deep, clearly intending to expel Ye Futian. Ye Futian had just stated that Qingzhou had imposed restrictions upon him due to Murong Qiu's influence. This realization sent waves of unease through the disciples of Qingzhou Academy. Qingzhou, enough. The master of the Thunder Palace could no longer remain silent, speaking coldly. The 7 palace masters of the Technique Palace shared certain friendships, and while they were aware of some unspoken rules, they usually turned a blind eye, provided it did not infringe upon the interests of Qingzhou Academy. Yet, no one could have anticipated that 2 exceptionally talented youths would face such blatant injustice during the autumn examination, especially given their defiant and proud natures. Ye Futian, in today's battle, you have rendered great service to the Academy. Qingzhou Academy will undoubtedly reward you handsomely. I expect that some palace masters will take you both as disciples, allowing you to cultivate diligently within the Academy, and you shall surely achieve great things in the future. As for other matters, there is no need to be overly fixated. The master of the Wind Palace, Li Jiang, also attempted to persuade Ye Futian. Nevertheless, upon hearing his words, a self-deprecating smile crept onto Ye Futian's face. It seemed he had indeed been too youthful, too overconfident. Despite showcasing remarkable talent and fighting for Qingzhou Academy, it appeared that little would truly change. At most, he might gain entry into the inner sect and be appreciated by some influential figure. But would that suffice? Li Jiang suggested that he not cling too tightly to other matters, clearly implying that he should know when to back down, much like Qingzhou, who believed he merely intended to intimidate the academy and would not actually depart, for after all, Qingzhou Academy was the sanctuary for cultivation in Qingzhou City. Yet, was the matter of the autumn examination simply to be swept under the rug? Would there be no explanation for the punishments and restrictions imposed upon him by Qingzhou Academy? And as for the underlying issues, it seemed they would not be permitted to unearth the truth. Perhaps he had indeed been too naive, ultimately still too young. However, youth at least afforded one the privilege of caprice. With this thought, Ye Futian smiled slightly, bowing his head to the prominent figures of Qingzhou Academy. As countless eyes turned towards him, wondering what his intentions might be. The 3 years of teachings bestowed upon me by Qingzhou Academy shall be etched in my heart. I take my leave, Ye Futian declared with a smile, before calling out, Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng responded beside him, his gaze coldly fixed upon the dignitaries, clearly displeased. In that moment, the silhouettes of the 2 youths appeared profoundly solitary, yet their strides remained resolutely firm, as if one could sense the pride radiating from their very beings. To their astonishment, they truly departed. The dignitaries of Qingzhou Academy were left stunned, evidently unprepared for Ye Futian's seriousness. The master of the battle tower, the master of the sword pavilion, and several palace masters fixed their icy gazes upon Qingzhou, their expressions exceedingly grim, which only deepened Qingzhou's own scowl as he coldly stated, Wait. Ye Futian halted his steps, turning to face Qingzhou. Is there something else, Master Shi? Do you think Qingzhou Academy is a place to come and go as you please? Qingzhou retorted coldly. Ye Futian's pupils involuntarily constricted slightly. What do you mean? Master Shi? You are inherently rebellious, harboring resentment towards Qingzhou Academy. Now that you have chosen to leave, are you prepared to heed the words of the formidable figures from the High Academy and follow them to confront Qingzhou Academy in the future? As Shi Zhong's words fell, the atmosphere seemed to chill several degrees, and an unsettling coldness enveloped everyone present. Ye Futian also felt the frost emanating from Shi Zhong's statement. Was this a declaration aimed at his demise? The Black Flame Academy was the sworn enemy of the Qingzhou Academy. And if Shi Zhong's accusation gained traction among the other influential figures of Qingzhou Academy, a dreadful fate awaited Ye Futian. The Academy Master, after all. Ye Futian had previously rejected the Black Flame Academy. How could he possibly align himself with them now? A look of concern crossed Qin Yi's face. Today, Ye Futian had astonished her, yet his stubbornness left her at a loss for words. However, Shi Zhong's words were too terrifying. She felt compelled to speak out. Of course, he would not dare to betray the Academy, but what about once he stepped outside? Shi Zhong coldly remarked, while beside him, Lung Qingfeng cast a frigid glare. Shi Zhong was clearly pushing Ye Futian toward a path of no return. Even if Ye Futian harbored no such intentions, Shi Zhong's words could lead to catastrophic consequences. What will you do? Yu Xing's icy gaze bore into Shi Zhong, an unrestrained aura subtly radiating from him. Everything you have learned in the past 3 years rendered worthless. Shi Zhong replied indifferently, and the space fell into an oppressive silence. It seemed as though everyone was paralyzed by Shi Zhong's words, and for a moment, not a single sound broke the stillness. After a prolonged pause, a faint sound of footsteps echoed, and all eyes turned to behold a flawless figure gliding through the snowflakes. Akin to a celestial being descending to the mortal realm, none other than Hua Jieyu. She approached Ye Futian's side and shot him a sharp glance, causing him to momentarily lose his composure. Hua Jieyu's calm voice possessed a strange enchantment that sent shivers through the hearts of many. Was she, perhaps, threatening the master of the Earth Palace? Previously, the young man had unleashed his unrivaled brilliance for the sake of a beloved. Now, with the ethereal Hua Jieyu stepping forth from the crowd, it seemed as though she were regarding something precious. In that instant, countless onlookers felt envy and jealousy swell within them. Amidst the wind and snow, the two figures stood shoulder to shoulder, and it appeared that even the hallowed Qingzhou Academy would pale in comparison. Chapter 28. A temperament not easily tamed. The snowflakes continued to dance gracefully in the air, landing softly upon the figures of Ye Futian and Hua Jieyu. No one anticipated that Hua Jieyu would emerge at this moment, standing protectively beside Ye Futian, even going so far as to boldly threaten a figure of high rank from the Qingzhou Academy. Many young hearts sank. Had they truly entered into a romantic relationship? Perhaps only a prodigy like Ye Futian could be deemed worthy of accompanying Hua Jieyu on her journey. Unbeknownst to them, a battle was brewing, and the stubborn youth's image in their minds was undergoing a profound transformation. Both Yang Xiu and Ling Xiao had long since altered their perceptions of Ye Futian, feeling a sense of inadequacy as they realized that the person they had once ridiculed was capable of defeating a master of destiny and challenging the very rules of the Qingzhou Academy. His indifference to becoming a disciple of the palace master spoke volumes of his pride. He had never taken them seriously. Feng Qingxue gazed intently at the two figures amidst the swirling snow, her eyes slightly reddened. The celestial being, revered by countless individuals within the Qingzhou Academy, perhaps truly deserved to stand by Ye Futian's side, while she, Feng Qingxue, felt utterly unworthy. Shi Zhong was equally taken aback by Hua Jieyu's appearance and her audacity to threaten him on Ye Futian's behalf. He inwardly cursed the complications of romantic entanglements, wondering how even someone of Hua Jieyu's stature could succumb to such folly. Jieyu, this matter does not concern you. Do not act recklessly, Shi Zhong admonished, his tone softening slightly. Aware of Hua Jieyu's status, he dared not offend her, even as her words dripped with a palpable threat. Do you not comprehend my meaning? Hua Jieyu's beautiful eyes sparkled with a smile, yet her tone conveyed a chilling disdain, offering Shi Zhong no semblance of respect. Shi Zhong's expression darkened as he felt the weight of the moment. Despite Hua Jieyu's elevated status, he was still the master of the Earth Palace, and being threatened twice in front of everyone was a blow to his pride. Jieyu, this is a matter concerning the Qingzhou Academy. Even if your father were present, he would not intervene. Shi Zhong's voice turned more frigid. Hua Jieyu regarded him with unwavering resolve, continuing, So, you still intend to stand by your earlier statements without remorse? Indeed, Shi Zhong replied coldly. Ye Futian has betrayed the Qingzhou Academy, and with extraordinary talent, should he harbor resentment and seek refuge in the Heian Academy, he will undoubtedly become a menace. Thus, he must be crippled to prevent future calamities. Hua Jieyu's smile deepened, yet it carried an undertone of sarcasm. Must he truly be crippled? I have already afforded you an opportunity. Her voice, soft yet resolute, echoed through the air. As she spoke, the falling snowflakes seemed to grow tumultuous, and the howling wind swept across the faces of those present, carrying an icy chill. An invisible pressure enveloped the space. And although they remained in the realm of wind and snow, everyone sensed an intensified coldness. Whom do you intend to cripple? A chilling voice resonated through the atmosphere. In the distance, ancient trees lining the Qingzhou Academy path stood cloaked in white snow, and amidst them, a solitary figure approached, moving slowly along the snow-covered path. Draped in a white fur coat, as if to guard against the cold, the figure possessed long, dark hair cascading casually over his shoulders. This strikingly handsome middle-aged man resembled a brooding scholar. His slow yet magnetic strides drew the attention of all. Amongst men, he is like jade, a gentleman unmatched in the world. Many were awestruck, rarely encountering such an exquisite man, both in countenance and demeanor. Were he younger, he would surely captivate countless hearts. Senior, the prominent figures of the Qingzhou Academy exclaimed upon recognizing the approaching figure. Shi Zhong's expression shifted, realizing the implications of his presence. Why was he here? The disciples of the Qingzhou Academy trembled at the sight of this dashing middle-aged man, who elicited such reverence from the palace masters. Who could he possibly be? Father. Hua Jiu called softly, and a collective understanding dawned upon the crowd. They finally grasped why she held such an extraordinary position within the Qingzhou Academy. Her father was a figure to whom even the palace masters paid homage. With such striking looks, it was no wonder Hua Jiu possessed such extraordinary beauty. Hua Fenglu nodded lightly, his gaze shifting to Shi Zhong, his tone icy. I am inquiring of you. Senior, I did not mean to disrespect Jiu. If I have offended, I humbly ask for your forgiveness, Shi Zhong responded politely. I am aware, Hua Fenglu replied coolly. Shi Zhong dared not threaten Hua Jiu. And as Hua Fenglu's gaze landed upon Ye Futian, he asked, So, you wish to cripple him? Shi Zhong nodded, pointing at Ye Futian. Senior, this youth is an outer disciple of our Qingzhou Academy. He now seeks to betray us and ally with the enemy, to preempt any potential threat. It is necessary to cripple his cultivation, however, Jiu has intervened. Is that so? Hua Fenglu's eyes bore into Ye Futian. Teacher, Ye Futian replied with a wry smile. Shaking his head. Since you have arrived, you must already be aware of the previous events. Teacher? Shi Zhong's heart sank, his face paling significantly. The realization struck him. Ye Futian was his disciple, and Hua Fenglu's presence here was not merely due to Hua Jiu, but rather for Ye Futian. Shi Zhong felt a chill run down his spine, beads of cold sweat forming as the temperature around him plummeted. With his level of cultivation, he could genuinely feel the encroaching cold. My disciple fights for the Qingzhou Academy, and you wish to cripple him? Hua Fenglu's voice remained eerily calm, devoid of any trace of anger. He took a few steps forward, his gaze fixed upon Shi Zhong, causing the latter to tremble slightly. The master of the Earth Palace certainly commands great authority, Hua Fenglu remarked, his enchanting eyes suddenly gleaming with a terrifying light. A formidable storm seemed to brew around him, and an overwhelming icy gale surged toward Shi Zhong, intent on burying him. Shi Zhong stomped the ground, launching himself into the air as the Earth's elemental energy erupted, forming a wall before him. With a thunderous roar, the wall shattered. Hua Fenglu's palm extended toward Shi Zhong, and in an instant, an invisible hand materialized, gripping Shi Zhong's body. Senior, I did not know he was your disciple. Shi Zhong shouted, his voice raspy as if an unseen force constricted his throat. Now you know. Hua Fenglu's hair danced wildly, the eerie light in his eyes intensifying. With a flick of his wrist, Shi Zhong was violently hurled to the ground, the impact shattering the stone beneath him and splitting the earth. Surrounding powerful figures hastily retreated, and under the astonished gazes of all, Shi Zhong was repeatedly lifted and slammed down, the sound of his body crashing echoing across the skies of the Qingzhou Academy, mingled with the sounds of his agonized cries. The ground in this vicinity was utterly devastated, leaving everyone in shock. A palace master was being so thoroughly humiliated, rendered utterly defenseless. Ye Futian blinked, gazing at the elegant figure in white ahead, somewhat incredulous that his cultured teacher could possess such a commanding presence. Nevertheless, it was undeniably impressive. The other prominent figures of the Qingzhou Academy could only manage a wry smile. The master of the Sword Pavilion, Lung Qingfeng, spoke up, Senior, the actions of the Qingzhou Academy were indeed erroneous, and we shall compensate Futian in the future. There will be no future. The Qingzhou Academy is unworthy to instruct him, replied the white-clad figure, his tone as calm as ever. Lung Qifeng found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, with Ye Futian as his disciple, he required no further guidance from the Qingzhou Academy. Yet, they felt a sense of relief, knowing that since he was under the tutelage of such a master, he would not harbor resentment and align himself against the academy. However, when did Hua Folu take Ye Futian as his disciple? As his gaze fell upon Ye Futian's handsome visage, Lung Qingfeng's expression shifted as he recalled a seemingly trivial incident. Before the autumn examinations, there had been a dragon sighting atop the Tianyao mountain. At that time, a particularly audacious youth had been struck unconscious by the dragon's might, only to be taken away by Hua Fenglu. Unfortunately, as night fell, everyone's attention was fixated on the dragon, and by the time they noticed the youth, he had already been engulfed by the lightning, subsequently losing consciousness, and was then whisked away by Hua Fenglu. Months had passed, and this incident had faded from memory until Hua Fenglu and Ye Futian appeared together, prompting him to realize that Ye Futian was the very youth who had been attacked by the dragon. "We're leaving," Hua Fenglu announced, turning to Ye Futian. "Understood." Ye Futian nodded, subsequently following behind Hua Jieyu and Yu Xing. "Master, you were astonishing just now. Was that a martial technique or a spell?" "I have never encountered anything like it," Ye Futian inquired, curiosity piqued as he looked at Hua Jieyu beside him. "Fairy, could you enlighten me?" Hua Jieyu smiled at him. "Do you truly think I would know?" "Ah." Ye Futian gazed at Hua Jieyu, letting out a sigh. "When you stood in front of me earlier, I thought you had developed feelings for me." Hua Jieyu's smile immediately froze, shooting Ye Futian a fierce glare before hastening to catch up with her father. Behind them, Yu Xing gazed at Ye Futian with unabashed admiration. Chapter 29, The Soul of the Zither. As Ye Futian departed with Hua Fenglu, the hearts of those in the Qingzhou Academy remained tumultuous. It was likely that they would long remember that indomitable figure. The autumn examination had been marred by unfair treatment, and while the Academy issued prohibitions as punishment, they had said little. Yet, when the powerful Black Flame Academy came to humiliate Qingzhou Academy, it was they who stepped forward to salvage its dignity. Their brilliance garnered admiration from the prominent figures of Qingzhou Academy, yet they resolutely chose to leave. At last, the onlookers comprehended the relationship between Hua Jieyu and Ye Futian. Strangely, their animosity towards Ye Futian had diminished. Previously, many believed that Ye Futian's association with Hua Jieyu was a desecration of the goddess. However, now, among the outer disciples of Qingzhou Academy, who else but he was worthy to stand alongside Hua Jieyu? Of course, Morongqiu's hatred for Ye Futian only intensified. The master of the Earth Palace, Shizhong, had been grievously injured, yet only a single master-level figure offered him assistance, while the others departed in disdain. This clearly illustrated their dissatisfaction with Shizhong. Because of him, Qingzhou Academy was likely to lose its three most talented disciples in recent years. If, one day, those three were to achieve renown, would the Academy still have the audacity to claim them as its own? Ahead, Hua Fenglu took a seat and called out to Ye Futian. "Teacher." Ye Futian approached, responding as he pondered his teacher's true identity. "This matter primarily stems from Shizhong. His intentions are corrupt. I shall ensure that Qingzhou Academy deals with him. However, the Academy has preached in Qingzhou City for many years. Do not hold this incident against the entire institution," Hua Fenglu advised. "Teacher, I understand." Ye Futian nodded gently. "I am somewhat perplexed by your insistence on leaving. If you chose to stay, you would surely be valued by certain masters," Hua Fenglu inquired with curiosity. "I understand that other masters differ from Shizhong. However, they are aware of certain underlying circumstances, yet did nothing to prevent Shizhong from imposing punitive measures against me. Clearly, they are unwilling to confront Shizhong on my behalf as an outer disciple. If I was unworthy then, after today's battle, it seems Qingzhou Academy still does not intend to fall out with Shizhong over two disciples and a single master. This is hard to swallow, and I prefer not to linger, especially since I have already offended Shizhong. Staying would mean enduring further grievances. Should I, at the awakening level, engage in a battle of wits with a master?" Ye Futian expressed his frustrations. "As for being valued by the masters, they are but a mere gesture from you, teacher. With your guidance, I need not rely on their regard." The youth behind him admired this unabashed flattery, realizing why he could elevate his teacher to the status of father-in-law. Impressive. Hua Jieyu shot Ye Futian a disdainful glance, yet saw Hua Fenglu nodding in approval, his gaze toward Ye Futian growing more satisfied. "Your words hold merit." The youth's eyes widened. This was indeed not modest at all. "Teacher, the outside world is perilous. One misstep could cripple my cultivation. I would prefer to remain here and cultivate alongside you," Ye Futian boldly asserted. "Unacceptable." Hua Fenglu had yet to speak when Hua Jieyu interjected. "What do you mean the outside world is dangerous?" Must he remain here forever? Father, you have always said that cultivation requires not only arduous training, but also experience in the outside world. You have me frequently battle and hone my skills at Tianyao Mountain. With his exceptional talent, he cannot merely indulge in comfort. He must venture out for training, Hua Jiyu declared. Teacher, Jiyu is right. In that case, aside from cultivating here, I will accompany Jiyu when she ventures out. With her looking after me, you can rest easy, Ye Futian suggested. Hua Jiyu was left speechless, gazing at her father with a hint of grievance. Father, can you truly trust him? What is there to worry about? Your cultivation is higher than his. Can he bully you? Hua Fenglu replied with a smile. But Hua Jiyu wanted to argue further, but Ye Futian bowed deeply, expressing, thank you, teacher. Hua Fenglu smiled at the youth. You are a born warrior, destined to undergo continuous trials. Shortly, I shall provide you with advanced talismans for protection, and you can select martial arts techniques and spells from my study to cultivate. Then you shall venture into Tianyao Mountain and continually challenge more formidable beasts. Understood. The youth nodded, realizing he was indeed somewhat superfluous in this conversation. Teacher, what about me? Ye Futian asked with anticipation, curious about what his teacher would impart after having previously learned talismans. You must cultivate both martial arts and spells, enhancing both realms simultaneously. Do you have nothing to do? Hua Fenglu remarked. Ye Futian nodded, then proceeded with the youth towards the study, which housed a wealth of literature comparable to a small library of Qingzhou Academy. He selected 2 spells to practice, the Awakening level Thunder Slash and the fire-based Annihilation. Deep in thought, he became unaware of the nightfall. Snowflakes continued to drift down, while a crescent moon hung in the sky. Drawn by the sound of the zither, Ye Futian stepped out of the study and into a separate courtyard, where he beheld his already handsome teacher, exuding an even more extraordinary aura as he played, as if bathed in the moon's ethereal glow. As the great freedom visualization technique flowed, Ye Futian seemed to perceive dancing notes under the moonlight, akin to fairies. Closing his eyes, Ye Futian sat upon the snow, completely emptying his mind. He felt as though he were bathed in moonlight, the cool radiance cleansing his body and seeping into his heart. In his mind, within his life palace, the ancient world tree rustled, its leaves dancing like notes, intertwining to form an intricate pattern that gradually coalesced into a phantom zither. The zither's melody persisted, and Ye Futian seemed to enter a state of transcendence, with only the notes continually permeating his mind. This ethereal clarity brought an extraordinary calmness, allowing him to cast aside worldly distractions. Unbeknownst to him, as the piece concluded, he remained with his eyes closed. Within his life palace, in addition to his original life soul, a third life soul emerged, the zither soul. Ye Futian felt a jolt of astonishment within. He knew that even with the great freedom visualization, the creation of a life soul required specific conditions. Yet, through his teacher's single zither performance, he had manifested the zither soul. Slowly opening his eyes, he gazed at Hua Fenglu and inquired, Teacher, what was that piece? I felt my state of mind shift as I listened to you play, and my spiritual perception has strengthened. I wish to learn the zither. Very well. Hua Fenglu smiled and nodded. Beside him, Hua Jiyu cast a sidelong glance at her father. It seemed he intended to test Ye Futian, hoping to pass on his legacy to him. Start with the most basic zither pieces. Jiyu, go fetch the sheet music. You will teach him, Hua Fenglu instructed. Looking toward Hua Jiyu. Me? Hua Jiyu blinked innocently at her father. Meanwhile, Ye Futian felt immensely moved. His teacher was exceptionally kind to him. Behave, Hua Fenglu gently urged. Hua Jiyu shot her father an annoyed glare before retrieving the sheet music. Moments later, the enchanting maiden, bathed in moonlight, sat gracefully before the ancient zither, though she appeared somewhat reluctant as she began to explain. Fairy, how do you play this note? Ye Futian reached forward, pointing at the sheet music, inadvertently brushing against the young lady's delicate hand. Hua Jiyu turned her gaze toward Ye Futian, who trembled with a smile. I couldn't see clearly in the evening. It was an accident. How many times has this been an accident? Hua Jiyu, with a gentle smile, placed her hand on Ye Futian's waist and playfully twisted it. A sharp intake of breath escaped him as he gazed at her exquisite visage, caught in a moment of both pain and pleasure. Ye Futian, displaying remarkable aptitude for learning, swiftly mastered the basics and began to play according to the music sheet, transitioning from clumsiness to maturity, gradually infusing the music with a soulful essence. As night deepened, Hua Fenglu retired to rest, yet Hua Jiyu remained by Ye Futian's side, diligently studying together. At this moment, as Ye Futian's hands caressed the guqin, an aura of sacred brilliance seemed to emanate from him. With each pluck of the strings, the notes danced, causing Huarjiayu's heart to tremble. She observed as Ye Futian closed his eyes tightly, a resonance between the soul of the Guqin and his spirit, his fingers gliding over the strings, endowing the music with a life of its own. Under the moonlight, the youthful and handsome face of the boy appeared tranquil and serene. His hands possessed an enchanting quality that compelled her heart to follow the rhythm of his fingertips. Gradually, her heart found peace, her beautiful eyes gently closing as she surrendered to the sound, drifting into slumber like a snowflake. A prodigy. Within the room, Huafolu, hearing the melodies, bore a faint, contented smile at the corners of his eyes before slowly closing them, surrendering to the music. Ye Futian, too, was entranced, seemingly bewitched. Playing throughout the night without a hint of fatigue, on the contrary, he felt an unparalleled clarity within his mind. On the following morning, he awoke, sensing a change within himself, utilizing his visualization technique to perceive the spiritual energy of the world. A radiant smile illuminated his face as he realized that he was on the brink of breaking through to the 8th realm of awakening. Really? No ulterior motives? Huarjiayu asked, her expression a blend of amusement and intrigue. Am I that kind of person? Ye Futian instinctively took a step back upon witnessing the fairy's smile. What do you think? She replied with a playful grin. At that moment, a voice interrupted as Yuxing emerged from the room, casting a peculiar glance at the two. I shall take my leave. You two carry on, he declared, striding away. Have you considered my feelings while engaging in such flirtation so early in the morning? Chapter 30. The enchanting lute master Ye Futian once again resided in the secluded retreat of Huafenglu, diligently practicing the lute, accompanied by beauty. Time seemed to fly. And before he knew it, the year-end was approaching. One day, a colossal beast invaded the Qingzhou Academy, a massive black eagle. The Academy's people attempted to intercept it, but the eagle's wings stirred up a tempest, preventing anyone from drawing near. Upon the black eagle sat several figures, among them an elderly man and a youth, both exuding remarkable demeanor. The elder pointed towards a direction within the academy, and instantly the black eagle soared forth. Along the way, Shizhong, the master of the Earth Palace, appeared and bellowed, "You are being outrageous." However, as soon as he uttered these words, a violent gust descended upon him, hurling him away as if he were nothing. The figures atop the beast did not even cast a glance at him. Instead, they headed directly towards a certain retreat. In the direction of the retreat, a figure clad in white stepped forth, walking lightly and silently until reaching the front of the black eagle. Huafenglu observed the appearance of the white-clad figure and sneered. 3 years have passed. Where is Miss Jiu? With the year-end upon us, have you no intention of releasing her? Miss Jiu possesses extraordinary talent. Have you squandered 3 years of her life with you, and still find it insufficient? The elder's tone was disdainful. Zhoumu pays his respects to the lute master, the youth beside the elder said, bowing slightly to Huafenglu. Though polite, a hint of youthful arrogance lingered in his smile, subtly condescending. Huafenglu cast a glance at him and inquired, "Who are you?" "Years ago, my master rendered the lute master's soul powerless. For these years, I have felt uneasy and was ordered to check on the lute master's well-being." Zhoumu replied with a smile. Huafenglu's gaze sharpened, locking onto Zhoumu, yet he chose not to engage with the youth. Instead, he directed his attention to the elder. "What intention do you have in bringing his disciple here?" "My master has rendered the lute master's soul powerless, forbidding him to return to Donghai City in his lifetime. What is there to lose?" Zhoumu stated coldly. If that is the case, I shall return after the new year to collect her. If you dare obstruct me again, rest assured that my family will not let you off lightly," the elder scoffed. With that, the black eagle ascended, soaring into the distance. Huafenglu gazed at the vanishing silhouette and remarked with a smile, "You lost back then. If you place your hopes upon your disciple, your defeat will only be more profound." Within the retreat, as the lute melody came to an end, Ye Futian opened his eyes, feeling a lingering desire for more. In recent days, his teacher had not imparted any new lute pieces, save for the moonlit night, cleansing melody. Throughout this brief period of less than a month, Ye Futian had not only advanced to the 8th tier of awakening in martial arts, but had also broken through 2 realms in magecraft, reaching the 9th tier of awakening. And he was well aware that it was all due to the influence of the moonlit night, cleansing melody. At that moment, Huarjiayu was inscribing runes. Ye Futian approached her, standing beside the young girl and softly asking, "Fairy, shall I continue playing? Not to hear the lute? Then what of love?" Ye Futian pressed on. Huarjiayu set down her rune engraving brush, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she gazed at him. The surrounding spiritual energy danced around her, prompting Ye Futian to retreat a few steps, declaring, a gentleman speaks but does not act. I am not a gentleman, Hua Jiyu laughed, conjuring wind magic that surged towards Ye Futian from afar. Are you trying to murder your husband? Ye Futian exclaimed, turning to flee. For Hua Jiyu had already become a celebrated mage, and he was no match for her. Jiyu, cease this folly. Hua Fenglu entered, witnessing their playful antics. Only then did Hua Jiyu relent, casting a glare at Ye Futian, who shamelessly took advantage of her every day. You are to come with me, Hua Fenglu instructed. Seeing the seriousness in his teacher's demeanor, Ye Futian also grew solemn, nodding in agreement and following Hua Jiyu alongside their teacher. This time, Hua Fenglu did not lead them to the study but rather to his own study room. Hua Fenglu's study contained shelves of books, behind which lay a hidden compartment. Ye Futian was somewhat astonished. The opening of the compartment must signify something of great importance. Inside the compartment were several scrolls. Hua Fenglu retrieved them and handed them to Ye Futian, saying, Futian, these are now entrusted to you. Ye Futian's expression turned grave as he accepted the scrolls, which bore inscriptions such as Dragon's Roar of the Tsongshan and Dance of the Celestial Demons, among others. These were not merely scrolls, they were musical scores. Teacher, these lute pieces are indeed magical melodies, aren't they? Ye Futian inquired. It seems you have already deduced this. These are indeed melodies of magic. I excel in the lute and bear the title of lute master, yet my soul was shattered, causing my cultivation to regress rather than progress, rendering me incapable of advancement in this lifetime. Now, I pass these on to you, Hua Fenglu sighed. Ye Futian's eyes glimmered with intensity. He had surmised that his teacher was a fated mage, yet he had been rendered powerless. Do not inquire further. I do not expect you to avenge me. I merely hope you will cultivate diligently and not waste your innate talent. Hua Fenglu gazed at Ye Futian with earnestness. Qingzhou City is too small for you. It is not suitable for your prolonged cultivation. After you reach the esteemed realm next year, will you consider crossing the East Sea to venture inland? My adoptive father has already indicated that I must leave upon reaching adulthood, but the exact timing requires discussion with my father and adoptive father, Ye Futian replied. Ye Futian nodded gently, feeling a twinge of reluctance. He turned his gaze towards Hua Jiyu, saying, Fairy, take good care of the teacher and yourself in my absence. Hua Jiyu appeared speechless, contemplating who was truly taking care of whom, for it seemed that apart from cultivation, all other chores fell upon her shoulders. Was there any shame left? Are you finally leaving? Hua Jiyu seemed quite pleased. Hey, what expression is that? Ye Futian felt somewhat hurt. What do you think? Hua Jiyu replied with a triumphant smile. Then I shall take my leave, Ye Futian announced. Hua Jiyu smiled and nodded. Very well. Hua Jiyu continued to beam, prompting Ye Futian to sigh, feeling wounded. He waved goodbye, saying, Teacher, I shall return to see you next year. With that, he departed. Once Ye Futian left, the study fell into silence. Hua Fenglu chuckled wryly, shaking his head. I am rather unaccustomed to his absence. Father, you are too deeply ensnared, Hua Jiyu remarked, exasperated. And you? Hua Fenglu gazed at his daughter with a smile. Me? Hua Jiyu's beautiful eyes flickered. Naturally, I am very happy. The 3-year agreement has come to pass. Someone from Donghai City has arrived. After this year, you may have to part ways. Hua Jiyu suddenly turned her gaze to the outside, a hint of melancholy crossing her features. Hua Jiyu's eyes trembled. A strong sense of reluctance surged within her as she looked at her father's forlorn figure, saying, I will stay to accompany my father. Silly girl, your mother must miss you dearly. Moreover, your family will not let you off easily. Having had your company for 3 years, I am already very content. Hua Fenglu gently patted Hua Jiyu's head, speaking softly. However, once you depart, you may never see Futian again. What transpired just now may indeed be a farewell, and you still wish to be angry with him. Hua Jiyu's heart quivered. As if stirred by something profound, the image of the smiling youth leaving just now might truly be their final farewell. Jiyu, do you harbor feelings for Futian? Hua Fenglu suddenly inquired. Hua Jiyu's eyes widened, looking up at her father, and a blush crept onto her face as she hurriedly replied, Father, what are you saying? How could I possibly like that fellow? Is that truly the case? Hua Fenglu smiled at Hua Jiyu and remarked, After this year, you will be 16. Possessing the right to shape your own destiny. You have encountered too few experiences to comprehend that some people and events, once missed, may linger for a lifetime. That boy, you, is someone I hold in high regard, intelligent, eager to learn, exceptionally talented yet diligent. He appears charming. Yet beneath lies a depth of emotion akin to my own in my youth. I am confident in my judgment. If you find him unappealing, Consider it as if I never spoke of him. However, if you are drawn to him and wish not to let this opportunity slip away, remember to grant each other a chance. Reflect on this in the coming days. Life is fleeting, and do not allow yourself to harbor regrets. Hua Jiu gazed blankly at her father, pondering the weight of his words. Could it truly be that some missed encounters might define an entire existence? Do not be deceived by the boy's constant presence. Should you suddenly vanish from his life, other remarkable women will undoubtedly emerge. You have yet to establish a romantic connection, so do not expect such feelings to be enduring. With a smile, Hua Fenglu departed, leaving Hua Jiu in contemplation. Her youthful heart stirred for the first time, grappling with the nebulous emotions she felt. When Ye Futian was near, she often found him somewhat bothersome, yet in his absence, she discovered herself, much like her father, feeling a sense of disquiet. The thought of her father's words loomed over her. Perhaps they would never meet again. Within her youthful heart, a flicker of unease surfaced, as if she feared the prospect of losing something forever. Chapter 31. Foster Father. Qingzhou City is an island city, nestled within the vast expanse of the East China Sea, surrounded by water on all sides. Presently, amidst the boundless ocean, a grand vessel is sailing towards the direction of Qingzhou City. Upon the deck, numerous figures are visible. Among them a contingent clad in armor, knights, 3 figures standing at the edge of the deck, a middle-aged man, flanked by 2 young individuals, a man and a woman. The middle-aged man possesses a commanding presence, while the young man, handsome yet exuding an air of mischief, stands beside a woman who radiates an icy aloofness. Is this Qingzhou City? The young man inquires, gazing ahead. Indeed, Qingzhou City is an island city in the East China Sea. There are many such cities in this region, so it may not stand out. You may not have heard of it before. The middle-aged man responds with a nod. Had you not mentioned it? I truly would not have known. But can someone of such unparalleled stature really emerge from such a humble place? The young man shakes his head, seemingly unable to fathom it. Despite his usual arrogance, he cannot suppress his excitement at the mention of him. The information should be accurate. Faint traces of his existence can still be found in the history of our East Sea prefecture. However, I wonder if he has left any significant mark in Qingzhou City. The middle-aged man reflects. Let us hope this journey is not in vain. The young man muses with a smile, finding it hard to believe that the most illustrious figure of the Eastern Divine Land could originate from a mere island city. Emperor Ye Qingdi, a legend of the Eastern Divine Land, ruled alongside Emperor Dongwang for 3 centuries. 15 years ago, he died unexpectedly under mysterious circumstances, and no one dared to investigate the cause. The name Ye Qingdi has become taboo. Yet, in the East Sea prefecture, traces of his existence have been unearthed, confirming his origins from this very place, ultimately leading to the island city of Qingzhou. The ship sails swiftly, gradually approaching the coastline, and Qingzhou City looms larger in view. On the shore, many important figures await, including the city lord and prominent members of the Murong Merchant Association, who appear exceedingly respectful. Unbeknownst to them, a significant figure is approaching, and neither does Ye Futian have any inkling. Walking along familiar streets, the Ye residence comes into view. His steps are light, filled with a yearning for family. Good day, Annihilation. Ye Futian greets with a gentle smile, then calls out to 2 elderly men playing chess nearby. Uncle Wang. Grandpa Yun. Your mouth is as sweet as ever. The girl from the Shao family is home. She turns 15 this year and has grown quite beautiful. Uncle Wang chuckles. Uncle Lin, is Shao Qing here? Ye Futian pauses to ask the proprietor of a nearby tavern. After Ye Futian departs, Uncle Wang turns to Uncle Lin, saying, Little Lin, Futian is the young master of the Yi family. Aren't you delighted that he seeks out your daughter? Delighted? That boy is a troublemaker. Who knows what misfortune would befall my daughter if she were to fancy him? Uncle Lin replies with a grimace, unfazed by such concerns. Ye Futian traverses the street and arrives at an independent estate bearing the character Yi. Outside, 2 guards stand watch, and beside the gate, an elderly man with gray hair stoops, his murky gaze fixed outside. Upon seeing Ye Futian, a glimmer of light sparks within his eyes. Foster father, Ye Futian calls out even before reaching him, jogging toward the gate. What brings you here? I have gone to Tianyao Mountain for trials, the elder replies. Ye Futian approaches and gently supports the old man's arm, saying, Foster father, you have more white hair now. Not at all. It is merely a sign of watching you grow up. That is the greatest honor for me. The elder shakes his head with a smile. Foster father is speaking nonsense again. Ye Futian responds, slightly exasperated at the mention of honor. Ah, I wonder what luck someone has found. To have such a virtuous and beautiful wife. Ye Futian glances at Ye Baichuan. I do not desire it. Otherwise, it would be a simple matter, Ye Futian retorts shamelessly. Brother, you are boasting again. A girl younger than Ye Futian approaches, looking at him with a grin, accompanied by a woman, his aunt Ye Rong and her daughter Ye Xiaoqin, who takes her mother's surname. Behind them are two figures, a middle-aged man with a 13-year-old boy, Ye Futian's uncle Ye Donglu and his son Ye Mo uncle aunt. Ye Futian greets, then teasingly asks the girl, Ye Xiaoqin, feeling mischievous? Ye Xiaoqin, frightened, hides behind her mother, saying, You want to bully me again, but uncle is watching. Laughter erupts from the group, and Ye Mo leans closer, asking, Brother Futian, did uncle say your cultivation has greatly improved? Is that true? Of course. I am now proficient in both martial and magical arts, nearing the realm of glory. I have many admirers at the Qingzhou Academy, Ye Futian boasts playfully. Ye Mo looks at him with disdain, replying, I almost believed you. I believe him, Ye Xiaoqin chimes in. Qingzhou. Ye Futian sighs with a wry smile. Upon seeing his expression, everyone realizes the truth. It seems he has not caught up after all. All right, let us enjoy this rare family gathering with food and conversation. Ye Rong smiles, and everyone nods in agreement. At the dining table, the atmosphere is warm and filled with laughter. In the blink of an eye, it is the last day of the year. As night falls, Qingzhou City is ablaze with lights, bustling with activity, and fireworks burst in the sky above. Within the Yi residence, in a courtyard filled with melodious sounds of a zither, a young man plays gracefully while another sits on the ground, practicing. However, at this moment, Yuxing opens his eyes and looks at Ye Futian. Sensing something amiss, the zither music fades as Ye Futian gazes at the bright moon in the sky, feeling an inexplicable unease. Futian, the white-haired elder enters, observing him. This zither piece can calm the heart, yet you seem troubled. Your heart is in disarray. And so is the music. The melody conveys joy, longing, and melancholy. Child, you have truly grown up. Whose daughter has captured your heart? The elder gently inquires. Foster father. Ye Futian is taken aback, glancing at Yuxing, who merely shakes his head, having not disclosed anything about Ye Futian to his father. Is there truly longing? Ye Futian sighs with a wry smile. Foster father, have I strayed from my path, disappointing your expectations? Foolish child, this is a necessary part of growth. Throughout history, many heroes have been unable to escape the entanglements of love. The elder approaches Ye Futian, speaking softly. I do not oppose your pursuit of romance, but ensure she is worthy of your affections. Remember, the woman you choose must one day embody a queenly presence. Ye Futian gazes up at the elder, fully aware of the lofty expectations his foster father has for him, expectations that far exceed his own imagination. Foster father, I fear I may disappoint you in the future. Ye Futian murmurs. Believe in yourself, just as I believe in you. The elder pats Ye Futian's shoulder. Go now, your family awaits you. As do the guests from the Feng family. Very well, Yu Sheng, let us go together, Ye Futian says to his companion. Yu Sheng will stay. I have something to discuss with him, the elder interjects. Understood, Ye Futian nods and departs the courtyard. Once he leaves, a breeze sweeps through, closing the courtyard door. The elder turns to Yuxing, saying, Let me see how your soul cultivation is progressing. Yuxing rises, and with a thought. A terrifying light bursts forth from his eyes. A dreadful aura envelopes him as the surrounding spiritual energy surges wildly. An armor reminiscent of a deity envelopes him. And in that moment, Yuxing appears as a formidable god. In the days to come, remember that you shall always be the mightiest blade and the most steadfast shield beside Futian. One day, your name will be inscribed in the annals of history. The elder imparted this solemn advice, and although Yuxing grasped it only partially, he understood that he would forever safeguard the young man, not merely due to his father's words. Chapter 32. The awakening of affection at the year-end banquet. The Yi family was gathered, and the Feng family had also arrived. Although the two families had been friends for generations, it was the first time the Feng family had celebrated the new year with the Yi family. Uncle Feng. Ye Futian called out to Feng Rahai before taking a seat between Ye Xiaoqin and Ye Mo. After tonight, he would be 16, and Futian was becoming increasingly handsome. Feng Rahai complimented Ye Futian upon seeing him. Due to his cultivation, Ye Futian's demeanor was now more distinguished than ever, his figure more proportionate, and with his handsome face. He had already begun to exhibit a charming elegance. Feng Qingxue gazed at Ye Futian, unable to forget the scene from a month ago at the Qingzhou Academy, where he stood in the snow, radiating unparalleled grace. In the past, Ye Futian often teased her, and she felt as if he would always be by her side. Yet now, he was so close, yet felt so distant. Would things have been better if that incident hadn't occurred? This boy has inherited merely a fraction of my charm, yet look at Qingzhou, so graceful and beautiful. I wonder if she is truly your daughter. Ye Futian remarked to Feng Rihai, earning a fierce glare from him. Enough with the flattery of each other as children. If you like, why not arrange a marriage? Ye Futian's aunt, Ye Rong, suggested with a smile. Ye Futian was left in disbelief, while Feng Qingzhu's beautiful eyes flashed with panic, causing her to lower her head under the gaze of everyone. Feng Rihai turned his attention to Ye Futian, and Ye Rong continued, Brother Feng, don't look at him. I know what kind of person this boy is. As long as Qingzhou has no objections, he'll be smiling until dawn tonight. Indeed. My brother has an affinity for beautiful women, Ye Xiaoqin chimed in. Brother, you are in luck, young Ye Mo whispered, leaving Ye Futian embarrassed. Was there no one to ask for his opinion? Qingzhou, what do you think? Ye Rong asked the blushing girl, who hesitantly raised her head, her cheeks flushed. She stole a glance at Ye Futian, recalling the day they stood side by side in the snow. A wave of disappointment washed over her as she shook her head. I am not worthy of Futian. That's a rejection. Ye Rong felt awkward but quickly smiled. It's fine, you're both still young. There will be time to nurture your feelings. Oh no, it's gone, Ye Xiaoqin whispered in Futian's ear. Brother, let us observe a moment of silence, Ye Mo added. Futian, you need to work hard in the future. Don't let Qingzhou look down on you, Ye Futian's uncle, Ye Donglu, remarked, all believing he had been rejected. Futian could only nod repeatedly, remaining silent, letting them think as they pleased. At that moment, footsteps were heard as a guard approached, saying, Sir, someone is looking for the young master. Looking for me? Ye Futian asked, perplexed. Go check it out, Ye Futian instructed. All right, Ye Futian nodded, following the guard outside. Once he left, Ye Rong said, Qingzhou, Futian has grown up with you. Give him some time and don't shut him out completely. Feng Qingzhou felt a bit embarrassed and was curious about who was looking for Ye Futian. Upon reaching outside the Ye residence, he saw a stunning figure standing quietly. And he blinked, a radiant smile spreading across his face. Did you miss me? Huarjiyu shot him a glare. My father said tonight Qingzhou City would be bustling. So I came out for a stroll. I happened to pass by the Ye residence and thought to check if it was your home. What a coincidence. Indeed. Quite a coincidence, Ye Futian replied, his heart warming at her playful demeanor. Shall I accompany you for a stroll? He asked with a smile. Having reached your doorstep, aren't you going to invite me in for a bit? Huarjiyu tilted her head slightly, her playful manner melting hearts. Ah, Ye Futian was taken aback. Was this a meeting with the parents? Are you unwilling? Huarjiyu asked, noticing Ye Futian lost in thought. Of course not. A daughter-in-law must eventually meet her in-laws. What is there to fear? Ye Futian laughed, but Huarjiyu blinked. Daughter-in-law? Who are you calling ugly? She playfully approached him, extending her delicate hand. A gentleman speaks with words, not actions. Ye Futian felt a chill at his waist and quickly turned to escape. Who are you calling ugly? Huarjiyu laughed as she chased after him. All right, beautiful daughter-in-law. Is that sufficient? Ye Futian laughed heartily, as their voices faded into the distance. The guards outside the Ye residence exchanged glances, one saying in admiration, the young master is amazing. Truly impressive, the other guard echoed. A girl as beautiful as a fairy actually asked to meet his parents. One should be youthful and unrestrained. Men should be as shameless as the young master, luring fairies into their homes. The two walked side by side towards the banquet area. Huarjiyu asked, is your family holding a year-end banquet today? Yes, a family feast. Ye Futian affirmed. Soon, they arrived at the banquet. Upon seeing Ye Futian and Huarjiyu entering side by side, the atmosphere instantly fell silent. Everyone rendered speechless. What a beautiful young lady, Ye Mo muttered. Ye Rong's eyes sparkled as she glanced at Huarjiyu and then at Feng Qingzhou, realizing the latter was overshadowed. Feng Qingzhou was equally taken aback to see Huarjiyu in Ye Futian's home, especially on such a significant day. A wave of intense disappointment washed over her as she lowered her head, gripping the hem of her dress tightly. Futian, aren't you going to introduce us? Ye Rong smiled. Huarjiyu, Ye Futian introduced, she is the daughter of my teacher. The teacher's daughter? The crowd chuckled knowingly. And Huarjiyu's face flushed slightly, a hint of fluster creeping in, yet she did not resist the feeling, finding a trace of joy in it. Why are you standing there? Come and sit, Ye Futian urged, recognizing Huarjiyu from the recent examination and realizing the depth of their relationship. Surprised by how impressive this young man was, Ye Mo jumped up to make space, and Ye Futian sat beside Huarjiyu. After the introduction, she sweetly greeted Ye Futian and the others, uncle, aunt, auntie, uncle. Ye Futian thought, This fairy has never been so sweet to me. Brother, how did you manage to bring her home? Ye Futian whispered beside him. Looks, you know? Ye Futian replied with a smile, receiving a dismissive glance from Ye Futian. While Futian was handsome, Hua Jieyu's beauty was extraordinary. She had never seen anyone so stunning. All right, Feng Rohai nodded, and the group took their leave. Yi Rong noticed Feng Qingshua's eyes evading her gaze and understood that it was not outright rejection. Father, mother, I'll take Jiyu out for a stroll, Ye Futian announced. Go ahead, take good care of Jiyu outside, Yu Baichuan nodded. Understood, Ye Futian replied, leaving the Yi residence with Hua Jiyu. Fireworks illuminated the sky above Qingzhou City, especially around Qingzhou Lake, where many were boating with family or lovers, while others stood in the wine houses along the banks, enjoying the beautiful scenery. Beautiful, Hua Jiyu exclaimed as they strolled, admiring the stunning views of the lake and the shores, her eyes sparkling with delight. The scenery may be beautiful, but it pales in comparison to you, Ye Futian murmured softly. Hua Jiyu shot him an exasperated glance, yet her heart was filled with joy. A happiness she had never experienced before. At the tender age of 15 or 16, a young girl begins to awaken to the subtle stirrings of love. Sensing that this must indeed be the essence of romance, Hua Jiyu meanders through the crowd, where some are engaged in riddle games and others perform magic tricks. Ye Futian trails closely behind her, captivated by the enchanting smile adorning her face. In an instant, the worries that had plagued him over the past few days dissipate like mist. He finally comprehends the reason for his restless heart. 3 months of shared moments filled with laughter and banter have allowed feelings to subtly blossom within him. Unbeknownst to his conscious mind, by the shores of Qingzhou Lake, Hua Jiyu observes numerous visitors releasing wish lanterns into the water. Inspired, she follows suit, delicately holding a lantern as she places it upon the lake's surface, closing her beautiful eyes to make a silent wish. Done, she announces, opening her eyes to Ye Futian. What did you wish for? He inquires. I want to tell you, she replies with a gentle smile, her gaze drifting skyward as fireworks burst into bloom overhead. Softly, she muses, have we not already established our relationship? A moment of surprise overtakes Ye Futian as he gazes at her with a peculiar expression. Established? What relationship? He blinks. Taken aback, Hua Jiyu continues to gaze at the sky, not meeting his eyes. Yet, in the next instant, Ye Futian feels a delicate hand brushing against his arm. As if seeking something, he extends his hand, clasping her slender fingers, and a radiant smile blossoms on his lips. Sensing the softness in his palm, he gives a gentle squeeze, causing a blush to grace Hua Jiu's cheeks as she whispers, This is the relationship I mean. Ye Futian slightly closes his eyes, then opens them again, mirroring Hua Jiu as they both gaze at the fireworks illuminating the night sky. Standing side by the lake, hand in hand, they resemble true lovers. How delightful it is to discover that even fairies can be so innocent, so endearing. Chapter 33. Farewell. On both banks of Qingzhou Lake stand the finest taverns of Qingzhou City, offering picturesque views of the lake. At this moment, a table by the window in one such tavern is occupied by a group of people enjoying the scenery. Among them is Murong Qiu, who is merely a guest, as none of the others at the table hold a lesser status than he. The young man seated at the head of the table is a notable figure from Donghai Prefecture, and beside him sits Wei Feng, the son of the city lord of Qizhou. Has there been any news from Tianyao Mountain? The young man from Donghai Prefecture inquires of Murong Qiu. At this rate, the people I brought may end up perishing in Tianyao Mountain. Shouldn't both sides send more personnel over? Xiaofan glanced at Murong Qiu and nodded. I hope you haven't made any mistakes. The master of Tuxing Palace is my father's junior disciple. I witnessed that incident personally. There is no possibility of error. A dragon's presence has indeed been spotted at Tianyao Mountain, Murong Qiu affirmed. Good. Xiaofan's gaze shifted to the window, where the vibrant fireworks illuminated the lakeside. 2 figures stood out particularly, one being a woman of exquisite beauty. He pointed towards them and asked, Who are they? As Murong Qiu turned to look, his expression darkened instantly upon recognizing the 2 figures. Hua Jiyu, the daughter of the first powerhouse of Qingzhou, Hua Fenglu, and Ye Futian. Formerly a disciple of Qizhou Academy but who later rebelled, is a disciple of Hua Fenglu. Hua Fenglu. The middle-aged man beside Xia Fan's eyes glinted with interest. The Qin demon Hua Fenglu? My father has investigated, and indeed, Hua Fenglu is known by that title in Donghai City, Murong Qiu responded. So, that must be Hua Fenglu and his daughter then, the middle-aged man pondered. Isn't that the one who was defeated by the painting saint? Xiaofan remarked with a hint of amusement, surprised to encounter a figure once renowned in Donghai City. Yes, the middle-aged man nodded knowingly. This girl should be considered part of that family now. It would be wise for you to refrain from any inappropriate thoughts. Otherwise, things could become quite troublesome. He was aware of the young man's identity and offered this caution. I know my limits. I'll go greet her, Xia Fan replied with a smile. Rising to his feet and making his way outside the tavern, followed by the middle-aged man and their entourage towards Ye Futian and Huarjieyu. Miss Jieyu. I am Xia Fan from Donghai Prefecture, he announced as he approached Huarjieyu, his peculiar gaze revealing unabashed admiration. The girl before him, in terms of beauty alone, surpassed any woman he had ever encountered. Is there something you want? Huarjieyu's tone was rather frosty. I have long admired the grace of the Qin demon, regrettably. I have never had the fortune to meet her. It is a privilege to encounter you here, Miss Jieyu. And I hope you might honor me with your company at the tavern, Xia Fan suggested with a warm smile. Ye Futian, however, frowned slightly, feeling as if he were being overlooked. I won't go, Huarjieyu replied with a smile that nevertheless held a hint of distance. How rude. The people beside Xia Fan frowned, feeling dismissed. My apologies for the interruption, Xia Fan said after a moment's silence, then turned away, his smile vanishing instantly, replaced by a cold glint in his eyes. What a disappointment. Ye Futian expressed his frustration softly, reaching out as if to grasp something elusive. What do you intend to do? Huarjieyu dodged his hand, but looked at him with a playful smile. Did we not agree to define our relationship? Ye Futian replied innocently. Indeed, did we not already establish that? Huarjieyu's smile was tinged with mischief. Fairy, how can you treat me this way? Ye Futian lamented. Feeling wronged. Once we define our relationship, does that mean we cannot touch? What do you mean? Huarjieyu asked, her smile unwavering. Well, Ye Futian hesitated. I suppose we should take a boat now. Huarjieyu nodded in agreement, and together they boarded a painted boat gliding down Qinghai Lake. The lake was dotted with many such boats, the water shimmering under the moonlight, and the fireworks continued to burst in the night sky. The young couple sat close together at the bow, resembling figures from a painting, drawing envious glances from passing tourists. At that moment, another boat approached, and a few figures stood at its helm. Upon seeing Ye Futian and Huarjieyu, two of them paused in surprise. General Qin, senior sister, Ye Futian called out. General Qin, dressed simply as if mingling among ordinary folk to celebrate the new year with family, recognized the picturesque couple and gave Ye Futian a thumbs up. How romantic. Qin remarked with a smile. Ye Futian chuckled nervously, as if caught in a misdeed. As their boats passed each other, a voice commented. Senior sister has such a lovely figure. Indeed, Ye Futian instinctively nodded, only to realize his error upon seeing Huarjieyu's amused expression. But I still prefer the fairy. Humph. Huarjieyu pouted playfully, gazing ahead as she leaned her head on Ye Futian's shoulder. In that moment, tranquility enveloped them, their hearts drawing ever closer. When they returned to the Qingzhou Academy's villa, it was already deep into the night. The academy, in stark contrast to the bustling city, was unusually quiet. Hua Fenglu had already retired for the night. As they quietly entered the room, Huarjieyu discovered that Ye Futian had followed her, prompting her to look at him in surprise. You wouldn't be intending to chase me away at this hour, would you? It's unsafe at night, she remarked. Before she could finish, Ye Futian interjected, you wouldn't want to be alone, would you? What about your own room? Huarjieyu retorted, eyeing the audacious young man. Are you leaving tomorrow? I wish to gaze upon you a little longer. Who knows when I might see you again? Ye Futian spoke softly. Aware that his words were sweet nothings, yet Huarjieyu felt her resolve wavering, shooting him a reproachful glare. Huarjieyu gazed at Ye Futian and softly remarked. I find it difficult to sleep at this early hour. Allow me to play the piano for you. Ye Futian gently replied, then rose and departed. Moments later, the sound of the piano resonated outside, serene and tranquil. The melody flowed gracefully, imbued with a hazy sense of love, yet tinged with the melancholy of parting. Huarjieyu closed her beautiful eyes, gradually succumbing to slumber. Unbeknownst to her, 2 streams of tears slipped from her lovely eyes. Yet her exquisite countenance remained adorned with a smile. Is this the essence of love? The warmth of first love, the thrill of holding hands, the sorrow of farewell, each emotion piercing the heart. On the dawn of the first day of a new millennium in Qingzhou, a majestic black eagle descended upon the Qingzhou Academy, waiting outside Hua Fenglu's secluded residence. Inside, Huarjieyu had prepared herself, donned in a flowing azure dress, resembling a celestial being gracing the earthly realm. A smile graced her face, captivatingly beautiful. There were no grandiose vows, no promises of eternal devotion, only a smile, after which the young girl gracefully departed. Ascending upon the black eagle, soaring into the winds, quickly becoming a mere speck in the distance, the boy's piano melody lingered on, while a handsome figure in white stood quietly nearby, like a scene captured in a painting. Chapter 34. The Crisis of Qingzhou City. The sound of the zither lingered in the air for a long while before finally ceasing. Ye Futian sighed, a profound sadness enveloping him, for the enchanting figure had departed, leaving behind a profound emptiness. Stop pretending, Hua Folu remarked, casting a glance at the disciple beside him. Qingzhou City originally belongs to the Eastern Sea Prefecture, and Donghai City is its capital. One could reach it directly by crossing the sea. I refuse to believe you are unaware of this. Ye Futian blinked, looking at Hua Fenglu. Since you know, could you perhaps show me some leniency? Your revelation makes me appear disingenuous. How far had you deceived yourself last night? Hua Fenglu gazed at Ye Futian with a knowing smile. Ye Futian felt a wave of pressure wash over him, finally understanding the stark contrast between his teacher and father-in-law. The speed of this transformation was astonishingly swift. Seeing Ye Futian's flustered expression, Hua Fenglu chuckled. Very well, focus on your cultivation here until you reach the realm of glory. Yes, esteemed father-in-law. Ye Futian replied with a knowing blink. It seemed he was being watched on behalf of that enchanting figure. It appeared that without reaching the realm of glory, he would be stripped of his freedom. How tragic. With a teasing smile, Hua Fenglu added, these days will be perfect for you to master those zither pieces. I shall personally instruct you. Understood, Ye Futian nodded. He would dare not disregard the words of his esteemed father-in-law. On that day, seated within the pavilion, Ye Futian closed his eyes in meditation. Suddenly, he felt a stirring in his heart, a subtle shift in his thoughts. As the fiery essence of the world around him seemed to materialize, radiating a brilliant crimson glow, the sun cast its warmth upon him as Ye Futian employed the great freedom visualization technique, attuning himself to the vast spiritual energies of the cosmos. Subsequently, an endless wave of flames surged forth, transforming into a realm of fire that enveloped his being. The essence had become tangible. Not far away, Hua Fenglu approached, a smile gracing his lips upon witnessing the scene surrounding Ye Futian. Ye Futian opened his eyes, a soft chuckle escaping him. Master, you have attained the realm of glory. Ah, indeed, Hua Fenglu replied, handing Ye Futian a letter. A missive from Jieyu, addressed to you. From the enchanting figure? Ye Futian's gaze brightened as he accepted the letter and opened it. The contents read, Lecherous rogue, while I am away, you are forbidden from sweet-talking other women. I regret having to leave so hastily and know it may have been a hardship for you. However, I promise that when you arrive in Donghai City, I shall make it up to you in grand fashion. Make it up to me? Ye Futian's eyes sparkled, his mind conjuring the enchanting visage of the figure and the alluring curves of that fateful night. Should he depart immediately? This enchanting figure knew him all too well. The temptation was simply unbearable. Master, you haven't been peeking, have you? Ye Futian exclaimed, noticing the glint in Hua Fenglu's eyes. The letter was clearly marked for his eyes alone. Ahem, how could you think such a thing, my dear disciple? Hua Fenglu feigned seriousness. Ye Futian regarded him with skepticism, his eyes brimming with doubt. The messenger bird remains. If you do not speak, I shall release it. Hua Fenglu skillfully changed the subject. Ye Futian felt a wave of frustration wash over him. This was utterly shameless. Very well, Hua Fenglu laughed, departing, and unbeknownst to him, the grand image Ye Futian held of his teacher began to crumble. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed from outside, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Moments later, he spotted a figure rushing towards him, the sound of heavy footsteps resonating as Yushin landed heavily, cracking the earth beneath him. What has transpired? Ye Futian queried, sensing that something significant was amiss. A beast tide is approaching, Yushin replied gravely. Ye Futian's eyes narrowed sharply. Historical records indicated that Qingzhou City had faced numerous beast tides, each bringing near-catastrophic consequences, claiming countless lives. It was only 3 centuries ago, when the world was unified and the Qingzhou Academy was established at the foot of the heavenly demon mountain, that such calamities were mitigated. However, fortunate as they were, the city had not witnessed a beast tide in 300 years, causing many to forget the threat entirely. Hua Fenglu's figure flickered as he approached, his gaze fixed on Yuxing. Yuxing, are you certain? Indeed, Yuxing affirmed earnestly. Moreover, it appears to be man-made. I witnessed a powerful figure driving the beast away. Man-made? Hua Fenglu and Ye Futian's expressions darkened. If this were the case, it would be a heinous crime. Should the beast from Heavenly Demon Mountain rise? The loss of life would be unfathomable. I shall inform the Qingzhou Academy. Ye Futian, you must seek out General Qin's daughter, Hua Fenglu instructed. Ye Futian nodded. General Qin commanded the Black Qilan Legion, the guardian of Qingzhou City against external threats, but in the event of a beast tide, their strength would be indispensable. The lord of the city, appointed by the Eastern Sea Prefecture, was not a native and could abandon the city at any moment. With that, Hua Fenglu vanished from sight. Let us go, Ye Futian urged Yushin, and they departed the courtyard, heading towards the direction of the Knights Brigade in Qingzhou City. The inner and outer disciples of Qingzhou City trained in distinct areas, with the Martial Arts Palace and the Sorcery Palace each possessing their own dedicated training grounds. As they arrived at the Martial Arts Palace, Ye Futian and Yushin quickly drew the attention of many. Even among the formal disciples, they were quite renowned, particularly after the battle witnessed by so many during their arrival from the Black Flame Academy. Do you require assistance? A voice inquired upon seeing the two. I seek Sister Qingdi. Might you know her whereabouts? Ye Futian asked. Is it urgent? The individual regarded Ye Futian, noting his serious demeanor. You have technically left the Qingzhou Academy, and according to the rules, you should not enter. It is of utmost urgency, Ye Futian insisted. Seeing the sincerity in Ye Futian's eyes, the individual replied, I saw Qingdi head towards the Knights Brigade. She may be practicing her archery skills there. You should seek her out. Thank you, Ye Futian expressed, then set off in the direction of the Knights Brigade training ground. Along the way, they encountered several figures blocking their path. Mo Lanshan, with an icy demeanor, glared at Ye Futian. This is the Martial Arts Palace. Who permitted your entry? I seek Qingdi on urgent matters. A beast tide may be imminent, Ye Futian stated firmly. He remembered Mo Lanshan, who had once invited Yushin to join the Knights Brigade, only to insult him in the process. A fellow disciple from the Sorcery Palace had warned him that Mo Lanshan harbored feelings for Qingdi, and now, seeing Ye Futian seeking her out, it was clear that Mo Lanshan was displeased. What he could not tolerate even more was the fact that Ye Futian had previously dared to flirt with Qingdi, even going so far as to embrace her. I have no time for your petty disputes. Step aside, Ye Futian said with unusual seriousness. Yushin's certainty left no room for doubt. If a beast tide were truly on the horizon without preparation, countless lives would be at risk. Mo Lanshan's expression darkened at Ye Futian's reprimand. Believing that Ye Futian was harboring resentment from their past encounters, deliberately attempting to humiliate him. I heard that Hua Jiyu has left Qingzhou City. Indeed, even with exceptional talent, some disparities cannot be bridged. So, have you shifted your focus? Mo Lanshan mocked, assuming Ye Futian's intentions had turned towards Qingdi after his failure with Hua Jiyu. The tension hung thick in the air. As Yusheng took a step forward, an overwhelming aura enveloped him, causing those around Mo Lanshan to furrow their brows, their own energies similarly radiating. One individual coldly remarked, You would do well to recognize the significance of this place before deciding to take action. Ye Futian's gaze fixed upon Mo Lanshan, a glacial chill flickering in his eyes. Yusheng, are you capable of handling this? Ye Futian inquired. Absolutely. Yusheng replied with a nod. Attack. No sooner had his words fallen than Yusheng's explosive force propelled his body forward. Chapter 35. The Emperor Yi Qing. As Yusheng stepped out, a golden radiance enveloped his form, akin to donning a suit of gilded armor. The expressions of Mo Lanshan and the others were notably grave, their hands gripping long spears, advancing towards Yusheng. In a swift motion, Yusheng unleashed a punch. The air crackling with the sound of rupture, his fist gleamed with a golden hue, directly colliding with the spear aimed at him. The spear shattered with a resounding crack upon impact, a testament to the terrifying power contained within that flesh and blood fist. Ye Futian continued his advance, unperturbed by the skirmish, for he had no time to waste. However, Mo Lanshan seemed resolute in his pursuit, circumventing Yusheng and directing his spear, glinting with a chilling light, towards Ye Futian. Unfazed, Ye Futian maintained his momentum, his body gradually accelerating, and as he extended his hands, a fearsome tempest of lightning illuminated the space around him. With a decisive motion, a terrifying storm of thunder surged towards Mo Lanshan. The spectators from the knightly order trembled at the sight. The speed of his cultivation was indeed extraordinary. While a mage inherently held an advantage over knights, Mo Lanshan, a 3-star honor knight, did not underestimate his opponent, especially when facing Ye Futian. A fierce battle intent flowed from Mo Lanshan's spear, transforming into a luminous white barrier as he wielded his weapon, enveloped in martial spirit. Impervious to the impending thunderstorm spells, Ye Futian pressed on, closing the distance to Mo Lanshan. As a mage, One ought to maintain distance from knights in combat. Yet his confidence led him to disregard this principle. Imo Lanshan's expression soured as he witnessed Ye Futian's hand descend. Almost simultaneously, a dreadful force of thunder materialized into a straight bolt of lightning, slicing through Imo Lanshan's protective barrier. The spell, Heavenly Thunder Slash, although an awakened-level incantation, unleashed by Ye Futian at his current level, gathered a sufficiently potent force of lightning, its might rivaling that of honor-level spells. Moreover, as a fated mage, Ye Futian possessed an extraordinary sensitivity, amplifying the potency of his spells beyond that of his peers. The relentless thunderous beam continued its descent, while Imo Lanshan's spear quivered, conjuring a flurry of spear shadows to counter the impending assault. Yet, in that very instant, Ye Futian seemed to transform into a being of flames, a terrifying blaze erupting from him, engulfing Imo Lanshan in a consuming inferno. The spell, Incineration, though demanding immense energy, wielded a devastating power, designed for close-quarters combat. Imo Lanshan's complexion shifted drastically as he fervently summoned the celestial energy within him, forming a protective barrier akin to a suit of armor to withstand the onslaught of the incinerating spell. Yet, Ye Futian's assault was so swift that he barely had time to react, a testament to the formidable prowess of a dual-element mage capable of unleashing varied spells in rapid succession. With a resounding impact, a fist struck the defenseless head of Imo Lanshan, sending him crashing to the ground, blood spilling profusely, a scene both gory and violent. Ye Futian stepped over Imo Lanshan's fallen form, continuing his advance, indifferent to the figures sprawled behind him. The onlookers mourned for Imo Lanshan. Though Ye Futian uttered not a single word of derision, this blatant disregard was even more humiliating. Indeed, mages proved superior to martial practitioners, yet Ye Futian was no ordinary mage. As they observed another battlefield, where Yu Sheng single-handedly dispatched multiple high-ranking martial practitioners without the use of spells, bewilderment ensued. His prowess stemmed purely from martial strength. These two are monsters. Upon arriving at the training grounds, Ye Futian spotted Qingzhou practicing archery while mounted on a black Qilin, with her hair tied up and clad in a form-fitting outfit. Qingzhou exuded an air of elegance, her alluring figure accentuated by the attire. Yet, Ye Futian had no time to relish the sight. He called out, "Sister Qin." Hearing her name, Qingzhou turned towards him, a look of confusion crossing her face. She then guided the black Qilin towards him, calling out, "What brings you here?" "There may be a beast tide erupting at Tianyao Mountain. You must inform General Qin at once," Ye Futian replied. Qingzhou's beautiful eyes widened momentarily before her expression shifted. She urged the black Qilin into a gallop, calling out to Ye Futian as they passed, "Get on. We can talk while moving." With a glimmer in his eyes, Ye Futian wasted no time, leaping onto the back of the black Qilin behind her. Qingzhou's expression turned serious as she instructed, "Hold on to me." Startled for a moment, Ye Futian soon found his balance compromised as the black Qilin took flight, soaring into the air. With his arms instinctively reaching forward to grasp Qingzhou, he couldn't help but chuckle wryly, thinking, "Fairy. This truly isn't intentional." The onlookers gazed upwards, speechless at the sight. How could the shameless rascal so easily win the favor of beautiful women? First, it was Hua Jiyu, who departed, and now he was here to disrupt their goddess Qingzhou? Scoundrel! Imo Lanshan, just recovering from his previous encounter, beheld this scene. Above Qingzhou city, the black Qilin sped towards a distant point, the wind whipping against their faces. Their movements appeared somewhat intimate. Yet they had no time to ponder such matters, focused solely on reaching their destination. Yet before they arrived, a dark mass appeared in the sky ahead, a swarm of black Qilins blocking out the sun. Ye Futian's gaze sharpened. Could it be that General Qin had already received the news? Soon, they encountered the other group mid-air. The leader, upon spotting Qingzhou, expressed confusion, calling out, "Miss? What is happening?" Qingzhou inquired, puzzled. "A beast tide is about to erupt in Qingzhou city. We are heading to Tianyao Mountain," the man responded. "I am here for the same reason. It seems my father is already aware." "Where are the others?" Qingzhou pressed. "They are attending to matters at Qingzhou Lake." "We proceed ahead," he replied. "Very well, you all hurry on. I will seek my father." Qingzhou nodded, and the two groups parted ways. Many knights from the Black Qilin Legion cast glances at Ye Futian, who followed closely behind Qingzhou. At Qingzhou Lake, a tavern stood surrounded by the Black Qilin Legion, drawing the attention of many onlookers. General Qin himself had personally led the encirclement. What was unfolding? As Ye Futian and Qingzhou approached, they observed the situation without intervening, assuming General Qin had matters to resolve. From within the tavern, a group of figures emerged, the foremost being a young man. Ye Futian's brow furrowed upon recognizing the familiar faces. The leader was none other than Xia Fan from Donghai Prefecture. General Qin, care for a drink? Xia Fan smirked, his demeanor casual and flippant. Was it your people who instigated this? General Qin's voice was frigid. I do not comprehend what you are implying, General Qin, Xia Fan replied, fiddling with a wine glass, avoiding eye contact. The beasts of Tianyao Mountain are in upheaval. Your greed has placed all of Qingzhou City in peril. General Qin continued pressing. I've stated, I do not understand what you are saying. And mind your tone when addressing me. Xia Fan sneered, his arrogance palpable, seemingly disregarding the protector of Qingzhou City. As Xia Fan finished speaking, several figures stepped forward beside him, emanating an overwhelming pressure. The city lord's estate and the Muro Merchants Association were complicit in this matter. General Qin fixed a sharp gaze upon Wei Feng and Muro Qiu, making them lower their heads, unable to meet his penetrating stare. Having spoken, General Qin turned and departed, leaving Xia Fan's expression to morph into one of profound discontent as he fixated on Qin's retreating figure, his eyes brimming with malevolence. Yet, how could it be that Qin was already privy to the secrets of Tianyao Mountain? Leading the Black Qilan army, Qin soared into the sky, with Qin Yi and Ye Futian closely trailing behind him, arriving by his side. My dear, there is trouble brewing in Qingzhou City. I can only speculate what may transpire. Qin remarked to Qin Yi. Qingzhou City falls under the jurisdiction of Donghai Prefecture. The individual we encountered earlier is named Xia Fan, a scion from Donghai Prefecture. I have been monitoring him since his arrival in Qingzhou City, aware that he dispatched individuals to infiltrate Tianyao Mountain in search of its secrets. To my astonishment, he truly uncovered something. Tianyao Mountain, a secret? Qin Yi inquired, her curiosity piqued. What lies within? She pressed further. Ye Qingdi, Qin replied, casting a grave look at Qin Yi as he uttered the forbidden name. Chapter 36. Internal turmoil and external threats at the Qingzhou Academy. The ground trembled incessantly, reminiscent of an impending earthquake. The sound of the bell echoed throughout the academy, summoning all disciples. Meanwhile, at the edge of the Tianyao Mountain, the Black Qilan Legion descended, spreading out as if preparing for a formidable enemy. The term-beast tide permeated the entire Qingzhou Academy, and at that moment, the members of the Night Order realized that Ye Futian was not jesting. A beast tide was imminent in Qingzhou City. The Tianyao Mountain was vast and boundless, concealing an unknown number of ferocious beasts. A minor beast tide might be manageable, but should a major one erupt, it would spell catastrophe. Furthermore, Tianyao Mountain was not solely home to terrestrial creatures. There were also aerial beasts. In the distance, a multitude of ominous figures blotted out the sky, soaring in various directions. Observing this scene, the strong within the Qingzhou Academy paled, knowing that if these beasts spread, the consequences would be dire. Qingzhou City was put on high alert, with notifications sent to all prominent families to unite in defense of the city. The Black Qilan Legion expanded its formation, sealing off the periphery of Tianyao Mountain. General Qin issued orders, and soon the Black Qilan soared into the sky, heading towards the ominous mass of beasts. Father, Qin Yi expressed her concern. Child, remain within the city and do not venture into Tianyao Mountain, General Qin cautioned. Qin Yi gazed anxiously at her father, wishing to accompany him, but Ye Futian interjected. Senior sister, your presence would only complicate General Qin's efforts. Qin Yi's beautiful eyes widened, realizing the truth in Ye Futian's words. She had only recently awakened her martial arts to the 8th realm. Glancing at the distance between them, Qin Yi's face flushed crimson, and she playfully punched Ye Futian's chest, scolding, You rascal. With that, she hurriedly turned away. Ye Futian smiled sheepishly and added, Do not worry, with General Qin here, Qingzhou City will be safe, and he will emerge unscathed. Indeed, Qin Yi nodded, aware that Ye Futian was deliberately alleviating her anxiety. Why are you still here? Qin Yi blushed. Ye Futian, with an honest demeanor, jumped down and walked forward, peering ahead with a heart heavy with worry, not as carefree as he appeared. This was a beast tide. He could only offer Qin Yi some comfort, but he was powerless to do much more. News of the impending beast tide swiftly swept across Qingzhou City, prompting various factions to mobilize, as this was a matter of survival for the city. No one could afford to remain aloof. Cultivators from all over Qingzhou City rushed to assist in sealing off Tianyao Mountain. Failure to act would lead to devastation should the beasts flood into the city. A vast army advanced towards the Qingzhou Academy, some marching on foot while others rode upon beasts or flew. The ground reverberated with thunderous sounds, and as they passed, the citizens of Qingzhou city displayed expressions of shock. Among them were the Qingzhou guards led by the city lord, Wei Ming, and there seemed to be members of the Murong Merchant Association. However, who were the others? Confusion spread among the citizens. Upon noticing the insignia on the garments of some individuals, their expressions soured. They are from the Black Flame Academy. The experts from Black Flame City have arrived. How can this be? Our Qingzhou city is sworn enemies with Black Flame City. How could the city lord's Qingzhou guards align with them? I do not know. Anxiety gripped the hearts of many as news of the beast tide emerged. The Qingzhou guards were not only failing to join forces with the Qingzhou Academy and the Black Qilin Legion against the beasts, but they were also collaborating with Black Flame City, causing a sense of foreboding that calamity might indeed befall Qingzhou city. The imposing army advanced directly toward the Qingzhou Academy. Upon their arrival, the strong within the academy were still resisting the invasion of the beast alongside the Black Qilin Legion. The sudden appearance of such a large army instantly captured everyone's attention. Many disciples of the Qingzhou Academy stood frozen, witnessing the powerful figures descending from the sky and the ground. Wei Ming, General Qin, stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the city lord, Wei Ming. His expression dark as thunder. Not only have you allowed the beasts to emerge from the mountain, but you have also colluded with those from Black Flame City. This is your domain. I do not comprehend your words. I am merely acting according to orders, Wei Ming replied coldly. Xia Fan, what are you truly planning? General Qin's eyes scanned the crowd for Xia Fan, who wore a disdainful smirk, looking down upon General Qin, as if he were merely the commander of a private army in a minor city. Where is the head of the Qingzhou Academy? Xia Fan ignored General Qin and directed his gaze toward the academy, where an elderly figure emerged, with hair white as snow and beyond the age of 70. The aura of Gumu, the head of the Qingzhou Academy, remained extraordinary. He had long since withdrawn from worldly matters to focus on his cultivation, and had it not been for the beast tide, he would not have made an appearance. What is the purpose of your actions, young lord? Gumu inquired of Xia Fan. The Tianyao Mountain has plagued Qingzhou city for years. As the young lord of the East Sea, I have come to discuss measures to eradicate this threat with the city lord. Thus, I gathered the Qingzhou guards, the Murong Merchant Association, and those from Black Flame City to prepare for an assault on Tianyao Mountain. I wonder if Headgu and General Qin will cooperate? Xia Fan asked with a faint smile. Gumu's expression darkened. The Qingzhou Academy was indeed beset by internal strife and external threats, with the beast tide attacking and a large army descending. If he refused to comply, the academy might face utter destruction. Very well, Gumu nodded. Headgu truly cares for Qingzhou city. I trust General Qin feels the same. Xia Fan turned his gaze toward General Qin. Despicable. Many within the Qingzhou Academy silently cursed Xia Fan, their eyes icy as they regarded him. Many strong figures from Black Flame City have gathered. What conditions did you promise? General Qin questioned. General Qin, Black Flame City merely responded to the summons. What conditions could there be? Time is of the essence. I urge you to make a swift decision. Xia Fan's tone was haughty, surrounded by powerful figures dispatched from the East Sea, exhibiting no fear. Very well, General Qin replied, his face ashen. He recognized that Xia Fan was coercing them to confront the beasts, but at the very least, attacking Tianyao Mountain to eliminate the beasts could mitigate the losses to Qingzhou city. Should he refuse, the conflict between the two factions amid the beast tide would only lead to greater ruin. Excellent, then let us depart, Xia Fan said with a smile. Young lord, I desire a certain individual, a strong figure from the Black Flame sect spoke up. Oh, who do you seek? Xia Fan inquired. The middle-aged man's gaze shifted downward, landing on a youthful figure. Ye Futian felt an ominous premonition. This was the middle-aged man known for leading the Black Flame Academy's challenge against the Qingzhou Academy years ago. Ye Futian, have you left the Qingzhou Academy? The middle-aged man asked with a smile. Previously, I invited you to join the Black Flame Academy, but you declined. Now that we meet again, I thought to ask, he continued. Oh, who is it? Another voice chimed in. It is I, Huafo Lu spoke calmly from the crowd. No matter. Even if you have a teacher, it does not hinder your training at the Black Flame Academy, the middle-aged man insisted with a smile. The Black Flame Academy cannot teach me, Huafo Lu replied coolly. Do you wish to test that? An elder who had been silently observing suddenly spoke, his eyes snapping open like lightning aimed at Huafo Lu. Elder Qinma, do not put me in a difficult position, Xia Fan chuckled, as a powerful figure beside him stepped forward. Despite once fearing Qinma, the elder had suffered a setback in his cultivation and was no longer intimidating. Hua Folu released his aura, yet Ye Futian smiled and said, "It is an honor to receive such recognition from an elder. My teacher would naturally have no objections." Hua Folu cast a glance at Ye Futian. Fully aware of his character, this lad was exceedingly astute. He coldly remarked, "Should anything happen to my disciple, do not blame me for being ungracious. Rest assured, senior," the middle-aged man with hawk-like eyes replied with a smile. Ye Futian had previously bested Yun Yanho. It would be ideal for him to join the Black Flame Academy, but if that were not feasible, then he must be eliminated. As Yuxing approached, Ye Futian seemed to sense his arrival and shook his head, prompting Yuxing to halt in his tracks, filled with indignation. Two young individuals emerged from the Black Flame Academy. The woman smiled and said, "Junior brother Ye, since you have agreed to join our Black Flame Academy, why not come over?" Ye Futian nodded and made his way towards the crowd from the Black Flame Academy, his gaze sweeping over the alluring figure of the young woman. He remarked with a grin, "Had I known there were such beautiful senior sisters at the Black Flame Academy, I would have agreed last time. What a charming little fellow." The seductive woman chuckled. "From now on, senior sister will take good care of junior brother." Ye Futian casually wrapped his arm around the woman's, who seemed unfazed. Her smile growing even brighter as she replied, "No problem. Senior sister will certainly look after you well." How utterly shameless. The members of the Qingzhou Academy could not help but curse Ye Futian under their breaths. A traitor. How could such a disgraceful individual exist in the Qingzhou Academy? Many were unable to restrain their disdainful murmurs, while Qing Yi glanced over, her eyes reflecting a hint of disappointment. Xia Fan observed this scene with a cold smirk, pondering what Hua Fenglu must feel upon witnessing his daughter's disreputable partner. However, he noticed that Hua Fenglu maintained a calm demeanor, wondering if perhaps he was unaware of his disciple's entanglement with Hua Jiu. Yet, given the fellow's manifestly shameless nature, such ignorance was indeed plausible. A character so unworthy could possess a beauty like Hua Jiu. What a waste. Little did he know, Hua Fenglu was entirely unperturbed, as he understood that fellow all too well. "Very well, it is time to depart," Xia Fan stated indifferently, seemingly quite pleased with the unfolding events. Chapter 37. Statues and the Coiling Dragon. A grand army advanced steadily towards Tianyao Mountain, an unprecedented mobilization for Qingzhou City. The expanse of Tianyao Mountain dwarfed the area of the city itself, making it inconceivable to fathom the multitude of demonic beasts that resided within. Generations of ancestors had aspired to eradicate the threats posed by Tianyao Mountain, yet such ambitions remained mere fantasies. Now, under the relentless pressure of Xia Fan, the Qingzhou Academy and the Black Qilin Legion marched into the heart of Tianyao Mountain, joined by the forces of Qizhou Guard and Haiyan City, presenting a formidable front that rivaled even the tide of beasts. Lead the way, Xia Fan commanded a middle-aged man ahead of him, having prepared markers for their expedition into Tianyao Mountain in search of relics. Ye Futian, accompanied by members of Haiyan Academy, followed closely behind. He had learned that the woman beside him was named Tang Yu, a 20-year-old beauty with an alluring charm. Before long, Ye Futian and Tang Yu grew familiar with one another. "Sister, with your beauty, I assume many suitors pursue you?" Ye Futian inquired. "Why do you ask that?" Tang Yu replied with a smile. "Do I have a chance?" Ye Futian gazed at her earnestly. Tang Yu's eyes sparkled as she chuckled. "You're quite handsome, but alas, a tad young." "Sister, 16 is already adulthood. I am not so young," Ye Futian insisted. Tang Yu couldn't help but laugh again at his earnestness, while a nearby young man from Haiyan Academy glared daggers at Ye Futian, disturbed by Tang Yu's amused demeanor. "Sister, do you know our purpose for entering Tianyao Mountain?" Ye Futian asked. "I've heard from the elders that there are ancient relics within," she replied. Ye Futian shook his head and leaned closer to her, whispering, "Let me share a secret with you." He then confided, "There are cultivation manuals left by the Emperor Yi Qing within Tianyao Mountain." Tang Yu's expression shifted to one of seriousness as she looked at him, whispering back, "Is that true?" Ye Futian's gaze flickered. Indeed, Xia Fan had withheld this information, and it was understandable, considering its significance concerning the Emperor Yi Qing. "Of course, my mentor is Hua Folu, and I am acquainted with General Qing, which is how I learned of this secret. Otherwise, would such a grand mobilization be necessary?" Ye Futian explained earnestly. Approaching an elder, Ye Futian noted the elder's eyes were closed. "What source do you have for this information? What is your position in Haiyan Academy?" he asked. The elder opened his eyes, sharp and piercing. "What do you mean? Since you are here to study at Haiyan Academy, it is natural to wish to learn under the strongest," Ye Futian replied. "I am Tang Yimo, the head of Haiyan Academy. If you demonstrate exceptional ability, I may consider personally instructing you, the elder stated. Beside him, Tang Yu smiled. He is my grandfather. Ye Futian bowed respectfully, saying, since you are the head and also the grandfather of Sister Tang, I dare not conceal anything. There have long been rumors in Qingzhou City that the legendary figure Ye Qingdi emerged from here, leaving a legacy behind. Many believe it to be mere legend. But it is indeed true. The inheritance lies within Tianyao Mountain, and General Qin has seen it with his own eyes. Why hasn't he taken it? Tang Mo inquired sharply. Senior, the inheritance of Ye Qingdi is not easily obtained. If it were, Xia Fan would not have orchestrated such a grand scheme, Ye Futian replied. Tang Mo narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on Ye Futian. Do you know what will happen if you deceive me? I was unaware of your ignorance, Senior. I was merely conversing with Sister Tang. How could I dare deceive? However, Xia Fan has summoned powerful allies from the East Sea, employing the people of Qingzhou City and Haiyan City to combat the demonic beasts, which raises suspicions, Ye Futian stated. Are you sowing discord? Tang Mo's eyes gleamed with intensity. A formidable aura pressing down upon Ye Futian. Once you reach the relics, you can ascertain whether Xia Fan has deceived you. If my claims are false, your life rests in your hands. If true, you must be cautious, Ye Futian warned. The army continued its thunderous advance, surrounded by the formidable forces of Haiyan Academy, granting them no concern that their voices might carry. Do you harbor hatred for the young master? Tang Mo suddenly asked. Tang Yu, take him away. Tang Mo commanded with a stern expression as Tang Yu approached Ye Futian. He bowed to Tang Mo and departed with her, not uttering another word. What is your opinion? Tang Mo inquired of the hawk-eyed man beside him. This lad possesses a sharp tongue. He cannot be wholly trusted, yet he must not be dismissed. The crux lies in whether the relics truly belong to Ye Qingdi, the hawk-eyed man replied. And if they do? Tang Mo pressed further. Father, if it genuinely is Ye Qingdi's inheritance, not just Qingzhou City, but the entire East Sea would pale in comparison, the hawk-eyed man said, his expression sharpening. Tang Mo's eyes gleamed with intensity. Despite the malice in the boy's words, he spoke the truth. If the inheritance were attained, the vastness of the East Sea would be inconsequential. Do you believe he can be of use to us? Tang Mo continued. The hawk-eyed man hesitated, then shook his head. This child, with both talent and temperament, is too unruly to control. Indeed, Tianhao is inherently proud, solely focused on cultivation, unlike this one. Tang Mo nodded in agreement. Though Tianhao had once been defeated by Ye Futian, he was still a fated mage, destined to grow stronger. He had already gone to East Sea City for study and would surely return in glory. If Ye Futian could not be subdued, the army pressed on, moving quickly and trampling over countless demonic beast carcasses, yet they also suffered devastating losses, with both Qingzhou Academy and the Black Qilin Night Legion facing significant casualties. The mists of Tianyao Mountain thickened, rendering their surroundings chaotic. From above, one could discern nothing, explaining why Xia Fan opted for such a method of advance. Are you threatening me? Xia Fan glared at General Qin. Fine, Xia Fan relented, then called out, Tang Gongshu. Tang Mo nodded, subsequently commanding the powerful members of Haiyan Academy to engage in battle. Ye Futian joined the fray as well, as the demonic beasts in the misty area grew increasingly formidable, some even reaching the formidable level of Dharma manifestations, requiring the might of elder warriors to confront them. As days passed, the number of those progressing diminished, and the casualties predominantly fell upon the more powerful individuals, while the weaker ones were safeguarded behind, thus enjoying greater safety. Ye Futian darted into the crowd of Haiyan Academy warriors whenever danger arose, ensuring his own safety. He had no intention of sacrificing himself for their cause, despite the disdainful glances cast upon him by many. Finally, as they ventured deep enough, the mist began to dissipate, revealing an area illuminated as brightly as the outside world. Perhaps even more so, with the spiritual energy in the air feeling denser. This appears to be a formation of spiritual energy, with the outside being the misty zone. Could it be? Someone speculated. Indeed, we have arrived, Xia Fan's companions revealed, their expressions brightening as they pressed onward. To their astonishment, no demonic beast appeared in this mountainous region, not a single one. What could that be? A voice exclaimed, pointing forward, and as they drew near, the scene ahead became increasingly vivid. Their hearts raced as they beheld an immense statue rising from the valley, standing tall amidst the mountains. All were filled with trepidation as they approached, standing atop an ancient peak overlooking the statue that loomed even higher than the mountains themselves. The area was saturated with an overwhelming essence of vitality. Upon reaching the precipice, they gazed down into the canyon below, where the statue resided. A trembling individual pointed towards the canyon, revealing that beneath the colossal statue coiled a dragon, a true divine dragon, resembling a mountain of flesh. Yet, at that moment, the dragon lay with its eyes closed, seemingly in a deep slumber. It was the dragon. Many from the Qingzhou Academy felt their hearts flutter. And Ye Futian's eyes gleamed with brilliance, for this dragon bore a striking resemblance to the dragon shadow encountered during last autumn's hunt. Surrounding the statue in the canyon were countless formidable beasts, greedily absorbing the abundant essence of vitality. This place resembled a valley of myriad creatures. Emperor Qing, someone gasped, fixated on the statue ahead, their voice resonating with astonishment. 16 years prior, Emperor Qing had met a tragic end, becoming a taboo, and the existence of any statue in his likeness was forbidden. Yet now, before their eyes, stood an extraordinarily grand statue of the Qing Emperor. Chapter 38. Misfortune. Before them stood a colossal statue, remarkably lifelike, its countenance exuding an air of authority. The inky black hair cascaded loosely over its shoulders, and its piercing gaze seemed capable of penetrating the very depths of one's soul. Merely gazing upon the statue evoked a faint sense of its unparalleled grace. Ye Qingdi, a legendary figure of the Eastern divine continent, though relegated to taboo, was frequently whispered about in hushed tones. The mere mention of his name sent shivers through countless hearts, especially upon learning that the statue of this legendary figure resided within the Tianyao mountain of Qingzhou city. Was this divine dragon his steed? Indeed, Ye Qingdi's relics existed. Tang Mo, the head of the Black Flame Academy, squinted at the statue ahead, realizing that Xia Fan had indeed intended to deceive them. General Qin scrutinized the winding dragon in the valley below, his brow furrowed. When he had accompanied his master here many years ago, this dragon had not been present. Only the statue and the demonic beasts remained. This dragon must have arrived later. Esteemed guests, this is the relic of Ye Qingdi. Beneath the statue lies an entrance that may conceal the treasures of the Qing Emperor. Even aside from the Qing Emperor's legacy, this dragon is a deceased one. Its flesh a priceless treasure, Xia Fan declared, his eyes glinting with greed. Were it not for the formidable demonic beasts below, he would have already descended to claim it. Young lord, these beasts are exceedingly powerful, Tang Mo interjected. The great demons below appeared lethargic, as if entirely dismissive of their presence, sprawled languidly in their lairs. Thus, we must unite our strengths, Xia Fan replied. To think that Ye Qingdi hailed from Qingzhou city and left behind a legacy here, the young lord has deceived me thoroughly. Tang Mo ventured cautiously. Xia Fan shot a sidelong glance at him, then smiled. I too only learned of Ye Qingdi's origins in Qingzhou city not long ago. Whether the statue contains his legacy remains uncertain. I refrained from informing you earlier, fearing leaks. Please do not take offense. Indeed, Tang Mo nodded, surprised that Ye Futian's words held truth. Ye Qingdi was indeed from Qingzhou city. Unbeknownst to them, Ye Futian, among the crowd, felt a wave of speechlessness. His casual remarks had now been validated, shocking him that Xia Fan had acknowledged Ye Qingdi's origins. Esteemed guests, we should take action, Xia Fan urged. However, as his words hung in the air, none moved. No one was willing to charge into battle for Xia Fan. General Qin, ancient palace master. Xia Fan's eyes narrowed as he turned to Qin Shuai. Now that we have arrived, I will not allow the Black Qilan Legion or the disciples of Qingzhou Academy to perish recklessly, Qin Shuai replied coldly, observing the multitude of beasts below. Should a battle erupt, ordinary cultivators would merely serve as cannon fodder to divert the beasts' attention. Young lord, the beasts are numerous. A battle will surely result in heavy casualties. What shall we gain from obtaining the Qing Emperor's legacy? Tang Mo remarked, noting Xia Fan's fleeting smile. Realizing that Ye Futian and Tang Mo had conversed along their journey, Uncle, Xia Fan called to the man in black beside him, who had remained understated until now. Suddenly, an overwhelming sword intent erupted from him, unleashing a tempest of destructive sword energy that enveloped everyone. Many felt their spirits tremble, as if they stood amidst endless sword intent. On the brink of annihilation, a celestial-level expert, Hua Fenlio's expression turned icy, surprised that Xia Fan had dispatched a celestial-level powerhouse from EC City, his uncle. No less. Given the legacy of Ye Qingdi, he found it hard to trust others. Any further questions? Xia Fan sneered, confident that nothing could escape his control. The Black Qilan Legion is prepared for battle. Let the younger disciples of Qingzhou Academy withdraw, Qin Shuai stated. Seeking death, Xia Fan's cold gaze swept toward him. His uncle suddenly drew his sword, as if to sever the void itself. The Black Qilan let out a piercing cry before disintegrating under the force. The sword energy cleaved to the heavens, severing Qin Shuai's arm. General, The members of the Black Qilin Legion surged forward, their presence terrifying. Father, Qingdi, among the onlookers, gasped, her complexion paling. Yet, the man in black soared into the air, the sword energy swirling into a tempest. Any objections? Xia Fan's voice rose. I see to the core. The Black Qilin Legion can engage, allow the younger disciples of Qingzhou Academy to retreat, Qingzhou reiterated. His tone unwavering despite the blood flowing from his severed arm, calmly locking eyes with Xia Fan. Xia Fan's expression darkened, his gaze icy as he looked at Qingzhou. Earlier, Qingzhou had dared to encircle him, proclaiming intentions to spread rumors. He needed to resolve this quickly, yet still required Qingzhou's strength. I shall agree to your terms. Xia Fan's eyes glinted frostily. Then he turned to Tang Mo. Do you have any objections, Palace Master Tang? I am at the young lord's command. Tang Mo reluctantly acquiesced, lacking the courage of Qingzhou. Very well, let us proceed, Xia Fan ordered coldly, and immediately. The group advanced downward. The Black Qilin Legion exuded an imposing aura as they took to the skies. While powerhouses above the Law Phase realm from Haiyan City also soared into the air. Xia Fan observed coldly from behind, aiming to gauge the true strength of these beasts. Leave if you wish to live. A heavy voice boomed from the valley, freezing everyone's movements. They then saw a snow-white beast rising among the throng of demonic beasts. In the blink of an eye, it grew enormous, resembling a small mountain. As it stood, all the beasts in the valley simultaneously rose, their demonic aura sweeping across the heavens. How is this possible? Xia Fan's face contorted in horror at the sight. A demon king resided within the valley. How could a king emerge in Qingzhou City? His expression darkened as he glanced at the statue of Ye Qingdi. Was it the guardian of this statue? Everyone stared in shock at the scene before them. It was a snow ape, standing tall and exuding an aura of invincibility. Those who enter shall die. The snow ape roared, shaking the heavens and earth, the mountains trembling in response. Forgive the disturbance, esteemed elder, Xia Fan stammered, his eyes twitching. Had they truly come for naught? Moreover, they had lost many in the process, ultimately achieving nothing but a glimpse of Ye Qingdi's statue. Xia Fan's face darkened, as if he bore a pin-up fury with no outlet. You shall descend yourself, Xia Fan directed at Tang Mo. Tang Mo's face stiffened, his expression grim. Young master. Palace Master Tang was incited to air by others. Morong Qiu spoke, stepping beside Xia Fan. Xia Fan's expression flickered as he cast a disdainful glance at Ye Futian among the crowd. Ye Futian felt an ominous premonition. He had intended to sow discord, yet did not expect it to culminate in this. Before overwhelming power, Tang Mo had no choice but to yield. Indeed, I too was incited by Ye Futian. He suggested uniting with Qingzhou Academy and General Qin to oppose the young lord. Tang Mo confessed, casting a glance at Ye Futian, whose companion, Tang Yu, appeared troubled. Over these days, she had come to see Ye Futian as a friend. Is that so? So it seems Qingzhou Academy has conspired against me. Xia Fan's voice dripped with coldness. Young lord, this child is rebellious and has already been expelled from Qingzhou Academy. He is no longer one of us. We would rather slay him ourselves, Shizhong, the head of the Earth Palace, interjected. Is that so? Xia Fan turned his gaze to Gumu, the head of Qingzhou Academy. Gumu glanced at Hua Folu, then looked at Ye Futian, nodding. This was indeed not the directive of Qingzhou Academy. Then, whoever among you first slays him shall earn my trust, Xia Fan remarked with a playful smile. I shall take on this task, Shizhong declared, stepping forward. Tang Lin's figure flickered as he advanced towards Ye Futian, intent on eliminating him. Even without Xia Fan's instigation, Ye Futian was destined to perish. A shadow silently appeared beside Ye Futian. Hua Folu cast a glance at Shizhong and Tang Lin, saying, Do you presume I am invisible? Senior Qin Mo. I advise you to refrain from meddling, Xia Fan remarked with a smile. Your father would never have dared to speak to me in such a manner, Hua Folu retorted, fixating his gaze on Xia Fan. That was in the past, Xia Fan sneered. I am in a foul mood at present, so do not provoke me. Upon his words, a figure clad in black stepped forward, emanating an overwhelming sword intent that swept towards Hua Folu. My temper is rather poor, so it would be wise not to incite me, Hua Folu responded calmly. I am curious to witness what the temperament of a discarded Qin Mo might entail. The black-clad figure advanced, his sword energy escalating to a terrifying extent, as though it could rend the very fabric of space. Teacher, Ye Futian glanced at Hua Folu. Anxiety creeping in. This individual was a being of celestial rank, surpassing the Dharma manifestation, and such a powerful entity was absent from Qingzhou City. While he was uncertain of his teacher's realm, the confidence exuding from the opponent filled him with dread for Hua Folu's safety. After the destruction of his fate soul, his cultivation has indeed fallen below celestial rank. A middle-aged man beside Xiaofan remarked, seemingly affirming Ye Futian's suspicions. Teacher, I am unfortunate. Do not risk your life for me, Ye Futian implored before turning to flee, shouting, please convey to the fairy that I genuinely cherish her, and inform my adoptive father that I have failed his expectations. The latter words were clearly directed to Yu Sheng. Remarkably, Ye Futian's escape led him towards the Beast Gorge. At that moment, his eyes glistened with a hint of redness, reflecting on a life filled with melancholy and deep-seated regret. Chase him, Xiaofan ordered coldly. And several powerful figures surged forward, pursuing Ye Futian relentlessly. Chapter 39. The one I await is not you. Huafolu evidently did not anticipate Ye Futian's resolute demeanor. As he directly addressed the aftermath of their confrontation, he rushed towards Ye Futian's direction, only to be met with a fierce sword aura slicing through the air, blocking his path. Consider your own situation. The cloaked figure of the Tianwei realm strode forth, exuding an overwhelming sword intent. With a swift motion of his hands, a row of sharp swords materialized before him, ringing ominously as they advanced towards Huafenglu. Get out of my way. Huafenglu bellowed, an invisible force descending upon him, halting the array of swords before him, which trembled violently. Just as the two were locked in a stalemate, Huafenglu observed Shizhong and Tang Lin pursuing Ye Futian, who was leaping into the canyon, causing his heart to convulse painfully. His long, jet-black hair danced without wind, dust swirling at his feet as if a tempest of spirit had been unleashed. I warned you, my temper is not to be trifled with. Why do you force my hand? Huafenglio's voice trembled, a wave of guilt washing over him. Ye Futian, whose life had just begun, could not possibly meet his end. A radiant light emanated from Huafenglu, coalescing into strings resembling those of a guqin, gradually forming an ancient instrument before him. In that moment, his aura surged dramatically, transcending the laws of the realm and ascending to the Tianwei level. Your fate is sealed. This is impossible. The Tianwei swordsman stared in disbelief, his expression shifting as he realized. Huafenglu, you are choosing to end your own life. Ignoring the warning, Huafenglu plucked the strings of his guqin, and in an instant, the sound resonated, releasing an intangible wave akin to a dragon's roar, piercing the air and shattering the spirit blades formed from spiritual energy. The dragon's roar of the Tsongshan. The Tianwei swordsman focused intently on Huafenglu, recognizing the technique as the very one mastered by the famed Qin demon of yore. With breathtaking speed, Huafenglu strummed the strings, and the sound waves enveloped all, pressing towards the cloaked swordsman while simultaneously assaulting Xiaofan. The dragon's resonance echoing through the heavens. Boom! Xiaofan, struck as if by a colossal force, gasped, his complexion paling. Beware! This is his guqin technique. Retreat! The Tianwei swordsman shouted, the clashing swords slicing through the air, directed at Huafenglu. Huafenglio's fingers moved with increasing velocity, the melody resembling a demonic tune that engulfed the vast expanse. Kill him! Xiaofan spat blood, feeling his mind teeter on the brink of explosion. As his protectors frantically withdrew, everyone retreated, including Shizhong and Tang Lin, who had been pursuing Ye Futian. Kill! Huafenglio's voice resonated deeply, the sonic assault breaking through the air, sending a more potent wave of sound crashing towards Xiaofan. The protective barrier conjured by Xiaofan's allies shattered with a thunderous explosion, leaving him vulnerable once more, his pallor deepening, but the power of the melody was also diminished. Shizhong was less fortunate. Under the weight of the melody, he roared in agony, blood streaming from his orifices as he was violently overwhelmed. The Qin demon. Some who had heard of Huafenglio's title trembled inwardly, wondering if this was the true essence of the Qin demon. Withdraw. The Tianwei swear. Huafenglu chuckled and said, you know my temper is rather volatile. You may feel elated now, but I am quite displeased. How am I to explain this to Jieyu? Ye Futian's eyes reddened further. You should marry her in the future, Huafenglu provocatively suggested. Ye Futian lowered his head, painfully closing his eyes as tears streamed down his cheeks. What are you crying for? My daughter is exceptionally beautiful. Do you not wish for her? Huafenglu appeared unfazed. I weep because I am destined to be burdened by you for life. At this rate, when I grow stronger, will I not find it impossible to cast you aside? Ye Futian remarked, lifting Huafenglu onto his back as he made his way toward the canyon. Does this mean I have gained an advantage over you? Huafenglu quipped from Ye Futian's back. Of course, if I become an emperor one day, you shall be the imperial father-in-law, Ye Futian replied nonchalantly. Huafenglu looked up at the setting sun, his smile radiant. Yuxing approached from the canyon's edge, and Ye Futian glared at him. What do you intend to do? Do you wish to leap down and join the burial? Certainly not. Yuxing shook his head. Ye Futian grew angrier, retorting, aren't you being overly righteous? If you perish, I will seek vengeance for you. Yuxing looked up, his eyes reddened, fixed on Ye Futian. That is acceptable, but anyone who witnesses our union must perish, Shui Yuan said earnestly. Ye Futian was taken aback by Shui Yuan's words. He glanced at Yuxing and said, they are all my dearest, do not entertain such notions. As for those people, I shall handle them myself. Shui Yuan nodded and guided the trio to the entrance before the statue, setting Ye Futian down outside. Ye Futian pushed open the door and entered alone. Inside, the space was desolate, occupied solely by a statue of ordinary human size. Intricately carved to depict the figure of the Emperor Ye Qing, the air was thick with spiritual energy, as if a formation was present. Upon Ye Futian's entry, the formation illuminated automatically, growing increasingly resplendent as boundless spiritual energy surged into the small statue. The statue shattered, transforming into a shadowy figure, the apparition of Emperor Ye Qing. The two locked gazes, and the emperor's eyes softened as he inquired, child, what is your name? Predecessor, my name is Ye Futian, Ye Futian replied calmly. Despite standing before the legendary figure of Emperor Ye Qing, you share my surname. Release your soul and let me see, the emperor commanded. Ye Futian complied, releasing his soul once more. When the emperor beheld Ye Futian's soul, he was momentarily stunned, his expression shifting to one of profound pain and sorrow, mirroring Xuan's reaction. As if he were on the verge of tears, the emperor's ethereal form stepped forward, his nebulous shadow embracing Ye Futian. Child, why is it you? Why must it be you? He murmured, his voice laden with the weight of grief. Ye Futian felt tears welling up within him as he whispered, predecessor, were you not waiting for me? Who am I, truly? Chapter 40. Emergence. Ye Futian gazed at Ye Qingdi, recalling that his adoptive father had expressed similar sentiments. Why did they hold such lofty expectations for him? His father had mentioned that his life soul was a legacy passed down from their ancestors. Yet both Ye Qingdi and Shui Yuan were familiar with his life soul. The emperor felt distant to him, yet he yearned to discover his true identity. What am I? Ye Futian softly inquired. Child, you must believe in yourself. Your life soul is destined to rule as a king, Ye Qingdi replied, his voice remaining gentle. Ye Futian understood that he was unwilling to disclose more, and a hint of melancholy washed over him as he said, if you are not waiting for me. Have I disturbed you? Of course not. Ye Qingdi's gaze towards Ye Futian was filled with affection. Though seeing you pains me. No one is more suited to inherit all that I possess than you. Are you intending to pass your legacy to me? Ye Futian asked. Yes. My life soul and the martial arts techniques I created, Ye Qingdi confirmed with a nod. Can the martial arts techniques be passed on to my friend? He is a natural warrior. Ye Futian thought of Yuxing, believing that Ye Qingdi's martial arts were undoubtedly formidable. Does he bear the surname Yu? Ye Qingdi inquired. How do you know? Ye Futian was taken aback. Had it not been for you, I might have passed them to him. However, since you have arrived, they are meant solely for you. He was born for you. Ye Qingdi replied, shaking his head. Ye Futian lowered his gaze, feeling somewhat disheartened. His adoptive father had said the same, and it seemed unfair to Yuxing. Child, time is short. Although I wish to observe you grow, I cannot linger longer. Ye Qingdi's voice turned somber and melancholic. Ye Futian looked at him and asked, cannot you tell me what our true relationship is? Ye Qingdi shook his head, his gaze filled with kindness and a hint of reluctance. Soon, his ethereal form transformed into an endless radiance, rushing towards Ye Futian's brow. In that instant, Ye Futian felt a terrifying mental storm invading his mind, causing his body to tremble in extreme agony. This is the third time. Ye Futian thought irritably before losing consciousness once more. When Ye Futian awoke, he found Yuxing and Hua Fenglu by his side, both inside a statue, while Shui Yuan and various beasts guarded the outside. It seems you were quite fortunate, Hua Fenglu remarked. Xia Fan summoned a powerful being to seize the legacy, provoking a beast tide that compelled the strong of Qingzhou city to unite, only to end up sewing garments for you. Closing his eyes, he entered his life soul realm, where a new life soul emerged, a storm eye, characterized by a pair of pitch-black eyes that transformed into a profound abyss, harboring a terrifying mental storm power. This life soul was not merely a visualization. It was a direct gift, seemingly imbued with immense mental strength. Then, Ye Futian opened his eyes, and in the next moment, they took on an extraordinarily deep and eerie quality, akin to a fierce storm. A powerful mental force erupted from his pupils, causing Hua Fenglu to glance over with astonishment, sensing the overwhelming mental pressure. After a moment, Ye Futian returned to normal, and Hua Fenglu asked, Mental system? Yes, primarily beast mastery, Ye Futian confirmed, nodding. Besides the 7 elemental mages, some fate mages practiced uniquely, such as Hua Fo Lu, who was a Qin sound mage, and beast masters, all belonging to the mental system, directly attacking or controlling through mental power. Ye Qingdi was indeed a beast master, Hua Fo Lu remarked softly. Moreover, he was an exceptionally powerful martial artist. Ye Futian sensed the memories in his mind. Mental system mages are formidable, yet they possess a weakness in defense. Supplementing with martial arts creates a perfect balance. Hua Fenglu agreed, recognizing the legendary figure who unified the realm was undoubtedly gifted. You should carefully absorb the legacy. Do not mind us, Hua Fenglu encouraged. Divine Dragon refining the body, Divine Ape refining strength, Divine Ping refining bones and speed, forge the divine body, perfecting the flesh to shake the heavens and the earth. Ye Futian felt deeply moved, realizing he already possessed the dragon soul, and through visualization, he began to conceive the divine ape and the golden-winged great ping. Gradually, the elemental energies of wind, earth, and gold surged around him, and a new life soul emerged within his life palace. Ye Futian finally comprehended why Ye Qingdi believed no one was more suited to inherit his legacy than him. He possessed the rarest talent to create life souls. Before long, 2 additional life souls manifested within his life palace. Thus, within the palace, alongside the ancient tree of his original life soul, he now held the Sun, Thunder Dragon, Qin, Storm Eye, Golden-Winged Great Ping, and Divine Ape, with the Golden-Winged Great Ping life soul embodying dual attributes of wind and gold. After a long while, when Ye Futian opened his eyes, he regarded Hua Fo Lu and Yu Sheng with a strange expression. What are you looking at? Hua Fo Lu questioned, observing the peculiar smile blossoming at the corner of Ye Futian's lips. Master, the legacy is quite powerful. I seem to have an abundance of life souls. My heart can hardly bear it now, Ye Futian remarked, blinking. Hua Fo Lu was taken aback, recalling the life souls he had lost, and muttered, you can leave. Ye Futian's smile erupted, and he took a deep breath to calm himself, observing Hua Fo Lu's disgruntled expression. Master, you are truly fortunate to have such an extraordinary disciple and son-in-law like me. Yu Sheng looked at Ye Futian in disbelief, questioning his sense of shame. Hua Fo Lu felt an impulse to deliver a good beating. In the following month, Ye Futian remained in the Tianyao Mountain Canyon, where the myriad beasts sealed the gorge, with Shui Yuan standing guard, ensuring no one could approach. At this moment, within the gorge, Ye Futian found himself besieged by a pack of beasts. Roar! A beastly bull charged forward, aiming to trample him. Ye Futian planted his feet firmly, causing the earth to tremble as he surged towards the bull, the sound of a dragon's roar echoing within him. He raised his fist and struck with the force of thunder, accompanied by a primal ape's howl. With a resounding crash, the charging bull was sent flying by a single punch. Almost simultaneously, a gust of wind swept by, and a shadow lunged for his neck. Ye Futian extended his arms, transforming them into wings, soaring into the air. The beastly leopard, sensing danger mid-leap, watched as Ye Futian descended like a divine bird, his hands resembling sharp blades as he struck. His arms seemed to morph into the true wings of a great ping, radiating golden light. With a swift slash, a gash appeared on the leopard's body. Had Ye Futian not held back, it would have been cleaved in two. The remaining beasts emitted low growls, hesitant to advance. With the body of a dragon, the strength of an ape, and the agility of a pang, my progress has been substantial this month, Hua Fo Lu commented from the sidelines. Compared to true divine dragons and great pongs, I'm still far off, Ye Futian replied, shaking his head as he recalled the visions in his mind. What realm are you at? You are merely a 2-star glory realm in both martial arts and mages. How can you compare yourself to divine beasts? Hua Fenglu remarked, somewhat exasperated. Ye Futian chuckled lightly before turning to Xin, saying, Senior, I must take my leave. Very well. Have you decided which beasts to take with you? Your mental power is still too weak. You can only control beasts of low-tier law manifestation, Shu Yuan replied. Will you truly not accompany me? Ye Futian feigned a pitiful expression, thinking that if Shui Yuan could join him, he could traverse the East Sea Prefecture with ease. I must remain here. As long as I am present, this place will be protected. No one must know that the legacy has been taken, otherwise, given your current realm. Shui Yuan left the statement unfinished. Ye Futian felt a twinge of disappointment. He understood this reasoning but still felt it was a pity. Ye Futian surveyed the surrounding beasts, realizing that to avoid arousing suspicion about his acquisition of Ye Qingdi's legacy, he must not attract too much attention. Senior, summon a black wind eagle to my side. He instructed. Understood, Shu Yuan nodded, then summoned a low-tier law manifestation Black Wind Eagle. Ye Futian approached the Black Wind Eagle, his gaze transforming into something extraordinarily enchanting. The Eye of the Storm unleashed its formidable psychic force towards the majestic creature. The snow ape, fixated on the Black Wind Eagle, instilled a sense of trepidation within it. For the eagle, being of the wind attribute, resembled a wind mage among humans, possessing a psychic prowess at the Dharma level. Should it choose not to cooperate willingly, Ye Futian, with his current cultivation, would be unable to assert control over it. This marked the first occasion for Ye Futian to employ the Eye of the Storm to command a beast. He felt as though the Black Wind Eagle materialized within his very pupils, as his potent psychic energy fervently inscribed a mental mark upon it. The eagle's body quivered violently. Any act of defiance would lead to a backlash against Ye Futian. In that moment, the Black Wind Eagle sensed an imperial pressure emanating from Ye Futian's spirit, surrendering to the imprint of his consciousness. Subsequently, a resonance formed between their psychic energies. Taking a deep breath, Ye Futian observed the Black Wind Eagle bowing its head before him. Nearby, Huafolu recalled the immense black eagle that had taken away Huarjieyu, musing that the creature must be feeling quite displeased. Thus, he also opted for a Black Wind Eagle. "Elder, I shall take my leave," Ye Futian said as the three of them mounted the eagle's back, bidding farewell to the snow ape, casting a lingering glance at the statue of Ye Qingdi. "Proceed." The snow ape nodded in acknowledgement. The Black Wind Eagle soared into the skies, and Ye Futian watched as the snow ape grew smaller within the canyon, the statue becoming increasingly indistinct, a twinge of reluctance stirring within his heart. "Go escort them," the snow ape uttered coldly. Soon after, a multitude of beasts emerged from the canyon, resembling a terrifying tide of creatures, instilling sheer panic in those journeying toward Tianyao Mountain, causing them to flee in terror. Chapter 41. You are all right in Qingzhou City. Remnants of destruction lay scattered, ravaged by a relentless beast tide. Numerous structures had crumbled, leaving many families shattered, casting a pall of desolation over the entire city. Furthermore, even after the tempest of the beast tide subsided, the tremors within Qingzhou City showed no signs of abating. Upon the return of the Qingzhou Academy and General Qin, it was said that the young master of the East Sea Prefecture was exceedingly displeased. In a fit of rage, he stripped General Qin of his cultivation. The Knights of the Black Qilan Legion, incensed, faced a brutal suppression from the formidable forces of the East Sea Prefecture. The Qingzhou Guards controlled by the city lord and the Murong Chamber of Commerce. The fates of many were tragically sealed in the protective force of Qingzhou City. The Black Qilan Knights was utterly obliterated. Subsequently, City Lord Wei Ming was reassigned away from Qingzhou City, and to everyone's astonishment, the leader of the Murong Chamber of Commerce, Murong Yinshan, assumed control of Qingzhou City. Many harbored deep discontent, and rumors swirled throughout the city, suggesting that remnants of the Yi Qing Emperor lay hidden within the Tianyao Mountain. The continuous arrival of powerful figures from the East Sea Prefecture seemed to corroborate these tales. Yet those who ventured towards Tianyao Mountain returned empty-handed. Some were thwarted midway, while others, nearing the ruins, were reportedly besieged by myriad beasts. Whispers suggested that it was precisely for these ruins that the young master of the East Sea Prefecture colluded with the city lord and the Murong Chamber of Commerce to clear the path through Tianyao Mountain, coercing the Qingzhou Academy and General Qin to launch an offensive, thereby orchestrating the beast tide. Such rumors spread like wildfire, reflecting the profound dissatisfaction among the populace. Yet, it bore no fruit. The Murong Chamber of Commerce was already a paramount force in Qingzhou City, now wielding the reins of power. Who would dare to speak out? Moreover, with the backing of the young master of the East Sea Prefecture, the citizens of Qingzhou City could do little more than mutter grievances in secret, unable to effect any change. Even the revered Qingzhou Academy remained silent. At the Yi family residence in Qingzhou City, a Black Wind Eagle descended from the heavens, depositing 3 figures before soaring into the sky, circling above Qingzhou City. Ye Futian, Yu Xing, and Huafolu appeared at the Yi family estate, hastened by concern for their home. "Father, mother," Ye Futian called out, rushing towards the dwelling of his parents, only to find the house in ruins, eerily empty. "Adoptive father." A note of sorrow tinged his voice, yet no response came. Yu Xing scoured the surroundings, his eyes reddened with distress. What has happened? What on earth transpired at the Yi family? Ye Futian felt a fear that surpassed even that of his leap into the chasm at Tianyao Mountain. Ye Futian. At that moment, a voice called out to him, and he turned to see a graceful figure running towards him. The beautiful girl threw herself into his embrace, clinging tightly. "You are alive, you are alive." Her eyes were swollen from tears, cascading down onto Ye Futian's garments. Qingzhou, what of my family? Do you know how they fare? Ye Futian helped the girl to her feet. As Feng Qingzhou wiped her tears, her delicate face slightly flushed as she replied. Uncle Yi and the others are safe. My father asked me to tell you that they have left Qingzhou City, urging you not to worry. Were they not told where they went? Ye Futian sighed with relief. Thankfully, no harm had come to them. Feng Qingzhou shook her head, saying, My father also instructed me not to disclose it to anyone else. Uncle Yi and the others left quietly, fearing it would cause you concern. Ye Futian paused, then looked skyward, cursing under his breath. You Baichuan, you scoundrel. His eyes reddened. As clever as he was, he now understood the gravity of the secrets surrounding his lineage. The disappearance of his family amid the chaos of the beast tide was no coincidence, but rather a deliberate act to conceal unspeakable truths. In the future, there would be no Yi family in Qingzhou City. The Yi Sea was an immense ocean, boundless and infinite. How could he possibly find them? They were clearly intent on preventing him from doing so. Qingzhou, what is the current state of Qingzhou City? Have those from the Yi Sea prefecture departed? Ye Futian inquired, knowing he needed to be cautious if Xia Fan had not yet left. Xia Fan and his group have departed, as have those from the Haiyan City. The Qingzhou Academy has suffered greatly. General Qin and the Black Qilan Legion were stripped of their powers and suppressed by Xia Fan and those from the City Lord's estate and the Murong Chamber of Commerce. Now, the City Lord is Murong Yushan. In recent days, numerous outsiders have come to Qingzhou City seeking the ruins, but all have returned empty-handed. Feng Qingzhou explained in one breath. General Qin has been rendered powerless? Ye Futian felt a jolt of shock. Indeed, Feng Qingzhou confirmed with a nod. Ye Futian's gaze turned icy. The guardian of Qingzhou City, who had led the Black Qilan Legion in repelling external threats, had been incapacitated by the young master of the East Sea Prefecture. Those formidable figures wielded power and absolute authority, toying with the lives of others at their whim. Had it not been for his extraordinary fortune, he could have perished at Tianyao Mountain. What are your plans from here? Perhaps you could stay at my house? Feng Qingzhou's voice was bright, her beautiful eyes glimmering with a hint of anticipation as she regarded Ye Futian. Ye Futian assessed Feng Qingzhou, noticing the blush that spread across her face under his gaze. No, I may leave Qingzhou City, he replied. Feng Qingzhou froze, her heart tightening as she asked, Where will you go? She remained rooted in place, watching Ye Futian's retreating figure when, suddenly, she called out, Ye Futian, I like you. The girl summoned her courage and declared loudly. Ye Futian turned to her, a brilliant smile illuminating his eyes as he responded, I told you. Who wouldn't be fond of someone like me? Just don't think too much about me. Without pausing, he continued on, fearing that if he lingered, he might succumb to reluctance. Especially given how beautiful Feng Qingzhou was. Is it that in my absence, you have moved on? Hua Fenglu teased from behind Ye Futian. How could that be? With such a vast array of choices, I only desire one enchantress, Ye Futian replied candidly. Hua Fenglu rolled his eyes. How is it that a scoundrel like you managed to win my daughter's heart? Good looks, Ye Futian replied succinctly. Hua Fenglu was left speechless. Master, when will you recover? I've been carrying you. Fearing others might misunderstand, Ye Futian muttered quietly. Father-in-law, I was wrong, he quickly added, which finally drew a satisfied smile from Hua Fenglu. Where shall we go now? Hua Fenglu inquired. Above the Qingzhou Academy, a black-winged eagle circled, its keen eyes fixed on the location of the Earth Palace. Seemingly unable to locate its quarry, the eagle continued its aerial patrol until a group emerged from the Earth Palace, heading towards a tavern outside the Qingzhou Academy. Only then did the eagle depart, unnoticed by those below. Recently, Murong Qiu had been basking in good fortune. Although his expedition to Tianyao Mountain had ended in failure, he had nonetheless forged a strong friendship with the young master of the East Sea Prefecture, significantly elevating his status within the Murong Chamber of Commerce. He was now widely regarded as the next generation's leader, while his father had been appointed as the city lord of Qingzhou City. Thus, the entire city fell under the dominion of his family. Though he was aware that many harbored resentment towards him, including numerous peers from the Qingzhou Academy, it mattered little. They still treated him with the utmost courtesy. The tavern was bustling with patrons, most of whom were disciples of the Qingzhou Academy. Upon seeing Murong Qiu and his entourage, many nodded in acknowledgement, and Murong Qiu appeared quite pleased as he smiled and found a spot to sit. As the dishes were served, the group began their conversation. Junior brother Murong, your talent is extraordinary. You have swiftly ascended to the glory realm and will surely reach the law form soon, a disciple of the Earth Palace complimented. The stages of cultivation include awakening, glory, law form, and celestial position. The realm of Dharma manifests as a level of elderhood within Qingzhou city. Those who ascend further may even assume the roles of palace masters. After all, the most formidable beings in Qingzhou reach merely the pinnacle of the Dharma realm. In the past, Hua Fenglu was regarded as the strongest in Qingzhou, having once attained the celestial stage, a position that placed him among the elite of the entire Eastern Sea Prefecture. Naturally, my brother, destined to lead Qingzhou city in the future, shall undoubtedly be its most powerful figure, Murongqing remarked with a smile. Indeed, dear junior brother, as you summon the winds and rain, do not forget us. Your fellow disciples, someone raised a cup in joviality. Murongqiu, with his gentle and refined demeanor, joined in the toast, his gaze drifting forward, seemingly lost in contemplation. In matters of the heart, I seem to have faltered, Murongqiu spoke softly, causing the atmosphere to tense. It was no secret that he harbored feelings for Hua Jiu. Yet she was entwined with Ye Futian. Later, Murongqing introduced him to Feng Qingxue, and many believed she would soon be pursued and won over. However, it appeared that Feng Qingxue still held lingering affections for Ye Futian. That wretched woman, oblivious to her own worth, is hardly deserving of my brother. Why should you care? Someone chimed in. Indeed, junior brother, your current status foretells a future surrounded by beautiful women. Feng Qingxue is truly blind. I had advised her to steer clear of Ye Futian, yet she became entangled with him. Now, she has met her doom at the hands of a demonic beast. While my brother has ascended to command the elements, she shall only live to regret her choices, Murongqing asserted. I, for one, hope he is not dead. That would make things all the more intriguing, Murongqiu replied coldly. You are right, brother. If he yet lives, he would surely tremble at the sight of you. Murongqing laughed lightly. However, she soon noticed an unexpected silence enveloping the hotel, as numerous gazes turned toward them. Murongqing furrowed her brow and glanced toward the entrance. Whereupon she beheld a striking figure standing proudly at the doorway. You are all correct, Ye Futian's voice rang out, his eyes twinkling with mischief and defiance. Chapter 42. I am the fated mage Xia Fan's uncle, a formidable figure at the heavenly position realm, met his demise at the hands of a frenzied snow ape. Subsequently, many powerful individuals from Donghai Prefecture sought the ruins, yet many perished, and none could traverse that treacherous canyon. The other disciples of Qingzhou Academy in the tavern gazed at Ye Futian with an air of intrigue, the hall enveloped in an unusual silence. How did you survive? Someone beside Murongqiu inquired. Indeed, nothing had changed, he could still ramble. Yet, he was truly fortunate to be alive. How dare you show your face here after not leaving Qingzhou city? After a moment of surprise, Murongqiu revealed a chilling intent to kill. Then I shall ensure you meet your end once more. At that moment, several figures emerged, all from the Earth Palace. Their expressions icy as they fixed their gaze upon Ye Futian. Previously, Shizhong had lost face due to Ye Futian and Yuxing's actions, even suffering a public humiliation at the hands of Hua Fenglu. Thus, the disciples of the Earth Palace held the worst opinion of Ye Futian. This is the second time Murongqiu has sought my life. If you make a move, I will assume you wish for my demise as well, Ye Futian declared, addressing those standing before Murongqiu. Therefore, I shall show no mercy. Arrogance, scoffed a 4-star honorary mage, stepping forward. Surrounding him, the earth attribute's spiritual energy surged violently, enveloping his body as if he were clad in a suit of earthen armor. Ye Futian, adept in both martial and magical arts, knew that defense was paramount before engaging in combat. Otherwise, a mage would be in grave danger when approached by a warrior. Suddenly, Ye Futian stomped the ground, his body shooting forth like a bolt of lightning. With the opponent resolute in their intent, there was no need for further discourse. The 4-star honorary mage's countenance shifted as the earth attribute's spiritual energy around him howled, transforming into a barrage of enormous earthen spears, razor-sharp and lethal. With a wave of his hand, the spears launched toward Ye Futian, cutting through the air with a sharp whistle. Remarkably, Ye Futian's speed did not wane. Instead, it intensified. As the spears descended, he fell backward, sliding along the ground. In that fleeting moment, a thunderous crash echoed as the tavern's floor erupted. Yet none of the spears struck Ye Futian. The next instant, he rose gracefully, his movements fluid and unrestrained, akin to a leaf dancing in the wind. The mage's expression changed, and then, a terrifying aura erupted from his being, resonating with the spiritual energy of the surrounding world. An enormous phantom of a land rhinoceros materialized above him, imposing and heavy, exerting an overwhelming pressure. Go. The spell unleashed, the colossal land rhinoceros trampled the ground, causing fissures to spread as it charged towards Ye Futian, intent on crushing him. How will you evade? The mage's icy voice rang out. At such a close distance, how could Ye Futian possibly escape? Yet, he did not dodge. A subtle dragon's roar emanated from within him, lightning flickering across his form as he clenched his fist. As the rhinoceros charged, Ye Futian's arm lashed out. In that instant, onlookers experienced an illusion. Ye Futian's seemingly unimposing physique now radiated boundless strength. When his fist descended, it resembled a wildly swinging giant ape. A resounding explosion echoed as the massive land rhinoceros shattered upon impact. Ye Futian's punch striking not only the creature but also the hearts of those watching. A martial practitioner could obliterate the spells of a high-ranking mage with sheer combat skills. Their understanding of the distinction between mages and martial practitioners began to unravel, yet the scene before them was undeniably real. Moreover, Ye Futian's fist did not halt. It surged forward with astonishing force toward the figure ahead. The mage appeared momentarily stunned, unable to release any other spells, forced to rely on his pre-prepared defenses to withstand the blow. Crack! Ye Futian's fist landed, instantly tearing through the earthen armor as bone-cracking sounds resonated. The mage was propelled backward, the crowd hastily retreating as tables and chairs shattered in his wake. Junior brother, you must leave. Xinyu's expression shifted as he spoke to Murongqiu. His mental perception, heightened by his 5-star honorary realm, unleashed a torrent of earthy light, forming walls of earth to confine Ye Futian within the cramped space. Murongqiu, sensing danger, dashed toward the tavern's exit. This man could overpower a 4-star honorary mage with his martial prowess. Remaining here posed a significant risk. Murongqiu, of a lower realm, followed suit, fleeing alongside Murongqiu in a state of disarray. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as the earthen wall shattered. Noticing Murongqiu's escape, Ye Futian turned to pursue, only to be confronted by another wall blocking the tavern's exit. Ye Futian pivoted, his cold gaze fixated on Xinyu. I am exceedingly displeased. And? Xinyu, enveloped in earthen armor for defense, felt no inclination to underestimate Ye Futian, despite the latter's aura indicating only a 2-star honorary realm. The man before him was undeniably formidable. Therefore, your time has come to an end. As Ye Futian's words fell, golden light radiated from his hands, powerful mental perception unfurling. A metallic tempest encircled his arms, vaguely transforming into golden wings, enveloping his hands. Metal attribute? You are proficient in metal as well. Xinyu's eyes widened in shock. Not only he but the disciples of Qingzhou Academy in the tavern corner stood astounded. Ye Futian had already unveiled his martial talents, showcasing lightning and fire attributes. Now, he revealed mastery over metal. How much power had he concealed? Moreover, the metallic tempest swirling around him. Was this truly something achievable by a 2-star honorary mage? Though both were in the same realm, the disparity in mental and perceptual prowess meant a significant difference in their ability to command spiritual energy. Moreover, Ye Futian was a fated mage. Without further delay, Ye Futian transformed into a streak of golden lightning, reaching unparalleled speed. Another earthen wall emerged before him. Yet the golden wings manifesting around his arms acted like the sharpest blades, slicing through the wall effortlessly as he pressed onward. Xinyu's expression changed yet again as spiritual energy surged violently around him. The unleashed earth spears and the charging land rhinoceros converged upon Ye Futian. But he was merely a golden blur, moving too swiftly for their attacks to land. When a martial practitioner possesses both immense strength and speed, it becomes a lethal threat to pure mages, as they can swiftly close the distance for close combat. The situation unfolded precisely in this manner. Xinyu, witnessing Ye Futian's approach, could only retreat, but Ye Futian granted him no opportunity. Like a bird in flight, he darted past, and with a swift motion, Xinyu's defenses were breached, a horrific wound appearing on his chest, his visage paling instantly. Ye Futian paid him no heed. Charging out of the tavern to find Murongqiu fleeing toward the Qingzhou Academy. With a swift motion, he pursued. Let us follow and see. The disciples of Qingzhou Academy rushed out of the tavern. Was Ye Futian truly intent on taking Murongqiu's life? Seeing Ye Futian close in on him rapidly, Murongqiu's face turned ashen, and he sprinted frantically towards the Qingzhou Academy, nearing safety. The academy was bustling with disciples entering and exiting. Murongqiu, in a frantic state, cried out, "Save me! Master, save me!" He dashed behind the Lord of the Thunder Palace, as if he had found a savior. Ye Futian. The Lord of the Thunder Palace glanced at the figure pursuing them, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Ye Futian, like the wind, came to a halt, his gaze still locked on Murongqiu. He then addressed the Lord of the Thunder Palace, "Elder, this is a personal grievance." Ye Futian, surviving is fortunate. But this is Qingzhou Academy. It would be wise not to act recklessly. The master of the Thunder Palace spoke as I journeyed here. The city of Qingzhou has been plunged into despair, with many common folk weeping in their homes. The vitality of the Qingzhou Academy has been severely diminished. Surely, the elder is aware of the true culprit behind all this. Ye Futian then inquired, General Qin, the Black Qilan Legion, the guardians of Qingzhou City, what fate awaits them? If the Qingzhou Academy still considers itself a sacred ground of Qingzhou City, then do not impede my path. The master of the Thunder Palace felt a pang of shame. Xia Fan was the deputy lord of the Eastern Sea Prefecture, and even the Grand Master dared not offend him. Many matters left them enraged but voiceless. However, with Ye Futian confronting him directly, he felt truly humbled, especially as they had yet to step into the Qingzhou Academy itself. Ye Futian continued, causing the master of the Thunder Palace to waver. Morongqiu's expression darkened at this spectacle, and at that moment, someone approached him, saying, "Come with me." As the words fell, the wind swept by, and a disciple of the Qingzhou Academy lifted Morongqiu into the air, prompting many to look up in astonishment. Yang Yao, a disciple of the Earth Palace, adept in both earth and wind attributes, drew the attention of the onlookers. Morongqiu, suspended in the air, coldly remarked, "Now, how will you kill me? The master, you do not intend to subdue him?" Morongqiu turned to the master of the Thunder Palace. "You may leave." The master of the Thunder Palace responded to Ye Futian, having always held him in high regard. "I must kill Morongqiu," Ye Futian insisted stubbornly, reminiscent of the proud young figure standing alone amidst the snowstorm. "Even if you excel in wind attributes, your speed cannot surpass his," the master of the Thunder Palace stated. "Yang Yao, a 4-star glory realm. This is my affair," Ye Futian declared. The master of the Thunder Palace locked his gaze onto Ye Futian, who remained unwaveringly confident, almost imperious. Could this be the folly of ignorance? Ye Futian had already proven himself twice. "Then allow me to witness your true prowess," the master of the Thunder Palace said after a moment of silence, prompting astonishment among those surrounding them. "I shall not disgrace my mission." Ye Futian's eyes sparkled with a radiant smile. Accompanied by his voice, a brilliant light erupted, and before the astonished gazes of the crowd, wings sprouted from Ye Futian's back, revealing a resplendent golden-winged rock hovering behind him. In that moment, the world fell into a profound silence. "I am the Celestial Mage," a voice erupted from the corner of Ye Futian's lips. Chapter 43. Farewell. Countless gazes were fixed upon Ye Futian, observing the dazzling spirit of fate, the golden-winged rock. Is this truly the real Ye Futian? The unruly and fiercely proud youth. Many believed they had come to know him well, yet now they realized they had underestimated him. Furthermore, he had previously exhibited the ability to cultivate both martial and magical arts, along with innate talents in thunder and fire. At this moment, the spiritual energy swirling around him resembled a tempest, distinctly embodying the dual attributes of wind and gold. It became evident that Ye Futian was, at the very least, a fated master adept in 4 elemental attributes. Had it not been for the desire to slay Morongqiu, perhaps the Qingzhou Academy would have remained oblivious to the extent of his true talents. Qin Yi hurried over from a distance, and upon witnessing the scene, felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Yet now, it was that obstinate youth, single-handedly confronting Morongqiu to settle a score. "I am a fated master." Qin Yi suddenly recalled the words the youth had spoken in the lecture hall, words that had seemed so audacious then. Yet in light of the present scene, she found herself laughing and crying simultaneously, her beautiful eyes sparkling with tears. At that moment, the wings behind the youth began to flap, gradually lifting him into the air. Ye Futian had not practiced the wind-based flight technique, but he possessed a spirit of fate, the golden-winged rock, imbued with the essence of wind, which aided his ascension. "Tell me, how should I kill you?" Ye Futian coldly addressed Morongqiu, recalling how the latter had arrogantly taunted him from above. "How will you kill me now?" Morongqiu's complexion drained of color as he shouted, "Yang Yao, we must go." Yang Yao seemed to have just realized the gravity of the situation. The wind magic enveloped them both as they fled in haste. Yet, Ye Futian's figure flickered, soaring through the air like a golden-winged rock, tracing a brilliant arc across the sky. Soon, he was closing in on Yang Yao, his speed surpassing that of his companion. Windblade. Yang Yao summoned the wind energy around him, transforming it into razor-like blades aimed at severing space itself, directed towards Ye Futian. The sharp, piercing sound echoed as the golden wings sliced through the air, effortlessly shattering the wind blades. Ye Futian spun gracefully in midair, akin to a true golden-winged rock. his golden wings slashing towards Moronqiu. With a tremor of the spiritual energy wings behind him, Ye Futian carved a perfect arc through the void. A soft pop resonated as blood blossomed in the sky, a crimson line appearing on Moronqiu's neck. His gaze remained locked on Ye Futian, his eyes wide with unparalleled terror. Trembling, he extended his hands to clutch at his throat, only to feel his strength waning, his body convulsing. He was but 18. In the prime of his youth, how could he face death? In the next instant, he felt his life force dwindling, his body plummeting. Yang Yao, petrified with fear, abandoned Moronqiu and fled, forgetting all brotherhood in his desperation. Thud! Moronqiu's body crashed to the ground, sending tremors through the hearts of all present at the Qingzhou Academy, their eyes fixed upon the youth still hovering above. Ye Futian looked down at the master of the Thunder Palace and said, "Thank you, senior." "Go quickly," the Thunder Palace master replied, glancing at the figure of the youth. Ye Futian nodded, his form flickering as he took to the skies. In the distance, several figures rushed towards him, the foremost being the newly appointed master of the Earth Palace, whose expression was grim. He sought to pursue Ye Futian, only to be confronted by the Thunder Palace master, who descended from the sky with a crackle of lightning, blocking the way of the approaching figures. He is no longer a disciple of the Qingzhou Academy. Even with his extraordinary talent, how can you allow him to leave after killing my disciple? The Earth Palace master declared coldly. As his words fell, a series of figures continued to arrive, gazing at the gradually fading silhouette in the sky, many feeling a profound sense of loss. Our Qingzhou Academy, a sacred ground in Qingzhou City, is overshadowed by a mere youth. The Thunder Palace master's voice was calm, yet it carried an undercurrent of disappointment and sorrow, akin to the collapse of belief. Ye Futian had imparted a lesson today. The youthful fervor, at times, invoked envy. They longed to act freely, unburdened by fear, unshackled by rules. A wave of reflection washed over the arriving figures, some feeling a pang of shame. Interests, power, and stubborn traditions. The Thunder Palace master suddenly chuckled, a self-deprecating sound. He gazed at the venerable Qingzhou Academy, bowing to this hallowed ground steeped in history, then raised his head and spoke slowly. When the light of the sacred place fades, what remains to be cherished? Not long ago, he had expressed a desire to witness the true prowess of the youth. Ye Futian had not disappointed him. A master adept in 4 elemental attributes, his talent was indeed extraordinary. Yet, the Thunder Palace master still felt a sense of incompleteness, as if he had yet to fully behold all of the youth's brilliance. The people of the Qingzhou Academy watched his retreating form, a mix of desolation and elegance in their expressions. Concurrently, a black qilin soared into the sky, pursuing the direction in which the youth had departed. In the distant sky, Ye Futian flew, and moments later, a black-winged eagle swooped down from the higher clouds, joining him. On its back sat Hua Fenglu and Yu Sheng, as he had naturally left a contingency plan while confronting Moronqiu. "Senior sister," Ye Futian called out with a smile as the black qilin approached him. "Are you leaving?" Qingdi gazed at Ye Futian, knowing that after killing Moronqiu, he could not remain in Qingzhou City unless Hua Fenglu had emerged unscathed, which was evidently not the case. Otherwise, Ye Futian would not have to resort to such measures. "Yes, I must depart from Qingzhou City now. Take care of yourself." "Senior sister," Ye Futian said, feeling a pang of sympathy for Qingdi. Her father had defended Qingzhou City only to be usurped, leaving her without support. And it was easy to imagine the grievances she had endured. "I will see you off," Qingdi replied with a gentle smile. "All right," Ye Futian nodded. And together they took flight on the black-winged eagle and black qilin, leaving the scene behind. At the Qingzhou coast, numerous large vessels awaited departure to distant lands. At this moment, many were boarding a massive ship heading to East Sea City. The distance between Qingzhou City and East Sea City spanned thousands of miles, and it was impractical for Ye Futian to fly long distances on the black-winged eagle, especially since his mentor was in poor health and could not withstand such prolonged travel. Yu Sheng waited with Hua Fenglu before the giant vessel. Meanwhile, Ye Futian was saying his farewells to Qingdi. "Senior sister, I truly am leaving." Ye Futian smiled as he spoke. "Just remember not to forget me," Qingdi replied. "How could I?" Ye Futian responded. "I fear I might become too handsome, and you wouldn't recognize me," Ye Futian said with a light chuckle. Qingdi shot him a glare, exasperated by his unrepentant demeanor. "Farewell." Ye Futian turned to leave, waving his hand. "Futian," Qingdi called out, and he turned to face her. She opened her arms, her face radiant with a smile, saying, "Before you leave, I'll give you a little something." "Senior sister, you're making it difficult for me." Ye Futian sighed, stepping forward to embrace Qingyi's alluring form. Qingyi leaned gently against him, her smile unwavering. After a while, she said, "Aren't you going to let go?" "Oh." Ye Futian released her, chuckling nervously. "I'm just a bit reluctant to part with you, senior sister." Qingyi gazed at him in silence, then turned to leave, heading towards the black Qilin. Ye Futian watched her depart, a quiet sigh escaping his lips. He could do nothing to assist her and could only hope she would face everything with strength. Turning back, Ye Futian walked towards the ship, where Yu Xing and Hua Fenglu awaited him. "Teacher, let us board the ship," Ye Futian said to them. "All right," Hua Fenglu nodded, walking alongside him. Was it comforting to hold her? Ye Futian stumbled slightly, feeling unsteady, and replied, "Teacher, I was merely comforting her because she was distressed over General Qin's matter." "Indeed. I understand." Hua Fenglu nodded slightly. "Do you require such prolonged comfort?" Sighing, Ye Futian stepped forward, slightly crouching, and said, "For the rest of our lives. I shall carry you, teacher. For the rest of our lives, let us depart," Hua Fenglu asserted. "Oh." This time, Yu Xing did not heed Ye Futian's words. Instead, he carried Hua Fenglu towards the colossal ship. Ye Futian gazed at their silhouettes before following suit, for those with kindness in their hearts often bear the brunt of pain. Chapter 44. Noble houses of the kingdom. On the coast of Qingzhou City, a colossal ship sailed further into the distance until it vanished from sight. Beside the shore, an elderly man quietly appeared, watching the ship disappear. The waves crashed relentlessly, producing a thunderous roar, while the sea breeze howled, incessantly buffeting the old man. His white hair danced wildly, as if it might be swept away by the wind, yet his feet remained firmly planted. From the direction of Qingzhou City, powerful beings arrived mounted on demonic beasts, accompanied by a line of knights on horseback. Their gazes were fixed upon the vast ocean. One individual on the demonic beast spoke, "Seal off this coastline. The city lord has issued the order. He must not be allowed to leave Qingzhou City." Not long ago, a ship bound for Donghai City should have departed. Should we not investigate? Someone inquired. "Old man, did you happen to see a boy around 15 or 16 boarding the ship?" A figure atop the demonic beast turned to the elderly man, questioning him. The old man continued to stand silently, his body slightly hunched, seemingly oblivious to their words. "I am addressing you," a knight advanced, pointing his spear at the elder. The old man remained unresponsive. The powerful figure on the demonic beast furrowed his brow, while the knight coldly threatened, "Are you seeking death?" The wind continued to howl, and yellow sand swirled violently. The powerful figure glanced down, and suddenly he beheld a terrifying vortex forming. In an instant, the sand surged skyward, and a storm engulfed everything. At that moment, the old man stood upright, his silhouette resembling a steadfast pine. "Senior, show mercy," the demonic beast emitted a mournful cry. The expressions of the powerful beings shifted dramatically, yet a fearsome sandstorm had already swept them away, their figures vanishing into the tempest as they were lifted into the sky. The old man's form gradually ascended, rising higher and higher. "Senior, we acknowledge our sins. Spare us." The voices of those caught in the storm echoed with desperation. A great rock rises with the wind, soaring 90,000 miles. A voice, steeped in age and wisdom, resounded from the heavens. As the old man's body shot forth like a sharp sword, piercing the distance, while the sky wept crimson rain. The vessel he traveled upon was immense, its cabins adorned with numerous elegant rooms, each capable of accommodating 3 or 4 guests in seclusion and comfort. "Master, please take your time." Ye Futian assisted Hua Fenglu to sit, offering him a seat while he and Yu Sheng settled across from him. "Master, do you have any plans upon our arrival in Donghai City?" Ye Futian inquired, knowing that the journey to Donghai City was Hua Fenglu's idea and presumed he had a plan in mind. "My mood is rather poor," Hua Fenglu replied tersely, causing Ye Futian to wear a troubled expression. "Soon, we will see beautiful maidens. I am somewhat excited," Ye Futian chuckled. "Donghai City is the capital of Donghai Prefecture, renowned for its beauty. You will encounter many lovely women there." Hua Fenglu smiled at Ye Futian. "Master, I am not that kind of person," Ye Futian retorted, perplexed by the implication. I believe you," Hua Fenglu nodded. "Yu Xing," Ye Futian turned his gaze. "I believe it too," Yu Xing remarked, his expression peculiar. "I will go enjoy the sea breeze." Ye Futian abruptly excused himself. Yu Xing followed suit, gazing towards Qingzhou City, both harboring profound feelings for the city. "Yu Xing, do you think our adoptive father is watching us from afar?" Ye Futian mused, staring at the receding silhouette of Qingzhou City. "If he is, it is because of you," Yu Xing murmured. Ye Futian turned his gaze, noticing the melancholic expression on Yu Sheng's face. He felt at a loss for words. Their adoptive father had treated him 100 times better than Yusheng. He understood that although he and Yusheng shared a brotherly bond, a trace of resentment lingered in Yusheng's heart towards their adoptive father, mingled with reverence. Gazing out at the ocean, Ye Futian's face broke into a radiant smile. Yusheng, you must always remember, should there come a day when I fulfill our adoptive father's expectations and ascend to imperial heights, even if you desire that throne, all you need do is ask. In this world, aside from lovers, there is nothing that cannot be shared or granted to you. Yusheng nodded solemnly, recalling the times he stood defiantly before his father after being chastised, vowing to share every good fortune with Ye Futian, determined to help him reach the pinnacle of success. The sea breeze continued to howl, swirling around the two young men, while none could foresee the legendary tales their futures would create. Footsteps approached from behind. Ye Futian turned to see two graceful figures approaching, young maidens of similar age, strikingly beautiful. The girl in green, especially, exuded an air of elegance. Sensing Ye Futian's gaze, the girl in green smiled and nodded gracefully. Are you so captivated by her beauty? The girl on the right giggled mischievously. Ye Futian glanced at her and replied, when something is beautiful, it naturally draws the eye. You wouldn't be upset, would you? Don't listen to her nonsense, the girl in green interjected. I am Lin Xie, and this is Xiao He. And you? Ye Futian, this is my brother Yusheng. Ye Futian smiled. Are you both from Qingzhou City? I don't recall seeing you before. We're not. We come from Donghai City, Lin Xie explained. We heard that the remnants of Emperor Ye Qing have appeared in Qingzhou City. So we asked our elders to bring us to broaden our horizons. Unfortunately, upon arrival, we learned that no one could approach that area, so we had to give up. As residents of Qingzhou City, have you seen it? Yes, I have been there, Ye Futian nodded. Bragging, Xiaoyi chimed in, laughing. Are you trying to attract our Xia's attention? Ye Futian shrugged, while Lin Xie asked, what brings you to Donghai City? Donghai City is home to the finest educational institutions in Donghai Prefecture. We are heading there to study, Ye Futian replied. Best of luck, Lin Xie encouraged. What is your profession and cultivation level? I wonder if there is an opportunity, Xiao He inquired. A mage, at the second level of glory. Not bad. You should be able to go to a good place, Lin Xie smiled. We are off to enjoy the breeze. Lin Xie shot a glare at Xiao He. That girl may look a bit mischievous when she smiles, but she is genuinely charming. What type does our Xie prefer? Don't say such things. We are merely acquaintances. Since we are merely acquaintances, it wouldn't hurt to share your preferences, Xiao He teased. Lin Xie, unable to resist, thought for a moment and smiled. I suppose Ye Futian is quite handsome. TSK. Xiao He chuckled at her. Lin Xie shot her a warning glance. Stop daydreaming. We are just chatting. His talent in cultivation is decent, but in Donghai City, it hardly stands out. Clearly, our Xie has high standards. The two maidens bantered lightly. Days later, the colossal ship finally docked at Donghai City. As Ye Futian stepped out of the cabin, he was greeted by the grandeur of the bustling coastal entrance, alive with activity. Where countless ships were moored, Donghai Prefecture governed all cities along the Eastern Sea, and every day, throngs of people arrived by sea to this illustrious capital. Ye Futian. We are leaving, Xiao He called, waving towards him. Lin Xie smiled at them. Until we meet again, Ye Futian waved back. Watching as the two maidens departed alongside an elderly man, Ye Futian turned to Hua Fo Lu and said, Master, I was merely chatting. Yusheng can attest to that. I'm accustomed to it, Hua Fo Lu replied calmly, while Yusheng cast a sympathetic glance at Ye Futian. The black-winged eagle descended before the three, and they mounted together, taking to the skies towards Donghai City. The magnificent and grand ancient city far surpasses the bustling Qingzhou City. In the sky, various formidable beasts serve as mounts, while powerful individuals soar effortlessly through the air. At this moment, both Ye Futian and Yusheng are filled with an immense longing. At last, they have arrived at their destination. In the distance, an extraordinarily splendid mansion stands before them, resembling a royal palace when viewed from above. The black-winged eagle descends from the sky, and Ye Futian, having never encountered such an awe-inspiring structure, exclaims, Master, what is this place? It feels like a royal palace. It is not merely reminiscent of one. It is, in fact, the former residence of nobility, Hua Feng Lu replies. Over 300 years ago, before Emperor Yi and Emperor Dongfeng unified the realm, the various lords of the Divine Land ruled independently. The Southern Dipper Kingdom was governed by the Southern Dipper clan. However, with the unification of the world, the order was re-established, and the powers were reshuffled. The Southern Dipper clan fell from grace, relinquishing their throne. while the previous rulers of the Southern Dipper Kingdom rose to prominence from Donghai City. This place is the legacy of the Southern Dipper clan. I see. But, Master, why have you brought me here? Ye Futian inquires, curious. Because your future bride resides here, Hua Fenglu responds. Ye Futian blinks in surprise, saying, So? My master's wife is a princess? How did you manage to win her over? By virtue of my charm, Hua Fenglu replies confidently, causing Ye Futian to feel a bit unsteady on his feet. Master, if I were to enter and claim I am looking for my girlfriend, would I be met with violence? Ye Futian asks again. You may certainly give it a try. Hua Fenglu glances at him. In the past, I was ordered never to set foot in Donghai City again, or I would face the loss of my cultivation. Yet now, I have already been rendered powerless. Ye Futian remains silent for a moment before smiling and saying, It matters not, Master. One day, they will implore you to enter. Chapter 45. The fallen Hua Fenglu gazed longingly at the resplendent royal palace. Ye Futian's words stirred a subtle wave within him. Would there come a day when they would seek his entry? A radiant smile graced his handsome visage as he earnestly declared, I believe. Though lacking confidence in himself, he possessed an unprecedented faith in Ye Futian. Let us depart, Hua Fenglu murmured softly. For none desired to enter that palace more than he, where his two beloved women resided. Teacher, is this deliberate? Ye Futian replied with a hint of frustration, knowing full well he would not truly rush to the palace proclaiming the search for his girlfriend. Despite his teacher's striking charisma and the title of Qin Demon, he remained unacknowledged by the royal palace. He considered himself exceptionally handsome, yet as a mere figure at the glory realm. Claiming the 16-year-old princess as his girlfriend would likely result in a swift and painful ejection. Here is a little motivation for you, Hua Fenglu chuckled. When the Black-Winged Eagle landed once more, it rested outside another residence. Though not as grand as the South Dipper aristocracy's estate, it still bore the mark of a prestigious lineage. Upon landing, they encountered a gatekeeper, and the plaque above the door read, Mu Residence. Let us proceed. Hua Fenglu softly instructed. Ye Futian, carrying him, stepped towards the gate, where the guard inquired, What business do you have? Please inform your master, Mu Hong, that an old friend, Hua Fenglu, has come to visit, Hua Fenglu stated. The guard exchanged glances, then nodded, sending someone inside. Moments later, a youth of approximately 17 approached. Upon noticing Ye Futian supporting Hua Fenglu, he exhibited a flicker of surprise and slightly bowed, saying, Mu Yinqing pays respects to the esteemed elder. How time flies. Mu Hong's children have grown so much, Hua Fenglu smiled. Is Mu Hong not present? My father is preparing to welcome the esteemed elder inside, Mu Yinqing replied, gesturing for them to enter. This matter is complicated, Hua Fenglu sighed. Please, take a seat and share your story, Mu Hong invited as a maid approached with tea. Beside Mu Hong sat a young lady, her gaze scrutinizing Ye Futian and Hua Fenglu's group. After they were seated, Mu Hong addressed Hua Fenglu, My dear brother. You have met Yu Qing. This is my youngest daughter, Yun and I. This is Futian, my disciple. We have come to disturb you regarding matters concerning Futian. What is it? Mu Hong inquired. You are aware of my enemies in East Sea City. I fear they may implicate Futian, and I wish to temporarily place him here. If you are willing, you may treat him as your own, or even take him as a disciple, Hua Fenglu explained. Ye Futian exchanged a glance with his teacher, now fully grasping the intent behind this visit, to secure a protector for him, even at the cost of seeking help. My father does not accept just anyone. Yun and I coldly remarked, casting a glance at Ye Futian. Yun and I, do not speak so, Mu Hong chided. Rest assured, my brother, Futian's talent is commendable. Hua Fenglu reassured. You yourself were once cast aside by the painting sage. How strong can your disciple be? Now reduced to this, do you wish to burden my father? Yun and I retorted without reserve. Silence, Mu Hong reprimanded sharply, then turned to Hua Fenglu. My daughter has not been properly disciplined. Do not take offense. Hua Fenglu understood the implication, and at that moment, Ye Futian spoke. Teacher, let us leave. Very well, Hua Fenglu nodded. Brother Mu, I apologize for the intrusion. Will you not even have a cup of tea before departing? Mu Hong casually inquired, lacking any intention to retain them. Ye Futian had already lifted Hua Fenglu onto his back, and Hua Fenglu shook his head with a smile. No need. All right, Yinqing, Yun and I. Please see off your uncle Fenglu, Mu Hong said. The siblings nodded, following behind Ye Futian as they departed. Once they were gone, a flicker of derision crossed Mu Hong's eyes. His disciple? If he desired one, would he lack for disciples? Reduced to this state, having offended both the South Dipper aristocracy and the painting sage, it was far from simple to seek aid. Outside the Mu residence, Ye Futian and the others emerged, and Mu Yinxing called out, "Safe travels, esteemed elder." As they continued on, they overheard Mu Yinni remark, truly lacking in self-awareness. Others have their struggles too. Mu Yinxing chuckled softly, his earlier poise now vanished. Their conversation was unguarded, landing harshly in Ye Futian's ears, causing Yu Sheng to clench his fists. Hua Fenglu expressed a hint of guilt. "Futian, I apologize for the discomfort." "What discomfort do I bear? It is he who lacks vision." Forsaking the opportunity to become an imperial teacher, Ye Futian replied nonchalantly. "You rascal," Hua Fenglu chuckled, relieved that he had worried unnecessarily about this young man. "Though they may look down upon you for following a cripple like me, they will one day regret it when you rise like a dragon amid the clouds." "Teacher, please do not speak of yourself in such a manner," Ye Futian said, feeling a pang of discomfort, fully aware that his teacher had humbled himself for his sake. "Do not worry, I still have friends in East Sea City. I will seek them out," Hua Fenglu reassured. "Teacher, I do not wish for you to seek help from me," Ye Futian insisted. "Coming to East Sea City was my decision. Xiafan sought your life on Tianya Mountain. Though vast, East Sea City cannot guarantee your safety, and I cannot protect you in my current state. I cannot place you in danger," Hua Fenglu whispered. "Rest assured, this is but a temporary measure. Soon it will no longer be necessary. Do you not realize, teacher, when you were stripped of your soul and exiled from East Sea, your friends did not come to your aid. Now, having fallen from grace, who can you expect to assist you?" Ye Futian stated. "I will be cautious, rest assured. Your disciple did not perish on Tianya Mountain. I am resilient." Hua Fenglio's gaze faltered momentarily before he sighed. "Very well, let us visit the Qing Garden." "Is this your former home?" Ye Futian inquired. "Indeed, but it is likely in disrepair now." Hua Fenglu nodded as the black-winged eagle took flight once more. When they arrived at the Qing Garden, both were taken aback. The garden was vibrant and flourishing. From above, it was evident that life thrived within, contradicting any notion of neglect. "Yu Xing, go inquire who currently owns the Qing Garden," Hua Fenglu instructed. "Understood." Yu Xing approached the guard for information. But the guard would not disclose a name, only revealing that the present owner bore the surname Tang. "Let us depart." Hua Fenglio's expression shifted. Ye Futian, puzzled, turned to leave. Seeing a woman, Hua Fenglu could not help but reveal a bitter smile. "I did not expect you to reside in the Qing Garden." The woman regarded Hua Fenglu, releasing a chilling aura, as if on the verge of an outburst. Ye Futian shivered, wondering if she could be a foe of his teacher. "Who did this?" the woman coldly inquired, seemingly referring to Hua Fenglio's plight, indicating she was not an enemy. "It is best left unsaid." "How have you fared these years?" Hua Fenglu asked. "What do you think?" she retorted, leaving Ye Futian further bewildered. Could this be his teacher's wife? Yet, wasn't she supposed to reside in the South Dipper aristocracy's estate? "What is your relationship to him?" The woman directed her gaze at Ye Futian. "Esteemed elder, I am his disciple," Ye Futian replied. "Who was responsible for his downfall?" The woman pressed. "The young master of East Sea, Xiafan, sought my life. My teacher sacrificed himself for me," Ye Futian explained. "The wretch of the Xia family? He dares to target you? I shall slay him," she declared. "What madness is this?" Hua Fenglu glared at her. "After all these years, cannot your temper improve? Were it not for being abandoned by someone, I would not be this way." Tang Lan replied coldly. Ye Futian nearly stumbled, realizing the depth of their history, so this was an old flame. "Are you still unmarried?" Hua Fenglio's tone softened. "Do you truly wish for me to marry?" Tang Lan retorted sharply, leaving Hua Fenglu momentarily speechless. "Come in. This has always been your home. Now, it has returned to its rightful owner, and you shall reside here henceforth." Tang Lan's voice softened further. "I shall not." Hua Fenglu shook his head. "Are you afraid I might devour you?" Tang Lan responded with ire. "If you had married me back then, would we be in such a predicament now? Do you not feel burdened by that woman?" Ye Futian felt a wave of embarrassment. "Let us not dwell on the past," Hua Fenglu remarked. "Who else is in the Qing Garden?" "I have taken in 2 female disciples," Tang Lan replied. "Are they young and beautiful?" Hua Fenglu inquired. "One of them is." Tang Lan looked at Hua Fenglu. "What, do you now prefer the young?" Hua Fenglio's expression darkened as he replied, "Do not speak nonsense. To prevent your disciples from repeating your mistakes, I must avoid visiting." "Repeat my mistakes?" Tang Lan paused, then seemed to grasp Hua Fenglio's meaning, glancing at Ye Futian, who possessed a handsome visage. In a few years, he might become another Hua Fenglu. "It seems your disciples share your disposition, but fear not. My disciples have higher aspirations than I," Tang Lan stated. "Come inside." Hua Fenglu smiled wryly. thinking, with this fellow around, high aspirations are of little consequence. Let us hope you do not regret this, Hua Folu sighed, casting a glance at Ye Futian. You, young man, must behave. Master, I assure you, I am not as you envision. Ye Futian was utterly speechless. Is it customary to be so cautious of one's disciple? Chapter 46. The young girl in love. The environment of the is refined and elegant, adorned with pavilions, bamboo groves, and tranquil rockeries, creating a serene and comfortable atmosphere. As a group arrived before a pavilion, a young woman, approximately 20 years old and dressed in a vigorous outfit, approached them. After casting a glance at Ye Futian and his companions, she called out to Tang Lan, "Teacher, Nia Bing, this is your uncle Hua, as well as his disciple." Tang Lan introduced, "This is my eldest disciple, Nia Bing, a young and beautiful student studying at the East Sea Academy. Your disciple is likely to have no opportunity to cause mischief for the time being." Ye Futian chuckled wryly, realizing that his reputation had been tarnished by his teacher. "Uncle Hua," Nia Bing greeted, "I have kept your former residence clean. No one has stayed there. Will you be living here again?" Tang Lan inquired. "That's thoughtful of you." Hua Fenglu nodded. "Thoughtful, yet it matters little when one encounters a heartless person," Tang Lan replied coldly. Hua Fenglu seemed to have met his match and could only smile bitterly in silence. "Teacher has actually thought of you, and Tang. I have heard him mention having let someone down in the past. Whenever he reflects on this, he plays the qin, and the music carries a hidden sorrow," Ye Futian remarked. Tang Lan looked at him with a dubious expression and asked, "Is that true?" "Indeed," Ye Futian affirmed earnestly. "I did not understand in the past. But now, seeing how deeply Aunt Tang cherishes feelings, I comprehend the source of my teacher's pain." As Tang Lan gazed into the innocent and pure eyes of the youth, she began to believe him. Turning her gaze to Hua Fenglu, who sighed and shook his head, "There is no need to bring up the past. You do have a bit of conscience," Tang Lan replied, thus accepting his words. The onlooking Yusheng stared in awe at the master and disciple before him, captivated by their exchange. "Duyo was your favorite qin, and now it has returned to its rightful owner," Nia Bing said, handing it to Hua Fenglu. He accepted it, plucking the strings, and a unique sound emerged, instantly transporting listeners into the expansive, tranquil realm of music, as if it possessed a magical allure. A magical instrument. Ye Futian mused inwardly, recognizing it as a weapon enhanced by spells, referred to as a magical artifact. "Futian, from now on, this duyo will be passed on to you," Hua Fenglu stated, handing the ancient qin to Ye Futian. Tang Lan observed this scene with a hint of surprise, realizing Hua Fenglu was bestowing all he had upon this disciple. For a master of the qin, the instrument was akin to life itself. Ye Futian received it with both hands and smiled. "Teacher, I will certainly not disappoint your expectations." "Yes," Hua Fenglu nodded with a smile, knowing that what Ye Futian lacked was merely time. "You have come to East Sea City with what intent? Revenge is evidently impossible. Although I have the desire to incapacitate him, I am not his match," Tang Lan said. Hua Fenglu understood she was referring to his old rival, the painting sage. "I harbor no thoughts of vengeance. I came to East Sea City for Futian's education. However, the entrance examination for the academy has already passed this spring, and to enter the East Sea Academy will likely require waiting until next year. During these years in East Sea City, do you know of any other feasible methods?" Hua Fenglu inquired of Tang Lan. Tang Lan shook her head, saying, "Unless those figures above the academy are willing to personally accept disciples." Hua Fenglu appeared contemplative, seemingly troubled. "Teacher, why must we go to the East Sea Academy?" Ye Futian asked. "The Qingzhou Academy is a sacred place for Qingzhou City. The status of a formal disciple from the Qingzhou Academy is transcendent. Most prominent figures in Qingzhou City have emerged from there. Even the city lord must show respect." Hua Fenglu explained. "The East Sea Academy is similar, if not superior. There are multiple martial academies in East Sea City. Yet the East Sea Academy was established 300 years ago during a great era and is the most orthodox. From its inception, it has been backed by the top sects of East Sea City, and even today, this remains true." "Teacher implies that the East Sea Academy is not merely an academy?" Ye Futian asked. "Correct. The East Sea Academy is far more complex and powerful than you can imagine. If you study there, you will be much safer in East Sea City," Hua Fenglu elucidated. Ye Futian nodded, clearly understanding that his teacher had meticulously planned everything, which was why he had brought him to East Sea City. "Back then, we were just as young as you," Hua Fenglu chuckled. "Indeed, such a beautiful time for you. I would willingly give my most splendid youth. Yet it was also at the East Sea Academy that you met her," Tang Lan continued. "Let us not speak of that." Hua Fenglu replied with a bitter smile. Feeling guilty? Tang Lan teased. Though I lacked her beauty, in terms of talent and appearance, I was still quite remarkable. Alas, I was entrusted to the wrong person. Feeling a bit tired. Futian, carry me to rest for a while, Hua Fenglu said, his eyes seemingly wanting to close. Ye Futian blinked and promptly replied, all right. With that, he stepped forward and hoisted Hua Fenglu onto his back, making their way to the pavilion. Tang Lan watched his retreating figure, her eyes still harboring some resentment, yet seeing Hua Fenglu unable to walk unaided softened her heart, and her gaze gradually softened. As Ye Futian carried Hua Fenglu up the pavilion, he spoke, Teacher, was Aunt Tang a little princess from the Southern Dipper clan? Just like now with Jieyu. Since she studied at the East Sea Academy, is Jieyu also there? Seek her out yourself, Hua Fenglu replied with a smile. Teacher, you did all this for me. Ye Futian said, Aunt Tang, during the battle for Teacher's reincarnation, he suffered irreversible damage to his mental power. Is there any means in East Sea City to heal him? This madman, Tang Lan shivered at Ye Futian's words and replied, it requires a special fate master to intervene, a mental-type healing master. And their cultivation must exceed that of your teacher. Such people are exceedingly rare. Is there not one in East Sea City? Ye Futian's heart ignited with hope. If he could heal his teacher, he would do anything. There is, Tang Lan recalled someone, and, seeing the anticipation in Ye Futian's eyes, added, however, you should extinguish that hope. Your teacher would surely be gratified by your concern. Aunt Tang, I want to know, Ye Futian insisted, his expression resolute. He won't intervene. Tang Lan shook her head. Ye Futian felt a pang of disappointment. Since Aunt Tang was unwilling to speak, he would have to seek opportunities to inquire further. I'm leaving now. Take good care of your teacher. You both should rest early tonight, Tang Lan instructed. Thank you, Aunt Tang. Ye Futian, recalling his previous encounters at the Mu residence, felt grateful and said, I wonder what fortune teacher has encountered to meet such a wonderful person like you. Such as fate. Tang Lan sighed. What attracted Aunt Tang to teacher back then? Ye Futian asked. He was handsome, Tang Lan replied with a smile as she turned to leave. Leaving Ye Futian in stunned silence. Yu Sheng stood by, observing Ye Futian's expression, then murmured, now I understand why you have such good fortune with women. It truly is all about appearances. Ye Futian shot Yu Sheng a glare, turned, and with a light step, wore a smile of triumph on his face. The East Sea Academy is the finest institution in East Sea City, which itself is the capital of the East Sea Prefecture. This signifies that the East Sea Academy is the most prestigious academy in the entire East Sea Prefecture. Consequently, each year, countless individuals from various cities within the East Sea Prefecture flock to the East Sea Academy to pursue their studies. Only those with exceptional talent can gain admission. Others must settle for lesser academies to hone their skills. This has resulted in the East Sea Academy becoming a hub of prodigious talent, gathering the brightest young minds from across the East Sea Prefecture. As this cycle continues, the East Sea Academy grows increasingly powerful and renowned, producing countless formidable figures. Notable individuals such as the Qingzhou Demon, the Painting Sage, and Tang Lan herself once studied at the East Sea Academy. Even descendants of illustrious families like the Southern Dipper clan pursue their education at the East Sea Academy. At this moment, within the lush greenery of an ancient forest at the East Sea Academy, a graceful figure was quietly engrossed in her craft. The girl, around 16 years of age, already possessed an enchanting beauty, and as she concentrated, she radiated an aura of purity and sanctity. A melodious voice echoed through the forest, heralding the approach of another beautiful woman. Though her beauty was somewhat eclipsed, she remained a rare gem. What troubles you? Hua Jiyu paused her actions, her enchanting gaze fixed upon the newcomer. Someone wishes to invite you to a banquet, the woman replied with a smile as she approached Hua Jiyu. A man? Hua Jiyu inquired nonchalantly. Indeed, if it were a woman inviting you, wouldn't she merely become a mere embellishment? The woman jested. I shall not attend, Hua Jiyu stated. Resuming her writing, the woman sighed in mock despair. Do you not wish to know who I am? I shall not attend, Hua Jiyu repeated, her response unwavering. The woman was left in a state of bemusement. My goddess, could you not grant me a modicum of favor? This occasion features one of the most captivating figures from our academy, the woman implored. I have someone I admire, Hua Jiyu replied, lifting her head to offer a gentle smile. The woman's expression faltered, and she queried, You are not fabricating this rejection, are you? Hua Jiyu shook her head. Observing the woman's reaction, she added, How many hearts at Donghai Academy will shatter over this news? Is he one of our own? Not at all, Hua Jiyu murmured softly. What manner of person could capture the heart of Donghai Academy's foremost beauty? The woman pressed further. Hua Jieyu's thoughts drifted to the young man from Qingzhou City, and a radiant smile blossomed upon her face. Even standing before another woman, her expression was captivating enough to ensnare attention. Were those outside Donghai Academy to witness this, countless souls would surely be enchanted. He is quite the rogue, Hua Jiyu chuckled softly, her laughter imbued with sweetness. In that moment, the woman before her harbored no doubt. This was the visage of a girl in love. Chapter 47. The Donghai Academy on a tranquil night, with the moon hanging high. Melodious notes resonated through the serene courtyard, evoking a sense of peace and calmness in one's heart. Amidst the soothing melodies, there lingered a hint of joyful yearning, as if the notes themselves were whispering tales of love shrouded in ambiguity. Teacher, a gentle voice broke the stillness. Tang Lan opened her eyes to see a charming young girl standing beneath the moonlight. The girl's clear, innocent gaze was filled with surprise as she looked at Tang Lan, realizing that she had approached without being noticed. The smile gracing her face was exceptionally beautiful, a sight Tang Lan had never witnessed before. Is it the music that has brought about this change? Tang Lan pondered, recalling the person her teacher often longed for. And a glimmer of understanding flickered in her eyes. The Qingzhou master? A blush crept onto Tang Wan's cheeks at the thought of her teacher speaking so highly of the musician, leaving her curious about their conversations. Go and rest early. Try not to think of me too much. Focus on your cultivation, Tang Lan said softly. She had a fondness for her younger female disciple, who bore a striking resemblance to her younger self, and hoped she wouldn't end up like Tang Lan now. At that moment, a young man sat quietly playing the guqin in front of the pavilion, lost in the realm of his music, a gentle smile illuminating his face. Tang Wan chose not to disturb him, instead listening intently until the melody concluded. When the young man lifted his gaze, Tang Wan offered him a warm smile, saying, "That was beautiful. Thank you. I am Ye Futian. Are you a disciple of Tang Yi?" He inquired with a smile. "Yes, I am Tang Wan. Teacher asked me to show you around the Donghai Academy tomorrow. Would you like to come?" She replied. "Absolutely," Ye Futian nodded. "I'll come find you tomorrow." Tang Wan smiled before departing. Ye Futian rose, cradling his guqin as he strolled towards the bamboo grove behind the pavilion. Within the grove, rustling sounds mingled with a low, rumbling noise. As Ye Futian approached, he beheld Yu Sheng, enveloped in a terrifying dark golden glow that accentuated his imposing stature, yet also hinted at a certain ferocity. He appeared to be enduring unimaginable agony, the deep rumbling emanating from within him, as if a formidable force was battering against his very being. Ye Futian seated himself, placing the guqin before him, and began to play softly. The melancholic melody seemed to bring a semblance of tranquility to the struggling young man before him. Yet the ominous power continued to roar and rage, threatening to consume him whole. After some time, the tumultuous energy surrounding Yu Sheng began to subside. He opened his eyes, which glimmered with a sharp light, but upon seeing the young man playing the guqin, his expression softened into one of calmness. "Yu Sheng, how long must this technique be practiced?" Ye Futian asked. "Is it not possible to forego it?" Yu Futian felt a pang of discomfort. "Don't worry." Yu Sheng scratched his head, a sincere smile breaking across his face. "This is the path to becoming stronger. Rest well, big guy," Ye Futian said, clutching his guqin as he departed. Yet, Yu Sheng remained, resuming his training. After Ye Futian left, he resumed his cultivation, reflecting on the perils faced in Tianyao Mountain and the increasing number of strong individuals in Donghai City. His current abilities were insufficient to protect the young man. He needed to grow stronger swiftly. The following morning, the radiant sun bathed Donghai City in a golden glow. In the Guqin Garden, Tang Lan had summoned servants early to attend to the floral arrangements, but Yu Futian felt a twinge of sorrow for his teacher, noticing that all the attendants were male. Hua Fenglu subtly expressed his discontent, believing that having female attendants would be more considerate. Yet Tang Lan insisted on her choice, leaving Hua Fenglu to silently lament the blatant disregard for his preferences. Ye Futian departed with a smile, while three young individuals took to the skies on a black wind sculpture. In the air, as he gazed down upon the magnificent city, Yu Futian felt a peculiar emotion stirring within him, an instinctive desire to conquer it. "Tang Wan, are there many talents at the Donghai Academy?" Ye Futian asked. "Indeed. When exceptional individuals emerge from the prominent families of Donghai Prefecture, they are usually sent to Donghai City for their education, with the Donghai Academy being the preferred choice. For instance, the Destiny Sorcerers. There is a saying that more than half of the young Destiny Sorcerers in Donghai Prefecture gather here," Tang Wan explained. Ye Futian nodded. understanding that prominent families would naturally wish to send their gifted offspring to the best institutions. Is there pressure? Tang Wan asked, smiling at Ye Futian. Her warm and enchanting smile was captivating. Pressure? Not at all, Ye Futian replied, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. You seem quite confident. Tang Wan noted with a playful smile. With such an exquisite beauty, if you enter the Donghai Academy this spring, you should not go unnoticed, she added. Upon hearing this name, Tang Wan displayed a curious expression, gazing at Ye Futian. Are you perhaps harboring feelings for our Donghai Academy's most beautiful maiden? The most beautiful maiden of the Donghai Academy? Ye Futian was taken aback, then a joyful smile spread across his face. Indeed, she is. And even more renowned than I had imagined. Truly, she lives up to the title of beauty. Isn't she new to the Donghai Academy? Ye Futian inquired curiously. Yes, but her performance in the entrance examination was so remarkable that it astonished the Academy's dignitaries. It is said she comes from an extraordinary background, and her arrival caused quite a stir. With her beauty, she was naturally crowned as the most beautiful maiden of the Donghai Academy, Tang Wan elaborated. You shouldn't truly harbor feelings for her. I advise you to steer clear of such thoughts. Ye Futian gazed at Tang Wan, realizing she was unaware of Hua Jieyu's true background. Otherwise, she would have surely guessed the connection. Why not? Ye Futian asked playfully. Hua Jieyu has countless admirers at the Donghai Academy, even among the most illustrious figures. However, it is said she remains indifferent to them all. You would do well to avoid the fray, Tang Wan replied with a light laugh. Understood, Ye Futian's smile grew even brighter. Do you know why Hua Jieyu is indifferent to them all? Perhaps it's pride, Tang Wan suggested. Because she has someone she likes, Ye Futian said, looking at Tang Wan with a grin. Who? Tang Wan queried with curiosity. Me, Ye Futian replied, smiling at Tang Wan. She merely rolled her eyes and remarked. Teacher said you have a way with words. Turns out you're just boastful. Ye Futian felt a twinge of sadness at the young woman's assessment of him, coupled with Tang Yi's commentary. As the Donghai Academy came into view, the group landed, and the black wind sculpture soared into the sky. The Donghai Academy exuded an aura of grandeur, its gates wide open, welcoming all. In Donghai Prefecture, no one dared to stir trouble within the academy. Hence it never needed to be on guard. Students of varying ages, from 13 to just shy of 20, came and went, filled with youthful vigor. So many lovely young ladies, Ye Futian remarked upon entering the academy, eliciting a sense of embarrassment from Tang Wan as she noticed the glances cast their way. As people passed by, many turned their eyes toward them. Ye Futian's handsome visage, Tang Wan's beauty, and Yu Xing's imposing presence naturally drew attention. At that moment, two figures cast their gaze upon Ye Futian and his companions, a faint smirk of derision playing on their lips. It's him, a girl, around 16 years old, sneered. Yun and I, do you know him? A disciple beside him inquired, prompting Ye Futian to approach, coincidentally catching sight of a group, among whom was the young master and mistress of the Mu family, who regarded him with a knowing smile. Is there something you need? Ye Futian paused as they approached. Mu Yunyi, observing the calm confidence radiating from Ye Futian, couldn't help but recall their disheveled appearances from the previous day. With a tone laced with sarcasm, she remarked, Have you found a new patron? Does it concern you? Ye Futian replied with a smile. It doesn't. I was merely curious. Mu Yunyi responded with a grin before continuing forward, addressing those beside her. This fellow is a disciple of the Qingzhou demon. Yet, the Qingzhou demon is now a mere shadow of his former self. Yesterday, he even came to my family, pleading for my father to accept him as a disciple. Isn't that amusing? Upon hearing Mu Yunyi's words, Ye Futian, who had just lifted his foot to move, halted once more, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him as he shrugged. Turning to Tang Wan beside him, he asked, Is there an issue with the Donghai Academy? Chapter 48. I still want to find my girlfriend. Tang Wan's beautiful eyes gazed at Ye Futian, pondering how this fellow already yearned to engage in conflict before even enrolling in the academy. However, Mu Yunxi's words were indeed excessive. If they were to insult her teacher, it would be intolerable. The EC Academy forbids bullying, but does not oppose contests among disciples. Therefore, as long as both parties willingly engage in combat, the academy will not intervene, provided that the actions do not lead to severe injury or permanent disability. Tang Wan whispered, Of course. You are not a disciple of the academy. If you provoke the disciples of the EC Academy, the likelihood is you will be beaten. Ye Futian felt a pang of embarrassment at Tang Wan's expression. Did she truly distrust him so much? It seemed that upon hearing Ye Futian's inquiry, Mu Yunxi and her companions halted their steps. One of them remarked, Yunxi, he seems intent on attacking you. Mu Yunqi regarded Ye Futian with a teasing smile, saying, "Are you feeling provoked? Did I speak incorrectly? Who was it that came to my father yesterday, seeking refuge? Perhaps if you plead with me, I might consider persuading my father to take you and your master in." Ye Futian replied, "I am quite angry right now." "And so?" Mu Yunqi responded with a smile. Her companions chuckling around her. "You're angry? What of it?" Thus, Ye Futian exclaimed, "Yuxing, prepare yourself." Yuxing clenched his fists and stepped forward. In that moment, Tang Wan distinctly sensed a shift in the atmosphere around the imposing figure, akin to a ferocious beast, exuding an aura of danger. "Three-star honor warrior. You wouldn't dare to refuse a challenge, would you?" Ye Futian directed his gaze at Mu Yunqi. "I'll take him on," a man beside her declared. "I challenge all of you," Yuxing proclaimed. Tang Wan was momentarily taken aback. While Yuxing's aura was formidable, his arrogance seemed excessive. The 6 opponents before them, although of similar age, were disciples of the East Sea Academy, where many possessed exceptional talents, potentially even surpassing Yuxing in cultivation. Some might even be fate mages. Ye Futian remained calm, knowing Yuxing had begun practicing the techniques taught by his adoptive father after entering the 7th level of awakening. Coupled with his innate strength, it was inappropriate to judge solely by cultivation level. He understood Yuxing's intent. If he faced someone who would shy away from a challenge, it would be problematic. One must not disrupt the rules of the East Sea Academy upon arriving, and he recognized that Yuxing, though seemingly foolish, was quite astute. The expressions of Mu Yunqi and her brother turned slightly grim. The person who had sought their aid yesterday was now so audacious, challenging them all? "If you seek punishment, I shall oblige," Mu Yunqi coldly remarked, displaying an air of nonchalance. Despite Yuxing's overwhelming presence, he remained entirely confident. At 17, he was a 4-star honor fate mage, a notably impressive figure even within the East Sea Academy. As soon as his words fell, Yuxing surged forward, having endured for too long. Since being humiliated by Heavenly yesterday, he had restrained himself, but now he would unleash his pin-up fury. The ground emitted a heavy, muffled sound as a dark golden radiance enveloped Yuxing, akin to a suit of armor. Towering over others, his aura was ferociously intimidating. This fellow. Tang Wan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Although Yuxing had yet to strike, he already conveyed a formidable presence. Clearly, the opponents sensed Yuxing's overwhelming energy as 2 figures stepped forth, unleashing powerful spells. Instantaneously, earthen-colored vines shot forth, attempting to restrain Yuxing, while golden arrows aimed for his eyes. Yuxing crossed his arms before his face. The golden arrows struck his dark golden glowing arms, producing a crisp sound, while the vines meant to bind him shattered. With a thunderous crash, Yuxing advanced, and the 2 opponents retreated rapidly, exhibiting astonishing speed, both being adept in martial and magical arts. Yet, Yuxing's pace outstripped theirs, in a single step. They felt as though a giant had emerged before them, as if a divine being had descended, their expressions shifting dramatically. In their previous encounters, no one had ever exerted such terrifying pressure, leaving them unable to reveal their true strength. With a resounding thud, Yuxing's arm swept through, sending the 2 crashing to the ground without a hint of hesitation. He continued his advance, the earth trembling beneath him as he closed in on Mu Yunqi. At that moment, her expression changed, realizing that this brawny individual surpassed her in strength. "I shall handle him." "Yunqi, step back," Mu Yunqi's brother commanded. Nodding, Mu Yunqi retreated, her gaze turning icy as she fixed it upon Ye Futian, waiting for her brother to subdue this madman before attending to him. Many disciples of the East Sea Academy were drawn to the commotion, gathering to witness Yuxing's explosive aura, their hearts quaking in trepidation. Was this fellow truly a disciple of the East Sea Academy? His power was indeed terrifying. Mu Yunqi's brother unleashed his soul, inherited from their father, a magnificent golden eagle. The golden eagle, a powerful beast embodying both gold and wind attributes, bore resemblance to the golden-winged roc, though its capabilities were not to be compared. As he released his soul, wings appeared behind him, lifting him into the air. He radiated an intensely sharp aura, as formidable golden and wind energies coalesced before him, manifesting into a series of golden spears imbued with the essence of wind. "Go," he commanded, his wings fluttering, unleashing the spears with terrifying speed and power. A series of thunderous sounds erupted as Yuxing's arm collided with the incoming spears, stunning the onlookers. Was he truly countering magic with sheer physical force? As Yuxing's arm struck, a golden shield materialized before him, deflecting the spears, which were absorbed into a dark golden vortex, voraciously consuming all magical energy. Sinister barbs sprouted from Yuxing's dark golden arm, as the spears vanished, seemingly embedding themselves within him. In that fleeting moment, Mu Yunqi's brother charged forth with a golden spear, his speed reaching its zenith, resembling a bolt of golden lightning slicing through the air toward Yuxing's form. Yuxing's arm lashed out once more, the barbs launching forward. Witnessing this, Mu Yunqi's brother's expression shifted dramatically, his golden wings enveloped him, bracing against the oncoming force. As he spread his wings, he saw Yuxing striding towards him with purpose. With a hum, the wings quivered, and Mu Yunqi's brother soared into the air, evading the onslaught. With a resounding crash, the ground trembled violently as Yuxing's foot struck the earth, fissures forming beneath him. Then, his body propelled upward, akin to a golden specter. "Be careful," Mu Yunqi warned, her voice barely escaping her lips. In the air, her brother halted mid-flight, gazing down in horror as Yuxing's hand gripped his foot, an overwhelming force pulling him downward. With a thunderous roar, Mu Yunqi's brother was unceremoniously hurled to the ground, collapsing motionless upon impact. How ferocious! Onlookers from Qingzhou Academy trembled internally. Was this truly a warrior? Yuxing's might shattered their perceptions of martial practitioners as he audaciously overwhelmed a fate mage skilled in both martial and magical arts. As Yuxing continued to stride forward, his companions instinctively parted ways beside Mu Yunqi, their faces betraying a hint of trepidation. Witnessing the dire condition of Mu Yunqi, they comprehended that approaching would only invite suffering. "What do you intend to do?" Mu Yunqi, noticing Yuxing's advancing steps, felt a surge of panic. As the same soul of fate that had manifested in Mu Yunqi emerged within her, prompting her to retreat. Yuxing took a decisive step, his hand seizing Mu Yunqi's arm. She refrained from retaliating. Fear gripped her heart, for Yuxing exuded an overpowering presence akin to a raging beast. In the next moment, her body was forcibly drawn forward by Yuxing. "Let go of me," Mu Yunqi screamed. Yuxing brought her to Mu Yunqi's side, and with a swift motion, he slammed her down onto the ground alongside her brother. "Your father is utterly unworthy to instruct him," Yuxing spoke icily, releasing a pent-up fury. The audacity of Huafenglia to have Ye Futian voluntarily seek apprenticeship, only to be rebuffed, alongside the humiliation inflicted by Mu Yunqi, ignited a palpable rage within Yuxing. The siblings, Mu Yiqing and Mu Yunqi, rose from the ground, their cold gazes fixed intently upon Ye Futian and Yuxing. "I will remember you both," Mu Yunqi declared frostily. "Didn't you say the elders of Dahai Academy wouldn't intervene?" Ye Futian remarked. "The elders may not intervene, but there are still fellow disciples," Tang Wan interjected. "No matter, I still need to find my girlfriend," Ye Futian replied, stepping forward. Tang Wan, exasperated, followed suit and whispered, "You don't mean to say your girlfriend is Huarjieyu, do you?" "Indeed," Ye Futian affirmed with earnestness, prompting Tang Wan to roll her eyes in disbelief. Utterly at a loss for words. Chapter 49. Violence. The East Sea Academy is vast, and upon entering, one discovers its hidden wonders. Within Ye Futian's line of sight, the architectural magnificence of the academy unfolds, constructed in a grand staircase formation, with the highest palace requiring one to gaze upwards to behold its towering splendor. The East Sea Academy comprises 7 palaces, named Ziwei, Pejun, Qishao, Tanlang, Tianfu, Wuchu, and Tianxiang. The individuals they encountered earlier belong to the Tanlang Palace, while your girlfriend resides in the Ziwei Palace. As Tang Wan uttered the term girlfriend, her beautiful eyes brimmed with skepticism. "I previously cultivated in the Academy of Qingzhou City, categorized by vocation. Is the East Sea Academy not similar?" Ye Futian inquired. "Not quite. Each of the 7 palaces in the East Sea Academy houses practitioners of various professions. Behind these palaces lie the paramount forces of East Sea City, creating a labyrinthine web of complexity. While they promote the academy, they also nurture their own power," Tang Wan explained, lowering her voice to confide in Ye Futian. "The waters run deep," Ye Futian remarked. "Indeed," Tang Wan nodded gently. "Consequently, competition among the 7 palaces is quite fierce, leading to frequent clashes among them. However, there exists a strong sense of unity within each palace. If you engage in battle with the Tanlang Palace, it would be akin to slapping them in the face. I believe it would be wise for you to leave now." Ye Futian chuckled but remained silent. Tang Wan continued, "Moreover, Huarjieyu was directly favored by a significant figure behind the Ziwei Palace upon her admission, transcending the status of an ordinary disciple. Even if she were truly your girlfriend, you might find it challenging to reach her. Wouldn't it be rather embarrassing to leave now?" Ye Futian questioned Tang Wan. She shot him a glare. Incredulous that he could still jest in such dire circumstances, her mind racing in disbelief. As they conversed, a formidable group approached, their presence imposing. Among them were Mu Yunqing and Mu Yunyi, their glances towards Ye Futian and Yu Sheng filled with icy malice. To think they haven't fled, they are courting death. Ye Futian observed as they encircled him, directing his gaze towards Mu Yunyi. I once thought you were immensely proud. Is this all you amount to? Mu Yunyi had no retort, yet the desire for vengeance burned within her. The group advanced menacingly, prompting Ye Futian to turn to Tang Wan and ask, "Can I decline the challenge?" Tang Wan rolled her eyes, exasperated. "You've already clashed with the Tan Lang Palace. How could you expect them to let you off the hook now? Handle it as you see fit," Tang Wan murmured weakly, retreating quietly. Ye Futian stared at her in disbelief, feeling she was lacking in loyalty. With an eruption of chaotic spiritual energy, the group surged towards Yu Sheng, preparing for battle. "Yu Sheng, act," Ye Futian commanded. As he spoke, Yu Sheng stepped forward, exuding a wild aura. Several strong individuals converged on Yu Sheng, unleashing their spells. Vines, thick as his arms, ensnared him, a manifestation of wood magic attempting to entomb him. Freeze! A chilling storm swept through, engulfing Yu Sheng in the vines in an icy grip. With a resounding crash, Yu Sheng's leg, encased in ice, propelled forward, unleashing a cataclysmic burst of energy. A dark golden aura enveloped him as he charged into the throng. "Scatter," commanded the leader, a wind spell enveloping the group, enhancing their speed as they formed a circular barrier around Yu Sheng. Ye Futian's gaze narrowed at the scene. The synergy among the elemental mages was evidently far superior to mere chaos. The Mu siblings advanced towards Ye Futian, their eyes radiating cold fury, their animosity towards him surpassing their previous grievances with Yu Sheng. Two figures sprinted towards Ye Futian, their surrounding spiritual energies surging violently. One bore an aura reminiscent of a roaring tiger, a golden silhouette flickering at his side, his speed escalating to that of a true beast. Striking towards Ye Futian with a claw-like hand, poised to shred him apart, an adept wielding gold elemental energy. Triumphant Third Realm. Ye Futian sensed the intensity of the approaching aura. Remaining steadfast in his place, a terrifying earth power erupted from him, revealing a colossal ape, born of spiritual energy, embodying unfathomable strength. In a clash of elemental forms, Ye Futian's giant ape proved far more formidable than the tiger charging at him. As the opponent descended, Ye Futian struck forth, the roar of the ape resonating as the tiger's form disintegrated under the force. A gigantic ape's hand seized the opponent by the neck, lifting him off the ground before slamming him down. The impact echoed, resonating deeply within the hearts of the Mu siblings. Ye Futian smiled at them before charging forth. At that moment, another attacker arrived, only to be effortlessly sent flying by Ye Futian's punch. The Mu siblings unleashed their soul forms, ascending into the air. Although they bore injuries from earlier skirmishes, they remained combat-ready. Just then, a brilliant light flashed behind Ye Futian as the golden-winged rock soared, its form darting towards the siblings like a streak of golden lightning, embodying the might of a dragon and the agility of a rock. A fated mage, with the soul of the golden-winged rock. Observers gasped at the sight. Fated mages were already rare, and possessing the soul of a divine bird like the golden-winged rock was even more extraordinary. The attributes granted by different soul forms varied significantly. For instance, while both the golden-winged rock and the golden eagle shared the wind attribute, the former provided an unparalleled enhancement, far superior to the latter. Moreover, the soul form evolves alongside the fated mage. A stronger soul becomes increasingly potent over time. Tang Wan was momentarily taken aback. No wonder he exuded such confidence. He possessed the means to back it up. "Be cautious," Mu Yanqing warned, and as he spoke, Ye Futian, resembling a rock, was upon him. A golden blur approaching. With a grim expression, Mu Yanqing charged towards Ye Futian, undeterred despite the disadvantage of his soul form, confident in his higher realm. A brilliant clash of golden energy ensued, their wings slicing through the air as the crowd witnessed an intense close-quarters battle, the spiritual energies spiraling wildly. How is his strength so formidable? Onlookers were astonished as Ye Futian, despite being at a lower realm, held the advantage against Mu Yanqing. Soon, Mu Yanqing was struck by Ye Futian's fist, staggering unsteadily. In the next moment, Ye Futian's foot came crashing down upon him, ruthlessly pinning him to the ground. Many spectators winced at the sight of Mu Yunyi, a delicate beauty, lamenting the lack of chivalry shown by the combatants. Meanwhile, on Yu Sheng's battlefield, several opponents lay vanquished, as he raged like a celestial deity, unmatched without the restraints of combined spells. Even two 5-star Glory Realm warriors were no match for him. Ye Futian swiftly redirected his attention to a wind mage in the air, soon sending him flying with a single strike, a sight both tragic and awe-inspiring. The Tanlang Palace faced utter devastation. In their hearts, a chill ran through the crowd. They had evidently underestimated the formidable prowess of Ye Futian and Yu Xing. With only 2 practitioners of the 5-star glory realm, once Ye Futian entered the fray, Yu Xing transformed into a ferocious beast, sweeping away all in his path. Before long, the ground was strewn with bodies. Those who had approached with fierce momentum now lay in a state that could only be described as tragic. Many felt a twinge of sympathy for the greedy Wolf Palace, who had suffered a significant humiliation this time. However, who were those 2 individuals? Their violence was astonishing. A black-winged eagle swooped down, landing gracefully on the ground. Ye Futian called out, "Yu Xing, retreat." With that, the 2 made their way towards the black-winged eagle. Tang Wan cast Ye Futian a disapproving glance, realizing that he was indeed aware of the need to escape. "If my girlfriend comes looking for you, bring her to the Qin garden," Ye Futian whispered in Tang Wan's ear. Then, as the wings of the black-winged eagle flared, he soared into the sky. Not foolish enough to rush to the Ziwei Palace shouting for his girlfriend. "Remember, I am Ye Futian," his voice resonated, echoing in the ears of the onlookers. Akin to a mockery directed at the greedy Wolf Palace. Tang Wan recalled the words Ye Futian had left her with, a flicker of unusual emotion crossing her beautiful eyes. Could this truly be his ulterior motive? Would Hua Jiu come looking for me? Tang Wan mused, thinking of that breathtaking girl, before gently shaking her head. Perhaps she was overthinking it. That fellow was hardly serious and likely jesting. In the sky, Ye Futian gazed at the increasingly blurred silhouette of the Donghai Academy, whispering, "Fairy, I can only convey my arrival to you in this manner." Chapter 50. Reunion. The incident involving the disciples of the Tanlang Palace. One of the 7 palaces of the East Sea Academy, being ruthlessly beaten, soon spread throughout the academy. Under normal circumstances, such confrontations might not elicit much reaction. However, the fact that a group of prodigious students was completely overpowered by 2 individuals of lower cultivation levels was indeed a cause for uproar. Witnesses described the brutality of the 2 assailants, one of whom was a towering figure with explosive strength, more ferocious than a beast. They speculated that it would be difficult to find a more gifted martial artist in the East Sea Academy than him, predicting he would undoubtedly become a figure akin to a war god in the future, although many martial geniuses from the academy scoffed at this notion. The other individual was equally extraordinary, a fated master skilled in both martial and magical arts, with a soul spirit resembling a golden-winged rock. Even more astonishing was his ability to combine the speed of the rock with immense strength, overpowering Mu Yunqing, who was 2 realms higher, with ease. Arrogantly, as he departed, he proclaimed that people should remember his name, Ye Futian. Many speculated about the origins of these 2, with numerous individuals even approaching Tang Wan at the Tianxiang Palace for inquiries. Naturally, those from the Ziwei Palace were not immune to the gossip, though the discussions at the highest levels were considerably muted. After all, those who trained at the top were exceptional talents personally selected by the prominent figures. And the skirmish below was merely trifling in their eyes, though there were still those who enjoyed a bit of excitement. For instance, Shu Yuyan was quite vivacious and relished lively gatherings. At this moment, as Shu Yuyan approached a pavilion at the top level of the Ziwei Palace, she spotted a breathtaking figure standing at the edge of the palace, gazing out at the scenery below, where the entire East Sea Academy seemed to unfold before her eyes. "Xie, you could enchant anyone from that vantage point," Shu Yuyan exclaimed. Hua Jiu turned to her, a faint smile gracing her exquisite features, and replied, "Is there another banquet? I mentioned I wouldn't attend." "I know, goddess. I'm not here to invite you to a feast. I merely wish to chat." Shu Yuyan retorted with a playful glance. Something amusing happened at the East Sea Academy yesterday. A group of disciples from the Tanlang Palace were utterly defeated by 2 outsiders, and none among the fallen disciples were of a lower cultivation level than those 2. Could it be that other martial houses from East Sea City sent them to provoke a conflict? She recounted with enthusiasm. "I'm not sure," Hua Jiu replied softly, seemingly disinterested. "However, I heard that both individuals have an intriguing charm. One is wild like a beast, while the other is exceptionally handsome, reportedly causing many women who witnessed the battle to swoon and debate who was more captivating." Shu Yuyan continued. "Which type do you prefer?" Hua Jiu asked with a smile. "I wouldn't know without seeing them in person, but I've heard the handsome one has quite the arrogance, boldly demanding that people remember his name as he left." Shu Yuyan smiled, adding, "Does he think he surpasses the geniuses of our East Sea Academy?" "You are quite the curious one," Hua Jiu chuckled. "Who resembles you?" "Practicing day in and day out," Shu Yuyan teased, rolling her eyes. All right, I get it. I know you're not interested. I'll take my leave. With that, Shi Yuyan turned and walked away, softly murmuring, Ye Futian, Futian. Even the name is quite audacious. Behind her, Hua Jieyu felt a slight tremor at the sound of her voice, her beautiful eyes turning to Shu Yuyan's retreating figure. Who are you talking about? She inquired. Ye Futian, the handsome one, Shu Yuyan replied. As she spoke, Hua Jieyu's smile widened, blooming like a radiant flower. Observing the enchanting expression on Hua Jieyu's face, Shu Yuyan was momentarily entranced. What is wrong with you? Hua Jieyu's smile was dazzling, seemingly oblivious to the question. You're not falling for him, are you? Shu Yuyan asked, slightly exasperated. Not at all, Hua Jieyu replied with a soft laugh, gazing at Shu Yuyan. Were only those two here? Is that so? Hua Jieyu responded with a smile. I understand now. I'll take my leave, Shu Yuyan said before departing. Once she was gone, Hua Jieyu continued to smile playfully, whispering, That fellow is indeed quite mischievous. With that, she approached the edge, the wind swirling around her, and then, gracefully leaping down. Her lithe figure danced through the air like a celestial being descending from the heavens. Since Ye Futian's departure yesterday, Tang Wan had been quite busy, with many inquiring about him and Yu Xing, seemingly curious about the identities of these two individuals. What left Tang Wan somewhat speechless was that fellow female disciples from Tianxiang Palace had even developed crushes on them, asking her to introduce them. However, Ye Futian and Yu Sheng were likely at the Qin Garden. How could she possibly make such introductions? Tang Wan, someone is looking for you. At that moment, another person came to seek her out, and Tang Wan felt a wave of annoyance, not particularly wanting to see anyone. Is it yet another inquiry about those two? She muttered, but the person calling her bore a peculiar expression and said, Tang Wan, this time it might be different. Is that so? Who is it? Tang Wan asked with curiosity. You'll find out when you see, the caller replied, their eyes glinting oddly. Tang Wan, filled with curiosity, followed them outside, where she beheld an enchanting figure standing quietly, creating a picturesque scene. A strange expression blossomed on her face as she recalled the words spoken by someone upon their departure yesterday, a bizarre feeling welling up within her. No way. Could it be true? Hello, I am Hua Jiyu. The stunning figure greeted her with a gentle smile. Despite Tang Wan's confidence in her own beauty, she couldn't help but silently praise the girl before her. She was truly exquisite. I'm Tang Wan, she replied softly. Could you take me to find him? Hua Jiyu asked with a smile, and Tang Wan immediately understood who she meant, nodding in agreement. Yes. Thank you. Hua Jiyu expressed her gratitude with a smile. And the two departed together, leaving those watching in confusion, uncertain about Hua Jiyu's purpose for seeking out Tang Wan. Do you know Ye Futian? Tang Wan couldn't contain her curiosity as they walked. Indeed, Hua Jiyu recalled the figure of a certain individual, her smile brightening. So, he was lying to me yesterday, Tang Wan murmured to herself. What did he say to you? Hua Jiyu asked, gazing at Tang Wan. Tang Wan, her beautiful eyes fixed on the stunning girl before her, whispered, he said you are his girlfriend. Hua Jiyu blinked in surprise, a blush blooming on her cheeks, her already beautiful visage becoming even more striking. In that moment, Tang Wan realized that he truly hadn't been deceiving her. It seemed that the commotion he caused yesterday was indeed to let Hua Jiyu know he had come to find her. What a reckless fellow. If the people of the East Sea Academy were to learn of this, it would undoubtedly create quite a stir. Not at all, Hua Jiyu replied in a soft voice, her bashful expression suggesting she might not even believe her own words, let alone Tang Wan. As they arrived at the Qin Garden, they encountered Tang Lan. Teacher, Tang Wan called out. At that moment, however, Tang Lan's attention was solely focused on Hua Jiyu, her gaze sharpening as she scrutinized the enchanting girl. I have met your esteemed predecessor, Hua Jiyu said with a slight bow. You look just like she did in her youth, Tang Lan remarked. And Hua Jiyu understood that she was referring to her mother. On their way, she and Tang Wan had exchanged many insights. Tang Wan realized that Hua Jiyu was the daughter of the senior Qin Mo, as well as the rival of her teacher, which left her feelings rather intricate. Nevertheless, she decided to bring Hua Jiyu along. Teacher, Tang Wan lowered her head slightly. I won't hold the past against a child. Go and see your father. Sighed Tang Lan. Thank you, senior, Hua Jiyu said as she walked toward the Qin Garden, with Tang Wan and Tang Lan following closely behind. In front of the pavilion, Hua Fenglu was basking in the sun, while Ye Futian was playing the guqin. As Hua Jiyu approached, the music abruptly ceased, and a gentle smile graced Hua Fenglu's face. Father, Hua Jiyu's eyes instantly welled with tears. She had learned from Tang Wan that her father had been incapacitated, and it was easy to imagine the sorrow in her heart, the joy of their reunion already overshadowed. Silly girl, why are you crying? Hua Jiu knelt beside Hua Fenglu, tears streaming down her cheeks. Ye Futian stood quietly nearby, not intruding. Tang Lan and Tang Wan lingered behind, and Tang Lan inquired, how did she find out? Tang Wan explained the situation, and Tang Lan's gaze involuntarily shifted toward Ye Futian, then remarked, this fellow is indeed not someone to be underestimated. No wonder you warned me to be cautious. You mustn't fall into his trap. Teacher, what nonsense are you talking about? Tang Wan responded, somewhat speechless. Throughout history, beautiful women have often brought calamity. With 2 generations of such extraordinary talent, I hope this young man's fate does not mirror that of his teacher. Tang Lan sighed softly. She had always believed that Hua Fenglio's current state was due to that woman. Now, Hua Jiu bore a striking resemblance to her youthful self and had inherited Hua Fenglio's virtues, her beauty even surpassing his. In 2 or 3 years, she would undoubtedly be a source of chaos, which explained Tang Lan's concern for Ye Futian, fearing he might share the same fate as Qin Mo. At present, it seemed that the destinies of the 2 generations were exceedingly similar. Chapter 51. You will remember his name. Hua Jiu had wept for a long time before she finally lifted her head to gaze at Hua Fenglu. Her beautiful eyes still red from crying. Father, what happened after I left? Why has it come to this? My foolish girl, it is all in the past. See, your father is well, Hua Fenglu replied gently. Fairy, it is entirely my fault for not taking care of the master. After you departed, a beast tide struck Qingzhou city, and someone sought to take my life. The master suffered for my sake, Ye Futian expressed, still feeling a pang of guilt. He thought of Xia Fan in Donghai city. He would surely seek vengeance for this. Do not blame Futian. Had it not been for his fortitude, he might have perished on Tianyao Mountain. You know how ill-tempered your father is. Of course, he wished to avenge him. Yet, I was useless and failed to eliminate the enemy, ultimately losing myself in the process. Hua Fenglu said with a smile, as if indifferent to the matter. Is that so? Hua Jiu turned to Ye Futian, who nodded gently. Tears streamed down her face once more as she approached him, extending her arms to embrace him softly, resting her head on his shoulder. What made you put yourself in danger? What if you had died? Her voice still carried a hint of sorrow. And the thought of her father being incapacitated after her departure, along with Ye Futian nearly losing his life, filled her heart with dread. As Hua Jiu held him tenderly, Ye Futian felt warmth flooding through his heart. He gently wrapped his arms around the girl before him, silently vowing never to let her weep in sorrow again. Tang Wan observed this scene from a distance, her heart trembling. It seemed that the goddess revered by countless individuals at Donghai Academy had truly lost her heart to another. If this scene were discovered by the people of Donghai Academy, many would undoubtedly feel compelled to eliminate Ye Futian. She was aware of how many young geniuses longed to draw nearer to Hua Jiu but could not. I haven't found the fairy yet. How could I bear to die? You promised to compensate me well, Ye Futian said softly. Hua Jiu slightly lifted her head and shot him a glare, then withdrew from his embrace, saying, I have already compensated you. Ah. Ye Futian blinked in surprise. Is that all? What more do you desire? Hua Jiu inquired, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. Then let us hold each other a little longer, he replied, stepping closer. Hua Jiu took a step back and asked, don't try to change the subject. Who did this? She understood Ye Futian's intention to lighten her mood, as he seemed to possess an innate charm that made being with him joyous. Over the past 3 months spent together, despite their constant bickering, his presence had unknowingly etched itself into her heart. Leave this to me, will you? I will seek vengeance. And I shall find a way to heal the master's injuries, Ye Futian asserted, unwilling for Hua Jiu to take matters into her own hands. Jiu, entrust this to Futian. It will provide him with some motivation, Hua Fenglu added from the side. Hua Jiu glanced at her father, then at Ye Futian, saying, then you must make it happen. If you cannot achieve this, how can I ever marry you? Ye Futian teased. Who would want to marry you? Hua Jiu's cheeks flushed as she playfully glared at him. You two should be mindful of your conduct. It is rather inappropriate to behave this way in my presence, especially with others around. Hua Fenglu remarked with a hint of annoyance. Hua Jiu glanced at Tang Lan and Tang Wan behind her, her face growing even redder, while Ye Futian shrugged nonchalantly. You will get used to it. Teacher, shouldn't we be leaving? Tang Wan timidly suggested, finding Ye Futian's behavior rather shameless. Even more shameless than his teacher. Tang Lan commented coolly, and the two turned to leave, leaving the trio to their moment. Father, I wish to stay here and take care of you. Though Hua Jiu had cried, Ye Futian's playful antics had eased her sorrow somewhat, yet she could not shake off the lingering sadness. My foolish girl. You still have your cultivation to attend to. Your father is doing just fine here, with this lad Futian around and Aunt Tang helping to look after me. Now that I see you, I feel much better, Hua Fenglu replied gently with a smile. Then I shall stay here today. You must not send me away. Hua Jiu insisted. Very well, stay. It's been a while since you and Futian have seen each other. Hua Fenglu agreed with a chuckle. I do not wish to see him, Hua Jiu retorted. Really? Hua Fenglu laughed at his daughter's response. Of course, she affirmed with a nod. Alas, I feel sorrowful. Ye Futian sighed. Here I was, thinking of you, sacrificing many opportunities to flirt with other girls. It appears I must grasp such chances more tightly in the future. Do you dare? Hua Jiu turned abruptly, her gaze fierce as she looked at Ye Futian. Do you wish for me to think of you? He teased. Father, did he flirt with any girls along the way? Hua Jiu inquired of Hua Fenglu, while Ye Futian blinked innocently. Hua Fenglu glanced at Ye Futian with a bemused expression. Then, seeing the pitiful look on his face, chuckled. He has been relatively honest. Ye Futian let out a sigh of relief. Well, I might think of you occasionally. Hua Jiu said softly, yet Ye Futian heard her just fine. Seeing her bashful expression made him feel as if giving up an entire forest was worth it. I shall take my leave to cultivate, Yu Sheng interjected, unable to bear the situation any longer. He walked toward the bamboo grove behind the pavilion. Must it always be like this? Hua Fenglu and the others laughed at Yu Sheng's comment, and Ye Futian called out, Yu Sheng, Donghai City is filled with beautiful women. If you find someone you like, I will help you pursue her. With my adoptive father absent, I am in charge. Ye Futian shouted as Yu Sheng's figure vanished around the corner. Only the three remained before the pavilion, and under the sunlight, the sorrow gradually faded, replaced by a gentle warmth. However, at that moment, outside the Qingyuan, a figure approached, an elderly man exuding a cold and formidable aura. Upon entering the Qingyuan, the temperature seemed to drop several degrees. Before him stood Tang Lan, momentarily taken aback. What brings you here? My young lady has been inside for quite some time. Who have you taken her to meet? The man inquired frostily. Are you stalking her? Tang Lan's expression turned icy. This is not stalking, the man replied coldly, his footfalls quickening like lightning. Impudent! Tang Lan shouted, her voice echoing throughout the Qingyuan, causing Hua Fenglu and Ye Futian to look up with solemn expressions as two figures descended like bolts of lightning, exuding immense power. Hua Fenglu. The newcomer's gaze landed squarely on Hua Fenglu, his demeanor chilling. You dare to step foot in Donghai City? Nanduku, Hua Fenglu's expression hardened upon recognizing the man. Are you stalking me? Hua Jiu's eyes narrowed as she regarded the approaching elder. My lady, your status is exalted. How can the family allow you to wander alone? If you were within Donghai Academy, I would not interfere with your affairs. However, outside, I must ensure your safety, Nanduku replied. Since you have been rendered powerless, I shall not concern myself with your matters. Yet, the family compromised to allow you to accompany my lady for 3 years. Now, she has entered a critical phase of her cultivation, and the family does not wish for anyone or anything to disrupt her, the elder stated coldly. My lady, do not make this difficult for me. The family has already consented to your willful request, Nanduku continued. Should you persist in this manner, Donghai City may not harbor him. Do you dare? Hua Jiu's expression turned even colder, exuding an air of noble authority. Feeling distressed, she turned to Nanduku, saying, How dare you treat my father this way? Even if I succeed in my cultivation, do you think I will not hold you accountable? Miss, many matters are decided by the family, of which I am not aware. However, should you restore the glory of the Southern Dipper clan, I believe that any request you make will be graciously granted by the family. Nanduka spoke. Very well, you shall see. Hua Jiu replied coldly. Then turned to Hua Fenglu and said, Father, I am leaving. Go ahead. Hua Fenglu maintained his smile. Hua Jiu cast one last glance at Ye Futian. Their eyes met, filled with unspoken reluctance, yet no words were exchanged. She then turned and made her way out of the Qingyuan. Nanduku did not depart immediately. After Hua Jiu had left, he regarded Hua Fenglu and said, You are well aware of the events of that year. The family does not truly reject you. Rather, you are unworthy to step into the Southern Dipper clan. Yet, you chose to undertake matters beyond your capacity, leading to a calamity that resulted in the present outcome. Fortunately, Miss Jiu possesses extraordinary talent, perfectly merging the gifts of both you and her mother. Thus, the family shall not permit anyone to hinder her cultivation. Hua Fenglu regarded him with indifference, choosing to remain silent. Nanduku then turned his gaze towards Ye Futian beside him, and asked, And who might he be? My disciple. Ye Futian, Hua Fenglu replied. You dare to bring your disciple to Donghai City, hoping to place your hopes upon him? Nanduku scoffed with a hint of derision, saying, A fool's dream. You were defeated by him in the past. Now, his disciples are likely to outshine yours. With that, Nanduka turned and departed. Watching his retreating figure, Hua Fenglu remarked, One day, you shall remember his name. I look forward to it. With that statement, Nanduku vanished into the Qingyuan. Chapter 52. That's all. Ye Futian observed the unfolding events in silence, yet his heart was far from tranquil as he appeared. After a long-awaited reunion, the enchanting figure was forced to depart prematurely, and his emotions were palpable. Feeling quite displeased, are we? Hua Fenglu inquired softly, sensing Ye Futian's mood. Indeed. Ye Futian nodded in acknowledgement. Then let us grow stronger. Hua Fenglu closed his eyes, sharing in the discontent. However, he held little hope for himself. Nanduku was not entirely incorrect in his assessment. His aspirations now rested squarely upon Ye Futian's shoulders. Naturally, he was aware of Ye Futian's exceptional talent. As the inheritor of the legacy of the Leaf Emperor, as long as he continued to flourish unscathed, the powers of Donghai City and the Nando clan would pale in significance. Thus, he earnestly wished for Ye Futian to gain admission to the Donghai Academy, ideally catching the attention of esteemed figures within the 7 halls, ensuring him ample space for safe growth. One day, Tang Wan arrived at their dwelling, seeking out Ye Futian and Yu Xing. I bring you delightful news, she stated with a smile. What news? Ye Futian inquired with curiosity. The Wuqing Palace has asked me to convey that you may proceed there to cultivate, Tang Wan announced. Ye Futian was taken aback, puzzled by the development. It must be that those from Wuqing Palace, upon hearing of your exploits, have decided to make an exception. However, the events of that day were witnessed only by the disciples of the academy. Otherwise, they would not have taken so long to reach out. Perhaps they intended to approach you sooner, Tang Wan explained. She believed that Ye Futian and Yu Sheng's display of power warranted their admission to the esteemed halls. Yet the influential figures had not witnessed it firsthand. Is there an advantage to this brawling? Yu Xing murmured, while a smile crept across Ye Futian's face. Gaining entry to the Donghai Academy meant being closer to the enchanting figure, which was undoubtedly a cause for celebration. What are you discussing? Hua Fenglu, seated nearby, questioned with curiosity. Why has Wuqing Palace made an exception? What have they done? Senior, are you unaware? When I first brought them to Donghai Academy, they caused quite a stir, beating up many disciples of the Tanling Palace. The incident was ignited by a rather ungracious remark from Mu Yunni, which led your daughter to discover their presence at Donghai Academy and seek me out, Tang Wan clarified. Hua Fenglio's expression shifted to one of realization. He had not inquired further during the previous hurried visit of Jieyu. You rascal, Hua Fenglu glanced at Ye Futian, bemused that he had kept this from him. Go on, but be cautious out there. Do not concern yourself with me, Hua Fenglu advised. Teacher, with our absence, you and Aunt Tang can enjoy your time together. Ye Futian remarked. Scram, Hua Fenglu replied with a scowl. Then we shall take our leave. Ye Futian's worry for his teacher lingered. Rest assured, I will take good care of him, Tang Lan interjected, having arrived unbeknownst to them. Indeed, Ye Futian nodded, trusting Aunt Tang completely. The black-winged eagle soared in from the bamboo grove, landing before Ye Futian. The 3 ascended, and the eagle took flight, with Ye Futian turning to wave farewell below. Your journey has only just begun, Hua Fenglu smiled. It appears you truly regard him as your own, Tang Lan remarked. You have such faith in him? If that day were to come, the Donghai Academy would bask in glory due to his presence, Hua Fenglu replied with a smile. Tang Lan's gaze flickered with surprise. It seemed Hua Fenglio's confidence in Ye Futian surpassed her expectations. Each of the 7 halls within the Donghai Academy houses practitioners of various professions. While they may seem indistinguishable, each hall possesses its unique style, influenced by the power behind it. The disciples trained in Wuqing Palace are renowned for their combat prowess, having produced many battle enthusiasts. Perhaps this is why the eminent figures of Wuqing Palace summoned Ye Futian and Yu Xing even before witnessing their abilities firsthand. Judging by their exploits, they certainly fit the mold of warriors, especially Yu Sheng, who was born for battle. Tang Wan guided them to Wuqing Palace, where arrangements had been made for their accommodation. They received a brief introduction, but no prominent figures from Wuqing Palace came to meet them, perhaps wishing to observe their performance in the Donghai Academy first. Disciples of Wuqing Palace reside in a designated area, akin to the independent courtyards of Qingzhou Academy, though the environment here is even more splendid. Who are you? A passerby asked, eyeing Ye Futian and Yu Sheng with curiosity. They must not be disciples of Wuqing Palace. I've never seen them before. I am Ye Futian, and this is my brother Ye Qing. We shall be fellow disciples from now on. I look forward to your guidance. Ye Futian greeted with a smile. Ye Futian? That name sounds familiar, the individual muttered, their eyes widening in realization. In an instant, their body vanished like a gust of wind, and soon word spread throughout Wuqing Palace. The formidable Ye Futian and Yu Sheng, who had recently bested the disciples of Tanlang Palace, had joined their ranks. The news quickly gained traction, and many from Wuqing Palace flocked to their vicinity. Is that really Ye Futian? Only at the 2-star glory realm? Yu Sheng truly exhibits the strength spoken of. He is indeed a pure martial practitioner. Might he be concealing his soul? Indeed, he is rather handsome, some girls whispered, admiring Ye Futian's striking features. Many were young figures, naturally brimming with curiosity. Does Wuqing Palace have a library? Ye Futian inquired of Tang Wan. Tang Wan shook her head. The Donghai Academy has only one library, located at its heart. All academy disciples may enter freely, but borrowing books is prohibited. They can only read or transcribe within. Ye Futian nodded. With so many disciples in Donghai Academy, allowing books to be borrowed would pose a challenge in management and risk loss. Let us head to the library, Ye Futian suggested. Now a 2-star glory realm mage. He found his spells still rather rudimentary. The potential of being a multi-attribute mage felt squandered. He could not abandon his mage training simply because he had inherited the martial legacy of the Leaf Emperor. Combining both disciplines would enhance his combat prowess. Very well. Tang Wan agreed, noting that although he appeared nonchalant, he was quite diligent in his studies. The first thing he wished to do upon arriving at the academy was to visit the library. The library of Donghai Academy dwarfed that of Qingzhou Academy, boasting no restrictions. As long as one was a disciple of Donghai Academy, they could freely explore and transcribe all martial arts techniques and spells. This alone exemplified the grandeur of the most powerful academy in Donghai. Upon entering the library, Ye Futian was captivated by the vast array of tomes. There were numerous varieties of techniques and spells, from body refinement to swordsmanship, from the 7 attributes of magic to rare mental techniques. Everything could be uncovered here. He even discovered music-based spells, formations, and inscription techniques. It was no wonder his teacher had desired for him to cultivate here. Thus, in the following days, Ye Futian immersed himself in the library of Donghai Academy, not only perusing techniques and spells. Concurrently, news of his entry into Wuqing Palace spread, reaching the ears of the Tanlang Palace disciples. They sought Ye Futian everywhere, finally locating him within the library. At a desk within the library, Ye Futian was absorbed in his reading when a group stormed in, one of them calling out, Ye Futian. This individual was none other than Mu Yunqing. Is there something you need? Ye Futian replied, not lifting his gaze. Now that you have joined Donghai Academy, shall we settle our previous score? Mu Yunqing's expression was icy. Are you challenging me? Ye Futian slowly raised his head, a mocking glint in his eyes as he regarded Mu Yunqing. Mu Yunqing felt her expression stiffen upon witnessing Ye Futian's smile. Our greedy wolf palace will have someone to contend with you, she stated. Who? What realm? Ye Futian inquired. Mu Yunqing glanced around, noticing the multitude of gazes directed their way, and was momentarily at a loss for words. You don't intend to gather a crowd like last time, do you? Ye Futian replied with a smile, for he was now a disciple of the Wuqing Palace, and the members of the greedy wolf palace could not indiscriminately assault him. Mu Yunqing's demeanor became particularly awkward as she commanded, leave. With that, the group departed in a rather dejected manner. The news of this incident spread, leading many at the Eastern Sea Academy to mock Mu Yunqing and the greedy wolf palace for their disgrace. Several days later, a message emerged from the greedy wolf palace. Disciple Jing Yang had issued a challenge to Ye Futian, a disciple of the Wuqing Palace, igniting considerable commotion. Jing Yang, a 3-star celestial fate master and a prodigious youth, had been directly taken in as a personal disciple by a prominent figure within the upper echelons of the greedy wolf palace. Although he need not concern himself with matters below, it seemed he was compelled to challenge Ye Futian for the sake of the greedy wolf palace's reputation. The audacity to refuse such a challenge on such grounds led the members of the greedy wolf palace to vehemently denounce Ye Futian as a coward for his unwillingness to engage in battle. Chapter 53. The Duke of Luo's residence. Ye Futian seldom engaged in such tranquil and untroubled cultivation, thus he paid little heed to the so-called challenges. He was unfamiliar with Jing Yang. No matter how talented the other might be, it held no significance for him. Defeating him would merely evoke applause and potentially attract more troubles. The incessant insults from the greedy wolf palace fell on deaf ears. as Ye Futian remained focused on his serene practice. Unbeknownst to him, he broke through barriers, reaching the 3-star glory realm in both martial arts and sorcery, having also mastered an array of spells. At this moment, in the secluded courtyard where Ye Futian resided, he was attempting to devise a combat style that harmonized sorcery and martial prowess with his proficiency in various elemental spells. If he could seamlessly integrate them with his formidable martial capabilities, he would unleash even more terrifying strength. Yu Xing observed quietly, remarking, "You have mastered spells from every element except for the water attribute." Although Ye Futian could sense all attributes, he lacked a soul essence associated with water, rendering his affinity for that element relatively weak, and thus he had not pursued its cultivation. His talents and other attributes were undeniably exceptional. The primordial soul essence he possessed was rooted in the wood attribute, and he had begun to practice spells of that nature. Although he understood that his primordial soul essence might never be revealed to others. Yes, it should be soon, Yu Xing nodded, his diligence and cultivation rivaling Ye Futian's. Ye Futian departed on a black-winged eagle, making his way out of the Eastern Sea Academy. The Duke of Luo's residence, a grand estate located in Eastern Sea City, was said to belong to Duke Luo, a distant relative of the current monarch of the Southern Dipper Kingdom. Some rumors suggested that his title was granted due to past favors from the imperial family. Regardless of the reason, being conferred a dukedom in Eastern Sea City was a rare honor, marking his status as extraordinary. The duke's residence was an epitome of opulence and power. At this moment, a young man arrived at the entrance of the duke's residence, Ye Futian. Outside the residence, numerous individuals were bustling about, decorating the place in a festive manner. Ye Futian understood that the duke was celebrating his birthday. Whether it was the duke's residence or the festivities, they held no relevance for Ye Futian. What truly concerned him was Duke Luo, the only celestial-level spiritual healer in Eastern Sea City, the person Aunt Tang had not mentioned to him. This was the sole endeavor Ye Futian had undertaken in recent days, aside from his cultivation, as he sought information, ever mindful of his teacher's condition. He could not comprehend why Aunt Tang insisted that Duke Luo would not intervene. Lacking confidence in persuading Duke Luo to heal his teacher, he nevertheless felt compelled to act. He had learned that Duke Luo was an exceedingly proud individual, concerned with his reputation, who hosted grand celebrations each year. Ye Futian wished to ascertain what kind of person Duke Luo truly was and whether he might have an opportunity to solicit his assistance in the future. This was a debt he owed to his teacher and a promise he made to Huarjieyu. Regardless of the outcome, he would strive to fulfill it. Greetings. Ye Futian approached a steward directing the servants. The steward glanced at Ye Futian, noting his handsome and distinguished appearance, and replied with a smile. What brings this young master here? On the occasion of Duke Luo's birthday celebration, will there be any musical performances? I am proficient in playing the qin and wonder if I might have the opportunity to perform for the Duke, Ye Futian inquired. I assure you my skills surpass theirs. He continued. However, if that is not possible, do you need any additional help? The steward displayed a perplexed expression. Ye Futian's demeanor was far from that of a mere servant. Young master, what is your true intention in wishing to enter the Duke's residence? The steward asked, narrowing his eyes in scrutiny. I wish to witness the grandeur of the Duke's birthday celebration, Ye Futian replied, maintaining his composure. However, our residence does not lack for musicians or servants. The steward persisted in his refusal. Though the boy posed no immediate threat, he could not allow just anyone entry. Just then, a voice of surprise echoed, and Ye Futian turned to see two graceful figures approaching, both stunningly beautiful, especially the one in front, whose beauty was exceptional. Ye Futian recognized them from the ship journeying from Qingzhou City to Eastern Sea City. What a coincidence to see you here, the young woman exclaimed, her delight evident. Miss Xia, is this your friend? The steward asked, perplexed, wondering if the boy had come from Miss Xia. Yet, she was merely a guest at the Duke's residence, having only arrived the previous day. Yes, Lin Xia nodded, smiling at Ye Futian. What brings you here? This young master claims to be a musician seeking to perform at the Duke's birthday banquet, the steward explained. As he recognized the young master as a friend of Miss Xia, he could not dismiss him as a mere servant. Shall we let him try? Lin Xia suggested, her beautiful eyes turning toward the steward. The steward, with a wry smile, agreed. Since Miss Xia has spoken, let us give him a chance. Please, young master. The group made their way toward the Duke's residence, with Lin Xia and Xiaohe flanking Ye Futian. Lin Xia then inquired with a smile. Aren't you here to study in Eastern Sea City? What made you wish to become a musician in the Duke's residence? Such bravado, Xiaohe chuckled. You arrived in Eastern Sea City after the spring examination was already concluded, and now you seek to capture my Xia's attention? Xiaohe, stop with the nonsense. Lin Siye replied with a smile, unfazed. Noticing their skepticism, Ye Futian shrugged, feeling somewhat helpless. It seemed that his honesty was often met with disbelief. By the way, how did you end up at the Duke's residence? Are you affiliated with Duke Luo? Ye Futian asked curiously. Lin Siye shook her head. My family elders are acquainted with Duke Luo, and we, the younger generation, have known each other for quite some time. That is why we came early to gather. I can introduce you to some people. I see. Ye Futian nodded gently, realizing that Lin Siye was also from a prestigious family, which explained her elegant demeanor and pleasant presence. One must maintain both dignity and warmth, regardless of the occasion, Lin Siye remarked with a smile. They arrived at a garden area where some were playing the qin while others danced, rehearsing for the upcoming celebration. As the Duke's birthday banquet could not afford any missteps and required ample preparation, the steward approached the musicians and whispered a few words before turning to Ye Futian with a smile. Would you like to give it a try? Certainly, Ye Futian nodded, taking a seat where the musician had vacated. As his fingers caressed the strings of the qin, his entire demeanor transformed, exuding tranquility. His already handsome features appeared even more refined in that moment. As he played, the music resonated, capturing the attention of the nearby musicians, who exchanged glances, their expressions growing serious. The melodic notes enveloped the air, drawing everyone into a profound state of immersion. That will suffice. I am humbled by your prowess. The musician remarked with a wry smile, acknowledging that while he was skilled, Ye Futian's artistry was of a different realm altogether. Unbeknownst to him, Ye Futian was not merely an ordinary musician, he was a sound sorcerer. Even without employing his magical abilities, the depth of his musical expression surpassed that of typical musicians. Given this, young master, why not practice the piece you will perform tomorrow here today? The steward suggested. Thank you, Ye Futian replied with a smile. See ya. What brings you here? At that moment, a group of young men approached from a distance. We were looking for you earlier. What brings you here to watch the rehearsal? Ye Futian and the others turned their gazes toward the group, all of whom exuded an air of distinction, likely scions of noble families or individuals from the Duke's residence. I came to listen to a friend play the qin, Lin Siye responded with a smile. Is that your friend? Someone inquired, casting a glance towards Ye Futian. Indeed. He is a musician wishing to perform at the prince's birthday banquet tomorrow, Lin Siye responded with a nod. I see. A youth. Losing interest upon hearing the mention of a musician, remarked, Siye, let us depart. Someone is on their way. Very well, Lin Siye gently nodded, waving farewell to Ye Futian before taking her leave, to which Ye Futian responded with a courteous smile. Who is it? Lin Siye asked as she turned to leave. Zhou Mu, the individual replied with a grin. Lin Siye's beautiful eyes brightened at the name, having heard that he had attained the remarkable rank of a 5-star summoner, a prodigy whose talents rivaled those of his former mentor. By the way, Siye, how did you become friends with a musician? A girl interjected. Is it merely because he possesses good looks? The girl teased with a laugh. Lin Siye smiled, but remained silent. It was true that Ye Futian was handsome. His charm further accentuated when he played the guqin. Yet, alas, he was merely a musician, and there seemed to be an air of pretentiousness about him. Perhaps stemming from a strong sense of pride, Lin Siye pondered. Lin Siye did not extend an invitation for Ye Futian to join their gathering, nor did she introduce him to her companions. He could easily discern that they were all scions of noble families, while he, as a mere musician, evidently did not belong to their circle. Of course, it was merely a fleeting encounter. Ye Futian bore no ill will. Lin Siye had already left a very favorable impression on him. Moreover, his purpose for visiting the royal manor was not to mingle with those youthful elites. Chapter 54, The Royal Banquet. The birthday celebration for Lord Luo was meticulously arranged, with music and dance already in place. After Ye Futian learned the piano piece he was to perform, the musician departed, leaving the steward to remind him of some important details for the following day. Ye Futian and a group of young women remained to rehearse, each possessing remarkable figures and striking beauty, particularly the lead dancer, who was around 18 years old and stood gracefully. As Ye Futian bowed his head to play, a melodious voice broke the air. Why don't you look up? He lifted his gaze and was met with a stunning visage, smiling as she said, Sister, you are too beautiful. I fear I might play incorrectly. The young girl chuckled, her laughter light and airy, as her flowing dress swirled around her, drifting closer to Ye Futian. Would you like to join me? She teased, dancing before him, seemingly intent on provoking his reaction. It was rare to encounter such an attractive young pianist, whose charming and refined appearance was truly captivating. I already have a girlfriend, Ye Futian replied with a smile. The girl paused in surprise before bursting into laughter, her companions joining in with light giggles. This little guy has quite the imagination. Remember, my name is Yunro, and I am destined to marry a powerful cultivator. I have no interest in you, little one, she said playfully. I am Ye Futian. He introduced himself with a gentle smile, and as they rehearsed, the group became familiar with one another. Through their conversations, Ye Futian gathered that many prominent figures were expected to attend Lord Luo's birthday celebration the following day. However, the knowledge Yunro and her companions possessed was limited. In the realm of Dongfang Qingzhou, without innate talent for cultivation, even the most beautiful among them held a lowly status. Even if they had the chance to marry a formidable practitioner, they might only become a concubine, and once their youth faded, their fates would be quite bleak. For the stronger cultivators appeared more youthful and enjoyed longer lifespans. The next morning, the Luo residence was bustling with activity as preparations for the banquet commenced, with many busy within the estate and others stationed outside to welcome the arriving guests. This had little bearing on Ye Futian and his companions, who continued their rehearsal. By midday, guests began to arrive, making their way to the banquet hall. Ye Futian and his group entered early. The banquet was grand, with the position of honor reserved for Lord Luo at the front. Flanking this seat were two lengthy rows for guests, with those closest to Lord Luo enjoying higher status. The wide space between the rows housed a low stage adorned with a golden carpet, where Yunro and Ye Futian were positioned to add color to the celebration without disturbing the esteemed guests. Before the guests were seated, the music and dance commenced. Laughter filled the air as Lin Xie and Xiao He, along with a group of young men and women, arrived and took their seats nearby. Lin Xie even offered a smile in Ye Futian's direction. Our Xie has found a rare interest in a boy, but alas, he is merely a pianist. Xiao He whispered teasingly in Lin Xie's ear, prompting a playful glare from her. What are you two discussing? Inquired a handsome young man who approached them. Nothing much. Luo Gu, Lin Xie replied, shaking her head. Xie, I heard that you were the one who recommended that young pianist to the palace. Is he your friend? Asked the young man with the surname Luo. I've met him twice. Since he wanted to see the world within the palace, I offered my assistance as I passed by. You wouldn't mind, would you, Luo Gu? Lin Xie smiled sweetly. Just a small matter. I can allow him to remain in the palace as the pianist. The young man responded with a grin. After the banquet, we can ask him whether he would like to stay. Indeed, Lin Xie agreed. And the young man nodded before departing. Xiao He leaned in and whispered, It seems the young prince has taken a liking to you. You're such a troublemaker. Lin Xie sighed in exasperation. Though he may not be as handsome, his status is unparalleled. Xiao He chuckled, and Lin Xie could only tolerate her playful banter. Knowing her friend enjoyed jesting, unaware of the youthful musings of the girls, Ye Futian focused on his music. At that moment, a dignified figure approached, exuding authority with every stride, his gaze sharp and commanding. Upon his arrival, many bowed in respect, calling out, Your Highness, for it was none other than Lord Luo, the honoree of the day. Ye Futian looked up to observe Lord Luo, whose commanding presence was even more radiant than before. It has been some time. The Lord has become even more resplendent, he thought to himself as guests continued to arrive, offering their congratulations. Lord, I have come to celebrate your birthday, one figure proclaimed, followed by others who echoed similar sentiments. Among them was a young man, Sha Fan, who bowed to Lord Luo and introduced himself. You have grown quite impressive, Sha Shitzi. Lord Luo praised. This rascal is always idling about. With such compliments from the Lord, he will surely become even more arrogant. Sha Feng laughed heartily. At that moment, Ye Futian, still playing the piano, lifted his gaze and caught sight of Sha Fan. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. What a coincidence to encounter Sha Fan here. As Sha Feng and Sha Fan settled into their seats, Sha Fan's attention turned to the dance. Upon seeing Yunro, a smile flickered across his face. But then his gaze shifted to the young man behind her, narrowing slightly. In the palace, he had unexpectedly come across Ye Futian. Had he survived their encounter on Tianyao Mountain? Had the frenzied snow ape spared him? Ye Futian noticed Sha Fan's scrutiny. Their eyes met, and he could clearly discern the mockery in Sha Fan's gaze. To him, Ye Futian was merely a trivial figure, insignificant enough to disregard. For the young lord of Donghai Prefecture, why would he concern himself with a mere pianist from Qingzhou City? Ye Futian's only ally, the Qin Mo, was likely incapacitated by now. What a pity for his uncle, who had perished at the hands of that snow ape while attempting to confront the Qin Mo. What are you staring at? Sha Feng inquired. Nothing much, Just observing an amusing individual, Sha Fan replied with a cold smirk. A disciple of the Qin Mo. Serving as a pianist in the palace. How intriguing. Ye Futian composed himself and continued to play, unconcerned by Sha Fan's presence. He bore the insignia of the Donghai Academy. And under the watchful eyes of the palace, neither Sha Fan nor even his father, the lord of Donghai Prefecture, would dare to harm him. The Nando family has come to celebrate the Lord's birthday, a voice announced, drawing Lord Luo's attention to the approaching figures. Brother Nando, it's good to see you well, Lord Luo greeted warmly. Two individuals approached, a middle-aged man accompanied by a young disciple. Representing the esteemed Nando family, Nando Wishan and his son, Nando Kai. Their arrival signified the importance the Nando family placed on their relationship with Lord Luo. Your Highness, we are honored to be here, Nando Wishan said with a bow, taking the most prominent seat at Lord Luo's invitation. Wishan, you are here as well. A voice chimed in, drawing the attention of the recently seated Nando Wishan, who stood to greet another group approaching. What brings you two together? Nando Wishan asked with a smile. Chance brought us together on the road, replied one of the newcomers. A striking young man clad in simple garments yet radiating an extraordinary aura. Beside him stood an elderly gentleman, full of vitality, who smiled at Lord Luo and said, I come as a representative of the Donghai Academy to congratulate you on your birthday. Too kind, Lord Luo replied graciously, guiding the two to seats at the front, where they mingled with other distinguished guests, all engaged in light-hearted conversation, clearly of notable status. The revered painter and the prince are dear friends, visiting annually to celebrate the prince's birthday. It is said that the painter's mastery has become increasingly profound, accompanied by a prominent figure from the Ziwei Palace of the East Sea Academy. Behind him stands Zhou Mu, a 5-star summoner and a prodigious talent, indeed exceptional. Rumor has it that the painter intends to orchestrate a union between Zhou Mu and the Nando family. The esteemed painter seems to seek to amend the regrets of the past. However, this time, the little princess of the Nando family surpasses expectations in both beauty and talent. The Nando family holds her in high regard and has no intention of allowing her to engage in romantic entanglements. Many in the crowd whisper among themselves. The young masters murmuring softly. Though the voices are hushed, Ye Futian, standing at the back, catches a significant amount of what is said. His gaze drifts toward the group ahead, particularly fixating on the middle-aged figure who possesses an extraordinary demeanor, a visage akin to jade. Is he the revered painter who has incapacitated his master? The realization that the revered painter is a close friend of Prince Luo finally clarifies Aunt Tang's assertion of impossibility. It seems there is little hope for Prince Luo, and disappointment washes over him as he ponders his master's condition and when it might improve. Besides the revered painter, individuals from the East Sea Academy and the Nando family have also arrived. The connection between that notable figure from the Nando family and the painter remains a mystery. Chapter 55. The feathered robe of rainbow colors as guests gathered and the banquet commenced. The atmosphere was lively with laughter and the clinking of wine cups. The elders formed one circle, while the youth occupied another, exchanging gifts and polite pleasantries. Engaging in discussions about the intriguing happenings in Donghai City or the events transpiring in Donghai Prefecture. Unbeknownst to them, the conversation meandered towards Qingzhou City. It was said that relics of a certain individual had surfaced there, and that young Xian had personally ventured to investigate. Is there any truth to this? A gaze fell upon Xiao Fan as the question was posed. The individual in question referred to the enigmatic Ye Qingdi, a forbidden figure in the Eastern Divine Continent. Hence the guest refrained from uttering his name aloud in this public setting. Indeed, there is such a matter. Yet a formidable demon lord and an even more potent snow ape demon guard the area, making it inaccessible. My brother met his demise at the hands of that beast. Xiaofeng replied. What Xia family master stated was the truth. My daughter, enamored by excitement, has also traveled to Qingzhou City. Yet no one can approach since the path is said to be obstructed by the demon beasts, Lin Siya's father added. Many nodded in agreement, acknowledging that numerous prominent figures had dispatched individuals to Qingzhou City, all returning empty-handed. If it is indeed a demon lord or higher, not even the southern Do Kingdom would possess the means to intervene, someone lamented. Brother Lin, your niece Siya has blossomed beautifully at 16, remarked Prince Luo. Casting his gaze towards Lin Siya amidst the crowd, her enchanting eyes tinged with shyness. You honor her with your praise, Lin's father replied with a smile. Has she found a suitor yet? Prince Luo inquired with a grin. Indeed, yet it appears there are quite a number of young talents at this banquet. It would be a fine opportunity for her to make acquaintances, Prince Luo continued, chuckling. Speaking of young talents, it is said that the disciple of the painting sage, Zhou Mu, has already reached the 5-star glory realm, Lin's father remarked, directing his gaze towards Zhou Mu behind the painting sage. The teacher's guidance is commendable. Zhou Mu replied with a smile. Next to Winshan, the southern Dokai is not to be underestimated either, the painting sage humbly noted. This lad is slightly older. Though his talent is commendable, he still pales in comparison to Zhou Mu and must strive harder, Winshan commented. Is she well? The painting sage suddenly inquired, causing Winshan to pause, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he shook his head. She remains unchanged. Jieyu is indeed exceptionally gifted. She is currently cultivating at the Ziwei Palace of the Donghai Academy, Winshan added with a smile. Hearing this, Ye Futian felt a ripple of emotions. The painting sage wished to matchmake his disciple with Jieyu? Moreover, Winshan seemed to be the brother of the teacher's wife, making Jieyu his niece. Jieyu's talent within our Ziwei Palace is among the finest, and it would be challenging to find a peer in the entire Donghai Academy, an elder from Ziwei Palace remarked. Well aware of the developments surrounding Hua Jieyu's training there. With so many praising one person, I find myself eager to meet this daughter of the Southern Dou family. Prince Luo declared with a hearty laugh. Hua Jiyu, you say? A wicked smile crept upon Xia Fan's lips as he glanced at Ye Futian, who was playing the zither. At Qingzhou Lake, he had personally witnessed the extraordinary bond between Hua Jiyu and Ye Futian. If the Southern Dou family were to learn of the ambiguous relationship between Hua Jiyu and Ye Futian, what would ensue? Contemplating this, a playful smile adorned Xia Fan's face. Certainly, there are countless ways to eliminate Ye Futian. It need not be so direct. If he were to insinuate in such a setting that Hua Jiyu harbors an unclear relationship with Ye Futian, it would undoubtedly offend the Southern Dou family, who cherish their reputation above all. Presently, Hua Jiyu is their most treasured jewel, and they would not tolerate any blemish upon her character. Sensing something amiss, Ye Futian raised his gaze towards Xia Fan, realizing that the conversation was centered around Hua Jiyu. He immediately comprehended Xia Fan's potential thoughts, his brows knitting slightly in concern. Xia Fan is a treacherous and cunning individual, possessing an insidious nature. He had witnessed this firsthand in Qingzhou City. There is an opportunity to bring Jieyu to meet the prince, Winshan remarked with a smile upon hearing Prince Luo's words. Let us not dwell solely on Jieyu today. With so many young talents gathered here, it is only fitting that the prince showcases his refined interests, someone chimed in. Indeed, it is a splendid chance to witness the brilliance of our Donghai City's young prodigies, another added. Prince Luo, now intrigued, spoke. If any of you young ones are willing to display your talents, do take the stage for the esteemed elders to behold. If I am pleased, there shall be generous rewards. Xia, why not commence with you? Prince Luo's gaze settled on Lin Xia. Lin Xia blinked, then smiled, gracefully stepping forward into the crowd center. Your Highness, Xia will now perform, she announced. As she spoke, water attribute's spiritual energy began to coalesce around her. Her hands gracefully moving as the water energy followed her lead, forming a colossal character of longevity in the air, which slowly drifted toward Prince Luo before dispersing. The young lady has already reached the 3-star glory realm as a mage. How impressive, Prince Luo praised. Thank you for your kind words, Your Highness. Lin Xia replied with a smile as she retreated. I shall demonstrate swordplay for the prince. A young man stepped forward, a sword at his side. As he danced with it, exuding a profound sword intent. Each stroke left an elegant trace in the air, and when he concluded, the sword intent crystallized into 4 characters proclaiming longevity without bound. Excellent. Many smiled in admiration, and one by one, young talents stepped forth, presenting their unique skills to congratulate Prince Luo while effortlessly showcasing their prowess, creating a delightful atmosphere at the banquet. Brother Hua, shouldn't your disciple Zhou Mu also take the stage? Someone jested, addressing the painting sage, whose surname is Hua. You do it, the painting sage replied softly. As you wish, master, Zhou Mu nodded, stepping forward with a brush in hand, unfurling a large sheet of paper upon the golden carpet. He crouched slightly, beginning to paint. It is rare to witness a summoner at work. I wonder what it will be like, a young lady remarked, her eyes shimmering with anticipation as they fixed on Zhou Mu. Zhou Mu painted with remarkable speed and grace, prompting Prince Luo to comment, Brother Hua, your disciple, at such a young age, already exhibits the demeanor of a master. Indeed, the surrounding guests echoed in admiration. Even Yun Ro and her companions cast envious glances at Zhou Mu as he painted. Ye Futian lowered his head to the zither, though the surrounding commotion lingered in his mind. He pondered the rivalry between his master and the painting sage, both once rivals and romantic contenders. It was evident that his master had won the heart of his teacher's wife, which only highlighted the disparity of their pasts. Had the once great zither demon not fallen from grace, he too might have garnered the same reverence as the painting sage received this evening. As Zhou Mu completed his artwork, a fiery phoenix erupted from the canvas, its body ablaze, soaring into the sky and performing a dance before Prince Luo. Wonderful! Exquisite! The phoenix symbolizes good fortune and auspiciousness. Truly a prodigious talent, the guest praised, and Prince Luo's smile radiated with appreciation, declaring, "There shall be generous rewards." "Thank you, Your Highness." Zhou Mu bowed slightly before stepping back. However, Hua Fenglu is now a broken man, sheltered by Tang Lan and having taken on a disciple. A broken man? The guests exchanged glances, and the painting sage's expression shifted slightly as he remarked softly, "What a pity. What is there to pity? If Hua Fenglu were not incapacitated, he would hardly dare show his face before you," the painting sage replied with an air of indifference. A man chuckled and remarked, "In these times of dependence on others, one still harbors foolish fantasies." Many voices joined in, their words laced with mockery towards the painter saint. Xia Fan's gaze fell upon Ye Futian, his derision intensifying as he anticipated whether Ye Futian would persist in his retreat. Amidst the laughter and banter, melodious strains of a zither suddenly wafted through the air, transforming the atmosphere. The music ascended from deep, resonant tones to vibrant, joyful melodies, unfolding gradually like celestial music. Gradually, Yunro and the others lost themselves in the enchanting sounds, their dance becoming increasingly uninhibited, their flowing skirts billowing like those of ethereal beings. Within the realm of this melody, the youth felt an exhilarating thrill, cups clinked and laughter filled the air, as even the elders became enlivened. The entire banquet seemingly propelled to a crescendo by the music. What composition is this? The painter saint suddenly perceived a change, directing his gaze towards Ye Futian. It was not only he. The esteemed figures present also sensed the anomaly, their emotions swayed by the zither's enchanting notes. The youths appeared to be in a state of ecstatic delight, while the women on stage seemed utterly entranced by the dance. Behind the stage, a handsome young man played the zither in serene solitude, seemingly detached from the world. His striking features eclipsed those of the other young men at the banquet. And as he played, an innate charm radiated from him, seamlessly blending with the melody of feathered garments. "Who are you?" The painter saint's gaze sharpened, and a voice cut through the music, awakening everyone from the spellbound trance. They turned in astonishment to the dashing young zither player. The youth slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes clear and untainted, devoid of any semblance of inferiority, fixating on Prince Luo ahead as he spoke softly. "Disciple of the zither demon, Ye Futian, presents this piece, the melody of feathered garments, to celebrate the prince's birthday on behalf of my master." Chapter 56. Please advise the youthful voice, though not loud, resonated with strength, instantly silencing the banquet. Ye Futian, a disciple of the Qingzhou, played a piece titled Rainbow Skirt and Feathered Coat to celebrate the birthday of the prince. The young musician, a disciple of the Qingzhou, captivated the audience with the profound atmosphere evoked by his performance, showcasing the depth of the musical art, especially for the youths and dancers present. Had it not been for the interruption by the painting sage, they might have remained entranced by the melody. Yunro gazed at Ye Futian with astonishment. This playful and handsome youth seemed to possess a significant background, and the piece he played was a renowned court dance, rumored to trap listeners in an irresistible illusion when performed by a skilled musician. Lin Siye and Xiao He also turned their attention to Ye Futian, realizing that he was not an ordinary musician but a disciple of the Qingzhou. This implied he was a musical sorcerer. Ye Futian's name, murmured among the students of the Eastern Sea Academy, rang familiar, and upon recognizing him, they were struck with surprise. Was he not the famed Ye Futian from the Eastern Sea Academy? The gazes of the painting sage and Prince Luo were fixed on Ye Futian, evidently astonished that a disciple of the Qingzhou had graced the banquet as merely a musician. Had it not been for Nando Wenshan mentioning the Qingzhou and the ensuing mockery, he might have continued to play in silence. Nando Wenshan observed Ye Futian. He had heard that the Qingzhou held high hopes for this disciple. Seeing his demeanor today was indeed remarkable, reminiscent of the Qingzhou's glory in his youth. The banquet had grown somewhat quiet, as the appearance of the Qingzhou's disciple felt rather abrupt. Xia Fan watched Ye Futian with a cold smile, incredulous that he dared to step forward. At that moment, Ye Futian rose and slightly bowed to the notable figure from the ZY Palace of the Eastern Sea Academy, saying, "I am Ye Futian, a disciple of the Wuqing Palace, here to pay my respects to the esteemed elders of the Academy." After producing his identification token, The notable figure nodded lightly and said nothing further. In that instant, Xia Fan's expression turned grim. Ye Futian was indeed training at the Eastern Sea Academy. With such a connection, and in the public setting of a birthday banquet, it seemed no one could act against him. Even if the notable figure from the ZY Palace held reservations about Ye Futian, his mere presence as a disciple of the Eastern Sea Academy commanded respect. Lin Xie's beautiful eyes narrowed as she stared at the handsome youth before the Guqin. Realizing that Ye Futian had not been exaggerating when he mentioned studying at the Eastern Sea Academy. Initially, she had thought he was lying. But it became clear that he was indeed training there. They had traveled together to Donghai City, and by that time, the Academy's spring examination had already concluded, leading her and Xiao He to believe Ye Futian was fabricating stories. Now, the only explanation for Ye Futian's admission to the Eastern Sea Academy was that a notable figure from the Wuqing Palace had recognized his talent and made an exception for him. This implied that Ye Futian's abilities might far surpass those of an ordinary disciple of the Eastern Sea Academy. The Eastern Sea Academy was the premier institution for study and cultivation in the region, and Ye Futian had come from Qingzhou City, directly admitted due to exceptional merit. The onlookers found the scene increasingly peculiar. The excellence of the painting sage's disciple, Zhou Mu, needed no elaboration, and now, with the emergence of the Qingzhou's disciple, who dazzled everyone with his performance of rainbow skirt and feathered coat, revealing his identity as an Eastern Sea Academy disciple, it was evident he was no ordinary youth, rendering the atmosphere quite intriguing. Your music was delightful. How fares your teacher? Prince Luo inquired, his tone neutral. Ye Futian's performance was bold and unreserved, and as a prince, he could not afford to lose his composure at his own birthday banquet. Today, I intended to play quietly to enhance the joy of the prince's celebration, and did not wish to disturb. However, I have heard many disparaging remarks about my esteemed teacher, Ye Futian replied, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. Though my talents may be modest and my strength humble, I cannot remain indifferent to the slander directed at my teacher. Thus, I wish to meet those who have been cultivated by you, esteemed seniors. He paused momentarily, fixing his gaze on those who had previously insulted his teacher. I seek your guidance. At 16, the youth stood before the prominent figures of Donghai City, his voice calm and dignified, yet resonating like thunder, stirring waves of surprise. At the royal banquet, the young talents had displayed their brilliance, but now, the previously silent musician stepped forth to issue a challenge. Such boldness alone was enough to honor the legacy of the Qingzhou. The banquet fell silent as Yunro, Lin Xie, and others who knew Ye Futian looked at him in newfound recognition, realizing they had truly underestimated him. Those who had mocked the Qingzhou felt their faces flush with embarrassment. The youth spoke courteously and with remarkable grace, revealing their own inadequacies. How strong is your cultivation? Prince Luo inquired, wishing to warn those who might face humiliation should Ye Futian prove too powerful. I would be honored to learn, came the response from a figure stepping forward, a swordsman of comparable skill, a 3-star glory swordsman. Very well, you may proceed to battle. There will be ample protection nearby. Prince Luo stated calmly, as many notable figures surrounded them, leaving enough space in the banquet for the impending clash. The youth unsheathed his sword, taking his stance opposite Ye Futian. Ye Futian slowly sat at the Guqin, while Yun Ro and the others retreated to the back, leaving him alone before the instrument. With words of insult directed at the Qingzhou, it was only fitting that he fight with music. As the strings sang, a profound and majestic sound enveloped the atmosphere, transporting listeners into a wondrous realm reminiscent of ancient, desolate mountains. Musical sorcery, the audience observed with seriousness. The previous performance, while rich in meaning, had not fully integrated Ye Futian's spiritual energy. It was a mere, ordinary rendition. Yet now, with his first strike, the essence manifested, pulling everyone into the depths of true musical sorcery. The young swordsman moved like lightning, charging towards Ye Futian. Yet, a strange force penetrated his ears, flooding into his mind, and he felt transported to a lonely, ancient mountain, running forward while Ye Futian serenely played before him. Spiritual assault, he realized, recognizing the impact of the musical sorcery. His sword ignited with fierce flames, revealing his identity as a fire element swordsman. He leaped, wielding his sword with tremendous force, flames surging like the sun, cleaving through all towards Ye Futian. A faint dragon's roar echoed, and Ye Futian's fingers danced across the strings with breathtaking speed, conjuring an image of a true dragon charging at the swordsman in his mind, a deafening roar shattering the air and tearing apart the flames, dismantling the sword's intent, crashing into him. Moments later, the audience witnessed the fierce swordsman, who had leaped to strike Ye Futian, plummet from the air, landing awkwardly on the ground. The music abruptly ceased, and Ye Futian, with a calm demeanor, turned to those who had insulted his teacher, stating, "You have insulted my master. Yet is this the extent of the talent you have cultivated?" Chapter 57. Important announcement. The time has come for the official release, which will take place in the early hours of today. A sense of trepidation lingers. Futian sure is the slowest yet most meticulously crafted work by Wuhan. Previously, Zhuesher and Taigu were among the most popular novels across the internet during their respective times. Thus, embarking on a new book brings considerable pressure. Gradually, I found my rhythm. And fortunately, the current reception of the book appears promising. However, the true test of its merit lies in the official release. This transition signifies the commencement of a paid model. The ability for readers to invest in the book is the ultimate recognition of its value. Rest assured, Wuhan is committed to writing with diligence and care. Yet, the final outcome rests in the hands of my dear readers. Following the release, I sincerely hope you will subscribe and lend your support. If you have monthly votes to spare, I would greatly appreciate them directed towards Wuhan. During the first month post-release, both subscriptions and monthly votes hold particular significance, as they could potentially dictate the future success and trajectory of this book. I shall refrain from further elaboration, as I must focus on my writing. I aim to provide additional updates by midnight. Once again, I pledge to pour my utmost effort into crafting the narrative of Futian Sure. The rest I leave to you, my readers. I am confident that with your support, Futian Sure can surpass the heights achieved by Zhuesher and Taigu, embarking on a new journey together. Let us strive onward. Chapter 58. The Battle of the Disciple of the Qingzhou and the Paint Saint Ye Futian's voice resonated like a resounding slap, leaving those who had previously insulted the Qingzhou with flushed faces and darkened expressions. At the royal banquet, with the Paint Saint present, the act of flattering the Paint Saint while belittling the Qingzhou seemed trivial. However, no one anticipated that a disciple of the Qingzhou would challenge them on such an occasion. Showcasing extraordinary talent, the youth seated before the Guqin possessed a clear gaze, hinting at an air of arrogance. The ladies, including Yunro, gazed at his figure in a trance, realizing that this young musician radiated an extraordinary brilliance. Lin Xia and Xiao He also sensed Ye Futian's exceptional prowess. The individual he had just defeated was well known to them, formidable in strength, yet felled instantly by his musical notes, highlighting Ye Futian's power. Lin Xia pondered that had she been in the arena, the outcome would likely have been the same. The atmosphere at the banquet grew silent once more. Although it was merely a battle, it seemed significant enough to deter the youth from recklessly stepping forward. The musical spell employed by Ye Futian belonged to the realm of mental attacks, directly overwhelming. The defeated swordsman, also a 3-star honor realm mage, indicated considerable mental strength. Yet he was struck down before the peak of Ye Futian's melody, suggesting that those solely trained in martial arts or mages below the 3-star honor level would stand no chance, without sufficient mental fortitude. They would be defeated instantly by Ye Futian's musical prowess. It appeared that the Qingzhou had formidable successors. Who else would dare to step forth? Prince Luo spoke calmly, though his tone belied an underlying discontent. This was his birthday banquet, and yet the spotlight had been stolen by this disciple of the Qingzhou. If Ye Futian were a friend or a descendant of a friend, it might have been more palatable. But as a disciple of the Qingzhou, whose ties with the Paint Saint were tenuous, this was less than ideal. Moreover, Ye Futian's words had embarrassed many present, individuals who had come to celebrate his birthday. Yet, throughout, Ye Futian remained unperturbed, leaving no grounds for criticism. It was inconceivable for these elders to confront a mere youth directly. Thus, the most favorable outcome would be for Ye Futian to be defeated by one of the young men present. "I shall take my turn," a voice emerged from the crowd, and a youth stepped forward, clad in resplendent golden attire, exuding an extraordinary aura. It was Su Qing, a dual attribute mage of thunder and fire at the 4-star honor realm. Upon seeing him, the onlookers' eyes glimmered with anticipation. A 4-star honor mage possessed greater mental strength, potentially able to withstand Ye Futian's musical spells. If Su Qing could resist the assault, then victory would surely belong to him. Su Qing, 4-star honor mage, he addressed Ye Futian. Surrounding Su Qing, the energies of thunder and fire surged, resonating with his mental power. The casting of spells requires precise control of energy. Any error could lead to failure. Observers soon noted an oddity. Despite the furious gathering of energy, it failed to coalesce into a spell, merely roaring around Su Qing. Standing still, Su Qing's expression grew increasingly strained, beads of sweat forming on his brow, while the atmosphere became palpably tense. The spell Heavenly Dance of Demons did not strike directly like Dragon Roar of the Song Mountain, but it disrupted spellcasting, making it a mage's worst nemesis. As the melody continued, Su Qing struggled to maintain focus, his will teetering on the brink of collapse. He had never encountered such an exhausting battle, especially not against a musical mage. The victor is clear, that's enough. The Paint Saint's calm voice resounded, imbued with a powerful undertone, once again interrupting the melody. Ye Futian's fingers left the strings, his demeanor as serene as ever, as if he were merely playing an ordinary tune. In contrast, Su Qing stood pale, trembling slightly. His gaze filled with fury directed at Ye Futian. He had never felt such humiliation. Is this truly a battle? Su Qing lamented. Having been unable to even strike a blow, continuously tormented by the music. Should this persist, he would surely suffer a mental breakdown. Step down, Prince Luo commanded. Noting Su Qing's lingering presence, though uncomfortable, Su Qing retreated, his legs trembling, devoid of strength. He pondered whether he should have abandoned the energy communication to engage directly instead. Regret settled in his mind. After a brief pause, Ye Futian observed the silence and rose, addressing Prince Luo. I apologize for the disturbance caused by my impulsive reaction to disrespectful words regarding my mentor. I hope your highness will not take offense. I take my leave. Having caused such a ruckus, did he truly expect to depart unscathed? A cold voice interrupted, and all eyes turned to the youth beside the Paint Saint. Their gazes sharp with anticipation. The Paint Saint had once vanquished the Qingpai. Now, would his disciple be compelled to teach this arrogant Qingpai disciple a lesson? The youth's eyes glinted with determination, for only Shoumu seemed capable of avenging their grievances. Ye Futian's musical spells posed a threat to both mages and martial artists alike. You wish to fight? Ye Futian inquired, fixing his gaze on Zhoumu. Zhoumu, 5-star honor realm. My realm surpasses yours, and I should not engage. But your arrogance leaves me no choice. Do not claim I am bullying you, Zhoumu declared, rising to face Ye Futian. All eyes were fixed upon him, amusement dancing in their expressions as they regarded Ye Futian. Should Zhoumu allow him to depart without consequence, it would surely embarrass those who had insulted the Qingpai. However, with Zhoumu stepping forward, the outcome seemed inevitable. Lin Xi's beautiful eyes observed the two figures. Ye Futian had already astonished her, yet now his opponent was Zhoumu. She found herself hoping Ye Futian might refrain from combat. Zhoumu's higher realm made avoidance of battle justifiable. Then let us battle, Ye Futian declared, sitting down once more. The Paint Saint had been defeated by the Paint Saint in the past. With his current strength, he could not hope to contend with the Paint Saint. However, against Zhoumu, he felt confident in engaging. As Ye Futian resumed playing, Zhoumu knelt, using his hand as a brush, gathering energy at his fingertips to create an image, a lifelike falcon. As the music echoed, Zhoumu's 5-star honor realm strength and formidable mental power remained undisturbed, allowing him to continue his artwork. Before long, the falcon took flight, soaring directly toward Ye Futian. Witnessing this, the onlookers marveled at the might of a summoner. The music grew urgent, and Ye Futian's fingers flew across the strings, unleashing a barrage of musical notes aimed at the falcon, tearing its form apart. Yet, the falcon, devoid of pain or consciousness, continued its relentless assault, descending upon Ye Futian even as it was reduced to half its original body. Ye Futian waved his hands, causing the falcon to explode, yet simultaneously, the guqin shattered, a tempestuous wind sweeping through, billowing his garments and tousling his hair. What a feeble blow. The spectators initially stared in disbelief, before their expressions transformed into excitement. Zhoumu was indeed formidable. His strike was decisive. Ye Futian, as a musical mage, found himself defenseless without his instrument. Lin Xie sighed inwardly. Indeed, while Ye Futian was powerful, his opponent was a genius disciple of the Paint Saint. Yet, Ye Futian remained calm, beginning to comprehend why his mentor had fallen to the Paint Saint. Zhouumu's summoned beast was impervious to the effects of musical notes. Even if shattered, it would persist in its attack, controlled entirely by its summoner. Although musical spells could counter ordinary mages and martial artists, they fell prey to summoners. Hence, Zhoumu, with 2 realms above Ye Futian, shattered his guqin with a single strike. Was this all there was to his strength? Zhoumu seemed to return Ye Futian's words to him, standing there exuding an air of pride. Although I have received teachings from my master, alas, my innate dullness has prevented me from grasping the essence of the musical magic. Ye Futian gazed at Zhoumu and spoke softly. Hence, the musical magic is merely my weakest link.